Citizens of America, Mr. District Attorney. Now, this is a night all of us will long remember. I congratulate you, the people, for electing as Mr. District Attorney a man who doesn't know the word fear. You, the citizens, have elected a man who will prosecute and convict the guilty regardless of their standing in power. I present to you Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you. No title which could be conferred upon me could ever mean more to me than the one which is given me tonight, Mr. District Attorney. I'm not going to make a speech. Just listen for 1 minute. Then I promise action. Every year, crime, corruption, and rackets take $15 billion from you, the American people. I pledge myself to go after the tops, the higher-ups, who are responsible for this corruption. And I don't care how big they are. The surest way to smash corruption and rackets is to expose them to the public. And that's just what we intend to do. There isn't one of you people listening who doesn't pay, and pay plenty, to organized crime. The laundry racket alone cost the citizens of this city over $1 million last year. Poultry costs more per pound. Fish is higher. False weights and measures are used in many stores. Over 150 different rackets are being practiced in this city. And this extra cost is passed on to you, all of you. Why, at this very moment,
For the last time, I'm warning you to pay up for your protection.
I won't pay you a cent.
Listen, wise guy. You're going to cough up $100 a month for protection, or else.
I don't have to pay you for protection. We've got a new district attorney in this town, and I'm relying on him for all the protection I need.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell the new DA about this.
Oh, good morning, Miss Phillips.
Is my evening gown ready?
Yes, Miss Phillips. It cleaned beautifully. Looks like a new gown.
Yes, it does. Well, I'll take it along with me.
Yes, sir?
Are you Venado?
Yes?
You own this cleaning joint?
Yes, I do.
You haven't paid your dues to the Cleaners Protective Association?
Well, I'm all through with your outfit. The new district attorney says he's going to run your crowd out of town.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this'll teach you a lesson.
Acid!
Acid.
You've ruined all my clothes.
Tell your new DA to fix them up for you.
So that poultry dealer didn't pay up, huh?
Nah, threw us out. Other people of this town are fed up on rackets.
Well, here's his place now. Slow down.
Sure.
You boys know what to do.
Sure. We know what to do.
Let her go, kid.
And these are my last words to you people gathered here tonight. This extra cost is passed on to you, all of you. You, the citizens, are the real victims. I pledge to you that tomorrow morning I shall be in my office, acting as your representative, as your voice, and I will smash the rackets and those concerned, regardless of who they are.
Good morning, Mr. District Attorney.
Good morning, Miss Rand.
How do you feel after your first day in office?
Well, to tell you the truth, I feel the responsibility stronger than ever.
Telegrams of congratulation have been coming in for you all day, sir. This one on the top just arrived from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, thank you.
Mayor Bernard Dickman of St. Louis and Police Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of New York also send congratulations.
Well, that's splendid. I'm certainly grateful to these gentlemen.
There's an Italian woman in the outer office. She's been begging all morning to see you, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Right this way, if you will. I want to see Mr. District Attorney, please. I want to see the District Attorney.
Won't you be seated?
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
My name is Mrs. Milano. I came from Italy, but my 3 boys are all born in this country. They're men now.
You say your name is Milano?
Yeah.
Yes.
My boys are in the wholesale food business. A man come and say there are racketeers in the food business, but that he can give my boys protection. He telling my boys they got to pay $100 a month for protection.
I can tell you the rest, Mrs. Milano. They didn't pay for the protection, so the man came back several times.
Yeah.
And then a truckload of their food products was overturned. Then the man came back again, and they still wouldn't pay.
Yeah.
And then there was an explosion, and their whole wholesale house was badly damaged.
No, none of that. It was set on fire and he burned to the ground. You know about it?
No, but I've heard plenty of other stories just like it.
Well, my boys buy another warehouse. This time they pay the money to be left alone, but business, he's not so good, so they ain't paid. All the time they are threatened, and they get some of the other wholesale houses to promise not to pay too, and they get letters saying they might be killed. I know something's going to happen, my boys. Please, Mr. District Attorney, please do something.
It isn't as simple as all that, Mrs. Milano. I only wish it were. That's a big organized racket. Probably one way or another, 150 men involved in it.
Oh, I see.
They're the underlings, the bosses, several crooked lawyers, and a man who gets them protection, a high official in this city.
Oh, you mean a big boss, huh?
Yes. I could probably name 20 members of this racket. But proving all the facts in court beyond a reasonable doubt is another thing. My office has got pages and pages of facts. Some we can prove, some we can't. But, Mrs. Milano, I promise you we'll do everything we can and spare nobody.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. I didn't know who else to come to.
I'm glad you came. We'll give your boys every protection we can and try to get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. I know what a brave man you are and the work you do before you get elected. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I promise you I'll do everything I can.
Goodbye. Thank you again.
Miss Rand, I'd like you to come in for a minute, please.
Yes, sir?
Miss Rand, the food racket again.
I have suspected it.
Have Detectives Wallace and Harrington come in to see me right away. I'm going to have them cover the Milano boys. I'm not into anybody.
District Attorney's office.
This is Chief Thomas. The DA in?
Just a moment. Chief of Police for you, sir.
Oh, let me have it. Hello, Chief. What's up?
Murder.
Murder? Where?
Over at the Western Restaurant about 30 minutes ago. 3 men were lined up and shot.
3 men?
Yes. I have a feeling it has something to do with the food racket.
Thanks. I'll go right over. 3 men murdered, Miss Rand. I wonder if it has any connection with the 3 sons of Mrs. Milano who was just in here.
That would be terrible. 3 brothers murdered.
Chief Thomas thinks it has something to do with the food racket. If that's true, Miss Rand, I know the guilty parties without even getting up from this desk. But try and prove it in court.
Are you going over there?
Yes, but that won't tell me anything more than I already know. Rounding up the actual men who committed the murders is up to the police. But we've got to get their bosses and the big shot back of all this and then convict him. Get the car.
Quiet. Here comes the district attorney.
DA?
Quiet, everybody. These are the 3 bodies, Mr. District Attorney.
Uncover them. Oh, they look alike. Are they brothers?
Yes, sir.
The Milano brothers?
Yes, sir.
You 2 men were waiters in here? You 2 men. I'm speaking to you 2 with the white coats. You waiters in here?
Yes, sir.
What did the killers look like?
I don't know, sir. I was out in the kitchen.
And you?
My back was turned. I didn't see a thing.
And you people who were eating in here?
We didn't see anything, sir. There were some shots, and then everything was all over.
You all saw it happen, and you know it. And so do I. You're frightened because you think this murder had something to do with the rackets. You're the people who can help me. Have courage and tell me what you know. All right. Your witnesses, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
It's useless to question them here. I've been through this too many times, Harrington.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's a piece of paper we found lying next to one of the bodies.
Oh?
I guess that's your first threat, sir.
I've only been in office 9 hours, and I get my first threat. Well, they don't waste any words, do they? To the new district attorney, investigate this, and you'll be a corpse, too.
These murders are part of the rackets, all right, sir.
Harrington, I don't need any evidence on the scene or any fingerprints or anything like that to tell me who pulled this. It was Zara. the wholesale produce man.
Zara?
I'm positive he wasn't here himself, but he planned it. And what a perfect alibi he'll have. You'll find he's playing poker with friends right now and didn't leave the room. But Zara is the real killer. Go to his home, Harrington. He'll be there. Tell him I'd like to have him drop into my office the first thing tomorrow morning.
I always say, my friend, that there's nothing like a bracing cocktail after a good day's work.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Zara. Are you sure it was a good day's work?
Oh, positive. The little job you wanted done this afternoon has been carried out to perfection.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's drink to it.
Certainly. Here's to you and anything that you want done.
Well, thank you, Zara. You know, you're getting more valuable to me every day.
And getting more valuable to myself. We collected 10,000 last week.
Good. Well, at that rate, Zara, you'll be able to take a vacation soon. It's too bad these Milano brothers couldn't see things our way.
Now, we've got to stick to our rules. They don't pay up. We've got to...
Yes, Zara. Well, I'd rather not talk about that anymore, if you don't mind. I don't want to bring it. What's that?
There's someone at the door.
Expecting anyone?
No.
Well, whoever it is, I certainly can't afford to be seen here. Suppose I go in the next room and tell you...
Good idea. Just step this way.
I'll depend on you, Zara.
Now, don't worry. Just a moment. Good evening.
Are you Zara?
That's right. Who are you?
I'm from the district attorney's office.
District attorney.
That's right. I've got a message for you.
I see. I want you to come in.
No, thanks.
I thought perhaps you'd like a little drink.
No. All I'm here for is to tell you that the DA wants you to drop into his office the first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll be delighted. The DA and I are good friends. Yes. The DA and I are very good friends.
District Attorney's office. Yes? Yes, I'll tell him. Good night. It's Detective Harrington, sir.
Yes?
He said Zara will be here to see you tomorrow morning.
Good. Miss Rand, you've had a busy day. You must be tired.
You're the one that's tired. Can't I get you something to eat?
No, thanks, Miss Rand. I have a press conference in a few minutes and a lot more work on this case. Anything else for me?
Yes, sir. This Department of Justice report.
Oh, let me see, please. It doesn't seem possible. I can hardly believe it myself.
What is it, sir?
This first paragraph.
Yes?
Miss Rand, did you know that last year the total cost of crime and rackets was $15 billion?
$15 billion? It's unbelievable.
You know, that's $10 a month out of the pockets of every man, woman, and child in America.
Think of it.
Our job, the job of every district attorney, is not only to break up the rackets, but to make the people realize what rackets cost them. Make them realize how much they pay in tribute to organized racketeers. Then the people will act. People like those witnesses in the restaurant where the Milano brothers were murdered. They'll not be afraid to work with me. They'll help me. And we can stamp out this menace once and for all and put these criminals in prison.
You mean men like Zara?
Exactly, Miss Rand. There are thousands of Zaras in this country. I don't want to sound like an orator, but the people elected me district attorney to smash Zara and others like him. And so help me, I'll not stop until it's done.
You have just heard the first episode of Mr. District Attorney, dramatized by Phillips H. Lord from facts furnished by public prosecutors throughout the entire nation. Mr. District Attorney will reveal the amazing inside story of the hundreds of rackets flourishing in America, rackets which will be exposed on this program. Listen in tomorrow night and find out the startling series of events behind the brutal murder of the three Milano brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. District Attorney will be with you again tomorrow night.
Harrington, what time is it?
It's just 10 o'clock, sir. You're due in the grand jury meeting.
Yes, I'll go in just a minute. But close that door, please. Radio friends, this is your district attorney speaking. A group of racketeers has moved into this city and taken over the restaurant racket. We've been gathering information on them. But every restaurant owner has been so terrified he's been afraid to testify. But now we've got to start. One restaurant owner, Mr. Tony, was broken by the racket and sent to prison by them to keep him from talking. But we finally heard of Tony's plight and went to the prison and got him out. Now he's anxious to help us smash these racketeers. If you'll excuse me, I've got to go into the grand jury, which is meeting in the room right next to my office here. The grand jury is composed of 23 outstanding citizens who meet behind closed doors and hear testimony and decide whether that testimony warrants their issuing an indictment for the arrest of the suspect. What goes on inside the grand jury is strictly private, but I do want you to hear this one. Excuse me while I go in.
Well, I seem very regrettable.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. District Attorney, we've just been going over this information you've gathered about the restaurant racketeers. You say here that Mr. Tony is willing to work closely with you.
Mr. Tony will tell me everything he knows.
Well, do you consider his life will be endangered by doing so?
Not at all. And we've sent his family away to a little cottage down south. No one but my immediate staff and myself knows where they are. We even changed Tony's own personal appearance, and I doubt if even his own wife could recognize him now. We've done everything possible to protect Mr. Tony and his family from the racketeers.
Who's that?
The Ohio kid.
Come in. You're late. Hurry up.
I couldn't get here before, Duke. What are you sore about?
Sit down. Want some peanuts?
Ah.
What took you so long?
I had a date with a girlfriend.
You're playing around with that dame too much. Now listen, kid, you got a job to do.
Well, name it.
You know Tony, that restaurant owner we had sent away?
Sure, he's safe. You had him put in solitary so he couldn't talk, didn't you?
Yeah, but he ain't there now.
What do you mean he ain't there now?
Well, he put up some song and dance that he was a murderer. They kept him in solitary, but a member of the prison commission was going through the prison and heard about him yelling that he wanted to see the DA and confess a murder. This guy made the warden tell the DA, and the DA went down to see Tony.
Do you think Tony sang to the DA?
Well, must have told him everything, or why should the DA remove him from the pen?
The DA's got Tony out?
Yeah, and he's got him hid away. And you gotta find where, kid.
Yeah, but can't you give me a steer at least? There's an awful lot of guys in this world, you know.
That's your job. What do you think I've been paying you for?
For getting guys out of the way, but not finding them in the first place.
You do as I tell you, see?
Okay.
And get him before he spills everything he knows.
All right.
And another thing. That dame of yours. She knows too much.
She's all right.
That's what they all think. I tell you she ain't all right. I'm telling you she'd up and quit you for the first good-looking guy that came along.
What's the matter with my looks?
I'm telling you to watch her. That dame makes any trouble, you're responsible for her, kid. Just remember, if there's any trouble because of her, I'm holding you responsible.
You've got a gripe, Duke.
Now, don't you worry about me. I've seen too many guys get double-crossed by a dame, and then the whole mob suffers with them. I get rid of her, kid.
Maybe. But lay off, Duke. You're just gripey today. She's all right for a while. And I'll get Tony for you.
Well, you get Tony, and I won't say nothing about the dame. Now, go ahead and get Tony. Right now, they're having a grand jury meeting, and I wouldn't be surprised if they was working on some of the stuff Tony has spilled.
Then we would like to have you arrest them immediately, Mr. District Attorney. This grand jury has decided they want you to arrest the men who are going around making collections from these restaurants. You say in your report here that Mr. Tony will be able to point them out to you.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but I believe that would be the wrong approach. The hirelings of a group of racketeers are merely weak characters who do what they're told. They would be harmless if it weren't for the big bosses of a racketeer gang. But if you don't get the big boss, the gang will be operating again within 3 months.
I see. I guess your reasoning is right, Mr. District Attorney.
Yes, I think so.
You can arrest and arrest and arrest the small fry. But you haven't got anything when you get through. Just be patient. Gather the right information. And with one stroke, you can smash the entire setup.
I see. Well, good luck to you. You do just what you think is best.
I'm going out with Tony now to several of the restaurants. He's told me when the collections are usually made. And I hope we'll be able to bump into the collectors. But instead of going out with a warrant for their arrest, we're going out with a camera. Feel nervous at all, Tony?
Oh, no, sir. I'll point out the collectors the minute I see them.
Think you recognize them all right?
Oh, yes, Mr. District Attorney. I paid them enough money.
Just call me D.A., Tony. We know each other pretty well by now.
I wish I'd known you better before I lost my restaurant. I was a fool not to talk.
So this restaurant is Carlos, huh?
Yes, he's a friend of mine. He wanted to hire me when I lost my restaurant, but he was afraid to.
Harrington, this is close enough. We can
Look.
see you. Where?
Those two men going in the restaurant now. They're the collectors.
Shall I snap them, D.A.?
Oh, wait until they get inside the restaurant, Harrington, and then go into action. If you can, get some good pictures of them while the owner is paying them off. And forget you're one of those camera fiends. Just get as many pictures as you can, in or out of focus.
They both carry guns. The heavyset fella hit me over the head with a blackjack one time.
Look through this window, Harrington. There's better light.
The owner is getting an envelope from the cash register. This'll make a corking picture.
Keep snapping, Harrington. Snap all you can.
I've got them square in the lens. I'm taking so many it'll almost be like movies.
Well, let's get back into the car before they come out. Come on. We'll visit a couple of more restaurants with Tony. Now, Tony, you've been talking about one of the racketeers, Lucky Lynch. Do you think that he's the boss, the top man of the racket?
No, D.A. There's another one they call the real boss, but I never heard them mention his name.
I see. Did you ever hear Lynch refer to a boss?
Yes, and I heard the Ohio Kid talk about one, too.
The Ohio Kid? The gunman?
Yes, D.A. The Ohio Kid always came to my restaurant with Lynch before they took it over. They'd come in and force me into a deal, and then those two collectors you took the pictures of back there would come in and collect every month.
I see. Tony, do you have any idea where the gang leaders could be found? Perhaps a restaurant that they may have mentioned as a meeting place?
I don't know. Yes. I heard them talk of the Harwich restaurant several times.
The Harwich restaurant. Know where it is?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, you tell Harrington where it is, Tony. I'd like to get a good look at it.
Keep headed just the way you are, Mr. Harrington, and then we'll turn to the right a couple of blocks down.
So this is the... Well, the Harwich restaurant, huh? Harrington, get one of our investigators a job in here as a waiter.
Yes, sir. If the racketeers drop in here, we ought to be able to pick up something good.
Tony, take a look in through that window and see if you can see any of them in there now.
Oh, they probably ain't going to... Wait. Yes. Sitting at that table near the bar. The man with the blonde girl.
Who are they?
Well, that's the Ohio Kid and his girlfriend.
Huh?
They used to come in my restaurant sometimes. The fellow with the black hair all sleeked down.
D.A., the girl's getting ready to leave. Shall I have her trailed?
No, not yet. It'll be easy enough to pick her up. I want to have a little talk with the Ohio Kid, though.
Oh, don't do it, sir. He'd just as soon kill anybody as not.
You go back to the car, Tony, and drive it up to the next corner and wait for us there. Harrington, the kid's alone now. Let's go in and sit down at the table with him.
Why don't you go with Tony, D.A., and I'll talk with him and join you in a few minutes. You don't want to bother with the likes of him.
I've got a little idea, and I'd like to do it just for the fun of it. And we'll see you later, Tony. Let's go in, Harrington.
Yes, sir.
Hello, kid.
Who are you?
Mind if we sit down?
Go chase yourself. I want to be alone.
We'll sit down anyway. Have a seat, Harrington.
I told you I want to be alone. I don't know you guys.
You'll know us soon enough, kid.
Hey, if you guys are coppers, you're wasting your time, see?
Don't jump to conclusions, kid. Don't you know it's bad luck to drink alone?
Is it? Hey, listen, you. Get out of that chair or I'll blow you out.
He's threatening us, Harrington. He wasn't expected from such a well-dressed gentleman.
That's a nice flower you're wearing, kid.
In about 1 second, you'll get plenty of flowers. What do you want?
Kid, this is Inspector Harrington. I'm the district attorney. Does that mean anything to you?
Not a thing. You got nothing on me.
Of course not, kid. We just saw you here and dropped in to introduce ourselves. What are you drinking?
None of your business.
I'll discount the remark. When you said drink, kid, don't let us stop you.
I'm particular who I drink with.
I said finish that drink.
What's this all about, D.A.?
I said pick up that glass and drink.
Okay. You don't have to get nasty. Now, you satisfied?
That's all, kid. Now beat it.
You can't tell me what to do.
I said beat it. I'll give you just 5 seconds.
Okay. But I'll be seeing you again, D.A.
He never said a truer thing in his life.
For a while, I didn't get what you were up to, D.A.
Oh, so you caught on? Well, the kid didn't. Harrington, wrap the kid's glass in a napkin and put it in your pocket.
I was watching how he held it. There ought to be some good fingerprints on this.
We'll go back and have the prints checked. I have a feeling we'll find the kid has quite a history back of him.
Hello, Mr. Harwich.
Lillian. How about a little kiss?
Came as soon as I could. I told the Ohio kid I had some shopping to do. So I left him at the table, walked around the block, and came in the back door.
I know. I was watching you.
How could you see?
Say, I don't manage this restaurant for nothing.
Mhm.
Lots of times I like to sit in my office here and see what's going on with the diners. Now, look. See this piece of frosted glass?
Yeah?
I scraped a little off so I could sit here and see what's going on outside.
And you saw me having dinner with a kid.
Yeah, and I saw plenty of other things, too.
Say, you're pretty smart. That's why I like you so much, Mr. Harwich.
Yeah? Suppose the kid finds out. Our lives wouldn't be worth 2 cents, Lillian.
I can handle him.
Well, perhaps you won't have to much longer. You know what happened after you left that table?
How could I?
2 men came over and sat down with him.
Who were they?
The district attorney and one of his assistants.
Did the kid know who they were?
I think so. They talked a few minutes, then the kid got up and left. But that isn't half of it. After he left, the district attorney and his assistant picked up the glass the kid had been drinking from.
I don't get it. Why did they do that?
Fingerprints.
Oh.
See, they'll check and know who he is quick enough.
I'll go and tell him.
Oh, wait a minute. Remember, your boyfriend and his racketeers have been bleeding this restaurant.
Oh.
And I happen to be a restaurant man.
Yeah, but they're apt to catch him now and send him to the chair.
Suppose they do. He deserves it.
Oh, I can't let him do that.
Now, look, you said you were kind of stuck on me, didn't you?
Oh, I am, Mr. Harwich. Honest, I am.
Well?
Well, what?
Why go and tell the kid about the district attorney getting his fingerprints?
Oh,
You know, if the kid found out you kind of liked me, he'd kill you. Perhaps me, too.
yeah. And if I didn't say anything...
Well, he may get what's coming to him.
Yeah. Well, okay. You coming up to see me tomorrow?
Well, I don't think I ought to take a chance to go to your place, Lillian. Suppose the kid found out.
Oh, he won't, I promise. Bring up some other girl with you or something. We've never had a chance to sit down and talk as 2 human beings. I've just seen you in the restaurant here, and we don't dare go to any place together because the kid might find out and do something.
Well, if you think it's all right, I'll come up.
Please. Come up tomorrow afternoon.
All right, if you say so.
I'll see the kid doesn't know a thing about it. And Mr. Harwich,
Yeah?
I won't say anything about what you just told me.
Thanks, Lillian. I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
There are thousands and thousands of men in this country today who have been crushed by the rackets. There are thousands of homes which have been broken, thousands of men and women who have been killed or injured for life. Organized crime is responsible for more deaths and more money losses than a great war between nations. Each year in this country alone, the crime bill exceeds $15 billion, more than $115 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. The names of all characters in Mr. District Attorney are, for obvious reasons, fictitious. Mr. District Attorney, dramatized by Phillips H. Lord, will be with you again Monday. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Mr. District Attorney!
Why, that's great. The DA ain't gonna have a leg to stand on. You're a smart lawyer, Lester.
Orlando, I asked you to come over here to my house today to clear up some of the details of the case I'm preparing for the Ohio kid's defense. There are certain angles I want to talk over with you.
I'm leaving it all to you, Lester. I hired you to get my torpedo the Ohio kid out of that murder rap that the DA has on him. You're the best criminal lawyer in the country. Do it your way.
But you've got some good ideas, too, Orlando.
Hey, you think so?
Well, a man who can build up the biggest restaurant racket in the country and line up all the food wholesalers and waiters in this city must have brains.
Well, I got kind of a flair for organization. I had those restaurant owners eating right out of my hand. Yeah, I cleaned up plenty of dough from the restaurant racket.
I just said you were a smart man, Orlando. You'd better stay that way.
What are you getting at?
You and I have an agreement, Orlando. And the smart thing for you to do is to live up to it.
Well, ain't I? You're going to get that check for $100,000 just as soon as you win the murder case and the Ohio Kid goes free.
You agreed that check for $100,000 is mine, win or lose.
All right. But it's an escrow, just to be sure you don't grab the dough and take a powder on me. You see, I don't like to get double-crossed.
Duke, as far as I'm concerned, the money is the least important part of our deal. Oh, I want it, of course, but the thing I'm most interested in is getting the nomination for the office of district attorney at the next election.
You'll get it. You beat the DA at the kid's murder trial, and my political friends will fix that nomination for you.
Okay, Duke. But just remember, I won't stand for a double cross either. Try anything phony and you'll wind up in the electric chair. I know how to put you there.
I wouldn't double-cross you, Lester. You're my lawyer.
Lucky Lynch was your right-hand man, and now he's in the hospital with a bullet in his stomach because you double-crossed him.
That's different. Lucky knows too much.
Maybe I know too much, too. The same thing will happen to me.
Lester, sometimes you get the screwiest ideas. I need your help to beat the DA. I ain't gonna double-cross you.
You'd better not.
Okay. Well, I gotta blow, Lester.
So long, Orlando.
Oh, look, there's something I forgot to tell you.
Yeah?
That check for $100,000.
What about it?
I borrowed that dough from the crime syndicate in Pittsfield.
I know. I saw P.J. Pierpont's signature on it. He's head of the syndicate.
Do you know him?
Not very well. I haven't seen him for quite some time, but we've had dealings in the past.
Yeah? Well, look, don't say anything to him about that check if you see him. You see, he don't want anybody to know his syndicate has given me financial backing.
Why not?
Well, PJ's got his reasons. He wants to keep this deal undercover, and I gotta do what he says.
You're sure the check's all right?
It's certified, ain't it?
I mean, you're sure the syndicate really loaned you that money? Sure you're not trying something shady?
Say, I wouldn't try to pull any funny stuff on those boys.
Okay, Duke. Okay. You have my word. I won't say anything about it.
Thanks. I wouldn't want anything to get back to PJ. That would be bad. Yeah, that'd be very bad.
Not too much off the top, Emil. My hair's thin enough up there as it is. Well, Mr. Lester, I'm glad you could come up here to see me.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Mr. Pierpont. Sure is convenient to have your barber cut your hair right in your own home.
Well, I have to do this. The banker can't call his time his own. And that's why I said I'd see you here, Mr. Lester. Mm-hmm. I knew when you called my office that this was the only opportunity I'd have to see you. My day is completely filled. Trim those sideburns a little higher this time, Emil.
Heading a big syndicate like yours must keep you very busy.
Oh, yes, indeed. What did you want to see me about, Mr. Lester?
About one of your interests, shall we say, Mr. Pierpont?
I wasn't aware we had any dealings at present, Mr. Lester.
Indirectly, Mr. Pierpont. Could we discuss it in private?
Certainly. That's all for now, Emil. I'll call you when we're through. Well, Mr. Lester?
Mr. Pierpont, I've been retained by Duke Orlando as his lawyer to defend his torpedo, the Ohio Kid, against a charge of murder.
Yes, I heard so.
My fee is guaranteed by a $100,000 check drawn against your syndicate.
Our check for $100,000?
Oh, I realize I wasn't supposed to know about that check, Mr. Pierpont, but you can rely on my discretion.
You actually saw a check for $100,000?
Signed by you and certified.
I see.
There's nothing wrong with it, is there, Mr. Pierpont?
Did you ever consider, Mr. Lester, that it might be a forgery?
You mean you didn't give Orlando the money?
Well, that's entirely possible.
I get you, Mr. Pierpont. You don't want to talk about it.
You're assuming that we're financing Mr. Orlando.
I'm not assuming anything. I know you're backing him, but you needn't worry. I won't talk about private investments, shall we say?
Call it what you will. I'd advise you not to say anything about this matter to anyone.
Okay, have it your own way, Mr. Pierpont. I don't know Duke Orlando. I never saw the check, and I don't know anything about you or your crime syndicate. You're a shrewd article, Mr. Pierpont.
It's very careless of Mr. Orlando to show you that check.
Oh, he isn't entirely to blame. You see, I demanded cash in advance for my services as attorney. He had no alternative but to show me the syndicate's check.
I'm glad you told me about this, Mr. Lester. I know you won't carry it any farther.
You can depend on me, Mr. Pierpont. Nothing will get out. I just wanted to know where I stand.
Mr. Lester, you'll have to excuse me now. As soon as Emil finishes my hair, I've got to call a special meeting of the board. A certain matter needs immediate attention. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, PJ.
Is everyone here? Where's Reeves?
You have to fly to the coast, PJ. Some
Oh.
trouble with the West Coast Company we're financing.
Well, we'll hold this meeting without him. Something very important has come up.
What is it, PJ?
Gentlemen, I believe you were all present a few days ago when Mr. Duke Orlando asked this syndicate for a loan of $100,000.
Yes.
And I believe it was the unanimous decision of this board not to approve the loan. Am I correct?
Quite right, PJ.
What's all this leading to, PJ?
This. You may be interested to know, gentlemen, that Mr. Duke Orlando has a certified check drawn on our syndicate in the amount of $100,000.
What's that?
But that's impossible, PJ. We refused the loan.
Nevertheless, such a check is in existence. I learned of it today from Mr. Lester, Orlando's attorney. Gentlemen, Duke Orlando has deliberately forged a $100,000 check on our corporation.
We've got to get that check stopped.
That's right. But, gentlemen, there's a principle involved here that I must bring to your attention. Duke Orlando is misrepresenting to certain parties that he has our financial backing. We know Orlando is a poor credit risk, and so do others. And when he claims he has our financial support, he's putting our syndicate in a very bad light.
You're right, PJ. Our clients will get the impression we're careless in our investments.
Exactly. Our reputation in banking circles is sound. Should it become known that we advance money to poor credit risks, such as Duke Orlando, our whole financial standing would be undermined.
We can't afford that.
Decidedly not, gentlemen. This is a matter for our collection department. And I suggest we send several of our credit men to dispose of the matter at once.
Hey, buddy. Can you spare a dime?
Go on, bum. Get out of my way.
Give me a dime for a cup of coffee, will you, Duke?
Hey, who are you? How'd you know my name?
Take a good look, Duke. Don't you recognize me?
Harry the bum.
Yeah. I got something for you, Duke.
Go on, you tramp. I don't need any of your tips. Peddle them someplace else.
Things is kind of slow, Duke. I don't get much information to pass around to the boys these days, but I got something that'll do you some good. Something that'll save you a lot of trouble.
Yeah? Let's have it.
Get in the doorway, will you? I can't talk to you on the street.
All right, come on.
Duke, I got a hot tip for you.
Yeah, what?
Now, money talks first, Duke. This tip's worth $100.
Ah, you're nuts.
All right. It ain't my funeral.
How do I know your tip's worth a dime to me?
Oh, I got a reputation, Duke. My tips is on the level. And when I say something's worth $100, it's worth $100.
Give you 50.
Guess you don't hear good. I said 100, Duke.
Okay, 50 now and 50 after you tell me.
So long. I don't do business with chisels.
Wait. I'll buy, Harry. Yeah. Here's a C-note.
Thanks, Duke.
Well, what do you know?
I hear some of the boys from the crime syndicate are in town looking for you.
How'd you know that?
I heard a couple of fellas talking about a check you forged on the syndicate. Two of their credit men are out to take care of you.
How'd they find out?
I don't know who they sent, but they got Trigger Smith and Smiley Jackson on the payroll. All them credit men are killers, Duke. When they go after a guy, they don't miss. I thought you'd like to know.
Hello.
District Attorney speaking.
Hello, D.A. This is Duke Orlando.
Duke Orlando?
Yeah, I understand you're looking for me, D.A.
Not particularly, Orlando.
Well, I'm coming right down to see you.
I don't want to see you now.
Now, listen, D.A.
When I want you, Orlando, I'll come and get you. Goodbye.
Well, Harrington, that's one I can't figure out. Duke Orlando wants to give himself up.
The pressure must be getting too tough for him, D.A. Maybe he wants to make a good impression when we get him in court. He can say we didn't have to go out looking for him.
He sounded pretty nervous on that phone. Something's got him scared. Don't know just what, but after I get through with these reports, I'm going over to the hospital and have a talk with Lucky Lynch.
He ought to know what's up.
Yes, if he's well enough to talk. He's not been coming along so well the last day or so. Now, you get out of here, Harrington. I've got about 2 hours' work on these reports before I can get over to the hospital.
Calling Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones. Dr. Wilson wanted in surgery. Calling Dr. Jones. Calling Dr. Jones.
Oh, Mr. District Attorney.
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm on my way in to see your patient, Lucky Lynch. How is he?
I want to speak to you about him. He's been in a coma most of the day.
I didn't know he was that bad, Doctor.
The drains we have in his wound show that infection is setting in.
Oh, it's serious, isn't
Bullet lodged in the stomach wall, and when infection develops that close to a vital organ, we've got a fight on our hands.
Then it may be fatal?
It's a 50-50 chance, Mr. District Attorney.
Can I see him now?
Yes, he's conscious, but I wouldn't ask him to talk very much. He's extremely weak. The strain of talking would react unfavorably.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. Hello, Lucky. Now, don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. The doctor says you shouldn't exert yourself. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions. Just answer yes or no if you can. Lucky, I've been in my office for the past 2 hours, and in that time, Duke Orlando has telephoned 3 times. He says he wants to give himself up. Each time he called, he sounded more nervous and jittery than the time before. Can you think of anything that would make him so panicky he'd run to me for help? Has he any underworld enemies who might be out to get him? Can you answer that, Lucky? Has he any enemies? Lucky. Lucky. Oh, nurse, come here right away. This patient is unconscious. He may be...
Hello, D.A.
Hello, Harrington. Did Duke Orlando call again when I was at the hospital?
No, D.A. Did you find out anything from Lucky Lynch?
No, Lucky's very low. He passed out when I was there.
You mean he's dead?
No, but very close to it. He lost consciousness just when I started talking to him. Didn't even answer me. Left word at the hospital to call me when he comes to.
And that's tough, D.A. He's your key witness against Duke Orlando. If Lucky dies, your case dies with him, and Duke will be free to continue his racket.
Well, Lucky has a 50-50 chance, Harrington, and so have I. Must be the hospital now. District Attorney speaking.
Listen, D.A., you've got to come and get me. Pick me up, right away.
What's the matter, Orlando?
It's important, I tell you, D.A. You got to take care of me. You got to
I'm not falling for any of your tricks, Orlando.
It's not a trick, I swear. You got to take...
Hello? 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 Harrington, something's happened to the Duke. I've got to get out of his house fast.
Mr. District Attorney, dramatized by Phillips H. Lord, will be with you again tomorrow. All names of characters used in this program are, for obvious reasons, fictitious. Mr. District Attorney, subsequent to Friday of this week, will come to you once a week in half-hour form, commencing June 27th, 10 to 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. It will not be heard during the intervening week. This present period will be occupied beginning Monday of next week by Fred Waring in Pleasure Time. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by 2 famous Bristol-Myers products, Ipana and the Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
This evening, our adventure begins in a closely guarded house in the District Attorney's county. Here we find Fanny Devine, once a leading figure in the underworld, talking to Monk Garson, his only remaining follower.
I'm through, Monk. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it any longer.
Oh, look, Vanny, you're safe in this county. Relax and try to get some sleep.
Sleep? I can't sleep. How can a man sleep with that monkey chattering all the time?
Quiet, no dice. Quiet. You're bothering the boss.
The monkey give me the creeps. Why don't you throw him out the window?
Wait a minute, Vanny. I took my moniker from this little fella because he's all up. Hey, you've seen him pick up the dice and rattle him just like he knew.
Yeah.
That's why I call him No Dice. All the luck we got left. Anyhow, he ate a monkey, he's a marmoset.
Well, it gets on my nerves.
Oh, take it easy, Vanny. You'll be all right. I told you, this DA, he don't let anybody come in his town that could hurt you.
Yeah, he don't know half the guys that are after me. If this county's so safe, why'd I get that note from Bullet's Cane?
Well, they can't stop Bullet's Cane from using the U.S. mail. Quiet, no dice.
Hey, how about that doctor? Doesn't he do here now?
Hey, he's right outside.
Get him in here. Get him in here.
Sure, boy, sure. Come in, Dr. McCord. Mr. Devine is ready for the treatment.
Oh, thanks, Carson. Well, Devine, how do you feel?
Lousy, Doc. I can't get no rest. I keep seeing that prison.
Well, what you need right now is a sedative. Now, just lie on this couch, Devine, and roll up your sleeve.
Yeah, Doc.
I'll rub off your arm. Yeah, there. And, here goes the needle.
Ouch!
Now, that didn't hurt, Devine.
Yeah. You know, I appreciate a high-class croaker like you working on me, Doc.
Well, your case interests me.
And then it's lucky we ran into you on a train coming back from Alca. That place they had Fanny.
And you, Garson. You were really the only one waiting for him at the gates there.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Just one guy, little monk here. It's like he says, Doc McCord. With my health and nerves the way they are, we're playing a nice party to find you've got your practice in the same town I'm heading for.
Well, Devine, I can see you're suffering from a classic fear neurosis.
Well, I get plenty to be afraid of.
Now, I'm warning you. You've got to relax this tension. And I'll be back later to see if I can get you settled for a night's rest. That's imperative. You must sleep.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh.
I'll try.
Well, Doc, if you're through, I'll take you out.
Yes, I'm through for the time being.
Hey. Now, wait a minute. What's this?
This? Oh, it seems to be a piece of paper lying by the window.
Yeah. Look what it says. Look, Doc. Look, I know that handwriting.
Let me read it, boss. Rat Devine, you're going out tonight. Say, this is Kane's
Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Lock the windows. Lock the doors.
Wait a minute.
Give me
now.
somebody to beat it. That's
Now,
it. Hey,
take it easy.
Hold on. Do I understand this note here is a threat?
This note is from Bullet's Cane, Doc, a guy that don't like the boss.
Oh. Well, there's just one thing for you to do. Get to bed.
Sure, that's fine. But before we do anything, we're going to call the district attorney.
Can you be seen now, nurse?
Oh, yes, Mr. District Attorney. Doctor left no instructions about visitors at all.
Hey, is that the law? The DA?
Yes.
Well, bring him in.
All right, come on, Harrington.
Right. So this is Vanny Devine, huh?
Yes, the big shot. Well, Harrington, he doesn't look like much now, does he?
No, I guess he was lucky to be alive. What's the matter, Vanny? Stomachache?
No, gents, it's his nerves. He's got it so bad he's had to have a doc on this here nurse.
And who are you?
I'm
My pal, Monk Garson, DA.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about the monks. What, they tell me he would have been out on the big rock with you, Vanny?
No, sir, I'm clean. I never touched no gun or no knife.
Well, we won't argue about that. Now, Vanny, I've come out here to have a straight talk with you.
Nurse, give me a glass of water, will you?
All right, give him the water, nurse. Then you'd better leave us alone.
Yes, sir. You are, Mr. Devine.
Okay, blow. Now, look here, DA.
Hey, what is this, a zoo?
It's just my marmoset. No dice. He wants to drink of the boss's water.
Well, get him out of here, too.
All right, boss. All right. Don't get yourself nervous. Come on, no dice. Don't get nervous.
Now, listen, DA. You got to protect me. You got to.
Why should I protect you? And from what?
I got a note, DA. Came from Bullet's Cane. It tells me I ain't going to live another night.
From Bullet's Cane, huh? He ain't one of your fans, Vanny.
You got that note right here? Was it mailed?
There was two. One was mailed. One wasn't.
Oh, then Kane's in town. I expected that when I heard you had showed up.
Now, wait a minute. You got to protect me. I'm clean with the law now.
Well, with 5 years on the rock for income tax fraud? I think you came clean at cut rates, Manny.
Yeah, by right,
Hey, now, look, go easy.
No, it isn't you I have to protect. It's
the people of this county. That's why I'll see that you don't get killed. But you've got to play it my way. Well, what way is that? You'll stay right here in this house and not go out. There'll be no gun battles on the streets of this town with innocent people killed. Just stay right here. Huh? Yes, and I'm going to ship those bodyguards of yours that I met downstairs out of town. What? I don't like their looks. But you can't leave me alone. No, you won't be alone. Monk Garson can stay with you. Inspector Brophy and his men will guard the house. Now, you stay right here and you'll be safe until we've rounded up Bullet's Cane. And then you'll both get out of town. Now, you'd better play ball with me, Vanny. I'll be back this evening to be sure you have.
Oh, good evening, Mr. District Attorney.
Good evening, Doctor.
McCord, John McCord. My patient here told me you were looking after him.
Well, I don't think you could call it that, Doc. We didn't ask him to play in our backyard.
How do you feel, Vanny? You got those cops downstairs? Yes, they're there. That's good. This excitement, it ain't good for my heart, is it, Doc?
Well, let's not worry about your heart. Oh, nurse.
Yes, sir.
In case the patient can't sleep tonight, I'm leaving these capsules. 3 of them.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of them ought to make him comfortable, but give him as many as he seems to need.
Yes.
Now, Devine, you relax.
Yeah.
The district attorney's here. You've got to realize you have nothing to worry about.
That's what you say.
No. This attitude isn't helping you any. Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Now, nurse, I want you to see...
Well, Vanny, you're a lot more trouble than you're worth.
Listen, you saw that note I got for Bullet's Cane? He wasn't fooling. Listen, if you'll just see me through this, I'll get out of the country. Canada, Central America. I'll find it. You will certainly get out of this county, my friend. We'll locate Kane. We want to get rid of him, too, as I told you. And when we find him, you both go. But you ain't going to let him send me over. That ain't legal to you.
It looks a lot different on the receiving end, don't it, Vanny?
I'm staying here myself tonight. You? Does that make you feel any better? Why, yeah, sure. Sure, that's fine. That's mighty fine. Yes, I've even brought my secretary, so I can keep up with my work while I'm staying here.
Yeah, don't forget, brother, it's not because you rate it.
Well, whatever it is, I'm mighty grateful. That's all right. Save the thanks. Hey! Who? Oh. Go ahead, Devine. Answer. Hello?
Hello, Vanny.
Who's that?
This is Bullet's Cane.
Huh?
I just wanted you to understand. I know you got cops there. I know you're beef to the DA. You're still going over tonight.
Hey, wait.
That's all right.
Hey, DA. Call my cops. Call those cops. Get him in here. That was Kane. This time on the telephone. Get him in here. You'll never be, Devine. You're not going to be killed by Bullet's Cane.
I thought I was good, Kane, but not that good. Here was the DA himself giving me a polite hello, and that dumb cop of his ready to stick out his tongue and ask for a pill. Oh, it was rich.
Yeah, Johnny. Looks like this new idea of mine would come out all right.
Sure it will. You know, I never worked a heavy grip like this before. But don't you worry. People have been falling for this dignified front of mine for years. Why, Vanny and Monk Garson on the train were the easiest marks I ever trimmed.
A wise guy always falls for a con man like you, Johnny.
Sure.
That's why I planted you on that train.
Yeah, it sure worked. And when I dropped that note in Vanny's room this afternoon, I wish you could have heard him howl.
You couldn't calm him down, huh?
Oh, not even with my professional skill.
John the doctor. Hey, you really know anything about it?
Oh, I had a few years at medical school.
Yeah?
But let's forget that.
Oh.
Now, I've given Vanny a couple of harmless hypos to dress the act. And I've already dug 2 big trees out of him.
You're going to make out all right. But he's going tonight.
Yeah. I got a nurse there with him. I got the nurse from an agency, and she's on the level. But the sleeping capsules, well, they ain't on the level.
Will they hurt?
As soon as he swallows one, it'll tear him to pieces.
Not too quick.
It'll be a matter of minutes.
Good.
have a look at my watch, son. It's 11:30. I don't want to keep you any longer.
Oh, that's all right, Chief.
No, you better get home now. The rest of this can wait until morning when we're back in the office.
But are you going to stay here all night?
Yes. Harrington and I, and Brophy and the police.
Oh.
Yeah. Quite a turnout for a bum like Vanny Devine, ain't it, Miss Miller?
He certainly caused plenty of excitement.
A man like Vanny Devine represents the end of an era. Just a nuisance now. Out of date.
I won't feel easy till he's out of this county, too.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, good night, you two.
Good night.
Don't sit up too late now.
No, we won't.
Hey, by the way, Harrington.
Yeah.
Better go down and see your Brophy.
Oh, hello, Miss Sawyer. You still up? Yes, I'll be on duty all night. Oh, gosh, it's nerve-wracking, this waiting, isn't it? What's the matter? You tired out? Uh-huh. Honestly, I don't see how I'll get to sleep when I get home. Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Miller. Doctor left some capsules for the patient if he got restless and couldn't sleep. Here they are. Now, I won't need all three. You take this one. Oh, thanks. Take it in a little water the minute you get home. You'll sleep all right.
In just a moment, your district attorney will continue with this case. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Hey, what's that?
12:30, Vanny. Now lie back and take it easy.
I ain't slept a wink.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, Monk. It's like I can see him in the corner there, looking at me. Regan Kane, Alfred Aldy, the kid from Kansas City, all of them.
Our dead guys won't hurt you, Vanny. Lie back now, huh?
Get that squeaking monkey away from me, will you?
Quiet, no dice. Quiet.
I can't think with him jumping around.
Now on the chair, no dice. Now be a good boy now. Get over
Let
there.
me straighten your pillow for you.
Yeah.
There.
Thanks.
You really ought to get some rest now.
Rest. It's a funny one.
Can't you give him a pill or something, nurse?
Yes, there's a sleeping capsule doctor left for him. This red one right here.
Oh, yeah. Give me that. It might make me feel better at that.
Just pour you a little water.
That's good, Vanny. Swallow a little pill and then lay back on the weeping willow and grab yourself some shut-eye.
Mm-hmm.
There you are. Just put it on your tongue and swallow it with the water.
Now, wait a minute. Will this thing put me clear under?
You'll go right sound asleep.
And I don't want it.
What?
You don't.
Now, Vanny, be sensible.
I don't want it, I tell you. I can't pass out now. Kane might come for me while I was asleep.
Put that DA in Harrington, and the cops are downstairs.
Listen, I know what I'm doing. I gotta stay awake. I ain't gonna go in my sleep. I've seen him do that.
Now, Mr. Devine,
Get away from me with that sleep pill. I've seen him lying down and dreaming. Somebody up with a gun. It's a big sleep. Oh, no, not for mine. Mm-mm.
Well, all right, Fanny, all right.
Oh, no.
Oh, then brace up, Chappie. You're among friends here.
O'clock in the morning, Chief.
Yes, I know, Harrington.
What's happened?
Hey, what's that?
How'd this happen?
Oh, Monk Garson, Vanny.
Did you know anything about this?
What's the matter, Monk?
Oh, look.
Oh.
My little mama said no dice.
Huh? Hey, he's dead.
Oh, what happened to him?
Something bad, Chief. Look how he's stretched out.
Well, who'd want to kill a little fella, huh? Who'd do a thing like that? What's it gonna hurt in a poor little thing?
Yes,
Yeah,
maybe
look.
it is.
Yes, sir?
Here, take a look.
What do you think?
Oh, the little marmoset.
Well, what happened to him? What would do like that to him?
Wait a minute. Oh, this is awful.
I'll say it is.
No, you don't understand.
What's wrong?
Well, I saw this animal drinking the water I poured out for Mr. Devine.
Yes?
Yeah, there were 2 sleeping capsules. Now there's only 1. And Mr. Devine says he didn't take any while I was out of the room.
You think No Dice got one?
Well, he must have. They were bright red, just the thing that would attract him.
What kind of sleeping powders were these?
They must have been made up by mistake with the wrong ingredients.
Well, that's a nice thing.
No, you still don't understand.
Huh?
There were 3 capsules.
What?
I gave one to the district attorney's secretary, Miss Miller.
What?
She took it home with her an hour and a half ago.
This is our door, Chief.
Yes, I know.
Listen, the radio's on. I'll break this door down.
Oh, no. Try a pass key first. Maybe quicker.
Right.
All right. Come on.
There she is, Chief.
Yes.
Stretch out in an armchair with the radio grinding.
Turn it off.
Chief, look at this kid.
Yes.
She's out like a light.
Miss Miller.
Chief, this cat.
Miss Miller.
Hello.
Oh, please, Miss Miller, answer me. Did you take that capsule?
What on earth? What capsule?
The one you got from Divine's nurse.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Well, it turned out I didn't need anything to make me sleep. You see, I turned on that night owl radio program and dozed right off in this armchair listening to it. Say, what's gotten into you? What?
Do you still have that capsule?
Well, yes. What's wrong?
That sleeping medicine is deadly poison, intended to kill Vanny Divine.
What?
No, wait a minute. Don't faint.
No, I won't faint. But why did that nurse give it to me for?
She didn't know, of course. Now, take it easy, Miss Miller.
Yeah.
Now, Harrington, back to Vanny Divine. They'll try to get him some other way.
Come in here, Carson.
Okay.
Sit down right by the bed here.
All right. You heard about the snow dice, didn't you?
Yeah. That's what I want to talk about.
Well, I don't.
Now, look here. That monkey got a hold of some stuff that was meant for me.
That's right, and if it hadn't been for him,
I'd have turned up my toes the same way.
Oh, ain't you got anything to say?
I got plenty to say. All to you, you double-crosser.
What is this? I don't make you.
You get me, all right. Who planted that poison?
Well, I don't know.
Not the nurse. I never seen her before.
Yeah, but
Not the doc. Where would his practice be if he handed out a dose like that?
Something's got into you, Benny. Relax.
Not with you around. You were the guy that planted that stuff to kill me. You. The one guy I thought I could trust.
But you can trust me, Benny. I never tried to kill you. You got me wrong.
What? Oh, wait. Who hired you to shove that poison into my medicine? It was Kane, wasn't it?
You got no call to lay me out like this. Kane couldn't hire me to hurt you, Benny.
I don't believe you. You're a crook, and in the long run, a crook will turn on you.
Oh, that's great. You're the one to talk, ain't you?
Never mind about me. I can take care of myself so far as yours is concerned.
Then you better start doing it. After a deal like this, nobody'd blame me if I did go to work for Kane.
Oh. So it's out in the open now.
Yeah, you're bound to be wrong about me. Nothing else will do. Yeah, that's gratitude. So long, big shot.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh? What now?
Don't you want to shake before you go?
What for?
Well, it's just from now on, I got to go at single duke. For myself. Might as well make a clean break here. If we're going to split, let's split even. Run over and shake hands.
There. Hey, let go of my hand.
Not this morning, you chitter.
What do you got there? Benny, be careful.
A knife.
Benny.
From under my pillow.
Benny,
You. Well, that fixed you. Now I gotta get out of here. Kane will be waiting to hear from this bum.
Hello, Vanny.
Kane.
Come on in, Doc. Sure.
Doc. Doc, this guy with you. This guy here is Bullet Kane.
Sure he is.
Yeah, but what's he doing here? How'd he get in here?
Tell him, Doc.
The cops downstairs think he's my colleague. And I told your nurse to go.
Now, listen. Listen, fellas. I'll be reasonable. I'll treat you, right?
Thanks. Hey, look here.
What?
It's little Monk Garson. Huh? Somebody ruined him with a knife.
Oh.
That gives me a good idea.
You shouldn't have sent him here, Bullet.
Me?
I didn't have anything to do with Garson. He was your boy.
And a lot of good it did him.
This was a dumb play, Vanny. You killed the one guy in the world that was loyal to you.
I thought he was your boy.
Nah. Doc, give me that pillow.
Here you are.
There's two of us to one.
Hold
it down on the bed. That's good, Johnny. Keep him from yelling.
Yeah, I got you.
Now listen, Vanny. I see you got a knife there. Now you got your choice. The doc here will operate on you, or you can drink one of them capsules he made up. Which will it be? Take the pillow off.
Yeah, right.
I'll take the capsule.
All right. Give him room. Now, Vanny, we're going to let you drink this stuff and take you out nice and easy. But one holler and you get carved, understand?
Yeah.
Pour the water, Johnny.
Right. Drink it, Vanny.
Give me it.
Here it is. He threw the water in my face. Grab him. Back on the bed, Vanny.
All right. You wouldn't be nice. So we won't be nice either. Give me that knife. Hold his arm, Johnny.
Stop. Hey, what's going on here? Put that knife down here. Listen, I'm not there. Hey, hurt me or do I have to shoot you? Chief, come in there, quick. I see. Back against the wall, both you men. Devine, stay where you are. Brophy, send for a squad car. We're taking these three to headquarters.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller, with music by Charles Paul. The program was produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert J. Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. And remember, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Fred Utell speaking for Bristol Myers, who invites you to tune in again next week for Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis, Vitalis. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well-groomed. And used with the speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair. Friends, before we start tonight's dramatic story, I'd like to have a personal word with you. With our country at war, with each and every one of us determined to win this war, our government needs your material support. One way every man and woman can help is through the purchase of defense savings stamps and bonds. Buy a share in America. Buy all the defense savings bonds and stamps you can, this week and every week. Do your share in helping our country to win. Our story tonight begins in the vaulted, echoing galleries of the City Museum in your district attorney's city. It is shortly past midnight, and in the lofty Egyptian hall, a single light high on the ceiling casts eerie patterns of black shadow. Suddenly, a phone rings on the desk of the night watchman, rings and shatters the silence of this modern tomb of ancient art.
Hello? Hello? Oh, this is Patrick Hawk, night watchman of the City Museum speaking. Hello? Hello? Well, don't be answering then. The devil take you for disturbing a man's rest. Oh,
What in the name of all that's holy? Who's that? Stop! Stop in your tracks or I'll shoot! Stop, I tell you! Oh, no, you don't.
But I do, my friend.
Oh.
Well, what do you make of it, Chief? No watchman. No corpus delicti. No nothing.
Yes, I know, Harrington. And we can't tell what's been stolen until the director of the museum gets here.
Ah.
Meanwhile, I want you to search this section of the museum.
Yeah, okay, Chief. Okay, I'll take a look around. But the boys from the precinct figure it was probably just some kids got locked in after closing time.
Well, that wouldn't account for the disappearance of the night watchman.
That's right. Those bloodstains there.
Yes, and the telephone the police found off the hook. Mm-hmm. Now, they all seem to indicate he never left the building.
No. Yeah, what did you find out about that phone call,
Well,
Chief?
Miss Miller is checking with the telephone company now. But meanwhile, we've got to locate that night watchman.
Yeah, or what's left of him.
Yes, look in the Egyptian room first, Harrington. That's where the night watchman's desk is.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Chief, here comes somebody.
Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's probably Anderson, director of the museum.
Oh, yeah, okay, Chief. If that night watchman's here, I'll find him, dead or alive.
Right.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I'm Cornwell Anderson, director of this museum.
I'm the district attorney, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, how do you do? Exactly what happened here tonight?
That's what I'm hoping you can tell me.
Well, Patrick Cork, the night watchman, a devoted and trusted guard of long service. I think he could tell...
He's vanished.
Vanished?
Yes.
But how?
We don't know. But tell me, is there anything in this section of the museum that might easily be sold?
Oh, my dear sir, the museum is full of priceless relics.
Well, yes, of course. But do you know of any particular item that might be marketable?
My word, so you think... Well, yes, now that you mention it, yes. Right in the next room, a real collector's prize. Our latest and proudest acquisition.
Yes, what is it?
A priceless miniature, a Holbein. Mm-hmm. An exquisite and flawless masterpiece of the golden age of miniature painting. For a moment, I was afraid...
Afraid it was stolen?
Yes. You see, there was a previous attempt.
Yes, when?
The last spring.
Did you report it to the police?
No, it happened in London.
In London?
Yes, where the miniature was purchased for us.
Oh, yes, I see. And is this miniature protected by the burglar alarm system?
Oh, yes. Even the breaking of the glass will set off the alarm system.
Well, then the breaking of the showcase in the other room must have set off the alarm.
Yes. Poor Patrick must have seen the intruders, struggled with them.
Then suppose you take me to the case where this miniature is kept.
Of course. It's right over here in the corner of the room.
I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with this case. No glass broken.
No, there isn't. Oh, there's the miniature. No one has touched it.
Yeah. Yes.
Chief, come here, quick!
Who is that?
Harrington, my chief special investigator.
Hey, Chief, I found him. I think I found the night watchman.
Yes, where is he?
Right over there in one of them Egyptian coffins, all laid out like an undertaker's done the job.
My word, in a mummy case?
Mummy case or coffin, he's in there.
Yes, which one?
The middle one, the one with the dogs and palm trees painted on it. Here, I'll just open it again.
Is he dead?
If he ain't, he ought to be.
Oh, my word.
You said it. Oh, boy, this gives me a turn. I'm used to corpses, but this...
Hey, Harrington, this man isn't dead.
Huh?
He's unconscious, but there's pulse action and a faint heartbeat.
Well, for the love of Pete, let's get him out of here.
No, he may be suffering from internal injuries. Phone for an ambulance.
Yeah, right, Chief, right. Now, we're getting something.
Oh, poor Patrick. Why, what could have happened?
You see that red welt around his throat?
Why, yes, extraordinary.
No, not at all. This wasn't the work of mischievous boys or amateurs, Mr. Anderson. This man was strangled by an expert.
Chief, it certainly looks like this museum robbery was planned by some very clever crooks.
Yes, extremely clever, Miss Miller. We're not dealing with thugs and gunmen.
No.
Any word from Harrington yet this morning?
Oh, yes. He's on his way down here to the office. Mm-hmm. And he said something about Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes.
I wonder what he could have...
Yes, this case has an international angle. Oh. See, Anderson, the director of the museum, tells me there was an attempt to steal a prize miniature shortly before it was purchased in London.
But, Chief, if there was a previous attempt, won't it be hard to check with Scotland Yard, what with the war and the heavy cable traffic?
Yes, but fortunately, a yard inspector is over here now on other business. I met him just a few nights ago. His name is Essex.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
I'm having Harrington check with him.
Oh, that sounds like Harrington, Chief. He always slams doors.
Oh, Chief.
Hello.
Miss Miller.
Hello.
Well, it seems Anderson of the museum got a bum steer about that there miniature, Chief.
How so?
Well, according to the Scotland Yard inspector, they had a man watching the miniature and other things from the time they arrived from Amsterdam until it was shipped over here.
Yes, and what happened?
Well, nothing. Not a thing, Chief.
You mean to say there was no attempt to steal it?
Not a ghost of a snatch.
Well,
Chief, this case is beginning to go soft. Things are stolen, then they ain't stolen. Guys are dead, laid out in a coffin. The next thing you know, they're up walking around.
And there's a woman in the case, Harrington.
A woman? Wouldn't you know it? No wonder nothing makes sense. Where does she fit in?
she made the telephone call to the museum just before the watchman was strangled.
Well, who is she? Where'd you pick her up?
She made the call from a payphone in a drugstore.
No, we haven't picked her up. And we haven't enough of a description to broadcast an alarm. Hey, Harrington, let's you and I go back to the museum. And, Miss Miller,
Yes, sir.
I've jotted down a list of questions here, and I'd like to have the answers as quickly as possible. So phone Mr. Williams, chairman of the board of the City Museum.
Right away, Chief.
Hello. Oui, this is Pierre Jolet. Oh, oui. It was unfortunate. Well, we must wait. Oh, but no. The museum will be guarded extra well in the night. What? Today is this afternoon? But c'est impossible. Does not matter if you are pressed for the money. But, monsieur, I tell you. Oh, mais oui. This is very clever. They would not expect such a move. You have missed your calling, monsieur.
Yes. Who is it?
Be quiet, Yvonne, un moment. It is only my confederate, monsieur. And your plan is good. And I shall not fail this time. I'll be at your home this afternoon and have the money ready. Au revoir, monsieur. Yvonne, how many times must I tell you?
Pierre, you are not going to try again.
The police will not be expecting it.
But last night you almost killed a man.
Many times I have almost killed Yvonne, but never yet.
You think you are so very smart. But one day you will hold the silken cord a moment too long, and someone will die.
The use of the silken garrote is a fine art, ma chérie. I am master of that art.
Even so, why can we not wait?
The radio and the newspapers report it will sleet and snow this afternoon. The museum will be deserted. By tonight, we will have the money.
I do not like this.
You must do your part this one more time. You must talk to the guard. Keep him interested. Now, where is my cane? Fetch it to me, Yvonne.
The cane? You mean the sword cane?
Mais certainement. The noisy gun, it is not for me.
You are a fool, Pierre.
Do as I say, Yvonne. Bring the cane or I get it myself. And I use it on you.
Boy, this here museum's nearly as creepy by daylight as it was last night, Chief. Oh, I was meaning to ask you, how come you stopped so long at the police lab?
I was having the chief chemist prepare something that may prove to be a solution to this case, Harrington.
Well, now that we're... Well, for the love of Mike, or Patrick Cork, I should say.
Yes, the night watchman.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. District
Oh, good afternoon.
To you, Miss Harrington.
How are you, sir?
And thanks for your interrupting me premature wait.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Cork.
Hey, what are you doing on day duty, Cork?
Well, after what happened last night, I was transferred to the day duty because they're short-handed here at the museum, owing to a couple of the boys being out sick.
Oh, I see. Did Mr. Anderson transfer you?
No, it was his assistant. Mr. Anderson's off home for the day with a cold. Huh?
Hey, he didn't have no cold at 1 o'clock this morning.
Well, I was hoping to get some further information on the history of the Holbein miniature from him.
Well, now, his assistant, Miss Jones, might be after having it, sir. There's a pamphlet.
First, that might do. Go get one of those pamphlets, Harrington.
Yeah, okay, Chief.
Right.
Well, hello, Miss Miller. What brings you here at 90 miles an hour?
No time for that now, Harrington. Oh, Chief, I have the information.
Good, but just a minute, Miss Miller.
Right.
Harrington.
Yeah, Chief?
Get that pamphlet from the assistant director right away, will you?
Down the hall, first door to the right.
Yeah, thanks. Right away.
Now then, let's have that report, Miss
Here you
Miller.
are, Chief. Your hunch was more than right.
Ah, yes, so it would seem. Oh, Miss Miller, this is Patrick Cork, the watchman who was nearly strangled to death last night.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cork. You had a lucky escape.
How do you do, Miss Miller? Sure, and as thankful I am to be alive this day.
I should say. Well, Chief, what do you make of the report?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'd expected to have confirmed. Do you have the key to the showcase guarding the Holbein miniature, Cork?
I have that, Mr. District Attorney.
Good. Open the case, William.
Open the case?
Yes.
Well, now, I don't rightly know, sir. Well, I'll have to disconnect the alarm system first.
That'll be quite all right.
Well, if you say so, sir, I'll disconnect the wire here at the switch. Would you be wanting to take the miniature out, sir?
No. No, I'm not even going to touch the miniature myself.
Well, let anybody just try to touch it. I'm itching to get my hands on the devil that came close to choking me to death.
Oh, just a minute, Cork. And now get this straight. If anyone tries to steal this miniature, don't raise a hand to stop them. Now remember, don't try to stop them.
Come on, Yvonne. It is almost closing time, and we must act quickly.
The museum is deserted. Pierre, this may be a trap.
Nonsense. It is sleeting. That is why no one is here, and it is perfect. Now, go talk with the guard. Get him away from the miniature case, into the Egyptian room, and give me time to cut the glass.
Suppose the alarm goes off, as it did last night.
Even so. There is only the guard. I will take care of him. There he comes. Engage him in conversation for me. Get him away from here.
Oh, watchman, I beg your pardon.
Oh, good afternoon, miss. What can I do for you?
I came to see the Egyptian collection. Where is it?
Well, right down the hall, miss, around the corner to your left.
Can you not take me there?
Oh, that I can. And the gentleman, too.
Oh.
Why, I beg your pardon. The young lady and I are not together.
Oh, I see. And what would you be wanting to see?
Nothing in particular.
You wouldn't be interested in miniatures now, would you?
Please, monsieur, take me to the Egyptian room.
Well, I can't now. Speak up, man. Let me hear your voice again.
What is my voice to you?
It is the same. You tried to steal that miniature last night. You tried to strangle me. You come along with me.
Pierre, the old man has recognized you.
Yes, so he has.
That I have, all right. Now, come along.
Not now. I have another idea. Oh.
Pierre, you have killed this old man.
I have merely destroyed a witness. Come, Yvonne. Now we will get the miniature.
Well, Patrick Cork has ignored your district attorney's warning. We'll learn the outcome and hear the surprising developments of this case in just a moment. But first, men, I think you'll agree that the quick way to succeed in your business is to look successful. For as you know, men who look successful, men who are well-groomed and confident, get attention mighty fast.
And Vitalis helps you to look successful, helps you to look like a winner so that you're always ready when opportunity comes your way. Because Vitalis gives you good-looking, well-groomed hair. You see, Vitalis makes your hair obey your comb, makes it lie smoothly and smartly in place, and makes it stay in place all day long, all evening, but with none of that offensive, gooey, patent leather shine you see on some men's hair. Instead, Vitalis gives your hair a natural look, a really well-groomed look.
So men, use Vitalis and have the kind of handsome hair that helps you register a winning impression in your business contacts and in your social contacts, too. Use Vitalis and have the kind of good-looking hair that helps win you the respect of men and the admiration of women. Why don't you get a bottle of Vitalis the next time you're in a drugstore? Now, back to your district attorney.
Goshen of the 4th Precinct is on the phone. He's calling from the museum.
That's all right. I'll take it here.
Hey, I'll bet you the trap's sprung, Chief.
Hello?
Worse than that, Harrington.
Hello, Sergeant. Yes? What? The miniature's gone? Cork is injured?
What?
Seriously? Yes, well, get him to the hospital. Get him the best specialist in the city. Yes, I'll be there as soon as I can. Yes, all right. Goodbye.
What happened, Chief? I thought you told the old geezer to lay off.
Yes, I did. I should have known a man can't forget a lifetime of training in an emergency. He tried to stop the thieves. A man and a woman with a French accent.
And got strangled again.
No, Harrington. This time the thief used a cane saw. Ran him through.
What? Well, what are we waiting for, Chief? They've grabbed the bait. Let's go get them.
Come into the study, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was it necessary to bring your wife to my home?
Yes, we are leaving the city immediately, Monsieur Anderson.
Monsieur, give us the money and let us go quickly.
Why? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened at the museum? Did you bungle again?
No, this time I have the miniature. But unfortunately...
Unfortunately what?
Unfortunately, the watchman recognized me and tried to prevent our escape.
Oh, how could he? Cork is on the night shift.
It would seem that he was transferred to the day shift.
Ah, yes, it would. Did you use that silk cord again?
No, I had only my cane saw.
You murdered the guard?
There was nothing else to do.
Well, you shouldn't have come here after doing a thing like that. I have no intention of getting mixed up in a murder.
It is too late for that, monsieur. You are mixed up with us.
And if we are caught, you also will pay for the crime.
I have your $5,000. Give me the miniature.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Now we need $10,000.
Yes. Murder is a little more expensive.
You agreed to sell the miniature for $5,000. I haven't $10,000 and I can't raise it.
How much money have you, Monsieur Anderson?
$5,000. That's all I agreed to pay, and that's all you'll get.
Pierre, we are wasting time. Take the money and let us get out of here.
Here is the miniature. Now, where is the money?
The money is in my private safe over here.
Ah, private vault for all their treasures. This is not the first time you have robbed your museum.
That is my business.
It seems practice in crime has steeled your nerves, monsieur. Pierre, someone is at the door.
Whom are you expecting? Is this some trick, monsieur?
I'm not expecting anyone. But the servants are off, and I'll have to answer the door. My car is out front. Whoever it is will know I'm at home.
Then go to the door. Get rid of them.
Oh, it may be some friend, I'll have to admit for a moment. Here, you must hide. Get in the vault, quickly, both of you.
Don't be ridiculous, monsieur.
Hurry, get in that vault. Oh, here. Take this miniature with you.
We have no intention of getting into your vault. It would kill us both.
For once, Yvonne, you are right. However, we will take the miniature.
I've no time to argue with you. You involved me in one murder.
It is a trap. He has a gun.
A trap or not, get in that vault. It all depends on how badly you bungled. If it's the police, if they followed you here... Get in, do you hear me, madam?
You wouldn't dare use that gun, monsieur.
Wouldn't I?
I think he would, Yvonne. Come.
You know I would. Get in that vault.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. District Attorney.
Yes, and my secretary and assistant, Miss Miller.
How do you do, Mr. Anderson?
How do you do?
You mind if we come in? The snow is rather wet.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
I suppose you're here for some more information about the Holbein miniature.
The miniature has been stolen, Mr. Anderson.
What? Why, how did it happen? Had the police any clues?
Oh, yes. Yes, there were quite a number of clues. Oh, I see you have a nice fire going in your study. Suppose we talk in there.
Oh, yes, of course. This is terrible. I want to help in every way I can.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, you're so pale. Are you sure your cold hasn't turned to grip?
No, I don't think so.
Perhaps you'd like a drink. I know this must be very upsetting for you.
Oh, yes, I believe I will. Oh, will you join me? The whiskey is right here. Or rye, if you prefer. Some soda?
Thank you. But if you don't mind, I'll have a plain glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, that'll be enough water, thank you.
Oh,
Clumsy of me. I've spilled the water all over your hands.
Quite all right, no harm.
Chief, You were right. Look at Mr. Anderson's hand.
What about my hand?
Look at them, Anderson.
Why, they're turning purple.
He's had the miniature in his hands, Chief. It must be somewhere in this house.
What's the meaning of this? What are you talking about? How dare you insinuate?
Save your indignation, Anderson. Where is the man with the French accent and his woman accomplice?
Oh, I don't know. I know nothing about them.
We'll get them. The guard described them.
Well, then catch them. Why come here and accuse me?
Your telltale hand.
You've had the miniature in your hands.
That's a lie. This purple in my hands means nothing. It isn't proof of anything.
Sufficient proof to place you under arrest, Mr. Anderson.
Arrest? You're going to arrest me?
Yes. And on the basis of evidence I already have, I'll get a warrant to search this house for the miniature.
You can't. You have no right.
A perfectly legal right. Well, will you come with us of your own free will? Or must I call in my special investigator and have him handcuff you?
Handcuff? Oh, no. I'm not going, and you won't take me.
Chief, he's carrying a gun.
Yes, so I see. You'd better hand over that gun, Anderson. It's rather late in life for you to start making murder your business.
Don't make me kill you. I'm getting away, that's all. Now, don't follow me. I'm going to get away.
You ain't going. No!
All right, Harrington, not too rough with him.
I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Boy, did I have a time getting in the back way.
But I didn't do it. I didn't tell him to kill poor old Cork. I'm not to blame.
You're a pretty cold-blooded man, Mr. Anderson. But a judge and jury will decide that. And I think I know how they'll decide. Well, Harrington, just as soon as you've got the handcuffs on him, come over here to this vault. I think that's where we'll find Mr. Anderson's two companions in crime.
Before your district attorney tells you when and why he first suspected Anderson and the means he used to prove his guilt, here's a special message for every woman listening in tonight. Now, you want your husband or your sweetheart to do all he can to keep the hair he has, don't you? Then tell him about Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout.
Yes, tell him to use Vitalis and the speedy 60-second workout because it helps a man to keep the hair he still has. For you see, men, the easy Vitalis workout helps in 4 different ways. 4 very important ways. It loosens up your tight, dry scalp and really gives your hair a chance. It stimulates the circulation. It routs unsightly loose dandruff, and it helps prevent excessive falling hair.
So, men, why don't you start using Vitalis and have good-looking, well-groomed hair every day? Use Vitalis in that easy, speedy workout, and let it help you to keep the hair you still have. Ask your druggist for a bottle of Vitalis tomorrow or even tonight. And now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, Patrick Cork did not die. But Anderson, Pierre, and Yvonne were tried, convicted, and received long prison sentences for their crime.
Oh, Chief, I think it was grand you knew Pierre and Yvonne were in that safe.
Well, muddy footprints leading to the vault gave me that clue.
Oh, and Chief, hadn't you better tell our audience why you suspected Anderson?
Yes. His one simple lie caused us to investigate him. We soon discovered other art treasures had vanished from the museum and had been unreported. We learned that the city trustees were investigating and had already given Anderson a notice of dismissal as of January 1st. That and a need of money prompted him to take one last desperate chance.
Yeah, Chief, and the trap you set for him was something. Boy, you sure caught him purple-handed.
Yes, Harrington. And that was simply a matter of sprinkling the miniature with an almost invisible aniline powder dye, which causes the hands of anyone touching it to turn purple if they come in contact with water.
What about next week, Chief?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we again have quite a different case and one of the most baffling sagas of double murder this office was ever called upon to solve. The case of the bittersweet. So don't miss the case of the bittersweet at the same time next week. Until then, thank you and good night. And remember, buy defense savings bonds and stamps.
names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Jay Jostin was featured in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry McGill. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Vitalis, the largest selling preparation of its kind for keeping your hair well groomed. Just think of the word vital and add I-S. Vitalis, Vitalis for your hair.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis, V-I-T-A-L-I-S. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well groomed, and used with a speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair. District Attorney, not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. Our case tonight opens at the dairy farm of Samuel Putnam, a resident of one of the rural sections of your District Attorney's county. Mr. Putnam and his 15-year-old son, Billy, are working in their barnyard. Their chores are interrupted as a car enters the yard, and a man hails them from the driver's seat.
Hello there.
Yeah?
Are you Mr. Putnam?
That's right.
Oh, very well.
Who's that, Pop? I don't know. I never seen him before. Nice-looking car. Yeah.
How do you do, Miss Putnam?
How do you do, sir?
My name is Grant, sir, George Grant.
I see.
I wonder if I could have a few minutes of your time, sir.
Well, if you're selling something, Mr. Grant, I can tell you right now...
Quite the contrary, Mr. Putnam. Quite the contrary. I'm here to buy.
How do you mean?
Tell me, how many cows do you have here on your farm?
About 60 head.
60, eh? Well, sir, I'm prepared to take them off your hands.
Well, where'd you ever get the idea I wanted to sell?
That's what your neighbors are doing.
Pop, does he mean everyone's selling their cows?
That's right, young man.
Well, what's the purpose of all this?
Haven't you heard of the meat shortage, sir?
Yeah.
Folks in the city need meat very badly.
Oh, sure, yes, but this is dairy country. None of us has beef cattle. We all have milk cows.
Well, they're beef, too.
Sure, but supplying them folks in the city with milk is a lot more important than giving them beef.
Now, look, Mr. Putnam, you farmers had better face the facts. There's a war on. That means a shortage of manpower needed to help run your farms.
Well, me and my boy here can manage all right. Sure we can. Yeah, and so can most of the other fellows around here if they just put their minds to it.
Now listen, Mr. Putnam.
No, you do the listening for a change. Your coming up here to buy our stock is a pretty serious affair.
How?
Well, if my neighbors sell the cows to you, they're just killing off their only means of livelihood. Ordinarily now, I wouldn't pay no attention to their short-sightedness. But this very war that you speak of, that makes it more important than ever that we keep on producing milk.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Youngsters and mothers down there in the city, they need all we can give them. I've got a little influence in this community, Mr. Grant.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now that I'm going out and talk to these men you've been dickering with and get them to change their minds.
Look, Mr. Putnam, I never get along very well with people who meddle in my affairs.
You don't?
You'd better lay off those other farmers.
Listen, are you threatening me?
No, just giving you some good advice. I came up here to buy beef, and you or anybody else had better not try to stop me.
Oh, Chief.
Yes, Miss
Do
Lim.
you know where Harrington could be? I haven't had any word from him all day.
Well, I can explain that. He's doing a special job for the mayor's office.
Oh, I see.
Yes, His Honor is trying to put a check on some of the black market activities that have been overrunning our town.
Oh, how?
Well, he has men stationed on all roads leading into the city.
What for?
They're stopping trucks to see if they're carrying any meat that hasn't been tagged with a government-inspected stamp.
Oh.
And if this stamp is missing, the men have orders to confiscate the meat.
Well, that's a good idea.
Yes. Now, if we can only enforce...
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, come in, Harrington.
Thanks.
How are things on the black market?
Very good, Miss Miller. In fact, almost too good.
Yes, what happened?
Well, I was checking trucks that came off the ferry, and believe me, Chief, business was terrific.
You found a lot of illegal meat?
About 6 truckloads.
Hey.
And don't forget, that was only my score. There are half a dozen other inspectors working today, too.
Yes, I know.
And, Chief, wait till I tell you this.
Yes?
That job was just like old home week.
What do you mean?
Well, you'd have thought I was spending the day down at the police lineup. The guys who were driving those trucks took me right back to Prohibition days.
They were old acquaintances of ours.
Every one of them. The only switch was they were driving meat instead of beer.
Who were they, Harrington?
Well, everyone I pegged used to work for Mike Sutter's old mob.
Mike Sutter?
Yeah. I asked some of them if Mike was operating this racket, and they all clammed on me.
Well, it's pretty safe to guess that he is.
Well, here's one angle I did get out of him, Chief.
Yes, what's that?
Well, all of the trucks came from in and around Centerville.
Centerville?
Yeah.
Well, that's dairy country.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. Means this beef must come from slaughtered milk cows.
Hey, I guess that's so.
Well, Chief, won't that have an effect on milk production?
Yes, Miss Miller, very definitely.
Well, isn't there anything we can do about it?
I believe there is.
What, Chief?
I think we can carry the mayor's campaign one step further.
How?
By checking this racket at its source. We're going to pay a little visit to the farmers of Centerville.
Who is it?
It's me, Grant.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Mike.
What are you doing in town?
I came in to see you.
Yeah?
Yeah, looks like we're in a little trouble.
You mean the trucks?
Well,
that's just the mayor trying to grab a headline. I put a mouthpiece to work. We'll get the meat back.
Think so?
Sure. Same thing happened out west. The operators got their meat back before the headlines even got cold.
Oh.
There's things going up in the country.
Well, that's what I come here to the office to talk to you about.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
To be truthful with you, yes.
Well, what? What is it?
Well, a lot of the farmers have canceled out on me.
Well, how do you mean?
They changed their minds about selling their cows.
Well, how come?
There's one man who's responsible for the whole thing.
Oh, yeah?
He's called several meetings and influenced them to hold on to their stock.
Who is this guy?
Man named Putnam.
What's his angle? Is he moving in on us?
No. Just some stupid patriotic motive.
Patriotic?
He feels that milk is more important than beef. He's got the others thinking the same way now.
Did you talk to him?
Sure, but he just won't listen to reason.
Reason? Now, listen, Grant. You never get nothing with that stuff.
I know, but...
This guy has really jammed up the works, Sam.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like maybe it's time for me to take over.
What do you mean?
Now, listen. I put you in the front for this thing because you're the white-collar guy with the smart approach. I figured that would work a lot better than muscle.
Yes?
But the collar's no good on a deal like this. Your Putnam guy needs a different treatment.
Oh, now, look, you're not going to use any violence. Remember, you promised me when I came in to work for you there'd be no rough stuff.
Who said anything about rough stuff?
But you...
This old farmer just needs a lesson, that's all. And we can give it to him without our ever seeing the guy.
There's a boy standing there in the yard.
Yes.
I'll call him over, Chief. Hey, son.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Putnam farm?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Yeah, is Mr. Putnam around?
No, sir, he's gone into the village.
Are you his son?
Yes, sir, my name's Billy.
Mm-hmm.
Golly, ain't you the district attorney?
That's right.
Gee, I'd know you in a minute. You look just like you.
Really?
Sure. My brother took a lot of pictures of you when you made that speech in Centerville last year. Remember?
Oh, yes, of course.
My brother was a photographer on the Centerville Herald.
Hmm?
He's in the Signal Corps now. He takes pictures for them, too.
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm going to do when I'm old enough. Go in the Signal Corps and take pictures.
Well, that's fine, Billy, but just remember that working on a farm is very important, too, right now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, when do you expect your father back from the village, son?
Oh, he'll be gone most of the day.
Man?
You see, we've had some trouble here at the farm.
Trouble of what sort?
5 of our cows died last night.
Oh, what a shame.
Pop thinks there was something funny about it.
Yeah?
He had Dr. Thomas the vet out here this morning. Dr. Thomas thinks they was poisoned.
I see.
Pop has gone into the high school laboratory. They're going to analyze stuff for him and make sure.
Billy, your father has been active in trying to organize the farmers around here against selling their livestock, hasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Chief, do you think this poisoning was done to get him to lay off?
Well, it could have been.
Yeah, sounds like something Mike Sutter might do.
Yes, but the description that the other farmers gave us of the man who tried to buy their cows doesn't sound like Sutter.
Well, he probably has a front man working for him. He's always been a smart operator.
If the cows were poisoned, you sure could find out who done it, couldn't you, Mr. District Attorney?
Well, I could certainly try, Billy.
I think we better be moving, Chief. We're going to cover the rest of this territory.
Yes, you're right, Harrington.
What shall I tell my pop?
Well, just say that we were here to see him, and we'll come out again in the morning.
So, boss. So. That's the girl. That you, Billy? I got a pail of water once this evening, son, but if you want to...
Good evening, Mr. Putnam.
Huh?
Remember me? Grant is the name.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'd like you to meet an associate of mine, Mr. Sutter. Hi.
What'd you come here for?
Just dropped in to see you.
Yeah?
I wondered if you'd change your mind about selling your cows.
No, sir.
We heard down in the village that you'd had a little tough luck up here last night, Putnam.
Yes, we understand you lost some of your livestock.
That's right.
Too bad. What happened to him?
I was just wondering whether you fellas couldn't answer that.
Why?
Them cows was poisoned.
Is that a fact?
Now, why should anyone want to do a thing like that to you, Mr. Putnam?
Well, I sort of have an idea.
Really?
Yeah. I got to thinking that if somebody wanted to show the other farmers hereabouts that it didn't pay to interfere with certain transactions, why, killing off my cows might be a good way of doing it.
Oh, now, Mr. Putnam, surely you aren't implying that we had anything to do with your misfortune?
I am.
Well, you make us sound like very desperate characters.
I imagine that's what you think you are.
Well, that's hardly
Wait a
the
minute,
attitude.
Grant. Quit kicking the words around. The old guy knows what goes on.
You mean to say that you're admitting that you did poison my cows?
Sure. And that's only the beginning, mister.
Is that so?
Yeah. We got a nice touch working here. And we ain't gonna let you jam it up first.
How do you intend to stop me?
We'll kill every cow you got in this barn if we have to.
I wouldn't advise that.
Now, listen. We're running this show. You do as we tell you.
Do what?
Get to them other farmers. Tell them you was wrong about not selling their beef.
Not a chance, mister.
Hey.
You can't pull any of your cheap gangster stuff on me. Them farmers are keeping the cows.
Yeah?
Yeah. And furthermore, I'm having you both arrested for what you've already done to me.
You talk real big.
This is more than talk.
Yeah?
I happen to know that the district attorney is in Centerville right now. I'm going to call him up.
Wait a minute. You stay right here.
Let go of my arm.
Now, take it easy, Mike. This guy ain't calling no district attorney.
Oh, ain't I, though?
Come back here.
Oh, no, sir.
Mike. Mike, why did you do that? The old bum had it coming to him.
He's bleeding badly.
So what?
Mike, I think he's dead.
Ain't that a shame?
Pop! Pop! That's his kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may have someone with him. We better get out of here, quick.
Pop, what's the matter?
Yeah, that door. There may be another way out. Come on, Mike.
Okay.
Pop!
Yeah, this is okay. The car's right outside. Come on.
Right.
The kid didn't get in there in time to see us, huh?
All right. Quit worrying.
Yeah. All right, get in quick. You better drive, Mike. I'm too jittery.
Sure.
That's the way out. Around the front of the barn.
Okay.
Mike, I never thought you'd...
Stop that car, you!
The kid.
Yeah.
He's running for the car.
I know.
Stop!
Hey, look out, Mike. He's running right in front of us. You'll hit him. Mike, you ran over him.
Sure. That's what I was trying to do.
Our case tonight makes very clear one reason we should all help stamp out black markets. Your district attorney has an idea of what's behind this brutal crime. But securing proof is another matter, as we'll learn in just a moment. Right now, a word to the men.
Do you know that you can have a smooth, close shave and, at the same time, have the cool, refreshed feeling on your face that every man likes to have when he's through shaving?
Yes, you can have both benefits with Ingram's. INGRAMS. Ingram's Shaving Cream.
You get a close, smooth shave with Ingram's because Ingram's helps condition your face for the razor. Gives you an abundance of velvet, smooth lather that helps wilt the toughest beard.
And in addition, you get a cool shave with Ingram's because Ingram's is made to be cool. Made to leave your face feeling delightfully fresh and invigorated when shaving is over.
So remember, for a face that feels fine after a shave that makes you look your best, it's Ingram's. Ingram's Shaving Cream. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Nobody answers in the farmhouse, Chief.
Well, maybe they're down in the barn.
Yeah, okay, we'll take a look down there.
Right.
Oh, you know, it's mornings like this that make you wish you lived in the country.
Yeah, this is swell.
I'll say.
Say, Harrington, have you any idea where Mike Sutter makes his headquarters?
Sure I have, Chief. I think I can put my hands on him any time we want him.
Good.
Say, Chief, I wonder where he ever got the idea.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, what is it?
Hey, look right there beside the road. That grass is covered with blood.
Yes.
Well, what in the world?
Yeah, trails on up the road. You see?
Yes, in the direction of the barn.
Yeah.
Do you suppose it could be some animal?
Well, I don't know. I think we should find out.
It's easy to follow, all right.
Wait. Huh? Whoever or whatever it was seemed to have fallen down right here and then got up again.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the trail leads right into the barn.
I don't like the looks of this.
Neither do I, Harrington.
Come on, let's go into the barn.
All right.
Go ahead, Miss Smith.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, the lights are still on at the place.
Yes, so is.
Oh, look!
Holy!
It's the boy!
Yes.
There's another body, Chief.
Yeah, don't come any closer, Miss Miller. How are they, Chief?
Well, the old man is dead.
Huh? Hey, that must be the kid's father.
Two bullet wounds in the head.
What about the boy?
I'm just looking. I'm afraid, though, that... Hold on. I seem to feel a faint pulse beat.
Yeah?
Yes, the boy is definitely alive.
Chief, is there anything I can do?
There's something we've all got to do. Get this boy to a hospital at once.
And there's none in Centerville.
We'll have to take him into town. Here, give me a hand, Harrington.
Right.
Miss Miller, bring the car down here.
Sure, Chief, right away.
We want to save this youngster. We've really got to make time.
Mike, look at this.
How many times have I told you to knock before you come into my office?
I just got the afternoon papers. They got the whole story.
About the farmer?
Yeah, look here. The kid didn't die.
So what?
He may identify us.
Is that what it says in the story?
No, according to this, he's still unconscious. Very close to death.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Well, I guess...
Now, look, you said yourself last night that the kid never seen us when we did it.
Huh?
He didn't even know we were in the barn.
I know, but...
And even if he lives, what have they got on us?
The boy might have seen the license plates, or the tire marks might even be traced.
And that makes it tough on somebody else. Not us.
Why?
That was a stolen car, you chump.
Oh.
Well, the boys picked it up for me before we went out to the sticks.
Oh, I see.
Now, listen, Grant. I'm going to get awful fed up on this crybaby routine of yours.
Well, I can't help being concerned.
Let that be my department.
Oh.
Now, the only thing we got to do now is to let this thing cool off for a few days before we start operating again.
You mean you're going to continue this thing?
Why not? It's better set up now than it ever was.
How?
That old man being dead will teach them farmers a real lesson. I guarantee we won't have to poison no more cows to get them guys in line.
Oh, but Mike, it'd be much too dangerous to operate up there again. I, for one, don't want any part of it.
No?
I should say not.
Now, look, chum. You're in this thing whether you want any part of it or not.
But I...
Shut up. Now, sit down.
Yes?
You and me are going to go over the books this afternoon and figure just how many cows is left up there to grab.
I'm over here, Miss Miller.
Oh.
Did you call the office?
Yep. No messages. Is the boy still in the operating room?
Yeah, the chief's in there with him.
Oh, I do hope they can save him.
It's going to be a tough fight. That kid took plenty.
He's been in there over 2 hours now.
Yeah, I know. If it was my own kid, I couldn't feel any worse.
Yes, I know. Harrington, do you think Sutter was behind this thing?
Sure he was, the dirty punk.
But how are we ever going to be able to prove it?
We got to, Miss Miller.
But there wasn't a clue even.
I know. Our only hope is this kid. If he pulls through and can talk, we may get some...
Oh, I wish that...
Here's the chief.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Has he got a chance?
We don't know yet.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes, Miss Miller. They're taking the boy up to one of the hospital rooms.
Yes.
I want you to go up there and stay with him. I'll join you up there as soon as I talk to Harrington.
Yes, sir.
He's on the 5th floor.
Right, I'll find him.
What have you got for me, Chief?
I want you to pick up Mike Sutter and take him to my office, Harrington.
Oh, Chief, believe me, this'll be a pleasure.
Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller.
Come here.
Yes.
Look, the boy's moving his hand. Do you think we should call a nurse?
Oh, she'll be right back.
Do you suppose he's coming around?
I don't know.
Well, what should we do?
Nothing. Just watch and wait.
Oh. Did you hear that?
Yes. Yes, he seems to be regaining consciousness.
Bob. What's happened, Pop?
No, it's all right, son. It's all right. Just take it easy.
Pop's been hurt.
Don't try to raise your head, Billy.
Huh? What? Where am I?
You're all right, Billy. And just try not to talk too much.
Yeah.
Billy, you recognize me?
Sure. District Attorney.
That's right. Now, can you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Good. Now listen carefully, Billy. Can you tell me what happened to your father?
To Pop?
Yes. Yes, your Pop. What happened to him?
I don't know.
Oh.
I gotta get back to the barn, though. Back to the barn.
Oh, easy, son. Easy.
The door. The side door of the barn. District Attorney will get you. He knows.
He's delirious, Chief.
Yes.
Signal Corps. Side door barn.
Billy, please.
Signal Corps. Side door barn.
Chief, I think he's trying to tell us something.
Miss Miller, I think he has.
You know, Chief, this is all a great mystery to me.
Why, how's that, Miss Miller?
Well, in the first place, we come all the way out here to Putnam's barn just because of a little boy's delirious talk.
Yes, that's quite true.
Then the first thing you do when we get here is pick up a broken piece of string and wander around with it.
Well, I'll admit that. Just a minute.
Do you see something, Chief?
Yes. I'll get this box over here to stand on.
Oh, can I help you?
No, that's all right. I just want to reach this cross beam. There we are.
Can you see all right?
Yes. Well enough to find what I've been looking for.
Oh, that's wonderful, Chief. Is it a definite clue?
I have a feeling it can break the whole case for us.
Oh, good.
Come on, Miss Miller.
Where to now?
Back to the city. We've a lot of work to do.
Listen, copper.
Yeah?
How much longer do we have to hang around this mousetrap?
Until the district attorney gets here, and, brother, that may be a long time.
I hope you know that you're violating our rights as citizens by detaining us here.
No kidding. What about the rights you violated, Mr. Grant, when you guys knocked off that old man?
Now, listen, are you digging that one up again?
Sure, Sutter. I'm just keeping in practice for the time when I really go to work on you.
You ain't never going to get a chance to work on me.
Don't be too sure.
Look, we don't know nothing about that old farmer.
Oh, hi, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. Did Miss Miller get here yet?
No, but I got some customers for you.
Good.
This here is Mike Sutter.
He knows me.
And this added attraction is Sutter's front man, the one he used on the farmers.
I see.
He was in Sutter's office, so I brought him along.
I demand to know why we're being held here, sir.
Why, hasn't Mr. Harrington explained that to you?
I did, Chief.
But we know absolutely nothing about the death of that man in the country.
I'm inclined to think otherwise.
Now, look, DA, I can tell you right now.
You're wasting your time on this.
I don't think so.
What does he mean?
What happened to that old man and his son was one of the most vicious crimes I've ever encountered.
Listen, save the speeches, D.A. What evidence have you got?
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, come in, Miss Miller. This may be the answer to your question, Sutter.
Here's the envelope.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
What do you got there, Chief?
It's the evidence we've been waiting for.
Huh?
Definite proof of who killed Mr. Putnam.
Yeah?
Harrington, you may arrest these two men on a charge of murder.
Your district attorney will be back in just a moment to explain what he learned from Billy Putnam's delirious cries that led him back to the farm and clinched his case. First, though, here's a fact about Vitalis you'll be glad to know. While wartime Vitalis is manufactured under government restrictions that affect most products during these times of war, Vitalis and the 60-second workout gives you the same 3 benefits that you and thousands of other men have always enjoyed with Vitalis. And here they are.
First, Vitalis gives you really well-groomed hair. Keeps your hair in place in a natural, masculine way. With Vitalis, your hair doesn't have that obnoxious, plastered-down, patent leather shine.
Second, Vitalis and the 60-second workout helps rout unsightly and often embarrassing loose dandruff.
Third, and very important, Vitalis and massage helps prevent excessive falling hair. It stimulates circulation, you see. Loosens up your tight, dry scalp. So Vitalis and massage helps you keep your hair.
And since wartime restrictions affect the amount of Vitalis we can make, please be patient if your druggist doesn't always have it. We will continue to keep him as well supplied as possible. And please remember, wartime Vitalis gives you the same 3 benefits you've always enjoyed. Used with a 60-second workout, it gives you well-groomed hair, helps rout loose dandruff, and helps you keep your hair. That's Vitalis. Vitalis. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence that solved tonight's case was given to us by a very alert and courageous young man, Billy Putnam. It was his timely thinking that enabled us to try and convict Mike Sutter and his accomplice Grant on the charge of first-degree murder. And they paid for their crime with their life.
Chief, don't you think you ought to tell the folks just what that evidence was?
Well, yes, Miss Miller. I learned about it in young Billy's hospital room. In his delirious ravings, Billy repeated 2 important things: side door of the barn and signal corps. I remember the side door in the barn, but the signal corps reference eluded me until I suddenly recalled our first conversation with the boy.
You mean about his brother being a photographer in the signal corps?
Well, yes, Harrington. I took the chance that this meant he had some camera arrangement hooked to that side door.
Which he did.
Yes, the boy had rigged it up the day after the cows were poisoned. He hoped to get a picture of anyone who might attempt it again.
And he sure got a mighty important one. Grant and Sutter leaving the place with the old man dead on the floor.
Chief, I'm sure that everyone will be glad to know that Billy has fully recovered from his ordeal.
Yes, Miss Miller, and we're seeing to it personally that he gets a good home until he's old enough to realize his ambition to join his brother in the Army Signal Corps.
Good. Now, what about next week, Chief?
Well, it's a case I believe every one of our listeners will find very interesting and exciting. The case of the weekend murders. And so, friends, join us again next Wednesday, and until then, thank you and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Jay Jostin was featured in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry Devine. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Vitalis, used by more men to keep their hair well-groomed than any other preparation of its kind. Now, just think of the word vital and add I-S. Vitalis. Vitalis for your hair.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Disillusionment does strange things to people. When the world delivers a crushing and saddening blow, there is an impulse to renounce life completely. But a barred door is no insurance against death, as you will hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. The Mystery Playhouse is host tonight to that champion of the people and defender of truth, Mr. District Attorney. Well, Mr. DA has been putting the finger on a criminal element of the big city for some time now. He's dealt with all sorts of racketeers, thieves, murderers, and come out on top every time. Let's see how he does it tonight, huh? In a business district of Mr. D.A.'s city, surrounded by tall gray buildings, stands a lone house, its windows boarded, its walls faded, the unkempt and gentle remains of yesterday's splendor, striving valiantly but hopelessly to hold its own against the strong and overwhelming odds of today's commerce. Within the house, a single kerosene lamp dimly lights a dusty, disordered room. Here, an old lady seated in a chair, rocking back and forth. Another old woman enters the room and speaks to her.
Elma. What is it, Mary? I don't like to bother you, but isn't it time that I went to the store? You're not going to the store, sister. But I go every day. I have my reasons, Mary. But there's no food in the house. I know. And we need kerosene for the lamp. I'm aware of that. Well, then why don't... Please remember, my dear, I am your older sister. Oh, I'm not questioning your decision, Ella, but... what is your reason? We have no money. No money? Mr. Douglas has not sent us our cash allowance for the last 4 weeks. Why not? I don't know. Then what shall we do, sister? I am going to see Mr. Douglas. You are going outside the house? Yes. But, Ella, your vow. You'd be breaking it. You haven't left this house for nearly 13 years. I know. Why can't I go, Ella? Oh, my dear child, you're much too young to handle business matters. Oh, I was 67 last month. You're still my baby sister. I have qualms every time I send you around the corner to the store. You could hardly expect me to send you on an errand like this. Oh, very well. Listen to me for a minute. Yes? I want you to wait here in the house for me until I return. Yes, of course. You're not to answer the doorbell if it rings. Oh, I understand. I shall bring the food back with me. All right. I never intended to break my vow and leave this house. But for your sake and mine, I must. Why, There's some important reason why we've not received our allowance. I'm going to see Mr. Douglas and find out. Mr. Douglas?
Yes?
I came here to your home for only one reason. Our allowance.
Well,
My sister and I have not received any money from you in the past 4 weeks.
yes, I know that, Miss Crawford.
Well?
I've been meaning to drop around and go over the entire matter with you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have some rather shocking news for you.
What is it?
You haven't any more money.
You mean it's gone? All of it?
Yes. I regret to say it is.
I don't understand.
You and your sister were receiving a weekly income from the interest on securities that were left you both.
I know.
As the administrator of the estate, I have handled these securities to the best of my ability.
Yes?
Unfortunately, the companies that you held stock in were non-essential industries. The curtailments of war wiped them out.
Mr. Douglas, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Crawford, but it's true.
I think you have been dishonest with us.
Oh, now, just a minute, please.
And in view of that, you leave me very little choice.
Why, what do you mean?
When I leave here, I shall go to the police.
Well, what for?
To have you arrested for stealing our money.
Oh, I see.
It was too large a sum to just dissolve in the manner you described. Why did you lock that door?
I've been hoping you'd come here. That's why I stopped sending you the money.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. I'm merely going to kill you.
You're joking.
You think so?
Keep away from me. Keep away. Keep away!
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Martin.
You know Sam Green, don't you? He runs the little delicatessen store right off Main Street.
Yes, of course.
Well, he's outside. He'd like to see you for just a minute.
What about?
Oh, it's something about a customer of his.
Probably wants you to collect a bill for him, Chief.
Well, send him in, Miss Williams.
Right.
Send him in.
Yeah, he's quite a guy.
Go right in, Mr. Green.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello there, Sam.
Oh, hi, you, Mr. Harrington. And you, Mr. District Attorney?
Hello, Sam. What can I do for you?
Well, it's about a customer of mine. A very nice little old lady.
Oh, yes.
She ain't been into my store for the last 2 days, and so I'm worried.
What'd I tell you, Chief? I knew it'd be something like this. He wants you to find customers for him.
You're some joker, Mr. Harrington. But that ain't it. For this particular lady not to come in, there must be a special reason.
Well, how's that?
For over 12 years now, this is the first 2 days she has missed.
Huh? Who is she?
Her name is Crawford, Miss Marie Crawford. Maybe you remember reading about her in the papers a couple of years ago.
Crawford?
She and her sister lived in that old tumble-down house right in the business district.
Oh, yes, I know the house.
Oh, yeah, I remember the story, too. The building inspectors were going to close it up, and the 2 old ladies wouldn't let them in. Oh, boy, did the feature writers jump on that one.
Exactly. They were a very wealthy family once.
Well, this woman is coming to your store every day until just a few days ago, is that it?
Yes, so I'm worried. If something has happened to her, if she is sick or something, there's no way to find out. No one goes into the house.
Well, Sam, we'll be going through that neighborhood a little later on. We'll stop by at the house and see what we can find out.
I'm wearing my knuckles to the bones knocking on this door, Chief. Well, what do we do now?
I think we'd better try to get in somewhere.
Yeah. Now, how about skeleton key?
Yes. Chances are the poor old woman is sick.
Either that or very deaf after all that knocking. Well, I'll try this key here. This one ought to do it. Well, there we are. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you.
Well, we'll have to use a flashlight in here, all right. Those windows all boarded up. Just like night.
Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Well, this is quite an establishment.
Yeah, looks like an abandoned junkyard. What are all these empty boxes scattered around the hall?
Well, I'd guess they might have been placed there to trip up any unwelcome intruders.
Huh? Hey, look down there at the end of the hall. 3 pianos.
Yes, covered with dust. Well, let's see if we can maneuver around these boxes.
Yeah, right.
Let's be a little quiet.
Yeah, sure, Chief. I feel like little Eva hopping cakes of ice.
Hey, wait a minute, Hank.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. There seems to be a faint light coming from that room down there.
Yeah, that's where that sound comes from, too.
Well, let's see what's in there.
Okay. Hey, look, Chief.
Yes, it's an old lady.
Just sitting there, rocking.
Well, we better let her know we're here.
Is that you, Ella?
No, ma'am. May we come in?
Oh, I thought it was Ella returning. Well, who are you, and why are you here?
Well, we've just come to see if you were all right.
Of course I'm all right. But you really shouldn't be here. Oh, Ella will be angry.
Who is Ella, ma'am?
She's my sister.
Is she around?
No, she went out on an errand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rather worried about her. She's been gone for such a long time.
How long?
Well, almost 2 days.
2 days? Where'd she go?
Well, I've been trying to remember. It was something about money. I know that because that's why I didn't go to the store.
Well, why didn't you let someone know about this?
Well, because Ella told me to wait here. I always do as Ella says. You see, I'm her younger sister, Marie.
Are you sure you can't recall where she went?
No, not quite. But it did have to do with money. You see, there was nothing to eat in the house, and she was going to get money for food.
You mean you ain't eaten since she left here?
No, I guess I haven't.
Well, have you a lawyer, a business advisor, anyone who handles your affairs?
Oh, yes.
Well, you know who that is?
Well, I'm trying to think. Now, wait, this might help.
Yeah.
Ella wrote out a card a long time ago. I carry it when I go to the store in case anything should happen to me, and I have it here someplace. Oh, here it is.
May I see it, please?
Surely.
Thank you.
Ella wrote it down very plainly.
Yes, I see. In case of accident, notify William Douglas, 14th floor, Spire Building.
Oh, that's it.
Yes?
That's who she went to see, Mr. Douglas.
You sure?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Harrington, call Miss Miller to have her bring some food over here, and we'll pay her call on Mr. Douglas.
Won't you sit down, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Well, Mr. Douglas, we'd like some information from
Anything
you.
at all, sir?
We've just come from the home of a woman named Crawford.
Marie Crawford?
Yeah, that was her first name, Chief.
Oh, yes. Do you know her, Mr. Douglas?
Oh, very well. I handle her estate. Nothing wrong with her, I hope?
No, it's her sister that concerns us.
Her sister?
Yes, she's been missing for almost 2 days.
Yeah, the old lady told us that she left the house to come to see you.
To see me?
Yes. Did she ever show up?
Tell me, Mr. District Attorney, how did you ever get mixed up with Marie Crawford?
Our storekeeper brought her to our attention. He was worried about her because she hadn't put in her daily appearance at his shop.
So you went to her home to investigate?
Yeah, that's right.
Was there anything about her behavior that struck you as unusual? Vagueness of manner, perhaps?
Yes. Yes, she did have trouble recalling things.
I'll bet she couldn't even remember my name.
No, that's quite true.
Well, what's that got to do with her sister disappearing?
Oh, a great deal.
Yeah?
You see, Miss Crawford indulges in flights of fancy.
Huh?
You mean she hasn't a sister?
No. I mean she had a sister. She's in Northside Cemetery. She died in 1931.
Hello? Oh, I see. Well, get that information for me, will you please, and call me back. Thank you very much. Yes, come in.
You busy, Chief?
No, come in, Harry. Come in.
Thanks. Well, Chief, I just been out to the Northside Cemetery. That old gal's buried out there, all right.
Did you see the grave?
Well, it wasn't a grave, Chief. It was one of these, these here above-the-ground jobs.
Yes, a mausoleum.
Yeah, that's right. I copied off the carving, though. It said, Ella Crawford, born January 10th, 1870, died December 25th, 1931.
Christmas Day.
Yeah, I also checked with the records out there. This was the Crawford family plot. Yeah, that Marie's down for some space when she kicks in, too.
I see.
Yeah, I guess the poor old dame is just a little loose upstairs, huh, Chief?
Well, she is eccentric. There's no doubt about that.
You know, for a minute and a half, I thought we had a red-hot case.
I'll take it. Okay. Hello? Speaking. Oh, yes. In 1935, then. You're sure of that? Well, thanks a lot. Goodbye. I think I have an assignment for you, Harrington.
Right, Chief.
I want you to go over to Sam Green's delicatessen. See if he kept a copy of the grocery list that Miss Crawford used to bring him.
Right.
And if he hasn't got them, ask him to recall just what food she ordered.
Yeah, sure. Have you got a new angle, Chief?
Well, yes, I have. I've just found out something that makes me question whether Ella Crawford did die in 1931.
Take a little more soup, Miss Crawford.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
Now, you really haven't eaten a thing.
Yes, I know. Ella would scold me for that if she were here. She's always after me about my eating.
Oh, really? You're very dependent on your sister, aren't you?
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without her. You see, Mother and Father both died when I was quite young, and Ella took charge of me from that day on. I've always been with her, even when she married.
Married?
Yes, Ella was married to a very wealthy young man named Robert Elliott. They fell in love at their first meeting, and 2 weeks later they were married.
Well.
His parents, however, did not approve. They forced them to separate before they'd been married a year.
Oh, how awful.
Ella was never the same.
Did she ever see him again?
But about 50 years later, when he died.
Oh.
He'd been killed in an accident. His parents had long since passed on, and he died alone and penniless. They found a picture of Ella in his possession, so she was the one who was notified of his death.
I see.
Yes, he died on Christmas Day in 1931. She buried him 2 days later and never left the house again. She felt that her soul had passed on with him.
And that's why you lived like this?
Yes. Ella took a vow that she'd never leave the house again, and I've stayed with her.
I see. Miss Crawford, do you mind if I leave you for a few minutes? I want to make a phone call.
Oh, why not at all, my dear. I'm sorry there's no telephone here, but we had so little use for it.
I understand.
That nice Mr. Green on the corner has a telephone in his store.
All right.
I'm sure he'd let you use it.
Well, thanks a lot. I'll be right back.
Oh, such a nice child. I do hope she finds Ella.
I don't think she will,
Oh,
Marie.
oh, who's that?
Mr. Douglas.
Oh, Mr. Douglas. Well, how did you get in?
I came in the side door.
Where is my sister?
She's all right, Marie.
Well, but she's gone for 2 days. Is someone taking care of her?
I took care of her. Now I've come to take care of you.
Well, Chief, have we got something on this case, or ain't we?
I'm beginning to think we have.
Yeah?
Yes, before you got here, Miss Miller phoned from Green's Delicatessen.
Yeah? I must have just missed her.
Yes, she called to report that Marie Crawford's sister, Ella, was once married to a man named Robert Elliott.
Robert Elliott?
Yes, it seems as though it was an unfortunate marriage. His parents broke it off.
Robert Elliott. Let me think a minute.
He died on Christmas Day in 1931.
Hey, wait a minute. December 25, 1931? Mm-hmm. That's on the old gal's epitaph, too, Chief.
Yes, I know. That's why I think...
What?
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Chief. It's
Yes?
me again, back at Green's Delicatessen.
Yes, Miss Miller. What's up?
Well, after I left you, I went back to the Crawford place and found that Mr. Douglas there.
Yes? And what was he up to?
He was trying to talk Marie Crawford into packing her things and leaving with him.
What? Did she do it?
Well, no, I stopped it.
Good.
Mr. Douglas says the old gal's batty and wants to put her away, but I wasn't having any of that.
Well, good for you, Miss Miller. Where's Douglas now?
Oh, he went off in a huff, muttering about court orders and stuff.
Well, that's all right. Where's Miss Crawford?
Oh, well, I brought her down here to the store with me.
Mhm.
She's right outside the phone booth now, listening to what Sam Green thinks about Hitler.
Oh, well, that's fine. And don't let her out of your sight.
Okay.
I'll send Brophy out to stay with you. You've done a good job, Miss Miller.
Thanks, Chief. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, look, Chief.
Yes?
While you was talking, I remembered something.
Yes?
Robert Elliott. That name is carved on a tomb right next to the Crawford dames. I saw it.
Well, that buttons it up then. Come on, Harrington.
Where to? Oh, what did Miss Miller have to say?
Never mind that now. We're going out to Northside Cemetery.
You know, Chief, this ain't exactly my idea of a pleasant way to spend an evening. Taking a walk through a graveyard.
Well, if you feel like whistling, go ahead.
Oh, no. That only wakes up the ghosts.
You remember the location of the mausoleum?
Yeah, it's right along here someplace. Wait a minute. I think that's it right down there.
Good.
What are we looking for on this excursion, Chief?
Proof that Miss Crawford did not die in 1931.
What? Well, if she didn't die, where is she?
That's something Mr. Douglas may have to answer.
What? You think he knocked her off, Chief?
I'm not sure.
Wait a minute. Hold on, I think this is it.
Shine your flashlight on it.
Right. There you are. Ella Crawford.
Yeah.
Hey, look here, Chief, right next to it. I was right. This here's the tomb of Robert Elliott.
Yes, I see. Died December 25th, 1931.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
I'm going into that mausoleum.
Yeah. Huh?
Yes, it's quite necessary that I do, Harry.
Well, Chief, do you think it'll be okay? I mean, well, don't you think we ought to get permission for a thing like that?
Well, no, I'm afraid that might lead to complications. We'll just have to do it on our own responsibility.
Yeah. Well, how do you get into one of these places?
Well, just open the gate, I imagine. There we are. You wait out here, Harrington.
Yeah, right, yeah. If you get stuck, holler, Chief.
I will.
Shut up, you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah, Chief?
Come on in here. I want to show you something.
I was afraid of that. What is it?
There. There's the answer.
Where? Oh, I get it. What do you know about that? Well, that's it, Chief. Come on, let's go.
No, let's wait here.
Huh?
Put your light out.
Huh?
I said put your flashlight out. I want to wait here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess he's part of the franchise here.
Yes.
How much longer do we wait in here, Chief?
Oh, just a little while. I had an idea that something might happen, but I guess maybe I was wrong.
Yeah? Hey, Chief, I just been thinking.
Wait a minute, Hank.
Huh?
There's a car coming.
Right. Hey, somebody's getting out here.
Yeah. You need some help,
What?
Mr. Douglas?
Who's that?
The district attorney.
Well, what are you doing here?
I was going to ask you the same question.
Well, I've come out to Miss Crawford's grave.
Yeah, so we see. What's that you're carrying in your arms?
Cover him with your gun, Harrington.
Right.
He's carrying the dead body of Ella Crawford.
Sure, and he wants to put it in that empty casket we just looked at.
Why, really, gentlemen.
Never mind the alibis, Douglas. Come on with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the clever plan that Mr. Douglas had evolved to cover up the death of Ella Crawford failed. And he paid the full penalty for his crime.
Yeah, and for his swindling those old women out of their dough, too. Don't forget that, Chief. What a mean guy.
Yes, indeed he was.
What made you first suspect Douglas, Chief?
It was the identification card that Ella had given to her sister, Marie. It was in Ella's handwriting, and it gave Douglas's address as the Spire Building. I recall that the Spire Building hadn't been erected until 1935. I had this point confirmed. And that was 4 years after the supposed death of Ella Crawford.
Yeah, how about that mausoleum, Chief? That had us fooled for a while.
Well, Ella Crawford built that for herself when her husband died. In her own eccentric way, she believed that it was a harbor for her soul, the soul that she had lost when he passed away. As we know, she'd even gone so far as to have the date of her husband's death carved on her own tomb. For in her mind, she regarded it as the date of her own death.
And that little eccentricity nearly enabled Douglas to get away with the murder of Miss Crawford, too.
Yes, Miss Miller. Unfortunately, we were able to catch him, proving once again that the criminal never can win.
Say, that Douglas fellow was a pretty low character, huh? Can't you just see him as a little boy playing happily, pulling the wings off the flies? Well, Mr. District Attorney, more power to you, sir. Many thanks, and I hope you and your cast pay us another visit soon. Now, my friends, are you ready for our trip to the green room? Huh? The players are rehearsing our next performance there, you know. Well, just come with me. Please. Come. Come.
You hit a rock.
Oh, it sounds like a rock. It's a little hollow. Oh, dig it up, whatever it is. Yeah. What?
It's a skull.
Yes. A skull. Spears is right. This place must have been an old Indian burial ground.
Please put it back.
No, keep it.
Carl, perhaps you'd better put it back.
Please bury it again, Mr. Cruz. It will bring bad luck to all of us.
No, Spears, that's just a silly superstition.
Well, what about the rest of the skeleton?
Well, there doesn't seem to be one. No, just a skull. You bring it into the house, will you, Spears?
No, partner, I'd rather not.
All right, I'll take it in myself. But don't either of you mention this to my brother Arthur. He's terribly scared of things like this, and he's just gotten over his nervous breakdown.
Carl, perhaps you should put the skull back.
Lucille, you're not being taken in by this hokum about curses, are you?
Oh, that sounded like my wife, Mary. She was cleaning the windows.
Good heavens. She fell out of the window.
Mary. Well, she's unconscious. Please do something. You must do something.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Spears. She hit her head against a rock. She's dead.
How's Spears?
He's quieted down.
I can't understand it. There's only one rock underneath the window, and Mary hit that. That one rock. There isn't even a pebble around for yards.
Well, don't go imagining things again, Arthur.
Spears kept talking about a curse.
Spears believes in pixies and gremlins, too, don't forget.
Well, I feel rather funny about it all.
Oh, Carl, maybe you'd better switch some more lamps on. This living room feels gloomy.
Oh, let's cut this nonsense out.
Wait. Do you hear anything?
Oh? I don't.
Yes. I think it's coming from the ceiling.
What's coming from the ceiling? I don't hear...
What is it?
What? It must be the beams. They sometimes do that from the heat.
It's not the beams. It's too regular a sound.
What room is directly above us?
It's an old bedroom. We use it as a storeroom now. It hasn't been open in years.
There's something up there.
Of course there is. A lot of old things from years back, Lucille.
Did you put the skull in the storeroom?
Yes, I did.
What are you two whispering of? It's coming down the stairs.
We'll take a look and settle this. So far.
Look!
At your feet, Carl.
The skull. How did it get down here?
It came down the steps.
Seems to be looking up at us.
A skull. How did it get into the house?
Carl found it while digging. Spears said it belonged to some Indian.
Spears was right. There is a curse on the house. We'll all be killed. I'm leaving. I can't stand it.
Skulls that come bouncing down the stairs all by themselves. See, that's a little unusual, isn't it? Huh? Well, why don't you try to be on hand next time when the Inner Sanctum's boy, Raymond, gives us the lowdown on some skullduggery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you a story featuring Mr. District Attorney, a gruesome tale that begins outside a metropolitan hospital. A large oil truck is parked above an underground oil tank. Yes, it begins as simple as that. But it ends in murder and the finding of a charred belt buckle and human teeth inside the hospital furnace. A fiery death.
Hey, Sid. Yeah? Let's make this as fast as we can, huh?
What do you think I'm doing?
Much oil in there?
Enough.
What's going on out there? What you doing, mister?
Delivering oil.
Well, that's a break. I didn't think we'd do to get any till next week.
We just got a shipment in. We thought you could probably use some here at the hospital.
I should say we can. You, new man with the oil company?
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm night janitor here.
Oh.
Say, what kind of truck are you using?
What do you mean?
Don't look like one of your regular company trucks.
We use any kind of truck we can get these days, brother.
Who you talking to, Sid?
Janitor guy here.
Look, mister, you have any papers? Delivery papers I could look at?
Sure. There you are, brother.
I hate to act suspicious, mister, but I just been reading in the papers about them fuel oil hijackers.
What's that?
Some fellas that's been draining oil out of the tanks at public buildings, making out like they were delivering the stuff.
No kidding.
Yes. Police have warned all of us to be sort of on the lookout for them.
Oh, I don't blame them.
Say, you're not the regular outfit that's been selling oil to us.
What makes you say that?
These papers here. Something funny about them.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think I'm going to have to ask you and your friend here to come inside.
Nosy old bum.
Hey, what happened, Sid?
I had to clip that janitor guy. Now let's get this truck filled and get out of here quick.
Oh, brother. Of all the dirty, low-down tricks I ever heard of.
What's the matter, Harrington?
Yes, what's wrong?
Chief, I'm about to tell you of a new low in thievery. Yeah, you know these guys that have been hijacking fuel oil from the tanks of public buildings?
Yes.
Well, last night they took away just about all the oil in the tanks that heat the city hospital.
Hospital?
Yes!
How awful.
Yeah, the building was without heat for over 10 hours. Till they finally found some oil they could use.
Oh, that certainly is a contemptible trick.
I should say so.
The same thieves who pulled the other jobs, I suppose.
Well, I think it was, Chief.
Any clues?
Yeah, we got one to work on.
What's that?
An old janitor over at the hospital. Yeah. Robinson's his name. He caught the guys at work. Mm-hmm. He got suspicious of them, so they slugged him.
Was he badly hurt, Harrington?
No, they just knocked him out.
What did he have to say?
Well, the main thing was that he got the license number of the truck.
Good.
I gave it to boys at headquarters, of course. They're sending out an alarm on it right now.
Oh, well, that's fine. Could the old man give you any description of the thieves?
Well, Chief, he only saw one of them, and it was pretty dark, but Robinson thinks he could recognize him again.
Not having any heat in that hospital for 10 hours. Must have been terrible for the patients.
It must have been frightful.
Well, that's about the 7th job this crowd has gotten away with.
Yeah, I know.
Chief, where do you think they get rid of the oil?
Well, it's pretty easy to dispose of these days with this desperate shortage we have here. I'm afraid some of our selfish citizens will be only too glad to buy it, regardless of where it came from.
Even from a hospital?
Yes, Miss Miller. I'm sorry to say that too many people refuse to let any part of this war interfere with their own comfort.
And ain't that right?
But right now, I'm not as concerned with who's buying the oil as I am with who's stealing it. Harrington, we must make every effort possible to find those men.
Yeah?
It's me, Artie. Open up.
Okay. Oh, hiya, Sid.
Hi.
How'd you make out?
Not bad.
Sell all the oil?
Sure.
How was the take?
Best yet. You know, there's one thing about some of these dough-heavy characters. They don't care what they spend, just so long as the house is warm.
Yeah, I wish we'd sold some to the landlord of this dump. I've been freezing all day.
Yeah, room and house guys don't pay off like the rich guys.
Yeah. Sit down, Sid. Yeah. What'd you do with the truck?
I left it out on a country road.
You left it? Mm-hmm. You mean for good?
Yeah.
Well, what you want to do that for?
We just about wore that one out, Artie.
You're crazy. It was running just as good
Oh,
as...
I ain't talking about the motor. We done too many jobs with that truck, kid. There should be a lot of people who know it by now.
Oh, you mean it's too hot?
That's right.
Yeah, but this has been a nice touch, Sid.
We ain't giving up the touch. We're just changing trucks.
Yeah, how do we get another one?
Same way we got this one. We heist it.
Oh. Oh, say, did you see the good news in the paper?
No, what?
There's another cold spell on the way.
No kidding. I guess we just live right, Artie.
Come on in, Harrington.
Okay.
What did you find out about the oil thieves?
Well, something, Chief.
Yes?
First, their truck was found on a road just outside of town. Was abandoned there.
I see. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. I got that old janitor, Robinson, coming over to look at pictures. I thought maybe he could dig out a suspect for us.
Well, I'm glad to hear he's coming over here, because I have some news for you, too.
Yeah, what's that?
Pratt over at the parole board called here a little while ago.
Huh?
He'd heard about the alarm we sent out on the license number of that truck.
Yeah?
And it seems that he has a weekly visitor.
Huh?
A man who's on parole named Sid Sheldon.
Sheldon?
Yeah.
Sheldon? Hey, I know that guy, Chief. And a mean little punk he is, too.
Yes. Well, yesterday morning, Sheldon made his weekly call to the parole office.
Huh?
The board wasn't satisfied with the story he told about his activities. So when he left, they detailed a man to follow him.
I see.
He trailed him for a couple of blocks, and then Sheldon climbed into a truck. An oil truck.
What?
The man wasn't able to follow the truck, but he didn't get the license number.
Yeah?
Yes. And that license number was the same as the one we're looking for.
What? Oh, what a break.
Yes. I asked Miss Miller to get me Sheldon's picture. If he is our man, the old man from the hospital may be able to identify him.
Sure.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller.
Here's that picture you wanted of Sid Sheldon.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And there's a Mr. Robinson outside to see you.
Oh, okay. That's the hospital janitor, Chief.
I'll send him right in.
Yes, sir. Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you, miss.
Well, hello there, Mr. Robinson.
Hello, Mr. Harrington.
This is the district attorney.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Robinson? Miss Miller, you'd better stay in here. I want you to take down this conversation.
Yes, sir.
Here you are. Sit right down here, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
There you are.
We've picked up another lead on this case since Harrington spoke to you, sir. We have one definite suspect in mind. He's a man named Sid Sheldon. This is his photograph right here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Wait till I get my glasses.
Sure, take your time, Pop.
Yeah, there we are.
Yes, fine. Well, does he look familiar to you?
Well, yes.
Good.
I really couldn't be positive, though.
Huh?
Oh, why not?
Well, it was quite dark when I saw him. And my eyes ain't so very good.
But there is a general resemblance.
Oh, yes. Yes, there is. If I could hear him talk, it would be better. I always remember a voice.
Well, I think we can take care of that all right.
Sure we can.
Harrington, send out word to have this man picked up.
Read me the last part again, Artie.
Sure. It's in the front page of tonight's paper. The license number on the truck that Sheldon entered when leaving the parole board earlier in the day definitely checks with the one that hijacked the hospital fuel oil.
That's great. That's great. That dirty janitor punk is the one who messed this up.
What are you going to do, Sid?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah?
Let me see. Give me a match.
Here you are.
If I was to have an alibi, Artie, I could break that parole guy's story down. They seen me get in the truck in the morning, but that don't prove I was in it that night.
Yeah, but the janitor's a tough rap. He's seen us do the job.
Yeah, that's right.
How can you square that one?
I think I know a way we can try.
Yeah?
Come on, Artie. We're going over to that hospital. This is that door the janitor come out of the other night.
Yeah. Guess it leads into cellar, huh?
Now, we see.
What's in there?
Just a hall. Come on.
Right.
And a basement room right up ahead here.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Here's the old guy now. See him? Sitting in that chair with his back to us.
Yeah. Anybody else in there?
No. I don't see nobody. Let's go.
Right.
Hiya, Pop.
Huh? Who's that?
You got company.
Wait a minute. You sound like that fella.
I am that fella.
What are you doing here?
We come to have a little talk with you. You've been shooting your mouth off too much, Pop.
Sure, we come here to tell you to lay off.
What do you mean, lay off?
I mean, you ain't never seen him before in your life, especially around no oil truck.
Now listen.
You do the listening. We can shut you up real good.
You're not scaring me.
Not yet, we're not, no. But we ain't even started yet.
Now listen. You let me up out of this chair.
Sit down.
No, let go of me.
Stay there, I said.
Let me go.
Why, you dirty... Now maybe you'll keep quiet.
Hey, he landed kind of hard, Sid.
All right, serves him right.
He ain't moving none.
So he get knocked out.
Hey, Pop. Hey, wake up, mister.
Leave him be, will you?
Sid.
Huh?
Think the old bum's dead.
What do you mean?
He ain't breathing. Come here. Look for yourself.
Yeah. I think you're right, Artie.
Well, this ain't good. This is a murder rap, Sid. Never been into that before. Let's get out of here.
Are you crazy? We gotta get rid of him first.
Yeah? How about putting the old buzzard in that box, maybe?
Oh, no good.
What's that big thing over there?
What?
That coal furnace light.
Don't have no coal furnace here. They burn oil, remember?
Yeah. It says incinerator on it. What's that mean?
Incinerator?
Yeah.
Hey, that's where they burn up the trash. Maybe you found something, Artie.
Huh?
Sure. Sure, that's just a spot for him. He never get found there. Give me a hand with him.
Sure.
You know, this is real nice of us. First we make the hospital cold, then we use the old bum to make it warm again. Okay, Artie. Now open the incinerator door.
Don't understand it, Chief. That Sheldon guy should have been an easy pickup.
Well, I'm afraid that newspaper story drove him undercover. They shouldn't have printed that until we'd found our suspect.
I know.
I think you'd better send out a statewide alarm on him in case he's gotten out of town.
Right, Chief.
Chief,
Yes, Miss Miller.
believe it or not, there's a Mr. Sheldon outside to see you.
Huh?
What?
Not Sid Sheldon.
That's right.
Well, what do you know?
Well, by all means, send him in.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't get this one,
I
Chief.
must confess, I don't either.
This is Sid Sheldon.
Yeah. So I see.
Hiya, gents.
Sheldon, I suppose you know we've been looking for you.
Yeah, that's why I dropped in. I wanted to see what it was all about.
You know what it's all about?
No? I don't get it.
Well, let me enlighten you then. You must have read in the papers that we have pretty conclusive evidence that you and a Confederate were responsible for that oil hijacking job at the hospital.
Yeah, I read about that. But you got the wrong cookie, dear.
No, I don't think we have. You see, we've taken particular care with our investigation because we were most anxious to get our hands on the thief who would be low enough to deprive a hospital of its heating facilities in times like these.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. But I didn't do it.
We got witnesses who say different.
Not the parole board.
No, we got them stronger than that.
Well, trot them out.
We will. Harrington, go over to the hospital and get that old man back here as fast as you can.
Yep, excuse me, Chief.
Come in, Harrington. Where's the old man?
I think we've run into a little trouble there.
What do you mean?
I couldn't find Mr. Robinson.
Didn't he come to work?
No, he was 3 hours overdue when I left.
You must have found out where he lived.
Oh, sure, Chief. I went there. He hadn't been home all night.
Did you check on his working hours?
Yeah, sure. He usually comes in at 4 in the afternoon and leaves at midnight.
Well, this doesn't sound so good.
No.
Did you find out anything about where he might have been going last night from the man who relieved him?
He wasn't there when the relief man showed up.
Well, didn't the relief man report that?
No, you see, Chief, it seems Robinson used to do that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Leave early, I mean. So the relief man didn't pay any attention to that.
And no one actually saw him leave?
No, nobody. Yeah, what did you do with Sheldon, Chief?
Well, when you were delayed, I had him taken over to the city jail.
Good. Did you book him for the hijacking?
No, we needed more evidence for that.
Huh?
I held him for violation of parole. Well, that'll keep him safely locked up till we can prove our other charge.
Yeah, that may be a little tough now, Chief, with the old man missing.
Yes.
What do you suppose could have happened to him?
I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, doesn't it seem a little odd to you that Sheldon would just walk in and give himself up as he did, knowing we had practically an airtight case against him?
Hey, I never thought of that.
If Sheldon is our man, his only reason for doing it could be because he felt safe.
Mm-hmm.
Sure that the old man wouldn't testify.
Mm-hmm. And that means you think Sheldon took care of the old boy.
In some fashion, yes.
And you're probably right, Chief. Yeah, but how can we prove it?
By finding Mr. Robinson.
And that can be a very large order.
Well, at least we know where to start looking.
Sure, at the hospital. And I think we ought to get over there right now. Oh, Chief.
Yes, I'm back here, Harry.
All right. Well, I talked to a lot of people upstairs in the hospital.
Yeah?
Nobody seemed to know anything about the old guy.
I see.
Now, did you find anything down here?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
Yes, something that just about proves to me that the old man didn't leave the hospital.
No kidding.
I'm looking around now for further evidence. Grimmer evidence.
Hey, do you think he was knocked off?
What would be your guess?
Oh. Well, where have you looked so far?
Several of the little rooms back there. They're storerooms, most of them.
No sign of anything, huh?
No.
Well, suppose we case this one out.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Not an awful lot of places he could be hidden in here.
No, there aren't.
Nothing in this box.
I'll try this closet here.
All right. Anything there?
No.
Well, there's only this storage bin left. That's stark empty, Chief.
Yes, I see.
Well, what do we do now? We looked at everything in here.
Yes, with just one exception.
What's that?
This incinerator here.
Holy cat, Chief. You don't think he was stuffed in there?
Well, I hope not. But it should be investigated.
Yeah. Hey, not with that fire going in there.
Hey, Harrington, this incinerator's fired by oil. Have it turned off, and as soon as it's cool, we'll see what's inside.
Well, the sides of this incinerator feel pretty cool now, Chief.
Yes. Where's your flashlight?
I got it right here.
I'll open this door.
All right.
Well, just look around from out here first.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Harrington. This door's big enough. We can both look in.
Right. Golly. There's more room inside than you'd think.
Yes. Run your flash along the sides first.
Right. Don't see a thing. You?
No. No, there's no telling what may be in those ashes. I think I'd better climb in and take a real look around.
Oh, wait a minute, Chief. I can do that.
That's all right. I don't mind. Stand back there a minute.
Right.
Now, I think I can squeeze through all right.
Can I help?
No, thanks. I can make it.
Where do you want I should shine the light, Chief?
Right by my feet will do for the present.
Right.
Well, if I can sift through some of this broken glass.
Do you see anything?
No, not yet. Wait a minute. Oh, what's this?
What, you find something?
Yes. Badly blackened, but it looks like a belt buckle.
Hey.
Wait a minute. Here's the remains of a watch case that was right beside it.
Burned?
Well, there were initials on the belt buckle, but they're pretty badly distorted.
Huh. How about the watch?
Well, the outside is scorched. See if I can open this case. Yeah, there we are. Harrington, the old man's name was Robinson.
Right, Chief.
You know his first name?
Yeah. Fred.
Well, here are the initials, FR, on the inside casing of the watch.
Hey, that's not so good.
Let me see. I'm not sure, but I think that some of this refuse here is the charred remains of bones.
Oh, holy.
Harrington, I think we found Mr. Robinson.
Oh, that's awful, Chief.
Yes. But now we've got to find his murderer.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't that be Sheldon?
I think so, yes. But we'll have to prove it.
That's right. And he's probably covered up good.
Well, he might have left a loophole. I'm playing a long chance that he did. Help me out of here, will you?
Yeah, right, Chief. Yeah, give me your hat. There you are. Well, where do we go from here?
Back to the office. After you call Miss Miller and tell her to have Sheldon brought over from the city jail.
Right.
And ask her to make sure that he wears his own shoes.
Look, Copper, at least will you tell me why the DA took my shoes away with him?
I haven't the slightest idea, Sheldon.
Well, it's the screwiest thing I ever heard of.
Harrington?
Yes, Miss Miller?
Do you suppose it would have anything to do with Mr. Robinson's body being found in that incinerator?
No. Mr. Sheldon here doesn't know anything about that.
You're absolutely right there, Copper. You can keep me here in your office from now on, and you never stick me with that one.
Of course, it would have been pretty convenient for you to have him out of the way.
I don't know nothing about it.
You will, brother, you will. Oh, hi, Chief.
Hello, Harrington.
Bring back my shoes, DA?
No, I'm afraid I didn't.
Look, what's the idea of
They're
all
being held at the police laboratory as evidence.
What kind of evidence?
That you murdered old man Robinson.
That's a lie.
Did you find proof, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, enough proof to send Sheldon to the electric chair.
Now, here is your district attorney with the solution of tonight's case.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say that with the evidence I uncovered, I was able to convince a jury of the guilt of Sid Sheldon, and he was executed in the state penitentiary for his shameful crime.
Yeah, and Chief, you might add that Sheldon's pal, Artie, was picked up and executed, too, after he confessed to his part in the murder.
Yes, Harrington, and that took care of both of them.
Chief, don't you think you ought to tell the folks just what the clue was that made you certain that Sheldon was the murderer?
Well, it was something that I found in the basement of the hospital. It served two purposes. It told me that the old man was still in the building, and it also led to Sheldon's downfall.
Yeah, why don't you tell what it was, Chief?
That's what I was just going to, Harrington.
Yeah.
It was the old man's eyeglasses. I found them on the floor near the incinerator. When he was in my office, you'll remember, he said that his eyes were bad, so I knew that he wouldn't have gone out without his glasses.
And how did the glasses lead to Sheldon's downfall, Chief?
Well, one of the lenses was crushed. It appeared to have been stepped on. I played the chance the murderer might still have some evidence of ground glass on the bottom of his shoe. When I took Sheldon's shoes from him, I found several particles of glass embedded in the rubber heel. The police laboratory confirmed that fact for me, that these particles matched the broken lens in Mr. Robinson's glasses. And faced with that evidence, Sheldon admitted his guilt.
Yes, that was a case where fiction was so realistic, it strongly resembles truth, huh? Now I want to warn you about our next story, for it has not one murder, but three. And when Detective O'Malley hides under the sheets in a morgue, his sneeze invites his own death. Until next time, then, this is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, one of the programs selected to be rebroadcast to our armed forces overseas, is brought to you by Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol-Myers products for the protection of good looks. For hair that's well-groomed, it's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For a smile that sparkles, it's Ipana toothpaste and massage.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Tonight's story begins in a small walk-up apartment in your district attorney's city. It's supper time, and a young couple are at the table talking.
Rocket was here again.
You got any more bread?
Here. He said he'd be back.
You should have made some gravy for this.
I said he's coming back, Eddie.
I heard you the first time.
Well?
I'll be out.
Where you going?
No place. I'm just out if he comes back.
Why?
Oh, Ruthie, I told you 10 times I don't want to have anything to do with Rocket.
Sure. You don't want to have anything to do with Rocket. You don't care. You don't care about making more money, real money.
Look. If you want me to finish my supper, lay off.
I don't care what you do.
I don't want to hear any more about Rocket.
That's too bad.
Ruthie.
You're going to hear. Your great friend Joe Herndon went to work for Rocket today. And you know what he's making? $150 a week.
Doing what?
The same thing you are.
Not for that, Joe.
Why not?
It don't add up.
Good mechanics are hard to get.
It don't add up. I make $65 in a big plant. Rocky's got a back alley joint. How can he pay so much?
Well, he's just opened. Maybe he wants to make sure it goes.
Don't add up.
You worry about being a patriot and working in a war plant. His place is a war plant.
I'll bet.
Well, what if it isn't? What if there is something phony about it? What do you care? It's a chance to make money.
We're doing all right.
Oh, yeah, we're doing fine. Us and the roaches. Are you going to be a sucker all your life? Are you going to live in a dump like this all your life? I'm sick of it, Eddie. I'm sick of being poor. I'm sick and tired of it.
You woke the kid.
Yeah. Great for her to be brought up in a hole like this without room to breathe. All right, darling. Pour yourself some coffee, Eddie. There you are. Now go to sleep, baby. That's it. Go to sleep, darling.
You want some?
No. I'll stick to the champagne. Great place to bring up a kid. Freezing in winter, boiling in summer, crawling with dirt the whole year.
Is that Rocket?
Yes. Take the kid. I'll tell him you're out.
No. No, I'll see him. Oh, what is this?
What's the matter, Eddie?
What is this? What are we doing here, Joe? What's this all about?
You got me.
Rocket said he wanted a mechanic and new calibrations. So for 2 days I'm monkeying around on this machine. You can't use it for anything. Can't use any of these machines for anything.
What do you care, Eddie? We're getting paid, ain't we?
You get paid more, too, boys.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rocket.
What do you mean we get paid more?
Oh, an extra 25 a week. To start, you might say.
To start what?
Yeah, you're right about these machines, Eddie. They're not much good for anything. But, you boys come out in the back. I'll show you some that are.
Oh, I didn't know there was a back to the place, Mr. Rocket.
Well, this room is really just for appearances. Showroom, you might say. But in the back, help me move this cabinet, will you?
That's not very heavy.
No, just a screen to cover this door. Come on.
Slot machines.
Yep. There. See what the trouble is?
You mean somebody could win by luck for once?
They were pretty banged up when we got them.
They look all right now.
They are on the outside. The machinery's all off. Until they're fixed.
And that's where we come in?
That's right.
Is this your war plant, Mr. Rocket?
You might say.
Count me out.
Now, Eddie.
Count me out.
Where you going?
Back where I came from.
Eddie. You know, you can make 175 here. Work is easy, the hours are short.
I'll take 65 in overtime.
When?
What do you mean?
You know the manpower laws, Eddie. You left a war job and you can't take another for 3 months.
What?
He's right, Eddie.
So for 3 months, you might just as well work here and make some easy money. I don't bother about manpower laws. I think you're kind of stuck, Eddie, you might say.
I don't know, Miss Miller. I just don't know.
You just don't know what, Harrington.
This manpower shortage? We know there's a real shortage. How can people quit their jobs now?
Well, I guess they think the war's almost over.
Are they crazy?
Either that or it's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Oh.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chief.
I have some work from both of you.
That's a surprise.
What kind of a case is it, Chief?
Robbery.
Who was robbed?
The city storage yard.
What?
That's right. It happened a few days ago, but unfortunately it wasn't brought to my attention until this morning.
What on earth would anybody steal from the city storage yard?
Slot machine.
Uh-oh.
All those machines we confiscated have been taken before there was time to convert them to scrap.
Well, I guess that means we better get on the lookout, huh? They'll be popping up again all over town.
Yes, I want to get them before they're redistributed.
How are you going to do that, Chief?
Well, machines aren't any good. They have to be fixed.
And that takes skilled mechanics, huh?
Exactly. And they're very hard to get these days.
Well?
I have a list here of war plants where they employ mechanics who could be used to fix slot machines. I want you both to check these plants and find out if any men have quit recently.
And if they have?
Find out what they're doing now.
I'm afraid I haven't got very much for you, Chief.
Oh, it's too bad, Miss Miller.
There were 5 of these mechanics who'd left in the last 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them are out because they're sick, and the other 3 have left town altogether.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, Harrington, any luck?
No. I could only find 2 of these guys who had quit.
Mm-hmm.
One's sick and the other's not working.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you make out, Miss Muller?
Not much better, Harrington.
Well, I guess we're at the dead end of that one.
Well, maybe my idea wasn't so good after all.
Chief?
Yes.
No. I thought I had something, but I didn't.
Did neither of you see any of these men?
Huh? No, I called him up to.
So did I.
You know, because of the Manpower Commission, the chances are they wouldn't say that they had a new job, even if they had one.
Hey, that could be right.
Sure.
I just wonder if they're really sick.
Who?
Well, say those 2 you reported on, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
What were their names?
Let's see. One was Joe Herndon, and the other was Eddie Lang.
Oh, well, if they're not sick...
Hey, you got an idea there, Chief.
Well, Harrington, suppose you drop around and find out.
Right.
But more important...
Yeah?
Find out if they're spending more money than they used to.
Just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Eddie Lang?
Yes?
My name's Johnson. I'm from the Acme Auto Company. Can I come in? Yes, thank you very much. Well, this is a nice little place you've got here.
Mr. Johnson.
At your service, ma'am. So I'd really like to see your husband.
My husband?
Yeah, that's right. I guess he's working, though, huh? At this time of day?
Yes, that is...
What?
He would be, except he's sick.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, he's gone to see the doctor.
Well, in that case, I won't bother you, ma'am.
Well, what did you want to see him about?
Oh, nothing. My company's got some wonderful second-hand cars that we can sell now real cheap and on the installment plan, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only $50 a month. Of course, with your husband sick, I guess $50 a month's a lot of money to you.
I've always wanted a car.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe when your husband gets better, you can...
Mr. Johnson.
Huh?
We have some money saved up.
Oh, Mrs. Lang, I wouldn't want to touch your savings.
It's quite a bit. As a matter of fact, we just bought this couch the other day.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's a real fine piece of furniture.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, maybe your husband would be interested in a car then.
Why, I think so.
Yeah? Well, suppose I drop around tomorrow morning.
Well, Eddie, he likes to sleep late.
Yeah?
And then he usually goes for a walk or to the doctor.
Oh.
But he's always here supper time.
I see.
Why don't you come around tomorrow night? You'll be sure to get him then.
Okay, I'll get him then.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Chief. This is Harrington.
Yes.
Hey, your hunch was right. I think Lang and Herndon are our boys.
Good.
You want me to bring them in?
No. We want to find out where they're working and who's at the head of it.
Okay. Suppose I tail them tomorrow morning.
Yes. And when you find out where they go, call me and I'll have the place raided.
Yeah, this one's working okay, Eddie.
Yeah, against suckers like us.
You'll never catch me near one again. Come on, let's get at the next.
I'd like to leave them just as they are.
Ah, no, Eddie.
Don't hand me that stuff again about all the dough we're making.
Well, we are, Eddie.
Yeah. What happens when they catch up with us, Joe?
How's anybody going to catch up with us?
Well, suppose they do.
Suppose you're crossing the street and you get run over. You can suppose anything if you want to. Well, we're making dough, Eddie, so let's enjoy it.
All right, come on, let's test this one.
Don't touch that.
What?
What's the matter, Mr. Rocket?
Not so loud.
What's up?
We have visitors out front.
Who?
The police.
Police?
Shut up. How'd you head them off?
Why should I talk to them?
They know you own the joint anyway.
Oh. Yeah, I think I put it in my name, Dan.
Hey, listen, if they come back.
They're walking right up here.
Is the cabinet in front of the door?
Yes, just keep still.
We're caught. Shut up. Why don't we go out the back stairs?
Because they probably...
Joe, you clumsy dump. Well, they know we're here now.
Just back dinner.
Never mind, we gotta get out. Come on.
The back stairs?
Yeah.
What about Rocket?
What about us, you jerk? Come on.
He'll be in here in a minute.
Never mind. Here we are. Up this way. Hurry.
All right, you two.
All right, nothing, copper.
What are you standing there for? Come on.
Joe.
Come on, Eddie.
Joe, look at him.
Listen, Eddie.
He slammed his head against that pipe, Joe. Maybe he's dead.
Well, if he is, then we gotta get out of here. Come on.
If Eddie's suspicions are right, if the police officer is dead, your district attorney is faced with another serious problem. We'll hear the new developments in just a moment. But first, a footnote on colors.
Green stands for envy,
Yellow stands for cowardliness.
and pink must stand for romance, judging from all my pink Valentine cards.
Well, perhaps. Though pink certainly doesn't stand for romance when it's pink on your toothbrush. Now that calls for a quick trip.
Where?
A trip to your dentist. He may say your gums are sensitive. And, like so many dentists, he may suggest the helpful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Is that so?
Yes, a 1944 survey, carefully conducted by impartial authorities, reveals that 7 in 10 dentists advise regular gum massage. Also, that twice as many dentists personally use Ipana as any other dentifrice.
Gum massage and Ipana.
Yes, a winning smile and sparkling teeth depend so much on healthy gums. And today's soft foods often fail to give our gums the exercise they need to stay firm and strong. So help give your gums that exercise with Ipana and massage. Now, every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, massage a little extra Ipana onto your gums. Remember, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile, start now to use Ipana toothpaste and massage. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
No word from the hospital yet, Chief.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller.
That cop never did regain consciousness, did he?
Oh, well, his skull was badly fractured.
What are his chances of pulling through?
Very slim, the doctor said.
If he dies?
There's a murder charge.
Yeah, Chief, I wish you'd let me pick up Lang and Herndon.
I told you, Harrington.
Yeah, I know, but if that poor guy dies...
Lang and Herndon are being watched. They can't get away.
I know.
I want to find out who their boss is, or was.
Well, we could question them, Chief. We could find out.
Well, maybe, but maybe this way they'll lead us to whoever he is.
I just keep thinking of that poor policeman.
How do you mean, Miss Miller?
Well, if he'd been found earlier, he would have had a better chance, wouldn't he, Chief?
Probably.
Why wasn't he found right away, Chief?
I don't know. My guess is that his body must have been hidden by that door leading to the back stairs.
Oh, I get it. And when the cops opened it, he was behind it and they ran through without seeing him, huh?
Yes. Of course, I have an idea.
Shall I get it, Chief?
That's probably the hospital. I'll take it.
All right.
District Attorney's office. Speaking. Yes? I see. Thank you. Well, that's that.
Oh. Then it's a murder charge.
Right.
For Lang or Herndon.
Or both.
Shall I bring him in, Chief?
No.
What are we going to do?
Nothing, Harrington. We're just going to sit tight.
Why don't you eat something, Eddie?
I'm not hungry.
Well, walking back and forth like that isn't going to help.
That cop dies.
You didn't mean to do it.
If he dies,
Nobody will know you did it.
I'll know I did it. I'll know.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Eddie,
Stand that phone.
I'm afraid to answer.
Maybe it's Joe.
Maybe it's the police.
Maybe it's Santa Claus. Answer.
Eddie.
Go on.
Hello? Who is it? It's Rocket.
Rocket. Hello? Yeah? Oh. Okay. I said okay. Goodbye. The guy's dead.
How does he know?
He said he was hiding in the place when they took him out, and he was dead then.
Oh, Eddie.
You know what else he said? You know what else my boss, Mr. Rocket, said? He said you were a murderer, Eddie, you might say. So I don't think you better say anything to the cops about me or anything. I think you better beat it, Eddie. Get out of town, you might say.
Eddie! Oh, Eddie!
Wish I'd never got the end of this. I wish I'd stayed where I was.
Oh, it was my fault.
It was mine, too.
No, I nagged you into it.
I don't blame
Well, you should.
I can't. To say I can't. If I turn on you, I got nothing. I got nothing at all.
Oh, Eddie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Baby, we're in an awful mess. We're in a jam, baby. What am I going to do?
We're going to get out of here.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Let's get the baby and get out of
We
here.
haven't any dough.
We've got 200.
We can't get far on that. Can't get far enough on any kind of dough.
Yes, we can.
I can't. I can't ever. I did it, and I know I did it, Rufy.
Eddie, what are you going to do?
Well, I can fix Rocket's wagon anyway.
What do you mean?
I can do one good thing anyway.
Eddie, where are you going?
Where do you think? I'm going to give myself up.
Eddie, why did you go to work for Rocket?
More dough.
But you were working in a war plant, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Maybe he thought Rocket's place was a war plant.
Well...
Oh, you didn't really know, did you?
No, sir. About leaving the plant, I figured I was just one guy.
Yeah, sure. Start multiplying yourself by all the others who think the same way, and you've got 10 and 100 and then 1,000. Then pretty soon you've got a production slow up and a war that goes on longer than it should.
I didn't think of that.
You didn't think of lots of things when you got yourself in this mess?
No, I guess not.
Well...
Shall I take him away, Chief?
No. There's one more thing, Eddie. You said before that when you punched that policeman, he fell down the stairs and hit the back of his head against that pipe.
Yes, sir.
Then you ran right up.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to kill him.
You didn't kill him.
What?
He's not dead.
But I thought...
Yes, I know, but Rocket was lying when he said that man was dead.
The newspapers...
It was a false report. That policeman's alive, Eddie.
He's not dead?
That's right.
Yes.
Harrington, I want to take Eddie home in one of our cars.
Yeah, but Chief...
And right away.
Yes.
And you're not to leave your house, Eddie.
No, sir. What's going to happen to me?
We'll worry about that later.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you. Chief...
That's all, Harrington.
Yes.
Chief, that policeman is dead.
Yes, I know. But Rocket's the man I'm after here. I'm pretty sure the news that Eddie Lang was brought home safely with a police escort will get to him. Then he'll get to Eddie Lang.
And you'll get to him.
Right.
But, Chief, you don't just want him for the slot machine racket, do you?
No. No, I want him for much more.
Eddie, I don't get it.
I don't either, baby.
It doesn't make sense. There's something wrong someplace.
Look, all I know is the guy's not dead. I'm not a murderer. There's something screwy about them sending me home, but I didn't kill anyone, Ruthie. I didn't kill anyone. You don't know what it feels like to think that you did, and then you... Oh, honey, I'm so glad.
So am I.
I just don't care about...
What?
I was going to say that I don't care about anything. But I do.
What do you mean?
I care about going to jail.
Eddie.
I don't know just what they're up to, but they're not going to let me off, baby.
I guess not. Sucker.
What?
I was remember saying to you, you want to be a sucker all your life. Well, I guess when you're poor, you're set up to be a sucker.
Oh, now what?
Oh, there was an auto salesman around yesterday. I guess we're not going to need a car.
Well, I better answer.
Eddie.
Yeah.
If it's the police.
Yeah?
Did you tell him about Joe?
No, but they knew. Hello, Eddie. What do you want, Rocket?
Get out of here.
In time, Mrs. Lang. I got a little business first, you might say.
Eddie.
It's a nice-looking knife you got, Rocket. Mm-hmm. Why don't you cut your throat with it? What'd you tell the DA, Eddie? What do you care? Why'd he send you home in a big parade, Eddie? Because I'm a hero.
You're a squealer. What did you tell him? Come on!
Don't be frightened, baby. What did you tell him? Well, if you move that knife back an inch, I think I could talk better. Thanks. I told him the truth, Rocket. You're working for me? Yeah. Setting slot machines? Yeah. Tell me you killed that cop? Yeah. Only the cop isn't dead. What? You heard. That's a lie. No, it's true, Rocket. It can't be. He has to be dead. He has to be dead.
Why does he have to be dead, Rocket? Come on in, Harrington, and keep him covered.
Right.
All right, Rocket. Why does he have to be dead?
I don't like guns, D.A. Too noisy.
It won't go off if you behave. Why does that policeman have to be dead, Rocket?
Suppose you tell me.
Because you killed him, you might say.
Your district attorney will be back in just a moment to tell you the reason he knew Rocket was the murderer and the final outcome of the case. But first, the story of Mrs. Gates, the lady who hadn't heard. Right now, she's going into a neighborhood store. And now to the Center Pharmacy. Next to the chain store down a few blocks. Then across the street to the variety store. Just a moment, Mrs. Gates. Now, what is the trouble?
Well, I've been all over town trying to find a bottle of Vitalis for my husband. He's let his hair go without Vitalis long enough.
Why, Mrs. Gates, haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Servicemen now get the entire supply of Vitalis, the famous hair grooming preparation.
They do?
Yes. You see, because of wartime shortages, there isn't enough Vitalis to meet the wants of civilians, plus men in the armed forces. Well, naturally, we're giving servicemen first call on the limited supply. So your husband will have to go without until wartime shortages are relieved. But when shortages are relieved, your husband will be able to get the same genuine Vitalis that was the standby of so many for so long. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both Eddie Lang and Joe Herndon were sent to prison for short terms. It was hard on their families, but they had knowingly broken the law. Justice required they pay for their misdeeds. Rocket, however, was sent to the chair for murder.
Chief, how did you know Eddie Lang didn't kill that policeman?
Because the man died from a wound in the front of his skull. The pipe he knocked the back of his head against just scratched him. And later I found a blood-stained crowbar in Rocket's plant.
Yeah, but, Chief, did you guess what happened before Rocket confessed?
Well, no, Harrington. At first I thought Eddie Lang had used the crowbar to kill the officers so he couldn't be identified. And then when I heard his story, I believed it and realized that probably someone else had been hiding in the cellar.
And that was Rocket.
Yeah. As we know now, the police were so busy chasing Lang and Herndon, they didn't see Rocket.
And by the time he decided it was safe to beat it, the cop came too.
Yes, unfortunately. And so Rocket used the crowbar.
Yeah, he was a pretty nasty character all around.
Well, what about next week's case, Chief?
Well, friends, we have quite a different type of story for you next week. It's the case of the Boogie Woogie murder. I hope you'll all join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
The names of all characters of tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Glenn Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Fola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Arthur Lawrence. And don't forget, when you think of well-groomed hair, remember Vitalis. When you think of a winning smile, remember Ipana toothpaste. Vitalis and Ipana, two famous Bristol-Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney. Hold it. A young lady has just made a big discovery.
Yes, I'm in love. And I think George is just about perfect, even though he isn't what you'd call handsome.
Well, George's romance proves again that a clean-shaven, masculine look counts more than a handsome face. Men, rely on Ingram's rich leather for close, smooth shaves yourself. Comfortable shaves, too. Ingram helps condition your face for the razor, for cool, comfortable shaving. Enjoy cooling Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram Shaving Cream.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The Case of the Deadly Train. Our story opens tonight in the station master's office of a Chicago railroad terminal, just off the main waiting room.
I think you know the members of my party, Mr. Billings. This is Miss Miller, my secretary.
Mr. Billings?
How do you do? And this is my chief special investigator, Mr. Harrington.
How are you, Mr. Harrington?
And this is Tom Niles. Mr. Billings is the conductor of the train we're taking back home, Niles.
Go ahead, Niles. You can talk in here.
Look, can't we get going? I mean, isn't it time to get on the train?
He's handcuffed to you, Mr. Harrington? Yeah, that's right. Just a precaution, conductor. This is one trip we're going to be sure to make, huh, Chief?
I've told Mr. Billings the importance we attach to getting Niles back home with us, Harrington. I might say again, while we're all here, however, that we'll stop at nothing to make sure of it.
I read in the papers how important he is. Going to identify that killer for you in your trial, isn't that it?
Yes, Niles has agreed to make the identification. Unfortunately, the newspapers have also printed the fact that he's the only witness I have against Johnny Galena. That sort of publicity isn't helpful at all.
The Journal gave it the front page this morning, Chief. Did you see it, Harrington?
Yeah, I'll say I did. They hit it right on the nose, too. Said the district attorney considered Niles so important, he came out here personally to extradite him.
Hey, look, can't we...
Yeah, okay, Niles, calm down. Calm down. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. Are you crazy? Johnny Galena's got friends, ain't he? You think they're going to let me identify him if they can stop me?
Oh, they'll do nothing, Niles. You're in my protection now, and I'll keep my promise to you. Is the train ready, Mr. Billings?
I've got everything arranged.
Sure, you keep your promise. They let me out of jail here to go back with you, sure, and all I get out of it is to be a target. Don't you see,
You better get going, Harrington.
Yeah, right, Chief. Come on, Niles, and remember, when we go out that door, don't look to the right or the left, see? Just follow the conductor here.
I'll take them directly to drawing room B. Is that right?
Fine. You have your ticket, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief. Bedroom H. I'll get on last, the way you said it.
Follow me, Mr. Harrington.
Let's go, Niles.
I'll check with you later, Harrington, as soon as I get to my own bedroom.
Passengers holding tickets.
Just remember, GA, you're responsible for me.
Niles, I assure you, you won't be out of my mind for a moment. Not until I've got you safely on the stand against Galena. All right, Harrington, go on.
Right. Let's go.
You wait a few minutes, Miss Miller, and then board with the crowd outside. All right?
Yeah, I know what to do, Chief.
Good. I'll find you when I need you. In the meantime, don't recognize me on the train. It's better if we're not seen together.
Chief.
Yes?
You're worried about this trip, aren't you?
Frankly, Miss Miller, I am. Niles is my only witness in a trial that means... Well, you know what it means.
Sure, Chief.
I've got to get that man there to testify. Yes, and in condition to testify, too. So let's hope for the best.
Passengers loading at gate.
Well? They're on the train, all right. The DA's assistant has Niles in drawing room B.
Harrington?
Is that the name on the orders?
Yeah. There's pictures in the folder.
Never mind, Elsie. It's him, all right. Niles was handcuffed to him. They're in B, right in this car.
The DA's with him?
He's in bedroom alone. This car, too. The boy sure worked that all right. We're right between them.
Oh. Johnny's got money, you know. Why shouldn't he get things worked right?
He will. Getting me to pull this job for him was the smartest thing he ever did.
Getting us, Ben. I come in on that fee. Don't forget.
Don't you always come in on what I do, baby?
Oh, sure. Like that washed-out blonde in the lobby last night.
Huh? Oh, I was just a kid, Elsie. Forget it.
Forget it?
Sure.
You leave me sitting in that lousy hotel room for 2 solid hours, and when I come down,
Okay, forget it, will you? We got work to do.
One of these days, so help me.
Will you shut up? You've been harping about that dame all day.
Well, why not? If I hadn't come down for that movie magazine when I did, you'd probably be with her yet. Just a kid.
Will you pipe down? We got plans to make.
Sure. If you want the ticket stubs,
Huh?
the guy collected while you were out.
No, keep them. I got plans to make, I said.
Let's have it.
Now, look. The way I figure it,
Well?
You stop glaring at me. How can I work with you shooting off your face all the time?
All right, go on. What's the plan?
All right. Well, they're all three on this car, see? Harrington, Niles, and the DA himself.
Yeah.
The best thing is to get over with it fast, Elsie. That way we can get off at Toledo, be back in Chicago before they know what hit them.
Back to the blonde, I suppose.
Will you listen, Elsie, and get this straight? I got a job to do now, a big job. For Johnny Galena, too, the biggest guy in the racket.
I know that.
So I don't fool around, get it? Now, you shut up and listen to your orders, baby. Because this is one show I'm going to run right.
Excuse me, may I get through, please?
Yes, certainly. Oh, here, I'll open the door for you.
Is everything all right, Chief?
So far, so good, Miss Miller. The conductor's collected all the tickets in our car, and he reports everything seems in order.
Harrington's in the drawing room?
With Niles, yes. I'm going to relieve him while he gets some dinner. In the meantime, I think you might circulate a little. See if anyone strikes you as out of the ordinary.
I will, Chief. I was just going into the ladies' dressing room when I saw you in the aisle.
Yes, I see. You might try the club car later on, too. You know what to do.
Right.
I'll wait here a moment until you're out of sight. If you need me, I'll be in the drawing room with Harrington.
All right, Chief. If I can't get back to you without being seen, I'll send a note by the porter.
All right, that's fine. And be careful, Miss Miller. Be just as careful as you can.
Oh, pardon me. Are you using this dressing table?
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
I was just going to see if I can do anything with my makeup. Honestly, the way your face can get dirty.
Isn't it something? You going all the way through, are you?
That's right, dearie. Say, you don't happen to have an extra cleansing tissue, do you?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. It's right here in my bag.
Oh, thanks.
There you are.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. The train swerved, and I must have knocked your purse on the floor.
Well, don't worry. I'll get it.
Let me.
I'll get it, I said. Let my purse alone.
But I was only...
Never mind. You can have the makeup table if you want it. I'm finished.
I'm sorry about your purse. Surely you don't think I would...
Keep it. So long, dearie. Thanks for the tissue.
Yes, you're quite welcome. Oh, Porter. Oh. Down here, please, and hurry.
Here's a seat, young lady. Right here.
Oh, thanks. You sure it ain't taken?
Not if you wanted it, ain't? Best seat in the club car, too. Gives you a view of where you just been.
It's exciting, ain't it?
That's Indiana. Nothing exciting about that.
Oh, I don't know. Ever been in Gary?
We just passed through it, little girl. Hey, can I buy you a drink?
After a while, maybe. Ooh, I got such a head from last night. I don't think I can look at one.
Gary, huh? You in business in Gary?
I'm in business wherever I hang my hat, mister.
Yeah? What kind of business?
Why don't you guess?
Well, let me see. Could be a model, you know. Got the looks for it.
Thanks.
But you're not.
I guess you'd call me a booster.
Huh?
Always sticking up for the hometown. That's one definition, ain't it?
There are others, you know. Like shoplifting.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Want to trade handles, kid? Mine's Ben. Ben Mott.
Hi. Smith. Edith Smith.
I bet.
Girl's got to be careful, Ben. She can't go around spilling her name, can she?
She can if she's out from the wall.
Maybe she ain't.
Ever been nailed, Edie?
By the cops? Yeah, in Denver.
Yeah? Where in Denver?
In the shed. Railroad station to you.
I know the lingo, Edie. What was the rap? Boosting?
I was doing the hook for the troop. It was a go-back deal, and I end up with the bad man.
You know the lingo yourself. St. Paul, you said?
What are you doing, kidding me, Ben? Nobody but a lambster gives St. Paul a play. This was Denver. The fix was in, so here I am.
You know, Edie,
Yeah?
you're okay. Really okay.
Oh, sure. I'm in great shape, I am.
What's the matter, you broke?
I said the fix was in, didn't I? What do you think happened to my Faldo?
You, got any plans, Edie?
Oh, the big city. I thought maybe if I spend my last buck on a train like this, I could line up a mark.
Who for? Traveling with somebody?
No, I'm alone. I just thought I'd get in a new troop faster if I arrived with a sucker all set.
Yeah, you would at that. You're smart, Edie.
You don't sound so dumb yourself, Ben. Hey, I'll take that drink now.
Sure thing. I'll ring the... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we can go back to my compartment and have a real drink.
You got a view of Indiana back there?
I got a plan, Edie. I think maybe you're just the kid would go for it, too.
How's the score?
Plenty. Matter of fact, this is a business trip. Big business.
Oh?
I got a partner already, but, you know how it is. The way my business runs, I need new blood.
You know, Ben,
Yeah?
I got plenty of blood. Let's go back to your trap and, have that drink.
Yeah, I won't be long, Chief. It's early. The diner shouldn't be crowded.
It's all right. Take your time, Harrington. I'll stay here with Niles until you get back.
What about me? When do I get to eat?
I don't think it would be wise to take you into the diner, Niles. We'll have something brought back here later on.
Yeah, I'll take care of it, Chief.
Right.
Say, is Miss Miller in her bedroom?
She's checking the train. Oh, and it'll be safer all around. All right, take your time.
Safer all around. And you do think somebody might...
Now, take it easy, Niles. Take it easy. Nothing's going to happen to you.
I'm scared, I tell you. I was a fool to tell the warden I'd do
Now,
it.
relax, I said. There's nothing to worry about.
Sure, that's easy for you to say. I'm the guy they want to shut up.
They won't. I've told you the trial in which you're going to testify means just about everything to me. So help me, I'm going to see that you do.
I sent her in to get some food.
She? Oh, I see.
Do you?
What's the matter, Ben? She cramp your style?
You wouldn't. Would you, Edie?
What do you think? What's the job, Ben?
Not so fast, lady. Let's see who you know first.
Well, let's see. Did you ever hear of Swede Larson out of Cincinnati?
Point out man, yeah.
Kugler?
Runs a cannon mob in Shy.
Well?
How about a big boy, Edie? Say, like Johnny Galena.
He's standing a rap, ain't he?
Won't be a rap if Tom Miles doesn't identify him at the trial, you know.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What would you say if I told you Niles is on this train?
And that's the job, Tom Niles?
Maybe.
You must be big yourself, Ben, doing a job for Johnny Galena.
I'm big enough to take care of you, Edie. The two of us for a long, long time.
Ben, Why, you louse. You.
Elsie, I thought you were in the diner.
Yeah, I bet you did. Well, that ties it. It's her.
Look,
Why,
Elsie,
you poor fool. That's the dame I was telling you about.
Huh?
She's the one gave my purse the once-over in the ladies' room.
What?
Why, that's true, but
I told you you'd make a false move, Ben. Now you've blown it for good.
Sit down, Elsie. Let's straighten this out.
Yeah? You think I'm nuts? She's probably got the train swarming with cops. I'm getting out of here.
Sit down, I said.
And stay for the rap? What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Now, wait a minute. There's been a mistake.
I'll say there's been a mistake, dearie. Him. I should have pulled out long ago.
I warned you, Elsie. Sit down.
Let go of me, you two-timing bum! I'm going to see to it that you get yours once and for all.
Elsie, put that gun down.
I knew she had a gun in that bag.
That's right, dearie. Now, here's where you get off the joyride, Ben, and right into the arms of the law.
Look, honey, calm down a minute.
The minute my back is turned.
You know that ain't true, Elsie. I've always come back to you, haven't I?
Yeah, you've always come back, but that's not good enough.
Look, Elsie, this dame don't mean a thing to me, and she's not hooked up with a cop. She's a booster out of Denver.
That's right, Elsie. I'm not after your guy.
You keep out of this.
Elsie, look at me, baby. I love you, honey. You know that, don't you? Don't you?
Oh, Ben, if I could only believe you.
You know me, baby. Why, I'm all for you. Always have been. Come on. Come on. Let me have that heat.
Oh, Ben, if you'd only play square with me. I get all riled up like this, and I don't know what I'm doing.
That's my girl. Now let me have the gun, Elsie.
Here, take it.
That's right, Elsie. Thanks.
You see, Ben, I...
Oh, don't.
Don't. I haven't even started on her. Pull a gun on me, will you?
Ben, no.
So you're going to let me have it, won't you, Elsie? Huh? And with a rod, too. Nice and noisy, so the whole train could hear.
I didn't mean it, Ben. It was just my temper.
Yeah, well, I do mean it, kid. I'm through with that loud mouth of yours once and for all.
Ben, no. Look out, Elsie. He's got a
You
knife.
keep out of this. Come on, Elsie. Here's where we say goodbye.
Ben! You killed her.
Yeah.
You...
It's like we said, Edie. You blood for old. Now, come on. Let's you and me straighten this out.
Yes,
You
but...
got questions to answer, little girl. And while you're talking, just keep your eyes on this knife.
We'll see what your district attorney makes of this in just a moment. But first, a definition of an optimist.
An optimist is a man who takes the worst of it and makes the best of it.
Now, a man is certainly getting the worst of it when he wakes up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative.
But if he's an optimist, he makes the best of it.
Yes, chances are he reaches for his sal hepatica. For you see, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative.
And that's not all. In addition to quick, gentle relief, sal hepatica brings you another important advantage. This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So, friends, be sure that you, too, keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Noon or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
I'll take another look through the train, Mr. District Attorney, if you think that'll help.
Well, yes, I wish you would, Mr. Billings. I can't understand where she is.
I told you something would happen. I knew it.
Pipe down, Niles. Hey, Chief, you sure Miss Miller ain't in her bedroom?
I'm positive.
Suppose I have that look at the other cars. Will you be here?
Well, no, I think I'll go back to my bedroom, Mr. Billings. You'll find me there.
She'll turn up, I'm sure. One thing, she can't get off the train.
Yeah, Chief, I don't like this at all. You ain't seen her since she started back for the club car?
Before dinner.
Did you hear the conductor? He said she couldn't get off the train.
Well, she couldn't. It must be doing 70 through here.
She could get pushed off, couldn't she?
That'll be enough of that, Niles.
I'm scared, I tell you. You promised to take care of me.
Shut up, Niles. Shut up. You're all right.
Oh, I'll go back to my bedroom, Harrington. I don't like to stay in here with you too long.
Yeah, right, Chief.
We'll see what the conductor's search reveals. If he doesn't find Miss Miller...
Yeah?
Then we will, Harrington. I promise you we will. Yes, come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Billings.
She's not in sight, Mr. District Attorney. I covered the whole train.
I see.
But this turned up.
Yes?
Seems a young lady gave the porter a note for you before dinner.
Miss Miller?
I think so, sir.
Yes?
Here, it's written on the back of a ticket stub.
Let me see it.
The porter had been warned about this car, you see. I told him myself to be careful.
See. You say she gave him this note before dinner?
He held it, sir. He was afraid to deliver anything without checking with
I've got
me.
to get out of here, conductor. Which way is compartment G?
To your left, 4 down.
Wait for me. I may need your help. Oh, excuse me, will you please? May I get through?
Take it easy, Bud. Just let me get out of your way.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
You sure are.
Thank you. Excuse me, please. I've got to get through.
I tell you can't stop people like Johnny Galena. He'll do anything.
Oh, look, Niles, you've been whining ever since we left Chicago. Will you shut up?
Take off my handcuffs, Harrington. Chained to you this way, I haven't got a chance.
Look, for the last time, my job is to protect you. Do you understand? These cuffs stay, kid. You and me, real cozy like.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you said that. If I were you, I'd...
Hey, look, we're...
Hey, it's a wreck. Hang on, Niles. Hang on.
Let go. We're turning. The car's turning over.
Look out. Look out. It's falling, Niles. Look out for the window.
Harrington.
Hey, Niles. Niles, are you all right?
I'm pinned, Harrington. I can't move.
It's this beam. It's on my chest.
Can't move, I tell you, Harrington.
Shut up. There's no need to get in a panic.
Get me out of here. Get me out.
I can't move either, I tell you. If you ain't hurt, just shut up.
Hey, listen.
Hey, they're coming in for us already. Do you hear them? They must be using the axe. Yeah, we're all right. Just get this beam off it. You in there, Niles?
I'm pinned. I can't move.
Just keep coming. I can see the light where you broke the side. Keep coming.
You, Harrington?
Where? Keep coming.
Through the side, see? Through the side of the car.
Don't worry. I'll get there. Just take it easy. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? You'll find out, Harrington. So you're pinned, are you, Niles?
Harrington.
Don't get panicky, Niles. Wait till I reach for my gun. Just stay where you are, Niles. I'll take care of you.
Harrington, it's Ben Mott. He's gonna kill me. I remember him from Chicago.
I can't reach my gun. Oh, this beam, if I could only push this beam up.
Harrington, you said you'd protect me.
There you are. Just a minute now, and I'll be there.
Harrington, look, he's got a knife.
Hey, drop that knife. Drop it. Do you hear me? Sure, I've got it covered.
Ah.
Right in your little pal here.
No, Mott, no.
So you thought you'd turn
Harrington.
rat on Johnny Galena, huh?
Harrington.
I warned you. I'll do nothing, copper. Now just lie there till I finish with him.
No, Ben, please,
One
Ben.
more push, Niles, and I got you, you dirty rat.
Harrington, help me! Help me!
I can't. Wheel on Johnny, would you? Here's where you... No.
Harrington,
Oh, Chief.
you all right in there? I can't see over this body.
Yeah, you got him, Chief. It's okay now.
Just lie quietly, Harrington. We'll be through to you in a minute.
Right. Hey, Niles. Niles.
Niles, are you all right?
I'm all right. He's dead.
All right, men. Let's cut away this beam.
Oh, Chief. Chief, that was close.
You get some water, Miss Miller.
Right.
There's a doctor out on the tracks.
Well, I'm okay, Chief.
There's no one dead or hurt, Chief. This is the only car that went over. The train hit an empty truck on the road.
Oh, good. Miss Miller, where does she...
Well, it's quite a story, Harrington. But first, let's get you and Niles outside. We've got a trip to finish, you know. All right, men, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain his rescue of Harrington and Niles. But first, here's a young lady who seems to be very happy indeed.
Hallelujah, my guy's come back.
Well, glad to hear he's back, young lady. And you know, in lots of other ways, too, life is getting settled again. For instance, Vitalis is back. Yes, back on drug counters everywhere.
Vitalis? What's Vitalis?
Vitalis is for keeping dry, unruly hair under control.
It is? Well, then I guess that guy of mine must be using Vitalis. His hair is always well-groomed.
Well-groomed in a natural masculine way?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Well-groomed, yet free from that patent leather shine?
Yes, sir.
That's Vitalis, all right. What's more, Vitalis and the 60-second workout stimulates circulation, prevents scalp dryness, routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair. And that's why we say to men, to look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, I want to say first, ladies and gentlemen, that Tom Niles went on the stand in my prosecution of Johnny Galena, and because of his testimony, we were able to secure another very important conviction in our war against crime.
Yeah, I still say that was close, Chief. If you hadn't been right behind Ben in that wreckage, he'd have killed Niles, sure.
Chief, I think you'd better explain just how you knew Ben was making his way through the wreck to Harrington and Niles.
But it was your note that did it, Miss Miller. The note the porter delayed delivering until just before the wreck. When you were in the ladies' dressing room with Elsie, that started the whole thing.
When her purse fell, Harrington, I noticed it was heavy. Too heavy for an ordinary lady's handbag.
Oh, she was carrying a gun, huh?
I'll say she was. Fortunately, when I picked up the bag, her compartment receipt fell out. I wrote the note to the chief on the back of it.
Yes, and as soon as I got the note, I went immediately to that compartment. As Miss Miller had written, the occupant seemed suspicious.
That's a mild word for Ben, Chief. After he tied me up, I thought I was done for.
Yeah, so you found Miss Miller in Ben's compartment, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, and Elsie's body. Miss Miller told me Ben had started for you, and so I followed him. Fortunately, neither of us was hurt in the wreck. Ben managed to get out of the car first, but I wasn't far behind him.
Boy, am I glad you stayed on his tail. Oh, hey, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns one of the most unusual and interesting criminals in our files. It's the case of the dangerous clown, and I invite you to join us for it. And until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the authors were Edward Byron and Robert Shaw. And remember, Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis and Sal Hepatica, two famous Bristol Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney. Men, so often the girls say,
"What a man. If only he had that clean-shaven, masculine look."
But many men say their faces are too tender for close, clean shaving.
And girls say, "No alibis, please."
And I say no alibis necessary. Not when you rely on Ingram shaving cream. That rich Ingram lather helps condition your face for the razor. You get cool, soothing shaves in comfort. Remember, men, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream. Try Ingram yourself.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of one slip meant death. In the spring, a young man goes to the circus, and that includes your district attorney, Harrington, and Miss Miller. As our story begins, they're busy with popcorn, peanuts, pink lemonade, and watching the show.
Boy, what's this now, Miss Miller?
What?
Boy, did you ever see tigers like that?
Where, Harrington? Which ring?
In the center.
Oh.
Hey, who is that guy, Chief? He's great.
I was just looking at the program, Harrington. Oh, here it is, number 24, presenting Chris Kane and his death-defying dance of the wild beast.
Oh, gee, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
The tigers?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, watch Kane's footwork, Miss Miller. That's what's beautiful.
Yes, isn't it?
Hey, just see that one snarl at him?
Yeah.
Boy, they ain't kidding.
Now what?
It's the finish of the act, Miss Miller.
Oh.
He's supposed to light a cigarette in front of that tiger.
What?
Yeah, the big one, Miss Miller. Look.
Oh, I don't want to look.
Watch him now. He keeps getting closer to the tiger. And all of a sudden, he lights that cigarette right in his face.
Well, I'm just as glad I'm up here, aren't you, Harrington?
Yeah, now, Chief. Hey, there he goes.
Yeah.
Watch him, Miss Miller.
Hey, Harrington, that tiger got him.
No.
Hey, let's get down there. This crowd might get out of hand. Come on.
Now, let's get this straight. You're Kane's assistant, you said?
Yes, sir. Jimmy Parsons.
Okay, Jimmy, you stay right here. Who are you?
My name is Drew, Carol Drew. Is Kane dead, do you know?
Yes, ma'am. He's dead.
Oh, how horrible.
What do you do in the act, Miss Drew?
Carol's not with us, sir. She's an aerialist.
Oh, I see. Well, you don't need to hang around, that little lady. District Attorney just said those in the Kane Act had to stay.
Oh, but I want to stay. You see,
She's with me.
Oh, here you are, Harrington.
Yeah, I thought I'd better stick close to the cage, Chief. I did what you said. Nobody has touched it.
Good. Will you bring Mrs. Kane over here, please, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kane. This won't take long, I know.
Mrs. Kane, I don't know what to say. It's just awful.
Madura got him. I saw from the entrance it was Madura.
Madura?
The cat, Mr. Harrington.
Oh, but Mr. Kane slipped. I saw him.
What did you say?
This is Carol Drew, Chief. She's part of a trapeze act.
Oh, yes. And you saw Mr. Kane slip, Miss Drew?
Well, I'm sure he did. I was watching because I was looking for Jimmy.
Yes, that was my impression, too. We were in a box just over there to the left. I want to have a look inside that cage, Harrington.
Yeah, right, Chief. Mrs. Kane, I know this must be a tough time to talk, but about this tiger. Is it vicious, especially?
They're all vicious. My husband's act was no fake.
Oh, of course not. I just meant...
Madura is faster than the others, Mr. Harrington. You have to watch her every minute. Can't understand it. I just can't.
Well, can't I get you a chair, Mrs. Kane?
I'll be all right. Thank you.
Oh, Harrington, will you come in here a moment?
Yeah, right with you, Chief. Excuse me.
Miss Drew, I think if you could get Mrs. Kane a glass...
Watch your feet there, Harrington. There's something on this canvas I don't like.
What's that, Chief?
Right here. Right in front of the perch that tiger was on when it happened.
Huh?
Here, do you see it?
What's it? Hey, Chief, that feels like grease.
Yes, it is a grease of some sort. And only in front of this perch.
Well,
now I'm sure Kane slipped in front of that animal.
Oh, brother.
Come on, let's see if we can't find out why.
Jimmy.
Yes?
Jimmy, this is awful to think about now. At a time like this, I mean. But
Think about what?
us. Well, the show will have to go on, Jimmy. You know that. And everybody knows you know the act. Well, you can handle the cats just as good as Mr. Kane did.
Carol, wait.
But we have to think about it, Jimmy. Why, if you do the act, that'll mean more money, and then we
Honey,
can...
please, listen. I know we've waited, baby. Darling, I know every minute of it. Even before I went overseas.
Well, then?
I don't want to do the act.
Why?
Oh, don't get me wrong, baby. It isn't that I can't. Well, don't you see? The cats belong to Velma now. All of them.
Velma?
Mrs. Kane.
Well, sure they do, Jimmy, but... Well, my goodness, she can't do the act. She isn't even circus.
I know that.
Jimmy Parsons, what are you trying to say? You're like a little boy.
Velma likes me, Carol. She... Oh, for Pete's sake, I don't have to spell it out for you, honey. She's in my hair. She's been that way for months.
Mrs. Kane.
Yeah, don't you see? If I did the act now with her cats and everything, it'd be worse than ever. Much worse.
Oh. I didn't know. I had no idea at all.
I didn't want to worry you.
Mrs. Kane. I just can't believe it.
Don't let her fool you, Carol. She's tough.
Yeah, I heard that once. One day in the commissary, someone said she'd been arrested or something a long time ago.
Come in.
Jim, Oh.
Come in, Mrs. Kane. You know Carol Drew, I think, with the Parkers.
You'll forgive us, won't you? Jim, I want to talk to you alone.
Well, yes, of course.
Is the phone connected in your dressing room, Carol?
Yes, it is, Jimmy. Room 72.
I'll call you, okay?
Yes, please do. Mrs. Kane, I want to say...
Some other time, my dear, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Do you want to sit down?
Sorry if I was rough with your little friend, Jim. It happens there's a lot to think about.
If there's anything I can do, any way I can help, I wish
for the love of heaven, Jimmy, don't you start to. I look lousy and black, and crying makes my mascara run.
Sorry.
Just glad our farm's near here. I can get away from the sympathy routine. Sit down, will you?
You said you wanted to talk to me, Mrs. Kane.
Oh, I see.
See?
The Mrs. Kane routine. You know, Jimmy, in all my life, I never... No, I'll be darned if I will.
It's getting late, Mrs. Kane.
But darned if I'll sit here trying to think of how to work this. Is it that girl, Jimmy? The one that just went out here?
Carol?
I don't care. I don't care about anything, Jimmy. Not anymore. Look at me.
But
Look at me, I said. Do you think this is for laughs?
I think you'd better...
Ever since you got here. Ever since you smiled for the first time. Ever since I saw the way your hair falls over your eyes when you laugh. Since I watched you walk.
Cut it out. Don't talk
Ever
like that.
since I loved you, Jimmy. Loved you so hard. So far down deep inside me, it aches and pains like it was going to kill me. Jimmy, please, I'm dying with the pain. Jimmy, please.
You'd better go.
Please, dear Lord, please.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kane, but it's just no good. It isn't, and it never could be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to find Carol.
Jimmy.
Raven oil, odorless, tasteless, colorless. Hey, that's a new one on me, Chief.
Raven oil? I've heard of it before, Harrington. It's, it's like a baby oil, I think. It has a number of uses.
Yes, including murder, it seems, Miss Miller.
Oh, you think that'll stand up, Chief?
Well, not the way the case shapes up now. Oh, it's murder, all right, there's no doubt of it. You take this fact alone. Chris Kane had done that cigarette trick in front of that particular tiger for 3 years.
That's right.
And the trick, obviously, is largely a matter of footwork.
That's right, too. Then one night there's a neat patch of this Raven oil right in front of that tiger's perch.
Yeah.
Right where Kane does his stuff.
Exactly. So what's the result? He starts the trick, slips on this oil, and the tiger claws it. Well, that's murder.
Well, I see all that, of course, Chief, but I was just trying to think who could have done it.
Yeah, that's quite a thought, Miss Miller, quite a thought.
It's something we'll all have to think about. Yes, and do something about. How long is the circus scheduled to stay in the auditorium, Harrington?
Not long, Chief. It moves on Friday.
Friday. It's not much time, is it? Well, we'd better get to work, and fast.
It's late, Carol. I'd better go back to my hotel and let you get some sleep.
Have you started packing yet?
I will tonight.
And tomorrow you'll...
Leave. I'll tell her right after the matinee.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, I'm scared.
Oh, baby, no. There's nothing to be scared about. It's best this way. Honest it is.
Well, I know all that. It's just that everything's so mixed up.
It won't be for long. You'll see, honey. I'll get a job just like that.
I know.
Well, gee, smile then or something. I'm going to miss you, too. You know?
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, Carol. Oh, gee, honey, don't cry.
I can't help it. Let's see, all while you were in the army, I used to think about us being together. And how you do the cat act someday, and me with the part. And now it's all different.
Oh, now, baby.
Oh, I'm just sorry, I guess.
Sure you are. Hey, you'd better get some sleep, young lady. All right now?
I'm fine.
Miss Drew, fair damsel. Hey.
I'm listening, Mr. Parsons.
You're supposed to smile, dopey.
Oh? I'm listening, Mr. Parsons.
That's better. I just want to tell you, fair lady, that I love you.
Jimmy, wait.
Very, very much. Good night.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Come in. Jimmy, Mrs. Kane.
Does he usually stay in your hotel room until now?
What?
Don't give me that wide-eyed stare. I've been waiting in the street.
What do you want?
That's a neat question coming from you. All right, I'll give it to you straight. I want Jimmy.
I don't want to talk like this.
What's more, I want you out of my way, kid. Is that clear enough?
Mrs. Kane, I will not stand for you to come in here and talk to me.
There's a show organizing in Texas this week. They need another wire girl, and I can get them to take you on.
Mrs. Kane.
Just to show you my heart's in the right place. I'll stake you to the fair.
Oh, please, Mrs. Kane, won't you try to understand?
Oh, I understand, kid. Oh, sure. Now, do you go? Do you get on that bus tomorrow, and that's the end of you?
Well, you must be crazy. Do you really think you can get Jimmy that way?
Do you go?
He loves me. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Jimmy loves me.
Shut up.
And you think you can get rid of me and have him all to yourself? You're crazy, I tell you.
Shut up.
He isn't staying with you, Mrs. Kane. Don't you know that? He's leaving. He's leaving, do you hear? He's getting away from the whole thing.
What did you say?
You heard me. Jimmy isn't yours. Why, you couldn't have his little finger. He loves me, do you hear me? He loves me.
You shut up, you crazy little fool. You don't know what love is.
And you think you could take him away from me? You? He hates you. Did you hear that, Mrs. Kane? He hates you.
Rotten little rat.
You couldn't have Jimmy if you were to... Get away.
Nibbling little idiot.
Mrs. Kane, no! Mrs. Kane, don't! No!
You fool. Let's see if he loves you now.
Carol Drew, who didn't know why she was afraid, dead. We'll hear the next development in this case in just a moment. But first, some tips for the man who wants to look his best.
If you're on the heavy side, wear a double-breasted suit. You'll look thinner.
If you're short, wear a striped suit to make you look taller.
And whether you're short or tall, keep your dry, unruly hair looking neat. You'll make a better impression.
That is, if you keep your hair under control in a natural, masculine way. So be sure to use Vitalis, because Vitalis contains natural vegetable oils.
No mineral oil.
No slick, greasy look.
And remember, Vitalis does lots more besides make your hair look right.
In fact, Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout brings you an extra advantage so many hair preparations cannot give you. Vitalis and workout stimulate your scalp, makes it tingle all over, feel just grand. The Vitalis workout also routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair, and due to the natural vegetable oils in Vitalis, eliminates the irritation of dry scalp.
Better try Vitalis, mister.
Scalp tingling Vitalis is available at drug counters everywhere. To look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Shut the dressing room door, will you, Harrington? I don't want any of the performers in the halls to see us.
Yeah, right, Chief.
The Parsons boy is out in the arena?
Yeah, I checked again, Chief. He's standing just at the entranceway.
Well, we'll wait here for him then. Talk to him first and then move right down the list. Harrington.
Yeah, Chief? What I'll be darned. Raven oil.
Yeah. Almost amateurish, wouldn't you say? The boy's obviously all packed.
Yeah, and a half-empty bottle of that Raven oil tossed behind the makeup stand. I'll be a son of a gun.
Yeah, be careful. I'll pick it up in my hack.
Yeah, boy, this one's going to end fast, huh, Chief? I thought we'd be questioning half the circus before we're through.
Yeah, better put Brophy next to the boy. You can't take any chances now.
Yeah, right. That's the phone, Chief. You want to let it ring?
No, I think we'll answer it. Anything concerning James Parsons is of interest to us now. Yes?
Hello, I'm calling the district attorney, please. Is he near that extension?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Oh, Chief, I've been tracing you through every dressing room over there.
Well, we won't be long. We've just made quite a discovery.
But, Chief, the teletype just came in. The squad's on the way there now to her hotel.
Teletype? What, Miss Miller? I don't understand.
Well, the report just came through, Chief. Carol Drew's been murdered.
$55, $60. All right, take it.
I'm sorry you feel this way, Mrs. Kane.
You're quitting, aren't you? You got your salary, haven't you? Go on, get out.
If I can do anything, I mean if...
For me? You've done enough to me, boy. All I want to do now is to get out of here. When I slam that dressing room door, that's the end.
You're taking the animals, Mrs. Kane?
Yeah. Medora especially. We'll go back to the farm together. Me and that cat.
I should think after the accident, after what Medora did, you'd...
I'd what?
Nothing. I'd better go.
More company. I must be getting popular. Come in.
Excuse me, Mrs. Kane. It's okay, Chief. He's in here.
What do you want?
Wait out here, Brophy.
Sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Kane, but maybe you'll be glad it's all over. Come on, Parsons. Let's go.
Let's go, but
We have a car outside, Parsons. We'll leave as quietly as possible.
Leave? But what for? I don't get it.
For murder, Sonny. Come on. Put on your hat.
All right. All right. We'll start again. Now listen to me, Parsons. Listen, I said.
Look at the district attorney, Parsons.
I told you.
You've told us nothing. Now think, Parsons. Chris Kane was killed because someone put oil in front of that tiger. Raven oil, Parsons. Raven oil that we found in your dressing room.
Yeah, where'd you get it, kid?
Let me go, please. Carol's dead. Can't you understand that?
We understand it all right. You were in her hotel room last night, not 10 minutes before they found her body. You hear me? You were there.
I don't know.
Oh, it's getting late, kid.
But all right. Where's Mrs. Kane, Miss Miller?
Oh, now at
Yes.
the farmhouse, Chief. She and her husband kept the tigers in this place just outside of town.
She'll make a statement, I think, Harrington. Suppose you go out there and get it.
Right.
You'd better go, too, Miss Miller, to take it. Oh, and send Dorothy in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy and I aren't through, not by a long shot. All right, Parsons, we'll start again.
He'll crack, Miss Miller.
Huh.
Boy, he's stubborn, though.
I'll see.
Is that the house?
That second driveway, Harrington. You see that mailbox?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have stopped at the squad room, I guess. Mike's fixing my gun. Is this it?
Yeah, right here.
Hope we don't have to ask her to come downtown.
No.
That poor dame's been through a lot.
She sure has.
Got your notebook?
You kidding? Go on, ring the bell.
I did.
Well, she must be here, Harrington. The door's open.
Come on, Mrs. King. Come on. This is no time to take a bath.
Harrington, I don't think she's here. Do you hear anybody?
Not a thing. Come on. My book going in an open door ain't so bad. Come on.
All right. Mrs. Kane?
Anybody home?
Mrs. Kane?
That's funny. Come on, let's look around.
Okay. Oh, that must go to the kitchen.
Yeah. Mrs. Kane? Hey!
Anybody home?
Strange, isn't it? House wide open, not a soul here. Oh, where's that door go, Harrington?
Basement, I guess. Come on, let's have a look.
Harrington!
For the love of... Miss Miller, get back.
It's a tiger.
Don't yell, Miss Miller. Move slowly. Go on. Get over in the corner.
Harrington, it stopped.
In the corner, Miss Miller. Now, don't even breathe.
He's coming closer.
Get behind me.
Harrington.
Slowly, Miss Miller. Give me that chair. I hope this is the way they do it.
Now, you left the hotel at 10 after 12. Are you sure?
I don't know.
You just said it was 10 after 12, Parsons. Now, make up your mind. Hello? No. Yes, go on, Brophy. You're in the lab now. What? Are you sure? No, that's all right. Get a car and meet me downstairs. Yes, at once. Parsons?
Yes, sir?
I owe you an apology, Parsons. Come on, son. I'll explain in the car.
Harrington, I think I'm going to...
For the love of Mike, don't pass out, Miss Miller.
Watch him, Harrington. Look, there's something in the hall. Watch him.
Easy. Easy does it. If he turns that head again, we make a break for the door.
Right.
Easy.
Medora! It's Mrs. Kane.
Keep your voice normal, Miss Miller. In the kitchen, Mrs. Kane.
Medora! You fools. Didn't you know? Oh, you fools.
Can you control him, Mrs. Kane?
Who'll control Medora? Watch me. Get him, Medora. Get him.
Harrington!
Watch it, Miss Miller. Keep behind me.
Medora! You killed him, Medora!
It's all right, Miss Miller. It's all right. Take Mrs. Kane, Harrington. Parsons is in the car.
Mrs. Kane?
Yes, for murder. Easy, Miss Miller. Easy. It's all right, Harrington. Let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of the clues that led to the arrest of Mrs. Kane. But first, about something that concerns almost everyone listening. Whether you're a bank president,
Or a bank clerk.
a shop foreman,
Or a shop apprentice.
a secretary,
Or a bookkeeper.
no matter who you are, what you do, where you live, the chances are you too wake up now and then feeling sick and headachy because you need a laxative. So better heed this good advice.
When you feel like that, take Sal Hepatica.
Yes, take Sal Hepatica. For a sparkling glass of this famous saline when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour.
That means you don't have to feel miserable all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you need it in the morning.
In addition, Sal Hepatica helps sweeten an upset stomach by reducing excess gastric acidity. So keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, anytime you need a laxative, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And now, here is your district attorney.
This was a case of double murder, ladies and gentlemen, and under questioning, Mrs. Kane has admitted both crimes.
Boy, she was a weird one, wasn't she, Chief?
Yes.
She knocks off her husband so she can make a play for young Jimmy Parsons. Then when he says no dice, she shoots his girl.
And darn near finishes us with that tiger, Harrington. Golly, I feel shake when I think about it.
Well, Mrs. Kane is obviously a mental case, really. A woman so deranged by her emotions that murder meant little or nothing to her. As we know now, she put the oil in front of the tiger's perch, knowing that her husband would lose his footing in it and be killed.
And then she plants the oil bottle in Jimmy's dressing room.
Oh, brother.
Yes, she did, Harrington. Fortunately, she acted emotionally rather than with the deliberate count of a trained criminal.
She planted the bottle of oil in Jimmy's dressing room, yes. But in her emotional state, fingerprints never occurred to her.
And it was her prints on the bottle of oil that did it, huh, Chief?
Yes, exactly, Miss Miller. As soon as Brophy called with a report from the files in Washington, there was no doubt about it. Mrs. Kane had a criminal record of some years' standing, and her fingerprints very clearly matched those on the bottle.
Yeah, to say nothing of the gun, Chief. The one she shot Carol with was right there in her house. Oh, hey, what about next week?
Well, friends, before telling about next week's case, we have a man with us tonight who has something of unusual interest to tell us. And it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce our sponsor, Lee Bristol of Bristol Myers Company. Mr. Bristol.
Thank you, Jay. Fellow radio listeners, from time to time during the past 5 years, on this and on other radio programs, you have heard your favored stars and announcers break away from the usual radio script to make special pleas for the Red Cross, for the recruiting of nurses, for treasury bonds, for employment of veterans, and many other subjects that affect the lives of practically all of us. Perhaps you have wondered how these announcements came about. Actually, the announcements you have heard have been an endeavor on the part of radio artists, their sponsors, and the networks and stations which bring them to you to provide a public service for the American people. It has been an effort to employ all the media of communication to inform Americans everywhere in the world of the problems facing their country. Here we are carrying them through the great medium of American radio. It had to be an organized effort because of the number of people involved and the great number of radio programs. All this difficult work of organization was done by the Advertising Council. It would take me too long to recount the fruitful results of what you, the listeners, have done as a result of the appeals made on commercial radio programs. All that you needed were the facts, and then you acted. All through the war, and now in the disturbed peace that has followed. Naturally, like any advertiser, we try to sell our products on our radio programs. But in our newspaper, or even in our newspaper and magazine advertisements. But on this, the 5th anniversary of the Advertising Council, we are continuing as best we may to keep Americans informed about the problems that most vitally affect them. We believe in the American system of broadcasting, which exists nowhere else in the world. We wish to preserve this system, but far more important, we wish to preserve the freedom of the individual man, which has made our country the great nation it is. This voluntary, cooperative undertaking expresses for you and for me the very essence and spirit of America.
Thank you, Lee Bristol. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story is the case of perpetual care, and I invite you to join us for it. Until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the authors were Edward Byron and Robert Shaw. And remember, Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Now, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, suggest you stay tuned for the big story. We invite you to hear the Alan Young Show on Friday night, and join us again next week at the same time for Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Ipana and the Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In our constant experience with men who live by fraud and deceit, ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that they succeed largely by one old and simple method, that of making it seem easy to get rich quickly. I need hardly add that never in that same experience has this proved to be so. Tonight's case of murder in rhythm and rhyme begins in an old and disreputable office building here in our city.
Harry, here's one. The jerk enclosed the 10 spot in cash, too.
Cash? Let me have it, baby.
Aw, you said the next letter with cash in was mine.
If you finish the recordings, Dolly. Oh. Come now, let Harry have the money. That's a nice girl.
Look who's talking. You ain't even printed the song sheets for the last 6 poems we got.
I will, my pet, I will. What's the poem?
Huh?
The one with the 10 spot. Who thinks he's Irving Boylan this time?
Oh, just reading the letter. And I read your ad where you say you can write music to fit my poem, so I enclose it.
Smart boy.
There's more. Also, where you say in the ad, you will send me a record of my song as sung by an international star of stage and screen. That's me, Buster.
Yeah, he didn't send for the signed copy, did he?
Oh, there ain't no extra $2 if that's what you're looking for.
Oh.
Oh, brother, get a load of the title.
On the poem?
Yeah. Granny's making cornbread up yonder tonight. Oh, no.
Granny's doing what, Pat?
Making cornbread, whatever that is.
Let's see now. Dum-da-dum-da-dee-da-dee-dum-da-dum-da. Boom. Granny's making biscuits tonight. Boom, boom.
Cornbread.
Cornbread tonight. Boom, boom. What's the rest of it?
What do you care? We'll use the same tune we always do.
Yeah. Who's that?
Well, how should I know? One answer?
You go, Dolly. Whoever it is, get rid of him.
That's a help.
I'm not here, Dolly. All right?
All right, go on. Duck in the back room. Hello.
Excuse me. Is this the Great White Way Music Publishing Company?
Yeah, it is. What can I do you for?
Well, I beg your pardon.
Out with it, chum. I'm a busy girl. Hey, wait a minute. If that stinking Sam Denver sent you, he can fly a kite for his dough.
Sam Denver?
Yeah, the bookie. Or did you come? Wait a second. What do you want, huh?
Why, I sent you my poems. I'm Tim Newton.
You're who?
Tim Newton. I have Mr. Madison's letter right here.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're a customer, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Excuse me for living. I thought you were somebody else.
Have I come to the right place?
Ah, you sure have, Mr. Newton. Come right in.
You have a court appearance at 11, Chief, and lunch with the commissioner at 1:30.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Miller. Now, anything else?
Let me see. I don't...
Come out. Morning, Chief. Morning, little Colleen.
Little what?
Yes, I don't believe I quite caught that, Harrington.
Sure,
Little,
you're not knowing what the day it is, Chief.
Day? Well, let me see. March 17th, isn't it, Miss Miller?
Wednesday, Chief.
Wednesday.
Ah, Miss Miller, look. Look at my necktie now. What color is it?
Kind of orange, isn't it, Chief?
Orange. Oh, my grandmother's spinning in her grave in County Cork. It's green. This is St. Patrick's Day yet.
No.
No, is it really? Well, I hadn't heard, had you, Miss Miller?
Not a
St.
thing,
Patrick's
Chief.
Day.
Who's St. Patrick?
Oh, Miss Miller, that does it. So help me in a minute.
Sure, Harrington, my boy, we're known it's a good saint's day, to be sure.
Well, sure, Harrington, to be sure.
Oh, Corny, that's what it is, an orange tie. Can you? Me with an orange.
I take it all back, Harrington. That's the greatest piece of neckwear I've ever seen.
Oh, well, thank you. That's better.
Sure is.
Anything for me today, Chief?
Well, now, there are a few things, Harrington. However, if you're busy, perhaps Brophy can take care.
Brophy?
Yes.
What is it, Chief? What's on my schedule?
Do you have that advertisement, Miss Miller?
The one the Better Business Bureau sent over?
Yes, that's
Let's see. Oh, it's right on top of your folder there, Chief.
Oh, yes, thank you. Did you ever hear of the, wait a minute, the Great White Way Music Publishing Company, Harrington?
Oh,
That old racket again, Chief.
Well, as a matter of fact, this particular ad puzzles me.
Yeah?
It's apparently been running in small out-of-town papers.
Sure, that's where they get 'em.
Well, this isn't just the usual ad, however. This one says that for a service fee of $10, they'll write music to fit your poem, send you a copy of the published song, and what was the rest of it, Miss Miller?
Send it to a nationwide radio network.
Yeah.
Now remember that,
That's
Chief.
right, that's right. Oh, and finally, you get a phonograph recording of your song made by an... let's see, where's that wording? Oh, here. Made by an internationally famous star of stage and screen.
Boy, that's some $10 worth, Chief.
That's my impression, too. You know, it's strange how one of these crops up every so often. You'd think people would learn.
Oh, not poets, Chief.
No.
I have a cousin who sends me his latest masterpieces every week.
Sure, and that's how these bums stay in business.
Yes, well, let's put this one out of business, Harrington. Check on it, will you, and let me know.
Oh, Harry, for Pete's sake. The kid's been hanging around for 3 days.
Kid, Pet? What kid?
Tim Newton. He's sitting out in the other office.
No, Tim, yeah. Fine boy, Dolly. Great talent.
Great talent, my foot. He's got a 10 spot for every one of his drippy poems, you mean?
He has more?
Yeah, bucketful. Only... Oh, I don't think you ought to do it, Harry. Honest.
We don't quite do it honest, Pet.
Very funny. But, Harry, he's such a nice boy. Yeah, and he's getting sore, too.
Oh?
Yeah, well, why wouldn't he? This dump don't exactly look like Big Dough, you know.
My dear girl, some of the finest songs in the business have come out of modest surroundings.
Yeah.
Why, when I was in vaudeville, I found numbers practically anywhere.
That I can guess.
Huh?
You still say get rid of the kid. Send him back where he came from before he gets too smart.
Hey, this is unlike you, Dolly. Is the boy by any chance attractive?
Who, me?
Just a thought, just a thought. I'll have a talk with him today, perhaps run over a few of his epics with him.
Well, I still say get rid of him now before he gets smartened up.
Tell you what, baby doll, just a few more taps at his till, and away he goes. All right?
He's getting sore, Harry.
Oh, nonsense. He'll go home singing. Oh, in the meantime, Pet,
Yeah?
be nice to him. Poets, you know, they have a tender soul.
Well, I guess that about cleans up my little black book, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a cinch for a conviction?
I'd think so, Harrington. Who was assigned to the trial, Miss Miller?
Fred, Chief. Jack's assisting.
Oh, good. Ask them to go over it with me when they're ready, will you please?
Yes, sir.
Now, anything else, Harrington?
Well, I slapped a discon charge on Weepin' Willie, Chief. I told you about him.
Did it stick?
He was up in front of Judge Higgs this morning. He drew 3 years.
I have the verdict report on that, Chief.
Yeah, fine. Oh, what about our song publishing friends, Harrington? Any progress?
Chief, there's a lot of up-and-up music publishers in this county, but I don't think our Great White Way boys are one of them.
Oh? Are they licensed?
They are not.
I see. Who's running the show?
Well, as near as I can get it, Chief, a guy named Harry Madison.
Harry Madison.
Yeah, one of the boys that helped kill Vaudeville. And a dame named Dolly Racine.
Who?
She's the international star of stage and screen, Miss Miller.
She sounds like it.
Yeah, the whole thing's as phony as they come, Chief. Give me a couple of days to seal it up, and I'll take them.
Now, my boy, let's just get a few kinks ironed out here, and we'll be all set. Just read me the first line again.
Not today, Harry. I'm tired.
Nonsense. Now, Tim.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay.
They'll do it every time.
That's the first line, Miss Racine. Like I said, I wrote this one when I was fishing.
No.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Dolly?
Yeah.
An outdoor song. Woodsy stuff. Goes over big, my boy.
You think so, Mr. Madison?
Think? Why, I know. Now, we'll just get the old piano warmed up, and we'll let it go.
We gotta do it now, Harry?
No time like the present, Dolly. Got the recording machine on?
Wait a second.
You make records on that?
Finest equipment in the world, my boy. Made it myself. Ready, Dolly?
Give me the words.
Oh, here they are, Miss Racina, on my manuscript. Right.
All set? One, two.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay. The moon's a feather pillow on which my head to lay.
Wait,
Not
just
now,
a minute.
son. Go on, Dolly.
But you've got the wrong tune, Mr.
Huh?
Madison.
What do you mean, the wrong tune?
Well, that's the tune you used before, remember? On my poem about the way the sun shines on the cornfield?
My dear young man, I never use the same melody twice.
But that's the same one, though, and I think it sounds like the other ones, too.
Harry.
Never mind, Dolly. Look, son, I've been turning out hits since before you were born. I know music.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Madison.
Good. Now, shall we make the record, Dolly?
No.
Not with that tune, Mr. Madison. That ain't fair.
Harry, maybe we ought...
Stay out of this, pet. What isn't fair, my boy?
Using the same tune for all my poems. I've been thinking, Mr. Madison, you ain't just playing square about this thing.
Uh-huh.
Dolly, be quiet. You have a complaint, Tim?
Well, just that it ain't fair, Mr. Madison. You say in the ad you write special music for my words.
Go on.
But you don't. It's the same thing over and over, and while I'm getting it off my chest, Mr. Madison, it ain't fair about her, too.
Oh? Now, just a second. What ain't fair about me?
The way the ad says my song will get recorded by an international star.
Well?
Heck, Miss Racine, you don't sound like a star at all.
I don't, huh? Why, you small-time hick. Where do you get off making a crack like that?
No, there's no need to get sore, Miss Racine. I just think you folks are cheating people, that's all.
Why, you bum, you two-for-nickel
Hold
Who
it,
do you
Dolly.
think you-
All right, young man. You're dissatisfied with our service? We will give you your $10 back.
Oh, it ain't that,
No,
Mr. Madison.
no, I insist. Get him $10, Dolly.
No, don't do that, Miss Racine. It ain't the money so much, it's the principle of the thing.
It's what?
Cheating folks this way. That's a phone you got there?
Phone? Yeah, what for?
It ain't easy to get me mad, Mr. Madison, but you got no right making people out fools this way.
Who are you calling?
Policeman?
Harry!
I figure we can just sit down and have a little talk about this, Mr. Madison. I've been thinking about it a long time now.
Harry, do something, Harry!
Put down the phone, son.
Not now, Mr. Madison. In fact, the more I think, the madder I get.
I said put down the phone.
Harry, stop him for crying out loud,
Now, there's no
Harry.
need to get all excited, Miss Racine. I just wanted to be sure. Hello, operator?
Crazy country jerk.
Operator, I wonder if you can tell me how best...
Harry, no!
Oh!
Gee, Harry. You knocked him cold.
Dumb cluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just a paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This Tim Newton.
What?
Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Tim Newton, amateur poet, would-be songwriter, dead. We'll hear the next development in this unusual case in just a moment.
But first, tell me, Jan, what's your pet superstition?
My pet superstition? Well, when I spill salt, I always throw some over my left shoulder to avoid bad luck.
How about you, Bob?
I'm one who believes in knocking on wood.
Yes, lots of us have little superstitions. But it takes more than some pet superstition to help you avoid a troublesome day. For example, if you wake up in the morning feeling dull and logy because you need a laxative.
You take Sal Hepatica, eh, Fred?
Right. A sparkling glass of Sal Hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to feel dull and logy all day waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
In addition, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica helps sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And
now back to Mr. District Attorney.
They got the guy's body up on the pier, Chief. You want to take a look?
Yes, I think so, Harrington, as long as we're here. Who discovered it?
Yeah, one of the dock hands. It ain't been in the water very long.
Over here?
Yeah, under the blanket. All right, Johnson, I'll watch it.
Okay, Harrington.
Hello, Johnson.
Hello, dear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Young boy.
Yeah. Thought as long as you were on your way home, Chief, you might as well see it.
Yes, I'm glad you called. Any identification?
No, nothing too good so far. Some kind of book in his pocket. I'll dry it out.
Death due to drowning?
Well, that's one reason I called, Chief. I'm not sure. Here, look. Look at that bump on the side of his head.
Yes, I was just noticing it. Has the examiner been called?
Yeah, he'll be waiting when they bring the body in.
Kind of strange. Suicides are usually careful to avoid hitting anything in the water.
Yeah, and they usually don't clean out their pockets this way either, Chief.
No. I think you'd better follow through on this, Harrington. Are you on something else?
Just that song publishing thing.
Yes, well, I'll check on that for you. Stick with this, if you will. It might be murder.
Dolly, you gotta stop thinking about it. It's done. Forget it.
But you killed him, Harry. Gee, I never meant for nothing like that to happen.
And neither did I, but it's done, ain't it? Now we just gotta be sure everything is covered up.
But what about his hometown? They'll know he came to see us.
What?
Well, you know how it is. Small town boy goes off to the big city. He's bound to have talked about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you would.
And sooner or later they'll wonder what happened to him, won't they?
All right. So he never got here, that's all. We never saw him.
Suppose he rode home while he was here. Suppose he told somebody we were recording his songs.
Yeah. Okay. So we did see him, but he left. Get it? He started back home.
Then what?
Well, after that, we don't know nothing. Hey, wait a minute. We can cinch it.
How?
We'll send him a letter.
Huh?
You know, glad to have seen him in the city. Hope he got home okay. That kind of thing.
To prove he left here all right.
Sure.
Huh? Yeah, Harry.
Say, we'll even do better than that. We'll send him one of his records. We got one, haven't we?
One? Dozens. Look at that pile.
Okay, we'll send him one. Then, when anybody asks us, we're surprised, see? Shocked. We don't know a thing.
Chief?
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes, Harrington. What is it?
Well, I'm over at the lab, Chief. On that kid we fished out of the river last night?
Oh, yes. What about him? Any identification?
No, not yet, but I did get something. There's a bookstore label in that book we found on him.
Oh?
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy book, too. It's what they call a rhyming dictionary.
I see.
Yeah. If you don't want me, Chief, I thought I'd take a run out and check on who bought the book. It ought to be easy to trace.
You run out where?
Collinsville, about 50 miles west, okay?
Oh, all right. Sure. Go right ahead. Oh, and on that Great White Way song publishing matter.
Oh, yeah, Chief. My report's on my desk.
Yes, I've seen it. There's no need to wait for you, Harrington. I'll close that case while you're gone.
How much mail, Dolly? Did you pick it up?
22 letters.
Well, we're doing better. Much better.
Harry.
Yes, Pet?
Harry, I was thinking, couldn't we quit? Well, maybe just for a while, even.
Quit? When we're getting 22 letters a day?
We don't get that many every day. Besides, well, it seems kind of low.
Huh?
Like he said that night, like cheating people.
Dolly, some people were meant to be cheated. Besides, we do what we promise them. I print a copy of their song for them, don't I?
Yeah.
Well.
One copy. Same as the gag about sending one to a radio network.
Okay, who says anything about what the network does with the song? We send it. That's the big thing.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
You'll be fine, Pet. See who's there.
I guess so. Maybe I think too much.
That I doubt, Pet.
Hello.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is this the Great White Way Music Publishing Company?
It is.
Good. My name is Howard, James Porter Howard.
Yeah?
Oh, permit me to introduce myself, sir. Howard, James Porter Howard.
So, what's the trouble?
Trouble? Why, my dear Mr.
Madison's the name,
My
chum.
dear Mr. Madison, there's no trouble. Not now. You see, sir, I have brought you my poem.
Oh, you write poetry.
Oh, I do indeed. Yes, indeed. And you, I understand, have been favored by the other muse?
How's that again?
Well, in short, my verses, your music. Together, a fortune. Am I not right?
Look, Mr. Howard, before you get unwound, there's a fee goes with this kind of thing, you know.
Naturally. I read your advertisement, Mr. Madison. That's why I'm here. Now, come then, can't we do business?
Well, sit down, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
Take off your coat.
Thank you.
Get the man a chair, Dolly.
Huh? Oh, sure.
And dust it off. Yes, sir. We can do business just fine.
Miss Miller, you sure you don't know where the chief is, huh?
Harrington, for heaven's sake, calm down. He went out, I tell you.
Calm down, Miss Miller. What I got here in this little bag is a bumshell. I got to find the chief.
Well, I told you he probably won't be back at all. He said something about stopping at that publishing place and then going on home when he was finished.
Yeah, What? Music publishing?
Yeah.
Holy smoke, you mean my boy? The Great White Way outfit?
Well, that's right. He read your report and decided to make the arrest himself.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
Call a car, Miss
What?
Miller. Come on, step on it. This is much worse than the chief thinks.
You have it right, Mr. Howard.
Yes?
For $10, I write music to fit your poem, and I give you a printed copy.
Well, imagine that.
Yeah, and a recording, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
We guarantee to send it to a big radio network.
But I am delighted. Hey, you'll take my $10 now?
Sure, makes everything easy to keep track of.
Yes, here you are, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
And thank you. That does it. I think you're both under arrest.
Arrest?
Hey, that's right.
Hey, what kind of... Who are you?
The district attorney, Madison. Now, come on, get your hats and coats, both of you. I've wasted enough time.
Harry, do something.
Listen, you can't pinch us. What for?
For fraud. Now, do you come downstairs, or should I ask one of the officers?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
But, Harrington.
You all right?
All right. Why, of course, Miss Miller. Why shouldn't I be?
Hey, now, listen.
Talk to him, Harry, please.
Chief, you pinched him?
That's right, Harrington, for fraud.
Yeah, well, you can change it if you want to, Chief, to murder.
Murder?
No, Harry, don't let him.
Shut up, Dolly.
Chief, it's true. Look, Harrington, there's a phonograph over here.
Have you got a minute, Chief? This
Yes.
record is really hot. Can you work it, Miss Miller?
Sure, it's easy, Harrington. Now, just let me get the record.
No, just a second. You can't bust in here like
Quiet,
that.
Madison. You're already under arrest. All right, go on, Harrington. Let's hear that
Listen
record.
to this, Chief.
Yeah, just the last part will do it, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Gee, Harry, you knocked him cold.
Dumb cluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Stand still, you two.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just a paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This Tim Newton.
Where do you hear this, Chief?
What?
Gee, Harry. Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Heard enough, Chief?
Yes, plenty. Turn it off, Miss Miller.
Harry, no, do something, Harry.
Sorry,
What are you
Dolly.
in there for?
I'm afraid the two of you have already done quite enough. Come on, Harrington, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to bring you the solution to tonight's case. But first, to every girl, a word about one of your greatest assets, your natural good looks.
Every girl was born with at least one touch of beauty, one claim to charm. I mean that warm, winning beauty in her smile, in your smile.
Make the most of your smile. Remember to give your smile the thoughtful care it deserves. Remember that iPana toothpaste is good for your smile.
Remember the fact.
According to a nationwide survey, dentists recommend iPana 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice. And what's more, these dentists prefer iPana 2-to-1 for their own personal use over any other toothpaste on the market.
iPana cleans teeth clean, safely, too. And followed by gentle massage promotes the health of your gums.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your iPana smile.
Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle. See how you look with an iPana smile.
Just try iPana. iPana toothpaste. Now, here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report that with Harrington's unusual evidence against them, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Madison and Dolly will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of Tim Newton.
That was certainly something, wasn't it, Harrington?
Routine, Miss Miller. After the medical examiner said Tim Newton died from a blow on the head, I started to follow up the lead.
Yes, the label on his rhyming dictionary took you out to his hometown, didn't it, Harrington?
That's right, Chief. It was easy to trace the dictionary to him because it was the only one they'd sold in years.
And then while you were there getting the whole story, that recording arrived addressed to him in the mail.
Sure, of course we had a pretty good case without it, Miss Miller, but the record sure clinched the deal.
Yes, I'll say it did. As we know now, Dolly didn't turn off the recording machine at the time of Tim Newton's death.
Yes, and what's worse, she sent that same record in the mail, thinking it was just another one of his songs.
Boy, oh boy, I guess they never learned. The old battle goes right on.
That's right, Harrington. And speaking of battles, I wonder how many people realize that there are thousands of our boys still overseas on occupation duty. Many also on duty here at home.
Yes, that's quite right, Miss Miller. And just as in past years, we can show our appreciation for the job they're doing through our Red Cross. Wherever American forces are stationed, our Red Cross is on duty, helping them with personal and family problems, lending a friendly hand in military hospitals, too.
That's a pretty big job, isn't it, Chief?
Yes, a tremendous job. One that will need the support of all of us. And it's another reason, friends, why your contribution to the Red Cross right now is so important. Give and give generously to your local Red Cross drive. Remember, as our president says, many times a year the people turn to the Red Cross. And once a year the Red Cross turns to the people. And that time is now.
Right. Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns a man and his love for his daughter. It's a tremendously dramatic story I'm sure you'll enjoy. It's the case of the grand old man, and I cordially invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
It's new. It's quick. It's Benex. Benex. The new brushless wonder shave that wilts your whiskers so they whisk off like... Mr. Try Benex. The special beard softening formula makes your beard 1/5 water, makes whisker cutting a breeze. Benex doesn't clog your razor, instantly rinses off razor and hands, which all adds up to quick, easy, comfortable shaves. Get Benex. Benex. Benex Brushless Shave Cream.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord. Remember, Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Tonight's case of the sinister cinema, ladies and gentlemen, concerns a master criminal, a man whose knowledge of his fellow man is keen and penetrating. We can almost say that Richard Seagraves has based his astounding crime solely on his understanding that men are vain, and therein lies the tragedy of his success. We begin in the private office of the president of a small bank here in our city.
Well, that's my proposition, Mr. Claypool. How does it strike you?
Why, I hardly know what to say, Mr.
Seagraves. Richard Seagraves Productions.
Oh, yes, I know. You're from Hollywood, you say, sir?
Well, I've produced most of my pictures in Hollywood, Mr. Claypool. That's true. You've seen them, of course. Gone with the Storm, Valley of Wind.
Oh, of course. A cigar, Mr. Seagraves?
Oh, yes, thank you. But as I said, Claypool, the tendency these days is to shoot on location. As I was telling the boys at the Academy Award dinner just recently, we've got to get out and photograph the real thing.
Oh, the Academy Award, eh? Oh, Ronald Coleman and, who was it my wife was? Oh, yes, Loretta Young.
Yes, dear Loretta. Darrell, I said, you and LB and the rest of us, we've got to go out and photograph real people.
And you want to use my bank, Mr. Seagraves?
Just for one shot, Mr. Claypool, but what a shot. Think of it. Think of the Radio City Music Hall in New York.
Yes? Those dancing girls, you mean?
We open up in a bank. Not a Hollywood bank, A.B. A real bank. This one. And who do we see? Whose face do these millions of people look at? An actor's? No.
Mine?
The face of a banker. A.B. Claypool. Honesty, courage, the backbone of America. Your face.
I must say, Of course, this is irregular, Mr. Seagraves. Highly irregular. We have a business to run, you know.
You hit it right on the head there, A.B., and that's exactly what we want, to see your business in action. Why, we won't change a thing. Your customers won't even know we're shooting the picture.
They won't?
Realism, A.B. Realism, it's the coming thing. You'll come out of your office, greet our star, just as if you're another customer, and we grind away.
Oh, your star, did you say?
Well, let's not let this get out, A.B. Variety and Billboard have spies, you know.
Oh, they have?
Yes, it's Dolly Eads.
Dolly Eads? I don't think I recall having...
what an actress. What a personality, A.B. And when the cameras start rolling here in the bank, when Dolly turns that smile on A.B. Claypool, man, oh, man.
I did a little acting back in college, come to think of it. Rutgers, 1919.
Oh, that's wonderful, A.B., wonderful. It's all set, then. We'll do this shot this afternoon.
But this afternoon?
Don't you worry about a thing, A.B. We'll be in here shooting before you know it.
When did this report come in, Miss Miller?
The one from Battle Creek, Chief?
Yes.
This morning.
Well, this is really amazing.
Oh?
I'd hardly believe it possible.
Yeah, what, Chief?
Oh, this will interest you, Harrington.
Yeah?
Didn't you say not so long ago that there are no new tricks in the book?
He did.
Yeah, certainly I did, Miss Miller. Well, look at that bum I put in the lineup this morning. Pulling the old gypsy handkerchief gag. What? That's one of the oldest in the game.
Well, this report from Michigan isn't an old one.
Yeah?
Well, it's absolutely astounding.
Well, what is the gag, Chief?
Bank robbery, actually.
Huh?
Only the bank hardly knows it's been robbed.
What?
But according to this report, this gang goes to the bank ahead of time and arranges to shoot a movie.
Arranges to do what?
Yes, that's what it says here. They convince the banking people that they're going to do a shot for a motion picture.
I don't get it, Chief.
Well, then they return a few hours later, set up a camera, and photograph what the bank thinks is a scene.
Oh, and it ain't.
Decidedly not. In Battle Creek, they got away with $60,000.
What? Oh, Chief, you're kidding.
Oh, it's all here. Oh, and it's done with imagination, apparently.
Well,
cards printed with impressive Hollywood addresses, a producer with a cigar, everything.
Oh, honestly.
Camera equipment, of course. The works.
Shot for a movie.
Yeah.
Well, Chief, now I've heard everything.
Say, I don't think we ought to treat this lightly.
Yeah,
Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Call the banking association here in the city, will you? Ask them if they have any way of notifying their banks about this.
Right away, Chief.
And if they haven't, we'll do it ourselves.
All right.
Yeah, any idea where these boys were headed, Chief?
Well, the Battle Creek report doesn't say, Harrington. However, I think we'd better check up on that, too.
Yeah, right, a movie. Chief, well, that's the darndest thing I ever heard of.
It was beautiful, Georgiana, if I do say so myself.
He swallowed everything, Dick?
Complete. He even thinks he's seen you in the movies, darling.
What's so unusual about that? I got a nice figure.
That's beside the point.
What do you mean, beside the point? I got appeal. Haven't I, Richie?
Later, Dolly. Georgia and I have to plan things.
What time, Dick?
2 o'clock, I thought. I left his office at 11.
2 o'clock? Oh, gee, it's noon now. Oh, I better get made up.
In a moment, Dolly. That's 2 hours, Dick. I wonder if it's too long a time.
He won't call anybody, Georgiana. Not A.B. Claypool.
Who?
Your leading man, Dolly. He's probably in front of a mirror right now, rehearsing.
I still don't like too much time between your visit and the fireworks, Dick. Gives them time to think. Time to get suspicious, maybe.
Relax, Georgiana. This one is a cinch.
Well, everything's ready, at least.
Now, how about the camera? I told him we'd use a small crew, the intimate touch, you know.
I got the camera. How about you?
Me?
Come to, will you? Do you have your makeup?
Who's telling whom to come to, may I ask?
Dolly, you've got to cooperate. Georgiana asked you a question.
My figure beside the point. Sure, I've got makeup, just like Battle Creek.
All right, I'll do your face. Get a towel.
I can do it myself.
Do what Georgiana says, Dolly.
I can do what I said. What am I supposed to be?
A movie star, dear. A rich young thing making a deposit in a bank, remember?
She won't.
I will, too. Oh, Richie.
Run along, Dolly.
You like my figure, don't you, Richie?
You're sweet, Dolly. Now run along and get made up.
Well, at least I don't look like
Like what?
like the broadside of a barn.
Well, you brainless little tramp. What?
You mustn't mind Dolly, Georgiana, please.
I don't.
After all, we do need her. The squares could think she's a movie star.
I know, Dick. Shall we go on with the plans now?
If she gets on your nerves, just let me know.
That won't be necessary, Dick. If the time comes, I can handle Dolly in my own way.
If the time comes, Georgiana. And I'll get you.
When you begin to confuse my figure with her brain.
It's 12:15, Chief. You have a luncheon appointment at 1.
Oh, yes, I know, Miss Miller. Thank you.
Oh, and I called the Banking Association. They were just as amazed as you were.
Oh, on that Battle Creek matter.
Mm-hmm.
What did they say?
They never heard anything like it, Chief. They're putting out a bulletin on it.
Good.
Oh.
Yes, come in, Harrington. Come in.
Yeah, I've been doing some telephoning, Chief.
Yes?
Among other places, Battle Creek.
Oh?
Yeah, you were right when you said we shouldn't take this bank thing lightly. I found out a lot more about that outfit.
Fine. What do you have?
Well, in the first place, I got a pretty good description on 3 of them, Chief. A man and 2 dames. One of the women pretends to be a movie star.
Well, how can she do that?
Yeah. What'd you say, Miss Miller?
How can you pretend to be a star, Harrington? Either you are one, everybody knows you, or you're not.
Okay, so she pretends to be a new star, then. Or a foreign one, Miss Miller. How do I know?
I thought you said you checked.
I did.
Well, all right, go on, Harrington. Anything else?
Yeah, but these interruptions, Chief, they're confused. Plenty, Chief. On the descriptions, yeah. One of these dames is very, very pretty.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the other one sounds like a lady wrestler.
Yes, and?
Here's the payoff, Chief. They're almost sure this gang was headed this way.
What?
Yeah, I can trace them up to 3 days ago, and then we lose them, Chief. And when we lost them, they were on their way here.
I see. Miss Miller...
Yes, Chief.
Of course, that don't mean they are here, Chief. No, I asked around a little since this morning. They ain't checked in with the boys around town.
Yes, I know, but we can't afford to take a chance. Miss Miller, call the Banking Association back, will you? And tell them we'll notify the member banks from here.
All right, I'll get their list.
What do you do, Chief? Send a letter on it?
Oh, we'll do better, I think. Tell the mimeograph room to stand by, please, Miss Miller.
Okay.
And call the motor pool downstairs. We'll need 8 or 10 motorcycle messengers.
Right away, Chief.
We'll just put the whole story in a bulletin, Harrington, and send it around to the banks right now.
Well, Mr. Seagraves, right on time, I see. I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Oh, not at all, A.B. We were just getting the cameras set up. A.B., may I present our little leading lady, Miss Dolly.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
Miss Eves, this is a pleasure, a great pleasure.
Likewise. Oh, pardon my makeup.
A.B., I see you changed your suit.
What? Oh, my suit. Well, yes. I was home for lunch, and Martha, my wife, she... you like it?
Fine, A.B., just fine.
All set up, Mr. Seagrave.
Oh, excuse me. Ready, Georgiana?
You know, I must say I'm somewhat at sea, Mr. Seagraves. Is this all there is to it? Just one camera?
Well, just the one by the door, A.B., but what a camera. In the hands of Georgiana Heron, it's sheer poetry. You've seen her name, I know.
Oh, yes, I believe I have. My goodness, I expected lights and all sorts of things. We cleared a space, Mr. Seagraves.
Not necessary at all, A.B. Realism, you know, realism. All set, Miss Eads?
Oh, sure.
You've notified the tellers and everyone just to go on about their regular duties, A.B.?
Yes, I have, Mr. Seagraves. Oh, I've been busy, I can assure you. Why, I haven't even read my mail.
Well, we won't take long. You've got the sequence, Miss Eads.
I think so, Mr. Seagraves. I go up to this nice gentleman here, say my lines, and he escorts me behind the little cage.
Behind the cage?
Just show our money, A.B. Pick up a handful of it and just show it to Miss Eads.
Oh, it's in the script.
Script?
We won't bother with the lines, A.B. We dub them in back on the coast, you understand.
You just make with your mouth like you were talking with me.
I see.
Ready, Mr. Seagraves?
Oh, I'll just get out of the way then. All set, A.B.? Miss Eads?
Roll 'em.
Yes, I think I'm quite ready.
Everything okay?
Like candy from a baby. Now, just act natural, everybody. All right, Miss Eads? We're rolling.
Don't turn your back to the door, Dick.
I'm all right. All right, Miss Eads. Your lines, please. We want this realistic, you know.
Why, I just love to see all that money, Mr. Claypool. Oh, back here, behind this tiny little cage.
Ah, that's fine, that's fine. Now, take her arm, if you will, A.B. Yes, that's fine. There they go, Georgiana.
Wait till he gets that cage open.
I know. That's right, A.B. Now, let Miss Eads go in ahead of you, please. If she doesn't stand in front of that alarm, I'll murder her.
Well, I don't know what to say. Should I just move my lips?
Oh, it's terrific. It's sensational, A.B. It's sensational. We're getting every expression. Now, where's the bag?
Right here. Go on.
Now, please don't stare at the camera, folks. It's just a movie. Ah, that's fine, A.B. That's fine. Little smile, Miss Eads, please.
All right. You know, I'm beginning to enjoy this.
It couldn't be better. Now, please don't crowd near us, folks. It's just a movie. That's right. Go on about your business. All right, Dolly. Just put the dough in the bag.
Oh, you mustn't touch the money, Mr. Seagraves. No, really.
Get it, Georgiana. Now, don't miss his eyes.
Right.
Come on, hurry it up, Dolly.
I am, Richie. Give me a chance.
Oh, now, see here, Seagraves. I asked you not to touch the money. That's real.
Now, careful, A.B. Keep your profile to the camera. All set, doll?
That's all of it, Richie.
Here, where are you going with that? Stop, I say. Mr. Seagraves.
Perfect, A.B. Perfect. Sensational. Did you catch all that, Georgiana?
I'm still rolling.
Stop, I say. What's the meaning of this?
Come on, Dolly, move. Relax, folks. It's only a movie.
Let's get out of here.
Right with you, baby.
Now, I warned you, Seagraves. Picture or not, I'm setting off that alarm.
Get away from me, you big
Help!
dog.
Help! Stop them!
Shut up.
Somebody stop them!
Just a scene in a picture, friends. All right, Mr. Seagraves, let's have the shot now.
This is unheard of. Get out of my way.
Told you, A.B. Shut up.
Richie, look out.
Sorry, A.B., but I said this has got to be real.
Pay no attention, friends. It's just a movie.
I'm shot. Help me.
Gee.
Perfect, A.B. Just perfect. All set, Georgiana?
All set.
Now keep them rolling. Wonderful, A.B. Keep it up. Come on, doll. Stay in front of the camera now. Now back, Georgiana. Take it straight back.
Let's go.
Out the door, doll. Folks, please don't watch the camera. You'll spoil the scene. Hold the door.
I am.
Is Georgiana in the car?
She's waiting.
Okay, then. Great work, folks. That was fine. Fine, A.B. One of the best acting jobs I've seen in years. Come on, Dolly. Let's go.
In just a few moments, we will pick up the developments of this interesting case. But first, here's an important question.
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
Who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, the dentist, of course. He knows best because his life work is the health of your gums and the care of your teeth.
So listen, please, to this sound advice. Ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
So many dentists recommend massage.
Yes, and a nationwide survey shows more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And wait a moment, more dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
Yes, Ipana toothpaste followed by gentle gum massage is the modern way to aid the health of your gums and the brilliance of your smile.
So help your dentist help you. He knows the value of gentle gum massage to tone up your gums.
Begin now getting your new Ipana smile. Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle.
Get Ipana toothpaste for your Ipana smile. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
All right, let's get organized, Harrington.
Yeah.
Everyone's here?
Yes, sir. The bank employees are all downstairs in the meeting room,
Yes,
Chief.
thank you, Miss Miller. We want all of them.
Boy, that's irony, or whatever you call it, Chief. Your message about the Battle Creek job is on this Claypool's desk.
Yes, I saw it. Unopened.
His secretary said he was so excited about appearing in the picture he didn't do anything else.
In a movie. Well, it's our Michigan gang, all right, Chief. There's no doubt about that.
Yes. Hey, what's this, Harrington?
What? What do you got, Chief?
Here, it looks like broken glass here on the floor.
Huh?
Oh, Chief, excuse me. Here's Ray.
Oh, good. I want photographs and diagrams, Miss Miller.
Well, this one shouldn't be too tough, Chief. We got a whole bank full of witnesses. They all thought when this Seagrave shot, it was part of a scene.
Yes, I know. What's the loss, Harrington? Are they through checking?
Well, it'll run about 35 grand, Chief. Claypool used the main cage.
Yes. You know, it's the audacity of this thing that gets me. One man and two women, and they pulled this off without a hitch.
Oh, it's tricky, all right, Chief. Yeah, but maybe we can show them a few tricks of our own.
And the district attorney issued a similar bulletin to all banking institutions in the county.
I don't get it. So what? We got the dough.
Well, Georgiana means, Dolly, that we can't pull it off again. At least not around here.
I figured on that. But this stinking paper is a new syndicate. That'll queer the act in every town in the country.
It'll blow over, Georgiana. We can just lie around and take it easy for a while.
I'd like that.
On what? We need money, Dick.
Money. Well, we just got nearly 40 grand from that one bank alone.
Georgiana means good money, doll. We can't pass the bank stuff until the heat blows over.
If we picked a town small enough, maybe we could pull it off again. Someplace where they don't read the papers.
The same thing, Georgiana?
Just about. I'll have to get another part for the front of the camera. I lost it.
What for? You don't really take pictures, do you?
Georgiana means that the camera has to look real, doll.
I'll take a look at the map. Maybe there's a small town we can hit.
Well, I say we don't.
You what?
We got all the money, and I say spend it. I'm sick of working.
Spend it? Are you crazy?
Georgiana just explained, doll. You can't spend money if the bank has a record of the bills.
I don't care. You promised, Richie. You said we could just lie around and have fun.
That is also beside the point.
You stay out of this. I think it's wrong anyway. I didn't know you were going to kill people.
Doll, now listen, just...
Never mind, Dick. As I remarked before, I'll handle things when the time comes.
Time? What time?
Soon, I think. I promise you, Dolly, I'll let you know.
Will you switch off that light, please, Miss Miller? I want Harrington to see this.
Yes, sir.
What, in the microscope, Chief?
Yes, that's right. It's that broken glass I found on the floor of the bank.
I see it, Chief. Now, what's it mean?
Well, I'm not quite sure. Did you send for Ray, Miss Miller?
Yes, I did. He's on the way up from the photo lab now.
What's up, Chief? Something in Ray's pictures?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, I simply want his opinion on something. All right, the lights, please, Miss Miller. As you know, broken glass is always interesting. Each piece seems to have a personality all its own.
Yeah, sure, Chief, but that ain't finding Seagraves, Chief.
No. You put out the alert?
Yeah, right away. I made it a full 5 states.
Good. Oh, and the bills from the bank?
Well, they had a pretty complete list of the numbers, Chief.
Oh, well, that's a break. Put it out on a full distribution, Miss Miller. Stores, depots, bus stations, everywhere.
Okay, it's being prepared down in Mimeo now.
Fine. Well, we'll just keep at this, Harrington. One way or another, we've got to bring that trio in.
I can't see the point in arguing about it, Dick. It's a matter of common sense.
But we mightn't either, Georgiana. You said yourself you've got a small town picked out.
I know that. We'll leave as soon as the part for the camera's ready.
Then let's take her with us.
I said no.
Oh, but she's a nice kid, Georgiana. You should have seen that guy in the bank give her the once-over. She softens him up.
If necessary, I can play the actress.
You?
Yes, me. The choice is quite clear, Dick. The girl is blood-shy.
Well, I guess you know best, Georgiana. You always do.
My dear boy, the woods are full of fancy figures. Yeah, so are banks.
Only if we could just bring...
I told you. All right?
Yeah, sure. Sure, if you say so.
Call her.
Now?
Now.
Okay, sure. Hey, Dolly. Come on in here a minute.
Stand back, Dick.
Oh, no, you didn't get a chance to talk to her?
What for? She's hardly intellectual. Dolly.
I'm coming. Well, what do you... Hey, Richie, stop her. She's got a gun.
I told you, young lady, I'd let you know when it's time. Well, it's time! It's high time. Dick, you know something?
What?
She did have a beautiful figure.
I tell you, it's definite, Chief. They found the dame about 3 hours ago.
You're certain, Harrington? Sure it's the one who posed as an actress?
It's a positive identification, Chief. 4 employees from the bank just saw her in the morgue.
I see. And she was shot, you said?
I'll say she was. Clean as a whistle.
Well, all right, let's get to work. Tell Dr. Colgan I want the slug.
He's working on it now, Chief.
Good. When he gets it, set up comparison check with the slug from Claypool's bottle.
Right.
Oh, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller, what is it?
Ray's on the phone, Chief.
Yes?
He says he's located just what you want.
What?
Ray, Chief?
Uh-huh.
Our photographer?
Definitely, Harrington. Get the address, Miss Miller, and tell him to stay there.
Right.
Bring that comparison microscope, Harrington. We'll need it. All set?
I've got it, Chief.
All right, let's hope this is it, then. Come on, let's go.
It's a small town, Dick. Don't forget that when you talk to the banker.
Tomorrow morning, huh, Georgiana?
Sooner the better. Anyway, I think it's wise to get out of this town.
You mean Dolly?
For one, yes. As soon as we can pack, we'll get going.
What about the camera?
Oh, I picked up the part this morning.
Who's that?
One of Jerry's boys, I think. I asked him to drop around.
Here? What for?
We need a third, Dick. I thought I'd offer a 20% split on a one-shot.
Okay, then. Come in.
Yeah? You're from Jerry's?
Not quite, lady. This is the district attorney.
What?
Don't move, Bud. Or is the name Seagraves? All set up, Chief.
Thank you, Harrington. Well, this makes it easy, doesn't it?
Easy? What are you talking about?
Murder. Or to be more accurate, 2 murders. All right, get your coats, please. You're both under arrest.
Arrest? Why, you're crazy. What for?
You heard him, pal. Come on, the camera's rolling. You can play the scene right up to the hilt.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain the clues which led to the arrest in tonight's case. But first, let's bend an ear to one of those early morning sounds. One that says, rise and shine. Now, to a lot of people, that sound can mean a wonderful morning with a good day ahead. But to a lot of people, there's another sound that can mean the same thing. And that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. And remember, unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and headachy all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let sal hepatica help sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. now, here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report, ladies and gentlemen, that both Richard Seagraves and Georgiana Herron will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of A.B. Claypool and the murder of their associate, Dolly Eads.
Gee, that was one of the strangest, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller, it was. But like all criminals, they made a mistake. And like all criminals, now they'll pay for their mistake.
Yep, their mistake being when the dame dropped a part of that camera on the floor of the bank. Huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington. As you know, under the microscope, we were able to determine that the broken glass from the bank floor was part of a camera lens.
So you had Ray check on the camera supply stores in town, isn't that right, Chief?
Yes, exactly, Miss Miller. Ray assured me, you see, that not more than a dozen stores carried the kind of lens needed to replace the broken one. Fortunately, Georgiana went to one of these stores for a replacement.
And that was the beginning of the end, Chief. She leaves a trail, and we follow it.
Yes, and, of course, we were able to prove that the gun in their possession killed both Mr. Claypool and Dolly Eads.
I think I'll just pass up that screen test, Chief.
Yeah, what screen test, Miss Miller? What?
Oh, nothing, Harrington. A girl can dream, can't she? Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, next week we see the futility of a life of crime, but in a very different and unusual way in the case of Service in Silver. And I invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
Say, mister, want some good shaving advice? Forget your whiskers. What counts is your face. How it feels while you're shaving, how it feels and looks afterwards. And to give yourself a better feeling, better looking face, use Ingram shaving cream. You see that rich Ingram lather on your brush helps condition your face for the razor. Result, cool, comfortable, soothing shaves. Just remember, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. I-N-G-R-A-M. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream. Try Ingram tomorrow.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And in the sharing our duty as District Attorney, now to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all citizens. One of the real tragedies in some criminal histories, ladies and gentlemen, is the exaggerated role minor circumstances play in the making of a transgressor. In tonight's unusual case of spring fever, for example, it is apparent that insignificant factors, a mood, a normal impatient yearning for success, and a spring night, all combine to help make a criminal. We begin at dusk in a large park here in the center of our city.
Nicky,
Yeah.
feel the grass. Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Huh?
When you run your hand through it, I mean. It's almost like velvet.
You'll catch cold lying on the ground like this, Mary.
No, I won't. Couldn't on a night like this. The city seems a million miles away.
Only a block.
I know, but it seems that way. Oh, listen. Hold my hand, Nicky.
Mary, listen a minute.
After we're married, or when we have children, I mean, I'm going to bring them over here every night. This same spot.
Mary, I saw Deuce Wilton today.
Nicky, you promised. You know what he is. He's trouble. He even has a police record.
Listen, Mary, you gotta understand this. Deuce Wilton and I, well, we...
Nicky, tell me. Tell me quick. I'm scared all over. Nicky.
Don't get mad, honey. We got some money, that's all, this afternoon.
What?
Enough for everything. We can get married, fix up your old lady's arm, take a trip even. Why, we...
What did you do? Tell me, Nicky. Tell me now.
We stuck up a filling station.
Oh.
Well?
Is there more, Nick? I want to know it all.
More?
What else?
The filling station guy is dead.
All right, Brophy. String that line along the driveway. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Chief. About Harrington? Well, we got the ropes up, Chief. This whole side of the gas station is closed to traffic.
Oh, good. Has the lab truck arrived yet, Miss Miller?
Yes, it has, Chief. Oh, and the medical examiner wants to know if he can take the body downtown.
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Okay.
We have all the measurements, haven't we, Harrington?
That's right, Chief, and pictures, too. I had Ray shoot from all the angles.
Fine. Well, all right, then. We'll let the lab crew go to work on the driveway here.
Why, did you find something, Chief?
Well, you never know in a case like this. Tire marks, pieces of broken glass. Even the oil that dripped out of the car is standing here at the pumps. It's just as well to cover everything.
Check. The diagrams ought to be easy, though, Chief. As I see it, the car pulled off the street and stopped right here in front of this gas pump.
Yes, I was just going over that. The attendant was inside the office, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. According to the dame across the street, he was.
Well, she's here, Miss Miller?
The witness?
Yes.
Yes, Ted's with her inside.
All right, I'll talk to her in just a moment. We're agreed then, Harrington. The attendant came out of the office, approached the car about here.
Yeah, that's right. That's my guess, Chief. One of the men must have got out of the car right here where the chalk mark is and backed him up to the office door.
Yes, and then opened the cash drawer. Oh, how much did they get, incidentally?
Well, Mac's checking the ledgers, Chief. About $400, he thinks.
Oh, as much as that.
Yeah, that's right, Chief. It was just before they changed shifts in these stations, you know. The whole 8 hours tape was in the drawer.
Yes, I see. This is the spot here where the attendant was shot down.
Mm-hmm. Where the red chalk is, Chief. I figure he must have made a move, maybe toward that phone, and maybe the bums got nervous.
Yes, that seems likely. And now, what about that witness, Harrington? Anything at all?
Nothing positive on the car, Chief. A black sedan, she says, no make.
License?
She didn't look.
She does have a good description of one of the men. There were two in the car.
Oh?
And the one was considerably younger than the other, she says.
Well, let's get her story then, Harrington. I want to know where she was standing, what she saw, and, oh yes, if she can point out either of the men in the file.
Well, she's waiting, Chief.
Good. We'll get right down to work.
Wait a second, little girl. Hey, Nick, get this now. Get this ending. It's swell, Deuce.
Mr. Wilton, you've got to talk to me.
This is your girl, huh, Nick? I told you about Mary, Deuce. We're going to get married. How we, honey? Nice-looking kid. Only, you made a mistake, Nick. Me? What do you mean, Deuce? I don't get you.
I made Nicky bring me here, Mr. Wilton. I want to talk to you.
Hold it, Bright Eyes. Hey, look, Nick. Look at the tip of my nose. Hey, come on, look close. Yeah? What? No harm, Nicky. That's just so you'll remember. I told you not to bring anybody up. You don't have to hit a guy, Deuce. Mary made me bring her. Yeah? Well, what for, Blue Eyes?
Because Nicky's in trouble, that's why. You killed a man this afternoon, didn't you? Yes, and I won't let Nicky get mixed up in it.
Mary, will you shut up? Lay out, Nick. Go on, little girl. Talk some more.
There's no more to say. I just want you to keep away from Nicky, that's all. Oh, yes, and he's going to give you back his share of the money.
Oh, well, that's real nice of him. Now,
Go on, Nicky. Give it back to him.
Deuce, listen, she's excited. Clam up. You're just a little late, you know, little girl. Nicky is mixed up with me. Plenty mixed up.
He didn't kill anybody. You did.
Oh, you know that, too, huh? You get more mixed up all the time, Nick. Oh, before I forget, I got a little present for you.
Nick, that's a gun.
Deuce, but no need to get excited. It's for you. What? Go on, take it.
Nicky, don't.
Take it, I said. And as for you, kid, get lost. You think the cops don't want you, Nicky, just because I did the shoot?
But I don't...
We're partners, sister, right up to here.
Oh, Nicky, he can't do this to you. He can't.
Get lost, I said. I got another job lined up, Nick. We'll pull it off as soon as I get the joint case.
Another gas station?
Yeah, cinch. I figure... Well, what are you staring at?
This isn't true. It can't be. Nicky, come on.
He ain't going, Mary. As a matter of fact, neither are you.
Deuce, now wait.
Don't look so scared, Nick. I just forgot to tell you, that's all, about your girl here.
About me?
Yeah. We're putting you to work, Bright Eyes. Starting with this gas station today. You put on an alert, Harrington?
Citywide, Chief. It was on the wire at noon.
Good. We may be wrong, of course, but if experience is right, this pair will try another job and soon.
Sure, Chief. Like that gang a few weeks back, they knocked over 4 liquor stores, and the 5th one, we nailed it.
Yes, I was thinking of that. Or the Garrettson couple.
Oh, yeah, John and Kay. Yeah. Same thing, Chief. They specialized in bus drivers.
Chief, excuse me.
Yes.
That artist is here with the first draft.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. Ask him to wait.
Honest, Chief? What's more?
Well, it's the usual. I had one of the men in the drafting room talk to that witness. He's doing a sketch from her description.
Oh, good. Everything helps, Chief. Me, I'll just keep looking for bums around filling stations.
Yeah.
Hello?
Well, the woman's hazy on some important details, but I thought we'd try her on a few sketches before we go any further.
All right.
Then there are the lab reports from the filling station itself.
All right.
I'll go over those this afternoon.
Say, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller, what is it?
That was the 19th precinct.
Yes?
They just got a report on the Green Top filling station in their district.
Yeah, what report, Miss Miller?
Oh, it's not a holdup, Harrington. But the station attendant was warned this morning. You know, they all were.
Well, for Pete's sake, will you get to the point?
Well, I'm trying to, Harrington. This attendant says a man has been hanging around his station since noon.
Harrington.
I got you, Chief. If that joint's going to be cased, we're in.
Nicky, please stop the car, please, honey.
That's it up ahead, Mary, see? The Green Top service station. You said it'd be quiet.
We can't do this, I tell you. Oh, Nicky, listen to me. Deuce isn't here now. We can drive right to the police station and tell them the whole thing.
Mary, will you use your head?
But I don't
Let
see
me talk, Mary. We can park here a minute.
I still say
Maybe there's nothing we can do, don't you understand that? If I go to the cops now, Deuce will say I was with him on the other job.
But they might make allowances.
Will you listen to me? We gotta knock this joint off and get back to Deuce in 1 hour. If we don't,
He'll what?
Honey, he wouldn't stop at anything. Take your old lady.
Mama? What about her?
You don't want her to get, well, hurt, do you?
Nicky.
Gotta think of things like that, Mary. If we rat on Deuce, he might do anything.
Oh, Nicky, no. Why, Mama's just... Oh.
You see, kid? We got it.
I'm scared. scared, Nicky. I don't want to do this.
Take it easy, Mary. I'm turning into the station.
Oh, Nicky, please, can't we?
Quiet, baby. There's the attendant coming out of the office.
I'm so scared I can't even see.
It's funny. Deuce said the guy was just a kid. Here we go, baby. Come on, open the door and get out.
No?
Nothing's gonna happen. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Fill her up, sir? Huh? Oh, yeah, fill her up. Regular or high test? High test. Boy, it's a wonderful day, ain't it? You'll find out, pal. Start backing up. Huh? You heard me. Head of the office, buddy. Stand in front of me, Mary.
Okay.
I ain't moving, son.
Get in there, I said. Come on.
Listen to me, son. Listen hard. We've been waiting for you. You ain't got a chance.
Nicky.
Shut up. Come on, Mac. Move, I said.
Look for yourself, son. Go on, look. You see those men on the corner? They're detectives, boy.
Nicky, look.
That's right. The other side, too, Nick. See? We've been waiting for you. Why don't you be a good kid and make it easy?
Mary, come here.
Nicky, let go, Nicky. You're hurting my arm.
See this copper? Got my gun right in this kid's back.
Oh, Nicky, don't shoot me. Please don't.
Shut up, Mary. All right, copper, start something.
Let the girl go, Nick.
Go ahead, start something.
Oh, let me go. I haven't done anything, Nicky. Let me go, please.
Getting back in the car, you understand, copper? That's it, Mary. Just come straight back.
You're hurting me, please.
Don't be a fool, Nick.
Huh?
Let the girl go.
Right in the car. Easy does it. Now get this, wise guy. One shot. Get that at us or the tires or anything else. One shot, and I let her have it right here.
Mister, do what he says. I don't want to get shot.
Understand me, mister? What do you? Ralphie! Hold your fire! Shut the door, Mary. Slam it, I said.
I am, Nicky.
Jimmy! Ned! Sullivan! Hold your fire!
Let them get away.
In just a few moments, we will pick up the developments of this interesting case. But first, here's an important question.
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
Who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, that's easy. Who else but your dentist? That highly skilled friend of yours whose life work is the care of your teeth, the health of your gums. So just ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
So many dentists recommend massage.
And a nationwide survey shows more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And wait a moment. More dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
That's right. There's an overwhelming preference for Ipana. You see, Ipana, followed by gentle gum massage, is the modern way to aid the health of your gums and the brilliance of your smile.
Help your dentist help your smile. For remember, your dentist knows best the difference between toothpastes.
Begin now getting your new Ipana smile. Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle.
Get Ipana toothpaste for your Ipana smile. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, I just had to use my own judgment, Chief. What decided me was the kid himself, this Nicky.
How do you mean, Harrington?
Well, I'm looking for a murder, Miss Miller, right?
Yes.
A guy that looks something like that sketch the Chief had drawn up?
Yes, from the description by that witness.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay, so when this Nicky kid uses the girl as a shield, I think to myself, now, Harrington, if you start something, that little girl might get shot.
Yes, go on.
Now, if this Nicky looked at all like the killer I'm after, Chief, maybe I ought to handle it different, but it ain't the same face at all. Well, I let him get away.
It's all right, I agree with you completely. It was the only thing to do.
Oh, thanks, Chief. Of course, we got right on it after the car pulled out. I got every precinct in town alerted.
Well, I shouldn't think it'd be so hard from now on, Harrington.
The description you gave of Nicky and Mary is in all the papers this noon.
Yes, what puzzles me is the new set of people. The first filling station robbery, the murder, that is, was done by two men.
Sure. And the one that saw one of them sure ain't talking about this Nicky, Chief.
Well, we're making some progress, at least. The ballistics report is in on the shooting.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Chief, that other report is here, too. The one on the tire mark.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Miller. I've got Ted on the files, Harrington. He's checking all the pictures that look anything like the murder.
Excuse me. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Yeah, Chief, what about the ballistics report? Anything in it?
Speak slowly, please. I can't hear you.
No.
Yes, I have that. Mrs. John Evans. Your daughter, Mary? Oh, in the newspapers. Yes. What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Nicky, what?
Oh, for crying out loud, let me have that, Miss Miller. This is what we've been waiting for.
It was simple, Deuce. I didn't even shoot at the car. You ought to get one of these things, Nicky. You can play good music on them.
Mr. Wilton, you gotta do something. That policeman saw us. They'll be looking everywhere.
Lucky you told me to smear the license plates with mud, Deuce. Otherwise, I'd have traced the car here. A kazoo, I think they call it. Ever play one, little girl?
Mr. Wilton, please listen to us. They'll be looking for Nicky.
You're just humming them, sort of. Listen once. Deuce, will you stop it? We're in trouble, Deuce. You gotta tell us what to do. You got any money? Just what's left of my share. Any more?
I have money. I mean, I can get some. They owe me back pay at the store where I work.
You can't go there, Mary. Somebody recognizes. Why can't she? You're the only one they'll be looking for. How far is this place, sister?
It's the up-to-the-minute cleaners. It isn't far.
Mary, no, I won't let you. You'll do what I tell you, Nicky. Get your hat on, Mary. Go get that dough.
And about your daughter, Mary.
District Attorney's office calling. Is this the up-to-the-minute cleaners? Well, just a moment, please. The District Attorney wants to talk to you.
Mary Evans?
What?
Hi, Mary.
Oh, let me go. Please, let me go.
Harrington's the name, Mary. Remember me? What, are you on your way to Nick with that pay envelope, eh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, it's funny, but I still think you're a nice kid, Mary. Otherwise, I'd have let you lead me right back to your boyfriend.
I don't understand.
You will. I just don't want you to get hurt. Come on, Mary. We got a date downtown.
I think you're telling the truth, Mary. Don't you, Harrington?
I think she is, Chief.
Now, don't you see, Mary, it isn't Nick we want so much. It's the other man. Now, there is another man, isn't there?
Please. I don't know anything.
Let me have that sketch, Harrington.
Yeah, right here, Chief.
Now, this is the man we mean, Mary. You know him, don't you?
Oh.
Don't you?
Oh, please, won't you just leave me alone?
Can I try, Chief?
Yes, sure, of course.
All right, Mary. Nick's in trouble. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Mary, listen to me. Being in trouble is one thing, and murder is another.
But Nick didn't kill anybody,
Who did?
I can't squeal on Nicky.
Mary.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important.
Yes, sure.
One of the detectives you assigned just called in. He's located the, wait a minute, I got it written down here. Oh, the 717.
What? You sure, Miss Miller?
Sir, he's waiting on the phone for instructions.
Harrington.
Yeah, Chief, what is it?
Everything we need, I hope. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Call the emergency crew, will you please?
Huh?
4 cars on the truck.
Right away, Chief.
The riot squad? What for, Chief?
For a killer, Harrington. Come on, let's go.
Crews are all stationed, Chief.
What about the street blockade?
All set up. They got traffic stopped for 2 blocks in every direction.
That's fine. In the back of the building?
I put Brophy back there with Squad C.
All right, then we're ready, I think. Is the public address system set up?
Yeah, here's the mic right here, Chief. Just give me a chance to get up those stairs.
Oh, that won't be necessary, I hope. Just keep your eye on that doorway. All right, let's get this turned on. Hello? Turn this on, will you, Jack? Hello? Oh, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, let's not play with these babies too long, Chief. They're tricky.
Nick Ogden. This is the district attorney, Ogden. Come out with your hands in the air.
Nothing yet, Chief.
We know you're in there, Ogden. You and the other man. You haven't got a chance.
Chief, they doused the light in the apartment.
You have 10 seconds, Ogden.
1,001.
Both of you come out with your hands over your head.
1,004. 1,005.
Watch that doorway, Harrington.
Yeah, I am, Chief. 1,008. 1,009. 1,010.
Harrington, stop.
They're shooting, Chief. Crazy bums. They're in that hallway.
Stay down, Harrington. I'll signal the men.
Okay, get out of my way, Chief. I'm going in.
No, not without me, you're not. Come on.
Now watch it, Chief. Keep down.
There go the tear gas bombs.
We can use this car for a shield, Chief. Okay?
Yeah.
See anything? Hey, boy, they're shooting pretty good. You okay, Chief?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll signal the second squad.
Hey, Chief, look. Here comes one of them.
Yes, I see him.
Watch it.
Come and get me, you lousy cop! See about the He's fallen, Harrington, on the sidewalk.
Yeah, watch it, Chief. There's still one more.
Yeah.
I'm coming in to get you, punk.
Harrington, look out.
Don't shoot, you rat! Shoot!
Come on, copper! Come on in, get me!
Don't worry, mister. I'm coming.
You couldn't take the kill.
Harrington! Hey, Chief! Give the signal. It's all over. Right.
Hey, Nicky.
Harrington, you're all right?
Yeah, sure, Chief. And you? Nicky.
Mary.
Mary didn't squeal, Nick. Is that what you want to know?
Yeah, Is he dead, Harrington?
Yeah, Chief, he is. How's the other one?
Yes, same thing. Both of them all through.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain the capture of Deuce and Nick. But first, a reminder that tomorrow morning a lot of people will wake up to hear... And to a lot of people, that sound can mean a wonderful morning with a good day ahead. But to a lot of other people, there's another sound that can mean the same thing. And that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. Yes, and unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and headachy all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let sal hepatica help sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Now here is your district attorney.
The two sprawled bodies on the sidewalk are the real answers to tonight's case, ladies and gentlemen. The final payment in full for murder. As for Mary, we're quite sure that with proper help, her rehabilitation will be complete.
Poor kid, at least she tried.
Yes, she did, Miss Miller. But for the real solution, we have a great deal of excellent police work to thank. The laboratory technicians, detective crews, research men, they all combined to make the capture of Deuce Wilton and Nick Ogden possible.
Yeah, that call from Mary's mother helped too, Chief. When I saw her, after she thought maybe her Mary was the girl in the newspapers, she told me where the kid worked.
And then when you found out that she had pay coming, you just waited for her. Isn't that right, Harrington?
That's right, Miss Miller. But it was the chief, though, that led us to Deuce's joint.
Well, thanks to the lab, Harrington. As you know, we made a careful check on every criminal in the files whose face resembled that in the sketch our artist drew up.
The one he drew from the witness's report.
Right, Miss Miller. One of these men in the file was Deuce Wilton, and in due course, one of the detectives checked at his apartment.
Yeah, and his garage, Chief. Don't forget that.
Yes, Harrington, and his garage. For there, you see, our man found what we were looking for. A rear left tire, size 717, a tire that fit exactly into the pattern we found on the driveway of the filling station.
And when he found that, you knew he'd found the killer, right, Chief?
Exactly, Miss Miller.
And that was that.
Oh, Chief, don't forget graduation.
Graduation?
Oh, yes, indeed. Right now, with school graduations at hand, many young people are wondering what life work to take up.
Well, do you have the answer?
Well, I want to suggest that these intelligent young folks give careful consideration to teaching as a career.
Just what does teaching offer, Chief?
Well, teachers enjoy such advantages as security, long vacations, and now a rising standard of pay. But even more important, the teachers hold a unique position of honor and respect in the community. Quite naturally, people look up to a teacher. For it is the teacher who molds the characters and futures of our children, and through our children shapes the future of our country. And that's why I want to say to every young person graduating from school this spring, give a thought, a very serious thought, to a teaching career. Teaching is not only good work, it is a truly great profession.
And now what about next week?
Well, friends, we have another exciting story for you next week in the case of the deadly snowflake, another dramatic episode in our constant war on crime. And so until then, thank you and good night.
Here it is, men. Yes, here it is. Brand new liquid cream that grooms hair without an unsightly, greasy look. Sentry, S-E-N-T-R-Y, Sentry Hair Cream. What makes Sentry so different? Unlike most hair creams, there's no mineral oil in Sentry. Just pure vegetable oil. No whitish film on your hair. Sentry seems to vanish on your hair, but Sentry's secret ingredient actually keeps hair neat longer without an objectionable greasy look. Guard your grooming with Sentry. S-E-N-T-R-Y. Sentry Hair Cream. Hi, Ingram, yourself.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Johnston in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In our experience, in our war against crime, ladies and gentlemen, nothing in the popular conception of crime is so widespread and so erroneous as the idea that honor exists among thieves. In tonight's case of the deadly snowflake, we see this so-called criminal code for what it is, a cold, stubborn, selfish fear based on a colossal contempt for decency. We begin in a bedroom darkened by shades drawn tight to the sills.
Agnes? Agnes, is that you?
Go back to sleep, Laird. The doctor says you should rest.
Him a doc. They threw him out years ago. Did you talk to him, Agnes?
They told me not to. Don't you think you'd better?
What's the matter?
Get the bandages off your head, huh?
I'm lucky I'm alive, he said, Agnes. That cop's bullet went right across my skull.
I know. You're lucky you got home.
I still got my fingers, too. That's real talent, Agnes. 1 in a million.
What do you mean you still got your fingers?
I'll get to that. First, I just want to say I'm sorry about the way I've been treating you.
You what?
I don't mean to, knock you around, Agnes. I just get nervous when I'm going out on a job.
What's come over you, Laird?
You know how it is. Feeling those tumblers fall with your fingers. It's tough work, Agnes. Oh, that reminds me.
What?
I want you to get hold of a guy. You remember him? Rudy Bowie. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just haven't heard you mention Rudy in so long. What do you need him for?
To help me. I got to get back to work, Agnes. We'll be needing dough.
We could sell that crazy boat.
The snowflake? No, I mean big dough. More jobs, Agnes. Like that transfer office I had cased out.
I don't see what you need Rudy for. He's no safe man.
I don't need a Peterman, Agnes. Just a helper. Someone to take me around.
Take you around? Laird, what do you mean?
Agnes,
There's something the matter. Now, what is it, Laird?
I'm blind.
There's a few more, Chief. Squad D reports a total arrest on the arson case.
Oh, yes, I know, Miss Miller. Send a copy of the findings over to the commissioner, if you will.
It's on the way.
Good. Well, what about you, Harrington? Anything on that warehouse robbery?
Chief, I've been over that job with a fine-tooth comb. I pulled McHenry out of his prowl car all day yesterday just to get his story again.
McHenry's the officer who shot at the men as they escaped, Chief.
Yeah, shot and missed, I'm sorry to say, Chief.
Missed completely? I thought the officer's report a week ago indicated that he might have hit one of the men.
Yeah, that's right, Chief, he might, but nobody's been showing up dead in any of the alleys, though.
Yes, and that adds up to what? You've no idea at all?
Well, just one, Chief. Yeah, and I'll say this before I start, Miss Miller. It ain't scientific.
Harrington, I haven't said a word.
I know it, but you will. The point is, Chief, I want to play this one on a hunch.
Oh. Well, we've played your hunches before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes, and with good results, too. What's your thought?
Okay, let's go back to this warehouse job for a minute, okay?
I don't have to. The warehouse people have been on the phone about it all week.
So what was it? A Peterman job. Am I right? No powder, no dynamite, no blasting, just a straight Peterman.
A what?
A Peterman, Miss Miller, a man who opens safes.
Oh.
Yeah, you're welcome. Chief, I went over that warehouse safe 20 times. The guy opened it with his fingers.
Yes, you put that in your original report.
Right. Now think about this, then. Feeling for those tumblers ain't easy, you know. That's very delicate work. You gotta be trained to it.
Yes, go on.
Okay, so it comes down to this, Chief. There's 3 guys I know who could have fingered a safe the way that warehouse job came off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one of them's in the Happy House.
Yes, and the other 2?
One's in California, Chief. At least I think he is. I'm checking on it.
Yeah. And the other?
The other is a boy named Morton. Laird Morton. I got his file out of the master, Miss Muller.
Is that Morton?
That's right. He's been quiet for a couple of years, Chief. Might take me time to find him.
Now, let me get this straight. You really think you can narrow down that warehouse robbery to certain individuals just on...
On technique, Chief. And like I said, on a hunch, too. So, well, can I go on?
You've nothing else? Mm-hmm. No witnesses? Fingerprints? Nothing?
No, not so far, Chief.
I see. All right. I'll hold it over on the disposition report, Harrington. We'll say, how about 3 days?
Starting now, Chief?
Starting now. Let's see what this hunch of yours will do.
Agnes.
I'm right in front of you, Laird. Don't get to jump.
I'm sorry. It bothers me when you move around, that's all. You here, Rudy?
Yeah, just waiting for what you say, Laird.
Go on, Laird. Say what you got to say.
All right, we won't waste any more time. You can lead me into the transfer office, Rudy. The way I time it, it should be 3 minutes from the car to the safe.
Yeah, if we have luck with the watchman, Laird.
Never mind him. Now, you both got this picture? You lead me. Give me, say, 6 minutes with the tumblers, and then we beat it.
Back to our car?
That's right, Agnes. From there, we go directly to the snowflake.
To the what?
Laird's boat.
I don't get it.
Can you think of a better place to hide out, Rudy? We get aboard, shove off, we can cruise around for weeks. She sleeps 6.
Gee.
His boat. He bought it off some jerk during the war.
Yeah.
Oh, wait till you see her, Rudy. I bought it complete. Right down to the gear and galley.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, Laird, they make the getaway on a boat?
I told you it's the safest place in the world. She's all set, too. Agnes saw to everything, didn't you?
I checked all the papers in your billfold there.
Swell. Well, now I guess I'll get a little sleep. Big day tomorrow, huh, Rudy?
Yeah, whatever you say, Laird. Want some help?
No, I can make it. I've been practicing, haven't I, Agnes?
Go ahead, show him.
Laird, watch it.
I'll be all right, Rudy. You sit with Agnes. 3 steps to the left. Turn and...
Hey,
shut up.
Forward. Yeah.
Laird, you all right?
Yeah. Sit still, Rudy. I misjudged, I guess. I'll be fine. Good night now.
Want a drink?
What's the idea, Agnes? You let him walk right into that chair.
I know. I forgot to tell him I moved it.
Yeah? Never mind the drink. Hold still.
Rudy, listen.
Still, I said.
What was that for?
Just wanted to be sure of something.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Was it your idea, Laird sending for me when he was blind?
I just said it was a good idea.
You didn't know then? About, 4?
Him? Don't be funny.
I'm not. I'm just getting organized, Agnes. Yeah, watching things around here the last few days, it strikes me you're,
For what?
Well, you've changed. Laird used to push you around like a lawnmower.
That was before he lost his peepers.
Yeah. So now you let him walk into chairs.
That ain't all he's walking into. I got it all planned, the transfer office job, the boat, everything.
What is he walking into, Agnes?
Rudy.
Yeah?
Now it's your turn to hold still.
Baby,
Still want to know what he's walking into? Guess.
Okay, Chief, so it boils down to this.
Yes?
Either that warehouse job was a complete outsider, or it's my boy.
Laird Morton, you mean, Harrington?
Right, and I'm taking bets it was no outside rip and tear job.
What makes you say that, Harrington?
Because, Miss Miller, when a bunch of the boys plan a job the size of that warehouse deal, they line it up, see? And if they're from out of town, well, they get permission.
Permission to break open a safe? From whom?
From the boys in this town that know about things like safes.
Yes, and they're pretty well cleaned out, aren't they?
I'll say they are, Chief. And that's why, again, I think Laird's my boy.
You know how to find him?
Well, he's been off my books now for nearly 3 years, Chief, but I can find him. At least here's where I try. No, I'll shoot you a game some other time, Mary. Yeah, and with no chalk on my cue, too. Oh, hey, before I forget it, you ever hear from Morton? Yeah, Morton, you know, he used to play snooker in here. Laird Morton. Give me 3, will you, Rusty? No, the Panatella's that's the only good cigar you got. Hey, Rusty. Harry over at the billiard joint says maybe that you heard from Laird. Yeah, Morton. Come on, Rusty, you know him. Laird Morton. Well, I'm sorry to get you out of rehearsal, Maisie. Find a new number, huh? Yeah, it's pretty good, too. Oh, I know now what I meant to ask you, Maisie. You used to go around with Laird Morton, didn't you? I mean, back before he got married? Well, tell me something, kid. Does he owe you any dough?
Street's all clear, lad. I look both ways.
What about the watchman, Rudy? Is he in the office?
What office?
I told you a dozen times, Agnes. It should be straight ahead of us, up the steps and to the right.
Oh, yeah. I see it, lad. No light on.
Okay. That's it, then. Let's go in.
You guide him, Rudy.
Yeah. That's it. Keep hold of my coat, lad. It won't fall.
Remember now, both of you. We come right back to the car and drive directly to the boat.
We know that. Go on, Rudy.
Door's open.
I told you it would be. The watchman leaves it unlatched till 2 a.m. What's the matter?
What's that around your neck, lad?
What?
These. I got hold of them.
Go on in, will you? Somebody will walk by in a minute.
They're binoculars, Rudy. You'll need a good pair on the boat.
Be still there. Rudy's opening the door.
Okay.
So far. Now we take the first door to the right, huh?
It'll be open, too. Go on, try it.
Like a barn.
Look for the safe, Rudy. Is it there? Should be over in the corner.
I see it.
All right. Lead me to it. Come on, make it fast. That snooper gets back here every 20 minutes.
It's right here, Laird. You feel it?
Yeah, I got it. Shut that door, Agnes.
What?
Well, we come in. I didn't hear it shut.
I got it.
Can you open it, Laird?
In a breeze. Just let me warm up my fingers.
What's the door, Agnes?
Don't worry about me. Anybody comes through it, I'm ready for him.
Can you imagine a big transfer company owning a safe like this? The tumblers fall like bowling pins. 2 more minutes and they'll have it.
Agnes.
Shut up, I hear it.
Laird, somebody's at the door.
What? Can't be. We come in at 1:05, didn't we?
I must have got it mixed up, Laird. Rudy, stand back.
Be careful with that gun. Agnes, has he got a light?
Oh, he hasn't. Come on in, Grandpop. Welcome home. Told you I had this planned.
Come on, give me your hand, Agnes. We've got to get out of here fast.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm going.
Take it down to the car, fast.
Agnes, take my hand.
Sorry, Laird, ain't got the time.
Agnes, you're not leaving me here. Agnes, no, you can't.
Can't I? Watch me. Just watch me. Oh, I forgot you're blind.
Hey, Agnes! Hey, Agnes, come back! I can't see! Agnes, no! No!
Laird Morton, blinded safecracker, deserted at the scene of a murder. We'll hear the next exciting development of this unusual case in just a moment. But first, let's bend an ear to one of those early morning sounds. One that says, rise and shine. Now, of course, sometimes you may not feel like rising and shining. Like most all of us, you may wake up feeling dull and headachy because you need a laxative. In that case, better tune in on this sound. And that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. And remember, unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to feel dull and headachy all day waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let sal hepatica help sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
no, sorry, boys. No, wait, you'll have to wait till the chief is through. That's right. Listen, I'll let you in just as soon as he's ready. Come on now, come on. Give us a chance, will you? Come on, get outside. Out.
The reporters are going to wait, Harrington?
I'll say they are, Chief. Somebody tipped him to the angle in this thing.
The angle, Harrington?
Well, wouldn't you call it one, Miss Miller? A watchman gets killed. The prowl car boys come looking for him, and they find a blind man yelling his head off.
Yes, as I put it together, the watchman must have been shot about 1 or 1:10.
I'll buy that, Chief. He was supposed to punch his clock at 1:15, and he didn't.
Yes, I know. Then when he didn't report at 1:30, our men came in to investigate.
Some investigation. A dead watchman and Laird Morton, blind.
Oh, Chief, he's being booked downtown. They'll hold him in your office until we get there.
Yes, thank you, Miss Miller. Well, Harrington, where do we start?
No gun, huh, Chief?
None so far. Did you tell the men to search the yard outside?
Yeah, Brophy's out there, Chief. If Morton tossed the gun out the window, we'll find it.
Well, how could he if he's blind?
Yeah, that, Miss Miller, is the break-the-bank question. Oh, brother, what a lot of talking he's going to do.
I hope so. There's one thing in particular I'm curious about.
Yeah, which one, Chief?
If Morton is blind, what was he doing with a pair of binoculars around his neck?
Shut the door to the cockpit, Rudy. It's cold.
Oh, this one?
There's only one. Shut it.
How should I know? I ain't never been on a boat.
Well, you are now. Like it?
You steer it with that?
Sure. It isn't hard. Laird taught me.
Okay, so we're moving. Now, where does it go?
Any place. I figured we just keep cruising around for a while. You know, let things cool down.
And what happens when this crate runs out of gas?
We buy some more. It's easy. They got gas pumps all along the shore.
Well, I still don't like it, Agnes. None of it.
It's a setup, they tell you. I got all the dough from Laird's warehouse job before.
Well, I wondered why we didn't wait and grab the loot at the transfer office.
What for? We got plenty. Besides, that'd only stick the insurance dicks on us. They can get nasty, too, you know. This way we're clear.
And, what about Laird?
He won't talk, if that's what you mean.
Well, why won't he? You killed that watchman, Agnes, not him. What's he got to lose by talking?
You think I didn't figure? Listen, so they found him with a dead duck, all right. He's blind. No court in the world would convict him.
Yeah,
Laird knows that. So do the cops.
I still say it would have been...
I ain't finished. Finally, they got to find the gun, don't they? I know that much from the movies.
Hey, you still got it, haven't you?
Certainly I got it. Right here. Come on, Rudy. Relax. What is it Laird was always saying? Oh, yeah. Get a load of that air.
Now listen to reason, Morton. That watchman was killed with a .32 caliber slug.
He was?
Look at the district attorney when you're talking, Morton.
I'm tired of looking at him. We've been at this 4 hours.
You're tired of looking, huh? With what?
Are you really blind, Morton? You know, we'll be certain when the doctor gets here.
Am I? What do you think, D.A.?
I think you are.
And so do I, Morton. Yeah, and I'll tell you how you got that way, too. From a cop's bullet right across your head where that scar is.
That's so?
We'll know after you're examined, Morton. I can't see your point in delaying things any longer.
Anything you say, D.A.
What?
What do you want to know?
I'll read the last question, will you please, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. Listen to reason, Morton. That watchman was killed with a .32 caliber slug.
All right, we'll start from there. Now, where's the gun, Morton?
Who was with you, Morton?
Come on, use your head, man. We've got you. Why shield the others?
In a pig's eye, you got me.
You were there, Sonny. Right there waiting for me.
All right, smart guy. Go ahead on that. Go on, D.A. Tell a jury I did it. Tell them. And you can also tell them I'm blind.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Agnes, let's turn this thing towards land.
Not till we need gas.
Well, I'm going nuts, I tell you. Nothing but water.
That's a nice crack.
Huh?
I'm here.
Gee, I'll say you are.
Just what do you mean by that?
Oh, look, Agnes, we can't just spend the rest of our lives going nowhere. We got to get back to town.
What for?
Well, Laird, for one thing. Oh, now, look, I could call one of the boys, Agnes. They'll know if he's singing, maybe.
He ain't, I told you.
But we don't know, Agnes. Oh, it's driving me off my rocker,
I told you before, relax.
I'm telling you, head this tub toward the shore.
No, thank you.
Listen, you flea-brained little idiot. Go on me. Get us back, you hear me? Now. Oh, Agnes, please.
You look at my arm. I'll be black and blue.
Will you listen to me, Agnes?
That's it, Buster. I planned this show and I'm running it. You try any more rough stuff to help me, I'll toss you over the side.
What time is it, Miss Miller?
It's 7:10, Chief. The day shift will be coming on at 7:30.
Well, you ought to go on home. We can send for a stenographer downstairs.
No, I'm all right, Chief, really. Is there any more coffee, Harrington?
Yeah, plenty, Miss Miller, in that kitchen.
Oh, thanks.
How about you, Morton? Feel like talking some more?
Hey, Morton. The chief's talking to you.
Aren't you guys tired yet?
Boy, we got lots of time left, Morton. All day today, tonight, tomorrow, the next night.
Who shot the watchman, Morton?
Where's the gun, Morton?
I'll get it, Chief.
How'd you lose your sight, Morton?
Yeah.
Pulling away from that warehouse job?
Why don't you give up, Harrington?
Excuse me. That's the Harbor Patrol.
Oh, let me have that.
Yes, sir. Right here.
What's that, Miss Miller?
Yes.
The Harbor
Hello.
Patrol, Harrington. The chief
Right.
phoned them about an hour ago from outside.
You sure now? You're sure? The number is 20Y205. Yes, I'll repeat it. 20Y205.
What's the matter, Laird?
No.
You look excited.
No, have a boat stand by, will you please? We'll be right out. Harrington, we've got it. Come on, let's go.
Now, Agnes, put away the gun, will you? I didn't mean to get rough.
Shut up a minute.
Huh?
There's a boat. See it coming up from the port side.
Where?
There. See it? What the... Rudy, that's a patrol boat.
I don't get it. What patrol? What are you talking about?
20Y205. Stand by to be boarded.
Stand by my foot. Get out of my way, Rudy.
Cut your motors and stand by. You're under arrest.
Agnes, it's cops. Listen to them,
Don't
Agnes.
you think I can hear? Get back, Rudy. They're coming alongside.
Stand by. We're coming aboard.
Watch it, Chief.
Get back! Get back or I start shooting!
Agnes, don't be a fool. The boat's loaded with police.
Cover me, Harrington.
I'm right with you, Chief. Easy, Billy. Keep her alongside. The chief's going over.
You rats, I told you to...
Don't reach for that gun. Leave it on the deck.
Okay, Chief. Here, wait till I cut these engines. Did I get her?
Just her arm, I think, Harrington. Stand still, both of you.
Now, listen, I didn't do anything.
Shut up,
I was-
Rudy! Butchers, can't you see I'm bleeding?
We'll have you taken care of as soon as we get ashore. Take the man, Harrington.
Right, Chief.
No, you don't. Come on.
Bring her up a little, Billy.
All set? Now let's take this pair back to town.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of his capture of Agnes and Rudy. But first,
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, your dentist, of course. Your dentist is the skilled guardian of your dental health, the authority on care of your teeth and gums. So ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
Many dentists recommend gum massage. What's more, a nationwide survey reveals that more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And wait a moment. More dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
There's a difference between toothpastes, all right. And dentists know that difference.
Ipana cleans teeth clean, safely, too, without gritty abrasives. And, followed by gentle massage, aids the health of your gums.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your new Ipana smile. Get Ipana toothpaste.
Taste the freshness. Feel the cleanness. See the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Ipana toothpaste. Now, here is your district attorney.
I should like to report, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, that all three of this unusual trio, Laird Morton, his wife, and Rudy Bowie, will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of the watchman in the transfer company office.
I'll say they will, Chief. And that's the end of all those safe-cracking jobs on the list.
Yes, Harrington, it is.
Oh, Chief, I think you'd better explain just how you knew Agnes and Rudy were on a boat and which boat to go after.
Well, we have Laird to thank for that, Miss Miller. As you know, when we found him, he had a pair of very good binoculars around his neck.
Sure, Chief. A blind man with spyglasses.
Exactly, Harrington. He intended to bring them to the boat for his wife and Rudy. Fortunately, this particular pair of binoculars was of a foreign make.
I don't understand, Chief.
Well, during the war and before, Miss Miller, all such foreign binoculars had to be registered with the proper authorities. And when we examined the pair on Laird, I checked the registration and found them assigned to his boat.
With the Coast Guard number 20Y205, right, Chief?
Right, Harrington. Then when the harbor police reported sight of the vessel, we went right out.
You certainly did, Chief.
Well, it just goes to show what you've said so often, Chief. The crooks don't have a chance of winning, ever.
Indeed. For no criminal or criminal gang has the resources of the forces of law and order.
And now what about next week?
Well, our story for next week, ladies and gentlemen, is another colorful and exciting dramatization. It's the case of the House of Death, and I invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
Right dress! Yes, ma'am, the right dress for well-groomed hair. For your hair is Sentry.
S-E-N-T-R-Y, Sentry Hair Cream. New liquid cream grooms hair without that unsightly, greasy look.
What makes Sentry so different? Well, most hair creams are made with mineral oil, but not Sentry.
Sentry's the only leading liquid hair cream made without mineral oil. No wonder Sentry grooms without an objectionable, greasy look.
Guard your grooming with Sentry.
S-E-N-T-R-Y.
Sentry Hair Cream, your right dress.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Tonight's case of the unknown source is particularly vital, ladies and gentlemen, because it concerns a lawyer, or at least a man who was once entitled to practice law. Here indeed is an infuriating and sorry spectacle. A criminal whose mind was keen enough to attain the privilege of the bar, but warped to the point of degrading himself and his profession. We begin in the lobby of the Revere House, an inexpensive hotel catering to young career girls here in our city.
Honey! What? Honey Bartlett, wait up. I just saw you get out of the elevator. Gee, have I got news.
Oh, it's you. Look,
Don't you remember, honey? We were talking last night in the soda fountain downstairs. I'm Alice Stratton.
Oh, well, sure, I remember, kid. I'm just in a hurry, that's all.
Oh.
That gentleman sitting over there is waiting for me.
Oh, you got a date, huh? Gee, lucky you.
Huh?
Oh, well, yeah, you could say that.
Remember I said I worked in the district attorney's office? Oh, you remember, honey. I told you when I came from Sheboygan I got a job typing there.
Yeah, well, that's just great, kid, but really, I've got to go.
Oh, well, this won't take a minute, honey. Well, anyway, guess what?
Yeah, what?
Miss Miller, that's the district attorney's private secretary, she's gone on a vacation. And what do you think? I'm going to substitute for her. Isn't it thrilling? I'm going to be the district attorney's secretary.
Wait a minute. You're what?
Can you imagine? I've never even seen him. And I'm going to be right there in his own private office while Miss Miller's on vacation.
The DA himself?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I start tomorrow morning. Miss Miller came down to the bullpen where all the typists work and chose me herself.
I see.
What's the matter? You don't seem excited about it, honey. Gee, a wonderful break like that and everything. I'm just so thrilled.
You've never seen the DA, hmm? And he's never seen you?
He will tomorrow. Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, come on, Alice. Come on with me.
Well, come where, honey? I don't understand.
Oh, it's just an idea. Oh, Jimmy.
Good evening, honey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Jimmy, this is a girlfriend of mine here in the hotel. This is Alice,
Alice Stratton.
Alice Stratton. Meet Jimmy.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Now then, honey, shall we be going?
I just wanted you to hear Miss Stratton's good news, Jimmy. Starting tomorrow morning, she's going to be private secretary to the district attorney.
What?
I'm so thrilled. His regular private secretary is on vacation, and I'm going to substitute for her.
Are you really?
Uh-huh.
I knew you'd be interested, Jimmy. The DA has never seen Alice, and she's never seen him.
You don't say.
I just had to tell Honey about it. Honestly, I'm so excited. Why, it might lead to just anything.
You looking for something, Chief?
Yes, Harrington. Have you any idea where Miss Miller keeps my sunglasses?
Your sunglasses, Chief?
Yes, usually puts them right here on my desk.
Yeah, don't ask me. Ain't they sending up some girl from the bullpen?
No, to take Miss Miller's place while she's away.
Yeah.
Yes, I think she did say something about it. She said she was coaching the girl during lunch hour.
Yeah, Miss Stratton or something, wasn't it?
Something like that, I believe. Yes.
Excuse me. May I come in?
Well, yes, of course. What is it?
You're the district attorney.
Yes, I am. Is there something you wanted?
And you be Mr. Harrington. Oh, I've heard about you.
Oh, you have?
I certainly have. I'm Alice Stratton.
Yeah, who?
From the bullpen. I wouldn't have been late my first morning, Mr. District Attorney, but honestly, this office is so upside down.
I see. You're to work up here while Miss Miller's on vacation?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Although, really, I don't see how Miss Miller got anything accomplished at all. Why, the files. Now, honestly.
Miss Miller does okay.
Oh, I'm sure she does, Mr. Harrington, in her way.
Huh?
Was there anything you wanted, Mr. District Attorney?
Why, yes. If you'll take notes, please.
Mm-hmm.
I want to discuss the Nick Venice trial with Mr. Harrington.
Nick Venice?
Yeah, there's a folder on him over on that table, Mr. Stratton.
Oh, thank you. You are nice.
I am?
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Where were we?
Pretty boy Venice, Chief.
Oh,
You're going to trial on him this week.
Yes, I hope to. I've got just about all I need.
Well, it ought to be first degree, Chief. He sure put the B on that girlfriend of his.
I found the folder.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Stratton. And now, if you'll just take notes as we talk, please.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yeah, who's defending him, Chief?
Venice? Jimmy Appleton. He got Nick out on bail on a technicality.
You mean this Appleton ain't disbarred yet?
There's always hope. And as for Venice, I think we'll have clear sailing.
Well, I'll be glad to check him off my list, Chief. He gives me the creeps.
Yes, he ought to. Why, the material I've collected on him is absolutely astounding. The fellow's ignorant, rude, arrogant, definitely below normal in intelligence.
You're telling me I was downstairs the night they booked him, Chief. Why, that guy even wears perfume.
Yes, I know. That's part of the picture. Big, uncouth, ignorant killer, dressed in a loud suit, a $50 necktie, and reeking of cheap violet perfume.
This is going to be some trial.
Well, let's not underestimate it, however, Harrington. Oh, Jimmy Appleton's a tricky defender.
And that's a mild word for it.
Appleton, is that?
That's right. You'll find the name in the folder.
Oh, thank you.
But I promise you this, Harrington. Appleton can pull all the tricks he knows in that courtroom, and I'm still going to nail Nick Venice cold.
Put the food on that table, Nick. No. That table over by the girl.
I know, Jimmy. Here, huh?
That's right. Now untie her, will you?
Listen, what am I around here?
You're my client, Nick, remember? In my hands, in that courtroom tomorrow, lies the answer to whether you live or die.
You're getting paid for it, Shyster.
You amuse me, Nick. Untie Miss Stratton, please.
I am.
Excellent. Now the gag from her mouth, if you please.
Hold still, baby.
Get away from me.
I'm just untying you, baby. Hey. You're okay, you know. Ain't you, Jimmy? Okay.
Get away from me.
Oh, calm now, Alice. I should think after 24 hours you'd be calmed down. There's food on that table.
I demand to know the meaning of this. You can't keep me here like a prisoner.
Oh, yes, he can, baby. Hey, you like violet perfume? Smell.
Don't touch me.
That will do, Nick. We leave Alice alone in here to enjoy her dinner.
You can't do this, I tell you. Let me out of here.
In due time, Alice. Until then, do try to relax, won't you? Come, Nick, this way.
She's okay, you know. Plenty smooth.
Come back here. I demand you.
What's she fussing about now?
Oh, honey, my dear, I didn't realize you'd come home.
Hiya, honey.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, your girlfriend. She's okay.
How is she, Jimmy?
Alice? Confused, I'd say. I hardly think she realizes what we've done.
Neither does the DA.
Oh?
It's a tough racket being a secretary again. I've been at it since 9 o'clock this morning.
He assumes you're Alice Stratton, of course.
He does?
Good. Now then, about our client here.
Me?
You needn't bother trying to follow this, Nick. Rest assured, I have your interests at heart.
A chick in there, you know, she's...
Later, Nick.
Well, honey?
We've worked on Nick's case all day.
With you?
Sure, with me. There's the envelope.
It contains what I want?
Yeah, the works. His brief, copies of his notes, copies of his plan for trial, description of all his evidence, everything. And I made an extra copy of everything I typed for him.
Splendid, honey, splendid.
I've been a busy girl, Jimmy. Do I get a reward?
My dear child.
Can I go in and talk to her, Jimmy?
No.
Maybe she's lonesome.
I said no, Nick. As for your question, honey, the answer is yes. Keep on being Alice Stratton, my love, and you'll get everything your heart desires.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Mr. Harrington.
Yeah.
Why, I've saved every clipping about you from the newspapers.
You have, Miss Stratton?
I certainly have. Oh, you'll laugh, but I've even got a picture of you pasted on my dresser at my hotel.
No kidding. A picture of me.
Why, I told you you'd laugh. Incidentally, my name's Alice.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, you're here, Harrington.
Yeah.
Good.
You had some calls, Mr. District Attorney.
Yeah, how'd it go,
In just a minute, Harrington. Oh, Miss Stratton.
Yes, sir?
Will you tell whoever's waiting I'll be delayed, please? I want to talk to Mr. Harrington.
You'll be delayed.
That's
yes,
right.
sir. I'll tell them right away.
Hey. You look worried, Chief. Nothing went wrong over at that courthouse, did it?
Harrington, I simply can't understand it. I had to ask the court to recess until tomorrow morning.
Under Nick Venice trial?
Yes.
Why, I thought that was all set up, Chief.
Yes, it was. And that's just the point. But so help me, Jimmy Appleton was prepared for every move I made.
What?
I tell you, it was uncanny. Almost as if the man had read my mind. Why, he even knew I intended to put the cab driver on the stand first.
What? Oh, Chief, he couldn't have. Why, he only decided that yesterday.
Well, he knew it. Yes, and he had prepared notes on his objections. I tell you, Harrington, it was beyond understanding.
You got a delay, you said, huh?
Well, just until tomorrow morning. But I don't get it, Harrington. No, I just don't understand it at all.
And was he burned up, Jimmy? His face was a sight.
Oh, that's delightful, honey. Then how did he spend the afternoon?
Oh, he made a whole new set of plans for when court opens in the morning.
Do you have a copy?
Yes, I put it on your desk.
Wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Oh, and this Harrington character. He was telling the DA about some raid he's going to pull tonight.
Oh?
Yeah. He's going to knock over the Green Hat Club at 9 o'clock.
That's interesting. Remind me to call Lou Woodruff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost sure I can sell him that information.
Hi, honey. Hi, Scheisse.
Well, if it isn't our boy. Hi, Nick.
Thought I told you to stay off the street, Nick. Been gone an hour.
I was getting the papers. Hey, my picture's all over.
I've seen the papers. Now, will you leave us alone, please? Honey and I want to work. Not in there.
I was just going to see if she's thirsty or something.
Oh, Jimmy, how's the kid, by the way?
Somewhat difficult, I'm afraid.
Oh?
Can't I, Jimmy? I won't bother her nothing.
What? Oh, yes, go on.
She's some dish, you know. Got a red dress, too. I like red.
Now then, honey, I think first we'll go over the eminent district attorney's plan for tomorrow.
Hey, little girl, you asleep or something?
What do you want?
No need to get on your high horse, sister. Just came in to talk to you.
What do you want? What in the world is happening to me?
Come on. Sit down and be comfortable.
Please.
Sit down, why don't you? Hey, you like perfume? Smell.
Your name is Nick, isn't it?
You mean you ain't never heard of me? I'm Nick Venice.
Oh, listen, Nick, you can help me. Please help me, Nick. I'm scared.
Ah, that's no way to be. Little girl like you. You're okay, you know, kid?
You will help me. You'll tell me what they're going to do to me?
You got nice arms, kid. You're nice and tan.
Oh, please.
I'll move
don't...
away. I said don't pull away from me like that.
You're hurting my wrist.
Go on, pull.
Oh.
I could break your wrist just by squeezing my fingers together.
I said, help! Help!
Hey, shut up. You want to get Jimmy Sorpin?
Help!
You lousy little cat. Shut up.
I won't shut up. I won't. Help!
Why, you...
No, you leave me alone.
Well, you stinker. Slap me in the kitchen. Will you come back here?
Get out of here. Get out.
Nobody slaps Nicky Venice, little girl, but nobody. Come here.
I didn't mean it. Oh, please. Please, won't you leave me alone?
You rotten little tramp. You ain't going to hit nobody again. Dumb dame. Smack me, will you?
What in the world's going on in here? Nick. Honey, come in here.
Listen, Jimmy, this crazy mink,
Be
she's
quiet.
slapping...
Honey.
What's the matter, Jimmy? Did you what? Hey, what's the idea? What happened to her?
I've been trying to tell you. Guess got mad or something, Jimmy. Will it be okay?
Okay. You blundering boob, this girl is dead.
Alice Stratton, innocent victim in a monstrous plot, dead. We'll hear what happens next in this unusual case in just a moment. But first, here's an important question.
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
Who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, just one man, your family dentist. For through study and experience, your dentist has become your authority on the care of your teeth, the health of your gums. So don't depend on just anyone. Ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
So many dentists recommend massage.
And very important to you, a nationwide survey also shows more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And more dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
Yes, Ipana wins wholehearted approval from those who know best the difference between toothpastes, the nation's dentists.
Ipana's unique formula actually stimulates gum circulation, and with gentle gum massage, aids the health of your gums, the brilliance of your smile.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your new Ipana smile.
Taste the fresh flavor. Feel the cleanness. See the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Remember, for healthier gums, for brighter teeth, for a cleaner breath, Ipana toothpaste and massage. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, there she is, Chief. Nobody's touched the body since I threw a blanket over it.
You've been here how long, Harrington?
About 20 minutes, Chief. I tried to get in touch with you right away, but...
Strange. A girl dressed like that in a district like this?
Yeah, she's no waterfront character, Chief. About 23 or so, wouldn't you say?
Yes, something like that. Have you checked the neighborhood, Harrington?
I was doing that when you drove up, Chief. We can't get much on tire marks. All the trucks in the south end of town dump here into the river.
Yes, I know.
Of course, the dame's little, whoever she is, and somebody could have carried her from that alleyway, got scared, and didn't even drop her into the water.
Yes. What about the cause of death?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, Chief. Look, she's got a terrific bump here on the back of her head, and it looks like a broken jaw. I bet either one of them could have done it.
Yes, well, we'll get the examiner's opinion when he gets here. What about identification?
Not a thing, Chief. No purse, no gloves, nothing. They even tore the label out of her jacket.
Oh?
And that's another reason I thought you ought to have a look. This is strictly a professional job.
Yes, it seems to be. Well, let's get to work on it, Harrington.
I tell you, I just tapped her a little, Jimmy. I didn't mean no harm.
Harm? The girl's dead, Nick. Don't you understand that? You're on trial for murdering one girl and you kill another.
Nobody knows it, Jimmy. We got rid of the body, didn't we?
I know it, my friend, and don't forget that.
Yeah? So what do I pay you for?
I am an attorney, Nick, not your personal bodyguard. I resent a thing like this happening in my apartment.
So go ahead and resent. I got dough.
That is beside the point. I've got to come up against the district attorney in court in the morning. This kind of thing unnerves me.
You'll take care of the DA. Honey got you all the dope, didn't she?
You live a simple life, Nick. How you've managed to survive is remarkable.
I got a smart lawyer.
My dear boy, I hope and pray you're right.
Yes, Doctor. And if I'm not here, Harrington will be. Yes, call as soon as you can, will you please? Oh, and one thing more. Will you send up that report you did on the victim in the Nick Venice murder? Yes. Yes, that's right. The waitress. Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Chief.
Oh, come in, Harrington. I was just going to phone for you.
Chief, I got something that's...
Yes, well, I haven't much time here.
No, Chief, listen to this. That kid we found down by the river last night?
Yes.
Skippy took a set of fingerprints off the body, so I checked them against the master file.
And?
Get this, Chief. That girl is Alice Stratton.
Alice Stratton?
Yeah.
Harrington, what are you talking about?
So help me, Chief. It's true. The kid we found dead last night is supposed to be your secretary while Miss Miller's on vacation.
Yes, but that's impossible. Miss Stratton is right outside. I was just going to send for her.
Chief, it's a positive identification. You know yourself all the employees around here have their prints in the master.
Yes, you checked carefully?
Carefully? I checked 4 times. I couldn't believe it myself.
Well, then this girl outside is... Say, wait a minute.
Chief, are you thinking what I'm thinking? About how Jimmy Appleton knows so much about what goes on in this office lately?
Yes. Find out if Appleton is connected with that raid that backfired last night.
I did, Chief.
Yes?
He's a personal friend of Woodruff, the guy that owns the joint.
Well, this is beginning to come clean, isn't it, Harrington? Appleton's success in court and the empty gambling club when you staged the raid?
Clean? I'm going to pin that little girl to the wall. Get her in here, Chief. Let's find out what this is.
No, let's wait, Harrington. Let's wait.
Wait?
Yes.
With that dame out there spying on you, Chief? Why, there's no telling who she is.
We can tell, all right. I think we'll play this young lady right into our hands.
I can't believe it, honey. Are you sure you copied this accurately?
Jimmy, I tell you, he said it himself. He dictated the memo and then went out to the courthouse.
Leaving Harrington in the office?
He's still there, I guess. I said I had a sick headache and had to come home.
What's it all about, Jimmy? I didn't get it.
It seems, Nick, we're about to have a visit from the district attorney.
Here? At your place?
So he informed Honey when he dictated a memo this morning. Are you sure, Honey?
I tell you, he said he was coming here at 8 o'clock tonight with new evidence against Nicky.
Me? What's the bum up with me?
Your life, Nicky.
I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
You think I do? It's after 8 now.
You've got to slip out the back way. Certainly be confused to find you here.
Confused? Are you kidding?
Hey,
Somebody's at the door.
Jimmy.
All right, be calm, honey. No, don't go. Might have someone posted downstairs.
But I can't stay
Get
here.
into the other room and keep the door shut. Go on, dear. Hurry.
For Pete's sake, watch it, Jimmy. This isn't good.
What do you want me to do? Just sit still, Nick, and don't say a word. Yes? Why, it's my esteemed colleague, Mr. District Attorney.
May I come in, Mr. Appleton? It's late, I know.
Late? Nonsense. Oh, you know my client, of course.
Vividly. As a matter of fact, Nick, it's about you that I've come.
What's that mean, Jimmy? This is a business call, then. I'm disappointed.
Oh, you won't be, Appleton. I have here a rather interesting document. A completely new kind of evidence against Nick in this envelope.
May I see it?
At this time, no.
Sorry. Let Jimmy see it.
What's that, Venice?
You heard me. Hand it over to him. Nick, put down that gun.
Yes, Venice. Isn't it unwise to draw a gun in your circumstances?
I said hand it over. I'll show you why I got this gun, wise guy. I'm getting sick of this, see? Now we're going to play this game my way. With a gun.
That's right, Doc. Yeah, sure, I've been waiting here ever since the chief left. Huh? Yeah, I got that right. No, that's all he wants to know. Huh? Do I know what to do now? Doc, we got this one timed to the second.
May I put down my hands, Nick? I assure you I'm not armed.
Keep him in the sky. I need hardly tell you, D.A., I'm not responsible for my client's actions. I wash my hands of it. You pipe down too, Shyster.
What do you intend to do now, Nick? Or may I offer a suggestion?
Huh?
Ask the young lady to come out of that bedroom. Oh, there's no need to look surprised, Appleton. I mean, Miss, well, there's a question about her name.
Honey, Nick, shut up. I'm sick of this. I'm pulling out of here, but good. Honey!
Well, don't tell me you got rid of it. Oh.
Well, Miss Stratton, you do seem to get around.
Jimmy, what's the idea?
Nick's making a fool of himself, D.A. I give you my word I know nothing of all this, nothing. You pipe down. I gotta take a powder. You got any dough?
Dough? For what?
Nick is in the act of escaping, I think you might say, young lady.
Oh?
Oh, I have a suggestion, Nick, if you're interested.
Yeah, what?
There's a rather interesting memo in that envelope I brought with me. Why not read it?
Nuts to it. Now, look, Shyster, I want dough. You know I ain't got any cash around here.
Did you say memo? What memo?
One you couldn't have copied for Mr. Appleton here, Miss Stratton. I had it prepared after you left.
Open it, honey.
This?
Yes, this will interest all of you, I know. You too, Appleton.
Oh, Jimmy.
What's in it, honey? Some more about me?
Jimmy, listen.
Yes, dear. What is it?
Memo to James Appleton, Nick Venice, and to my secretary.
Yes, that would be you, Miss Stratton.
If you'll open the door, Mr. Harrington is waiting for you. You are all under arrest for murder.
What? Nothing here.
You're going to put away the gun, Nick? Oh, Harrington, you outside?
Right here in the hall, Chief. The joint's surrounded.
Well, Nick? That's better. It's much better. All right, Harrington. Oh, and will you open the door, please, honey? You know, a competent secretary always does. And closes it behind her.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of the clues in tonight's case. But first, do you know what this means? Now, lots of people, that sound says it's morning again with a good day ahead. But, of course, that doesn't mean every morning. For now and then, most all of us wake up feeling dull and logy because we need a laxative. And that's when another sound is so welcome. Yes, that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. Sal hepatica. Unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and logy all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, sal hepatica helps sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And now, here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report, ladies and gentlemen, that all three members of this unusual trio, Honey, Appleton, and Nick Venice, will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of Alice Stratton.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that Miss Miller will be back at her job next week, Chief. Boy, what a dame that Honey was.
Fortunately, Harrington, we've seen the last of her.
Hey, Chief, why don't you explain just how you put all the pieces in this puzzle together?
Well, actually, we didn't connect the murder of Alice Stratton to Nick Venice until the examiner reported traces of strong perfume on her body. And not a scent she was wearing, but one that had apparently clung to her arms from contact with another person.
Violet perfume, huh, Chief?
Yes, exactly, Harrington. The same cheap scent Venice reeked of. The same, I might add, that we found on the waitress he'd murdered some weeks before.
Sure, and on top of that, there was a nice, clean set of Nicky's prints dug into Alice's wrists, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, and that just about closed the case.
I'll say it did. Oh, hey, Chief, what about next week?
Well, our story for next week, ladies and gentlemen, is the case of the athletic louse. Timely and dramatic. It's one I'm sure you'll enjoy, and I invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you, and good night.
Tell me, when you think about shaving, do you worry about your whiskers or your face? Better just forget your whiskers and think about your face. How your face feels and looks is what matters. To get a more comfortable feeling, a smoother shave, try Ingram Shaving Cream. That rich Ingram lather on your brush helps condition your face for the razor. You get cool, comfortable, soothing shaves. Remember, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. INGRAM. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream.
And a pair of clever crooks in the case of murder a la carte. I invite you to hear Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
WMAQ-NBC in Chicago. The big story tonight at 9 is about the missing chemist who was found by reporter Ike McAnally. His newspaper big story was the winner of the $500 Big Story Award. Then stay tuned at 9:30 for Curtain Time and at 10 o'clock for Supper Club.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Mr. District Attorney. And tonight, the case of murder a la carte.
Hey, Stanley, will you cut it out? Stanley, you boob!
Yeah, Hannah?
For the love of Pete, stop that hammering. I'm trying to concentrate on the racing form.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I was just finishing this here little ran house.
Yeah, you and your bill. Finishing a what?
This ran house, Hannah, you see? I put a number 5 hinge in the bottom so you could clean it out.
You're nuts. You know what, Stanley? A wren house. What for?
Well, we won't always live in this small apartment, dear. I want to have so many things ready when we get a home in the country.
I swear I married an idiot. Hammering, sawing, his kisser full of nails. Sit still, I'll get it. It might be a wren.
Oh, I'll use the sandpaper, dear. It won't disturb you.
Hello?
Hannah? Nicky.
Oh, hi, Nicky.
I gotta talk fast, Hannah.
I have to get back to my tables.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Mr. and Mrs. Mallory are here for dinner again. You got the name?
Mallory.
I just brought them a bottle of Cordon Rouge on the house. Understand?
How long will it take them to drink it?
An hour at least. Probably more.
All right, what's the address?
Jefferson Towers, apartment 16. You got that?
Right.
Look for a mink, silver fox cape, and a platinum dyed stole. Oh, yes, and a ruby necklace. She is not wearing it tonight.
Not bad, Nicky. Send them another bottle. They'll need it when they get home.
That's my girl. Good luck now.
Bye, Nicky. Hey, useless. Stanley.
Hey, look, Hannah, you see how it would hang in a tree?
Like a dead duck, darling. Now get shaved and dressed, will you? We're going out on a job.
You got nothing on the street, Harrington?
No, not a thing, Chief. I even covered some of the boys on the retired list.
Well, that doesn't help, does it? I'd counted on picking up a lead.
Well, in the first place, there's no pattern in these robberies. Take the fur coat boys now. They wouldn't be seen dead heisting jewelry.
I know. Still, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I had Mr. and Mrs. Mallory in here an hour ago.
Oh, the ones that got robbed last night?
Yes, that's right. They had dinner at some nightclub, and when they got back to the Jefferson Towers, it was all over.
What's the loot? I ain't seen the list.
A mink coat, silver fox cape, a fur stole, and ruby necklace, same as the others.
Oh, boy, the papers ain't going to be fun. This is 5 in a row, and all richies.
Oh, golly, Chief, I'm sorry I took so long.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Miller. How did the meeting go?
Well,
What meeting, Miss Miller? Your poker club again?
I'm out for spring baseball practice, Harrington. Didn't you know? No, I went to the Girl Scouts luncheon. Oh, they're a wonderful organization. This is their 37th anniversary, you know.
Yes, it is a fine group, Miss Miller. After we finish, I'd like to hear about their plans.
All right. I'll get my notebook.
Yeah, I wish there was something to take notes about.
Well, our best bet now is to find that pattern, Harrington. 5 robberies, all of them prominent or wealthy residents.
Yeah, all of them good addresses, too, Chief.
Yes, and in all 5 cases, expensive loot. Let's have the 5 folders, will you please, Miss
I was
Miller?
just getting them. Here you are.
Thank you. All right, Harrington. 5 in a row is plenty, so let's get to work.
All right, that's $700 apiece on the platinum and an ace each on the necklace. All right?
Well, you should have argued with the fence, Nicky. When my dad was alive, he did better.
It's tough, Hannah. The papers are full of it.
Well, you still should have argued. One night I saw my old man reach over and put the Jap choke on a fence. He raised the price,
The
all
what,
right.
dear?
The Jap choke. I'll show you sometime, Stanley. Remind me. Got a new deal coming up, Nicky?
That's what I wanted to discuss, Hannah. I think now we quit.
We what?
I told you in the beginning it couldn't be for long. Even now, the district attorney might suspect the Regency Club.
In a pig's eye, he might. Why should he?
He can't think it is just coincidence all 5 times we get a haul, they are having dinner at the club. Yes, and at one of my tables.
Why not? It's the ritziest joint in town. Yeah, and you're the most popular head waiter.
Hannah, look, could I say something?
Not now. It's too good to give up, Nicky. You know that.
But
now,
don't-
I haven't finished. Look how simple it is. You watch your regular customers, make a list of the furs and stuff.
Look, Hannah, what I
Will
was
you
trying-
be quiet? They even make it easy, Nicky. They sign their dinner checks. We get their address.
I know all that.
Well, what could be sweeter? The night Mrs. Richwich leaves something big at home, you call us, we get dressed up, go over with the passkey, and get it.
I'm trying to tell you the DA is asked to see all the Regency Club employees tomorrow for questioning.
Well, let him question. Turn on the head waiter act for him, baby. He won't understand a word you're saying.
Hey, look,
In
Hannah,
a
what I was
minute,
try-
Stanley. As long as we look good to the doorman, yeah, and can work the locks, why, we're in, Nicky. Now, what are you yapping about?
Well, I think Nicky is right, Hannah. We could quit now and get a nice house in the country.
What?
Oh, you should see the plans I got, Nicky. I'm going to do the whole kitchen myself in pine.
Stanley.
With built-in sink and cupboards, Nicky. You know... Yeah, dear?
Get lost.
But I was...
Beat it, will you? Go down to your workbench and whip up a birdhouse.
All right. Matter of fact, I will. Excuse me, Nicky.
Sure. Go ahead, Stanley.
You know, one of these days, Hannah, you'll go too far.
You don't treat Stanley very nice, Hannah.
Oh, why should I? He's happy with a chisel and a bucket of nails.
It's good for a man to have a hobby, I suppose.
Maybe. What's yours, Nicky?
Mine?
Sit still. I'll light us a cigarette.
Stanley is, in the basement?
Here. Yeah, he makes things.
You're not smoking?
One's enough. I'll take drags off yours.
Good Lord. What is that?
So help me someday, I'll hit him with his own hammer. Stanley, turn that thing off, you thick-headed jerk! Stanley!
What was that, dear?
I said turn that thing off.
Well, it was just my power saw, Hannah. I'm sorry.
I don't care what it was. You make that racket again, I'll wrap it around your skull. Having his wrens. Now, let's see, where were we?
Hannah, about pulling any more jobs?
We'll pull more jobs, Nicky. You know we will. We got lots to do, you and me. Come on, honey. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
You know, it can happen to anyone, even to you.
Tonight or tomorrow, you may get one of those dull headaches that leaves you feeling miserable and out of sorts. And all just because you need a laxative.
So remember, like millions of others, you too can get gentle relief with Sal Hepatica.
A glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica gives you gentle relief. Welcome relief, day or night. Sal Hepatica, taken when you get up, brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour.
And at the same time, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica sweetens your stomach.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica, America's most famous saline laxative, at any drug counter and keep it handy. Then,
day or night, get feeling right
with gentle, sparkling Sal Hepatica, the laxative that suits your convenience.
Sal Hepatica.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. Sylvania, there are several head waiters at the Regency Club. Is that right?
Antonio, Frank, Luigi, and there is myself, Nicky.
Nicky, I see. You know Mr. and Mrs. Mallory, do you, Nicky?
Pardon?
I don't need to tell you that we're working on a series of robberies, do I? Mr. and Mrs. Mallory were at the Regency Club the night their apartment was entered.
So? Oh, that is too bad.
You do remember them?
I remember all of my good customers and never forget.
I see. And the Fultons?
Fulton?
Yeah, let's try some of these other names. Mr. and Mrs. Fulton, Mr. and Mrs. Owen Conroy, Mr. and Mrs. Abington, Mr. and Mrs. Nathan Sims. You know these people, do you?
But I haven't told you. I know all of my customers. Please, I work very hard. I haven't done nothing.
Well, there's no reason to think you have. I'm merely interested in your cooperation.
Pardon?
I say, if you can help me, I'll appreciate it.
Oh, any time at all, sir. A pleasure. You come to the club for dinner. I will arrange it personally, sir. Yes, we start with bouillabaisse, a chicory salad with romaine, a crown, a roast, a lamb.
Yes, that'll be very nice, I'm sure. Oh.
Pardon?
You may go now, Mr. Sylvania. If I need any more help, I'll call.
Oh, you are most kind, Mr. District Attorney. Merci beaucoup.
All right, don't mention it. Dorothy, if Miss Miller and Harrington have finished in the other room, ask them to come in here, will you please? Oh, they are. Oh, fine. Thank you. Come in. I just called Dorothy to see if you were free.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm free and losing my mind, Chief. Those waiters talk everything but English.
Harrington isn't kidding, Chief. I don't know whether I was taking notes or ordering dinner.
Yes. I had a little difficulty myself.
Oh.
I got this much, though, Harrington.
Yeah?
In every single case, the people who were robbed dined at the Regency Club the night it happened.
Yeah, I got that too, Chief.
I have the notes on it.
Well, all right. There's our pattern, then. So let's see what the pattern makes.
The name is Phillips, Hannah. Mr. and Mrs. Austin Phillips. They've been customers of mine for years.
How big a score?
I haven't got it set yet, but it looks fine. Every time she comes in, she's wearing a different coat.
Rocks?
There must be dozens. Diamond bracelets, rings, solid gold cigarette cases. It's very nice.
And you wanted to quit. Aren't you glad I talked you out of it?
I'm glad about a lot of things, Hannah. The only worry is...
I know. Stanley.
He would care, would he?
If he knew about us? What if he does?
I hope you know how to handle him.
Oh, don't worry. I do. Like a baby.
Hey, Hannah, did you see my crosscut saw? I had it just as... Ah, Nicky, I'm glad you're here.
It's good to see you, Stanley. You're looking for us all?
Oh, no, that can wait. I haven't even told Hannah, but I've been waiting to talk to you. Both of you.
So, but it is so late, Stanley. Some other time. No, I really must be gone.
Hold it, Nicky, and drop the accent. You want to talk about what? Sandpaper?
Oh, no. No, I've been thinking, Hannah.
With what?
Now, look, I warn you, don't treat this lightly. Oh, I let you have your way, I know, but this time I'm serious.
Stan, old man.
Let him
maybe
say it, Nicky.
Well, I mean, all it's here in the papers, the employees of the club being questioned and all. I've come to a decision.
I'll be a monkey's uncle. About what?
We're quitting, Hannah. Not after the next one, not tomorrow or the next day, but now.
You kill me, Stanley. Go back to your birdhouse.
No. I mean it. We got money now. Well over $3,000.
Well over 30 cents is more like it.
Look, Hannah, I happen to know. What's more, with the money, we could buy a nice trailer.
A nice what?
Second hand, I think. If it needs attention, I could fix it up. Hey, did you ever see the inside of a trailer, Nick?
Me?
Oh, you can do wonders with a hammer and a nail, snug as a bug in a rug.
Are you through now?
No, Hannah, I'm not. Of course, it won't be like a house in the country, but that will come in time.
Now, listen to me.
In a moment, dear, in a moment. It has advantages, you know. Travel about, meet people. You know, I've always wanted to see Yellowstone National Park.
Just see it?
In comfort, of course. You can have that in a trailer, Hannah.
You can?
Oh, yeah. I thought a heavy gingham of some kind at the windows. You know, gives all the privacy in the world.
On wheels.
Oh, now, look, Hannah, you needn't be flippant. After all, half of what we've taken in is mine.
All right, brace yourself, Buster. I've got news for you.
Perhaps I should go.
Just stay put, Nicky. He just don't know the time of day.
I think I do, Hannah.
Yeah, well, Mr. Trailer, we ain't got any $3,000. At this exact minute, we ain't got a lousy $200.
What did you say?
What do you think I've been playing the races with? Shavings?
You're lying.
Am I? Ask Nicky.
I'm sorry you lost so much, Hannah.
Well, I'm not. Easy come, easy go. My old man taught me that.
Oh, you thieving little swine.
I know. Hannah, are you hurt? Hannah.
Oh. Look, Hannah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just lost my temper.
Get out of my way, Nicky.
Hannah, I said I didn't mean to slap you. Hannah, be careful. You.
Come here.
Let me go, Hannah.
Hannah.
Stay out of this.
Hannah, please. You're hurting me.
Yellowstone National Park.
Hannah, let go of my throat.
How do you like this, gingham, huh? How do you like this?
Hannah, let go of his neck. You don't know what you're doing.
Don't I?
He's dead?
He should be. The Jap choke works every time.
The one your father taught you.
Pop taught me a lot. Like easy come, easy go, Nicky. Remember that, will you? Now that you're gonna hang around.
All right, Harrington. I've seen enough. Have one of the men throw a blanket over the body.
Yeah, all right, Chief. You agree with me?
Yes, there's no question about it. Death due to strangulation, I'd say.
The medical examiner's on his way.
Good, Miss Miller. How would you say the body got down here in the railroad yards, Harrington?
Ah, it was brought here. There's no sign of a struggle on the ground.
Yes, that's my idea, too. And in a car, I think.
Sure.
If he'd been hurled from a train, he'd never have landed over here.
Oh, excuse me, is there any preliminary identity? I have to make out the card.
No, not a thing so far, Miss Miller.
I see.
Harrington?
Well, it don't look like there's going to be much either. Nothing in the pockets, labels torn out of his suit and clothes.
Yes, I noticed that.
Sure, they even tore the laundry marks off his shirt, looks like.
Yes, and took his ring.
Yeah?
Yes, you can see the line on his finger where he wore one.
Well, I still don't buy it as a plain mugging.
I doubt that, too. Especially when identification's been so carefully destroyed.
Yeah. You know, the neck is what gets me. How do you die like that?
Oh, excuse me, the examiner's arriving up on the ramp.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. Well, let's let him get to work, shall we? This one may be more of a puzzle than we know.
Hello?
Anna? Nicky. Any news?
Oh, forget it. I've been waiting for the call about the job.
Mr. and Mrs. Phillips are here in the club now.
Oh, wonderful.
They just ordered dinner, and they want to make an 8:40 curtain at the theater.
Oh, what a break, Nicky. She isn't wearing the chinchilla, is she?
She's wearing the mink. The chinchilla must be at home.
I'll have it in 1 hour.
Be careful, baby. They have a butler, you know. He may be home.
Just so that coat's at home, honey. That's all I need to know.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. Was the door open? Mr. and Mrs. Phillips are not at home this evening, if you'll...
You got any more questions, Bud, or can't you talk?
No, thank you. Tell Mr. and Mrs. Phillips I'll be out at 3. Yes, thank you.
Chief, can't we do something with those reporters? They're tearing their hair outside.
Not for the moment, I'm afraid, Harrington. Any reports from the morgue, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir, just now.
Yes.
Dr. Colgan finished his examination of the Phillips butler.
And?
The same as the man in the railroad yards. Death due to strangulation.
Same discoloration in the neck?
Oh, he didn't say. He's sending up his report.
Well, tell him not to bother. I'm going down to the morgue.
All right.
You want me, Chief?
Well, I want to set up something else first, Harrington. I got all I needed from Mr. Phillips.
Yeah?
Not only have all the victims in these robberies had dinner at the Regency Club, but it seems they all had the same waiter captain.
Which one, Chief?
Well, fortunately, Miss Miller, one you and Harrington didn't see.
Oh?
As for the two whom you did question, I'm arranging to have them take a vacation.
I don't get it, Chief. What's the plan?
Well, one that might work, Harrington. However, it's going to take a long time.
Dentists say the Ipana way works.
Yes, dentists say the Ipana way works.
In thousands of reports from all over the country, 8 out of 10 dentists say the Ipana way promotes healthier gums and brighter teeth.
Listen, here's the professionally approved Ipana dental care, the Ipana way.
First of all,
between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day.
And then
massage gums the way your dentist advises.
Remember, Ipana's special formula actually helps stimulate gum circulation.
Yes, for healthier gums and brighter teeth, the Ipana way.
Dentists say the Ipana way works.
Ipana toothpaste with a sparkling flavor that leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner.
Ipana, the toothpaste more dentists personally use and recommend than any other.
So ask your dentist about Ipana and massage. A good dentifrice, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, and Ipana smile. Get Ipana toothpaste.
All right, so I had to take care of the butler. We got the coat, didn't we?
It won't be easy to get rid of Hannah. The fences all say chinchilla is too rare. takes time to dispose of it.
All right, so we do another.
Now? But
All right, hold it. Sure, it's getting hot, Nicky. I know that.
Very hot.
And I agree we should quit. Go somewhere, like you said.
But that is just what I'm saying,
But we can't go without dough, can we? You just said it'll take weeks to get the cut on the Phillips coat. So we do just one more, Nicky. One big one, and we go. Now get somebody lined up, baby, and we're free.
Good evening, sir. It is a pleasure to see you again this evening.
Well, what do you know about that, Edith? He remembers us from last week.
Oh, how nice.
It is a pleasure, Mrs. Johnson. And if I may say so, sir.
Yes, Nicky, wasn't it?
Nicky, sir.
Good.
And the management has suggested that if you wish to sign your dinner checks, it will be a pleasure.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Just sure. Send the bills to the apartment, Nicky. Apartment 20, the Westport Arms.
A pleasure, sir.
Good.
May I suggest oysters for Madame to start? The pecanic salts are excellent.
No, I think a hot consommé, please. It's been so cold. Oh, Harry, would you mind? I'll just put my mink over my shoulder.
Oh, allow me, Madame.
Oh, thank you.
And a hot consommé.
Yes, please.
It will be a pleasure. Was the venison all right, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, my favorite meat, Nicky. Even better than last week. Well, my dear, are you ready to go?
Yes, Harry, we ought to get home. Oh, will you ask Nicky to get my coat, please? It's the sable there on that chair.
For tonight, Mr. Johnson, may I suggest the rack of lamb?
Well, it sounds good, Nicky. Oh, dear. Did we have lamb here the other night, dear?
Well, Harry, anything that won't take too long. We haven't much time, you know.
May I inquire if you are attending the theater again this evening?
Oh, gracious, no. Not dressed like this, Nicky. Mr. Johnson insists on going to the boxing matches.
Well, you're going to like them, dear. It's a great card tonight. Probably last until midnight, but it's worth it.
Well, thank goodness I'm dressed for it. If anyone mauls this old thing, I just don't care.
It's all set, Hannah. They're gone to the fights, and she's left all the furs at home. Remember now, the Westport Arms, apartment 20. I'll be in the car in front when you're through.
I've been waiting for you.
Why, you...
All right. Now just stand perfectly still.
My wrist, you've broken my wrist.
I don't doubt that. It's the only way I've learned to break that choke.
Me?
Yes, in here, Harrington.
All right, Nicky.
Come on, this is an outrage. How dare you? Hannah!
I can't stand the pain.
Get a doctor, Miss Miller, will you please?
Right away, Chief.
Well, a clean sweep, eh, Harrington? It's looked like this time they've ordered the full meal.
Here's a faster, better way to relieve pain. A new product that acts twice as fast as aspirin. The name is Bufferin.
Remember that name, Bufferin.
It acts twice as fast as aspirin. Now you can get faster relief from your headaches, pains due to colds, neuralgia, and minor muscular aches with Bufferin.
Remember that name, Bufferin.
It acts twice as fast as aspirin. You see, Bufferin is absorbed twice as fast into your bloodstream, so it goes to work faster to relieve pain, and gently, too. And because Bufferin tablets are antacid, they will not upset your stomach.
Remember that name, Bufferin, at drug counters everywhere.
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin.
And now, with the explanation of tonight's case, here is your district attorney.
It's a pleasure to report, ladies and gentlemen, that with the arrest of Hannah Price and Nick Sylvania, we brought to an end the unusual wave of robberies. Both Hannah and Nicky will pay the full penalty demanded by law for the murders of the Phillips butler, as well as Hannah's husband, Stanley.
Golly, that was one assignment I liked, Chief. I've never eaten such good food in my life.
Yeah, and oh, boy, did you look swell in all those furs that you rented, Miss Miller.
Why, thank you, Harrington. But, of course, I look good in just anything.
Well, it was certainly good work, Miss Miller. You and Harrington sent Hannah right to the apartment where I was waiting simply by displaying those furs.
Yeah, and when we got there, we picked up Nicky in front of the joint, Chief.
Yes, actually, it was Hannah's peculiar method of choking her victims that helped Harrington.
Yeah, that's the Japanese choke, brother. That one's the works.
Yes, it nearly always kills, and without as much effort as is sometimes needed. Fortunately, it leaves a characteristic discoloration of the neck, as well as abrasions on the lower jaw.
And you saw those in the morgue, Chief?
Yes, I did, Miss Miller, on both Stanley and the butler. And that's why I was ready for Hannah when she tried the Japanese choke on me.
Yeah, and you can thank the Army service for that, huh, Chief?
Right.
Bring your arms down hard, and you can break it.
Sir, and break the case, I'm glad to say.
I'll say so. Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, our case for next week is one of the most vital in our files, ladies and gentlemen. One which lays bare a vicious crime now being committed against all of us. It's the case of Send the Homeless, and I invite you to join us for it. Until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious and in a resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of free play.
Well, I must say the kindergarten looks wonderful, Aunt Martha. Isn't it delightful, Deborah?
Light me, Ted.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, we.
You neglected your old Aunt Ted. I haven't seen you in ages.
Well, we've been busy, Aunt Martha.
You and Miss Hawkins, is it? Hawkins.
I have thought of you, Aunt Martha. Haven't I, Deborah?
Mm.
Every time someone mentions Miss Mulberry's nursery school, I feel a little glow of pride. Being a Mulberry, too, I mean.
What time are the kids out of here? I beg pardon, Miss Hawkins? This building, what time do the kids get out of it? Why, school closes at 3, Miss Hawkins. We only take little tots, you know. Oh, my, I think the water's boiling for tea. Will you excuse me?
Oh, can I help?
No, you sit still. I won't leave a minute. Look, bird brain, will you get to the point with the old fool?
Now, Deborah, you promised I could handle it. After all, she is my aunt. I know how.
Why don't you just give it to her straight? Tell her we've been peddling the stuff and it got hot.
Oh, in heaven's name, Deborah, have you lost your mind? And Martha wouldn't know what marijuana is. Say nothing of narcotics.
Okay, have it your way. Only this setup is perfect.
You said the last one was.
So it got hot. Now, will you please tell her we're moving in here?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Look, it's a nursery school or whatever you call it, right?
One of the best private ones in the city.
Great. The brats pull out at 3. We can run the joint wide open all night long.
Yes, it does seem advantageous, I'll admit.
Advantageous? It's beautiful. There's plenty of room. We can even take on more customers.
Of course, Aunt Martha will be hard to handle, Deborah. Very hard.
Well, that's your department. All I know is we're moving in. Who'd look for hopheads in the nursery?
Oh, all I can say, Chief. When I pull a boner, it's a beaut.
Why, Harrington? Something go wrong?
You mean last night?
I mean last night, Miss Miller. You know, I've been working on that marijuana thing, Chief.
Yes, I know.
For weeks now, I've been working along with the federal boys. The heavier stuff, heroin, cocaine, all that, that's their department.
Yes, and what about the marijuana?
Well, sure, we've got jurisdiction there. It's a local offense.
I know. I mean, weren't you about ready to go ahead?
Well, last night, wasn't it, Harrington?
That's right, last night. There's a dame named Hawkins, Chief. Guess I told you. Deborah Hawkins.
Yes, you mentioned the name.
Okay, for weeks now, we've been casing her place. An apartment over on West Avenue.
And that's where she operated?
Oh, in a big way. She not only peddled the stuff, she let the customer stay right there and use it. Oh, talk about a fun house.
And what happened?
Yeah, nothing happened. We got all set to raid the joint. I got 4 extra crews on duty. I got the whole building roped off.
And?
We go in.
Yeah.
Boom. The joint's as clean as a whistle.
You mean you couldn't get any evidence?
Evidence? The place was empty, Miss Miller. Deborah and her chum pulled out in the morning.
Her chum?
Oh, yeah, some punk that works for her.
Oh, I see. Any idea where the tip came from?
No, I haven't, Chief. It was kind of a big operation, you know. When they're like that, there could be a lot of leaks.
Yes, unfortunately, you're right. But I have a stack of complaints a foot high about this marijuana situation.
Yeah, don't I know it? The T-boys, too. They're absolutely sure narcotics are coming into this town. Yeah, even better. They're coming to Deborah Hawkins.
And she's gone.
Well, she sure was last night.
Well, there's only one answer. She'll open up again some other place.
Oh, that you can bet on.
Well, let's find her then, and this time, let's bring her in.
Here you are, Deborah, in here, huh? Well, did you see who's in the nursery tonight?
Martindale, light me, Ted.
Well, you might at least have let me tell it. How much did he spend? Oh, here.
Thanks. 50. I'm not sure I like him as a customer, though. He's got a bad reputation.
I think he's fascinating. I do believe he's the first gangster I've ever met.
You're somewhat naive, darling. Where were you all afternoon?
I was with Aunt Martha in the nursery.
In the afternoon?
I was helping with the children. You know, it's amazing, Deborah, watching their little minds.
Yeah, well, you keep your little mind on our children, dear. I made a good start here for a week. I want to make it even better. Ted? Oh, good. You're both here.
Why, Aunt Martha, I thought you were upstairs in bed long ago.
Oh, I can sleep with people coming and going. I'll never know. Good evening, Miss Hawkins.
I was just going.
I'd rather you stayed. As a matter of fact, there's something I want to say to both of you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Aunt Martha?
Stop fussing, Ted. Fact is, I'm extremely upset.
One of the kids fall out of the swing?
Deborah, please. What is it, Aunt Martha?
I told you a week ago you were welcome to stay here for a while, Ted. You too, Miss Hawkins.
Thanks.
With your tea room burnt to the ground and all, goodness knows you had no place to go.
With our what?
I, told Aunt Martha about our tea room, Deborah, in Chicago.
Oh, and you're welcome here. I'm sure it isn't that.
So it's what?
My dear Miss Hawkins, it seems to me you've had company every night since you came. Company? Even now, there are people in the nursery coming and going until all hours. I've heard them.
Oh, but my dear
Let
Aunt,
me finish and stop dancing about.
Sit down, Ted.
Well, I'm only trying to explain.
I realize you're young, you have friends, and you like to have a good time.
You bet.
On the other hand, this is my nursery school and my home. You mustn't abuse it.
Oh, now, we don't mean to, Aunt Martha, really.
Well, nevertheless, I don't like it. Smelling up the place with their Turkish cigarettes.
How's that again?
My dear Miss Hawkins, the nursery is just thick with their smoke. It's getting so I can't air the place out.
Aunt Martha,
Oh, you needn't explain, my boy. I'm tired now, and I'm going to try to sleep.
Oh, let me help you.
Oh, do leave me alone. Sorry I had to speak, but I just can't have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, good night.
She ought to take a drag or two herself and prove her disposition.
It's not funny, Deborah.
I think it is.
The first time I ever heard marijuana described as a Turkish cigarette.
She doesn't know.
Really? You amaze me. Better go see if Martindale wants anything. He usually takes a deck home.
But what about Aunt Martha? We'd have to find a new place if she makes us move.
Now, you're being funny.
But you heard her, Deborah.
Will you come, too? This is the neatest setup I ever had.
But
I don't intend to give it up. Aunt Martha or no Aunt Martha, we're here to stay.
Please assure the committee we are doing everything we can. Sincerely, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. I'll have this typed right away, Chief.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, yes, come in, Harrington.
Well, you look happy.
Oh, boy, why shouldn't I? Hey, Chief, we finally got a break.
Oh, on the marijuana problem?
Right on the head.
Yes?
I was prowling around town last night. Pretty late, too, come to think of it, and I see my old pal, Martindale.
Who?
A two-bit bum around town, Miss Miller, mixed up in a dozen different rackets.
Well, there's no charge pending against him, is there?
No, nothing special, Chief, but I spoke to him just the same. A bum like that on parole, well, I do it just for exercise.
Well, I don't blame you. Dale's in prison oftener than he's out.
Well, he's on his way in again, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
When I stopped him, Chief, he was glassy-eyed. First, I thought he was drunk.
Yes, and?
He was all hopped up, Chief. I could smell marijuana all over him.
What?
Sure, and to make it even better, he was carrying 24 cigarettes.
No.
Sure. I got him down in the bullpen right now.
Have you made out the charge?
No, not yet, Chief. I thought I'd see you first.
Good. Say, this may be an opening wedge, Harrington. Is he able to talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. The jag's worn off. He's just depressed now.
He's what?
Oh, those hopheads get awful low when you take away their candy, Miss Miller.
Oh.
What time did you make the arrest?
2 a.m.
I see. Well, all right, let's do this. We'll hold him the full 24 hours without making a formal charge.
Right.
Oh, and nothing to the papers, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Notify the desk, will you?
Right away.
And we'll give him a couple of hours and then bring him up here, Harrington.
Right. And by that time, he ought to be real unhappy.
Yes, we won't make a deal, you understand, but maybe he'll talk anyway. They usually do.
Oh, brother, I sure hope so, because if Martindale got his supply from little Deborah Hawkins, Chief, we're in.
You ought to go to bed, Ted. There won't be any more customers tonight anyway.
Yes, I will, Deborah. Simply trying to calm myself by reading.
Reading what?
Oh, one of Aunt Martha's books. The Life of Madame Montessori.
Who's she? Lighten me, will you?
Oh, nuisance. Madame Montessori founded a method of educating small children, the theory of free play.
That ought to calm anybody.
Here.
Thanks. What's the matter? You run out of comic books?
Your sense of humor is warped, Deborah. If I want to improve myself, I should at least be encouraged.
You like telling stories to the little monsters?
I happen to find it stimulating, yes. As a matter of fact, Deborah,
Somebody's coming.
But you said everyone's gone. Good heavens, it's after 3.
Yes? Well,
Aunt Martha.
I thought I'd find you here. Now, don't speak, Theodore. We won't mince words. You're up pretty late, aren't you? I'll hear no more from you, Miss Hawkins. Now, both of you pack your bags and get out.
What did you say?
Don't pretend you don't understand me. I said get out of my nursery school.
Now?
Now. Is that clear? Just what's wrong, Aunt Martha? Well, I'm sure you could answer that better than I, Miss Hawkins. I saw some of your friends tonight.
Our friends? Downstairs in the nursery?
I did. I don't know what was going on, but it's going to stop. Why, they acted like drunkards.
Oh, Martha, no.
Don't argue with me. I said pack up and get out. Nobody was drunk, Aunt Martha. Well, worse then. I don't even want to hear about it. Well, didn't you hear me? She's your aunt, Ted. Take over.
Aunt Martha, now be calm a minute.
Oh, you're a spineless, weak jellyfish, Ted Mulberry. Yes, and no telling what else. I said get out.
Aunt Martha, don't talk like that. I might get mad.
Mad? You?
Oh, I can get mad. Can't I, Deborah? Tell her.
Take it easy, Aunt Martha. Now, listen, you two. The officer in this neighborhood is a friend of mine. If you're not started in 2 minutes, I'm going to call him. And get your poor nephew arrested? I don't care what happens to him. He's a sneak, a lying little sneak.
I always thought you were a lady.
Get out.
Deborah?
You calm enough, Ted?
Completely.
You realize now I was right?
Perfectly.
He talks to that policeman. It's 15 to 25 years for the both of us.
Naturally. I should have acted before.
Oh, stop this chattering and get out of
I'll
here.
get the gun, Ted. I have it in my purse.
Let me have it, Deborah. Quickly.
Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? What gun?
This one.
Here, Ted.
Thank you.
Theodore, what's come over you? Theodore.
You don't know your nephew in a crisis, Aunt Martha. He's a riot.
There's no need to explain to her, Deborah. I see it quite clearly. Aunt Martha?
Ted, no, Theodore, no. Heavens, you shot me. You didn't have to.
I shall have a reaction quite soon, Deborah. I'll need a small brandy.
I know.
It's the only thing to do, of course. You agree about that?
Completely. There's just one thing.
Yes?
Are you still thinking clearly? We need the nursery for the cover-up, you know.
I was aware of that when I shot.
Who's going to teach the kids?
I am.
You.
I shall use the Montessori method, I think. The accent on free play. And now my brandy, Deborah. Oh, I really do feel quite faint.
All right, Jerry. Put him back in the cooler.
Let's go back to the office, Harrington.
All right.
How long were we talking to him?
Martindale? Good 3 hours, Chief.
Yes, not very profitably, I'd say. Now, let's take the back stairs.
Oh, that guy sure is stubborn.
There isn't a doubt in my mind that he knows where Deborah Hawkins is.
Oh, sure. Every time you mentioned her name, we got a reaction out of him.
Yes, a reaction, but no information. Well, we can't hold him, Harrington. We'll make out a charge upstairs.
Right. Possession of marijuana?
Well, that's about all we can do, I'm afraid. We'll have to release the stories to the papers, too.
Yeah, I know. Brother, wherever Deborah's operating, it sure is terrific.
We've got to find it, Harrington. I want to put a stop to her for good.
Ted.
Huh? Oh, Deborah, I asked you not to disturb me when I'm in the nursery.
Where are the kids?
In Humpty Dumpty Land.
What?
In the next room. It's nap time. After that, they get their milk. Fortified, of course.
Listen, teacher, will you wake up? Did you see the afternoon papers?
But hardly. I've been busy here at the blackboard since noon. You like it?
Like what?
Well, good heavens, Deborah, don't tell me you don't recognize it. All this colored chalk. It's a turkey.
You drew that?
I traced part of it, I must admit. It's good, though, don't you think?
I'm trying to tell you.
The tail feathers just delight the children. Tell me what?
Martindale is in stir.
Martindale? Our Martindale?
Our Martindale. And get this, the DA charged him with possession of marijuana.
Oh.
Our marijuana, in case you don't get it.
That could be very serious.
Could be. Suppose he tells where he got it.
That's what I meant.
That and your Aunt Martha lying out in that ditch, my friend, that don't add up so good.
Oh, don't mention her, Deborah. I've told so many mothers she went to Florida, I almost believe it.
I don't care about the mothers. Just believe this, Montessori. If Martindale starts talking, this whole act may turn into a turkey.
This woman's body was found in a ditch, you said?
Yeah, this morning, Chief. She's up ahead on slab 9. Yeah, I heard about Martindale.
About getting released on bail?
Well, guess we kind of expected it.
Well, there wasn't any way to hold him pending trial. All I'm banking on now, when we do try him, he'll talk.
Well, maybe. Yeah, here's the woman. He'll have to slab.
There's been no autopsy?
No, nobody's even touched her, Chief. There's no identification.
Nice-looking woman. One shot?
Yeah?
In a ditch, you said?
Right, Chief. What?
Nothing. I was just looking at these smudges on her dress here. Some sort of chalk, isn't it?
Chalk?
Yes.
Wasn't any in the ditch.
Well, we'll have a test taken. It seems like...
What's the matter, Chief?
Oh, it's strange. There's an odor on these clothes. Still quite strong.
Let me smell.
That familiar?
Well, that'll be a monkey's uncle, Chief. That smells like marijuana.
Yes, that was my impression, too. Now, there's the phone.
Yeah, that may be for me, Chief. I told Brophy we were coming down to the morgue.
Yes?
Chief, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Can you come back to the office?
Well, I'd rather not right now, Miss Miller. Harrington and I have just stumbled onto something important.
I'll say we have.
Well, this is important too, Chief.
Yes?
The report just came in. Martin Dale's been killed.
The way we tie our shoe, tie our shoe, tie our... No. This is the way we brush our hair, brush our hair,
Will you
brush our
please
hair.
keep still? I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, my dear Deborah, you told me yourself the nursery is important. If I'm to run it, I want it run right.
Will you please?
The children learn through these songs, Deborah. I must say I've learned quite a bit myself.
Great. Now, will you listen to me?
Later.
You're really feeling your muscle lately. You know it, little man?
Why not? Things are going extremely well. The children adored my turkey.
Oh, dear. All right, we'll talk quietly. Light me, will you?
Why don't you carry matches, Deborah? I'm busy.
Listen, egghead, I spent all afternoon trying to find Martin Dale, and I couldn't. Suppose he's talking.
He isn't.
What do you mean he isn't? Stop smirking at me.
I killed him.
You did what?
He was here while you were out. It seems he needed a supply.
Give me this slow.
It's quite simple. I offered to drive him home, and when we got there, I shot him. I borrowed your gun.
You shot Martin Dale? It's just like that?
My dear Deborah, you said yourself if he talked, we'd have to move again.
Yes, but
and it was the only thing to do. I'd simply hate giving up the nursery.
Oh, good Lord.
So you see, there's nothing to worry about at all. Now, heavens. This is the way we tie our shoe, tie our shoe, tie. In heaven's name, how do you tie a shoe?
Come on, clear out, will you, fellas? The DA will see you in a minute. That's it, that's the boy. Come on, give us a chance to work, huh? That's it, outside.
Chief, the examiner's on his way for the body.
Good. You may start on the apartment, Miss Miller, and
All
just
right.
list everything you see.
Sure thing.
This Martin Dale sure wasn't neat, Chief. Look at this dump.
Well, at the moment, Harrington, I'm more interested in his body. Do you notice anything?
Shot once.
On the coat sleeve here.
Huh? Say. Hey, that's funny. Looks like chalk.
Exactly. And that was chalk on that woman in the morgue.
Hey, Chief. This begins to make sense.
Yes, a lot of sense. A woman and Martin Dale, both shot once, chalk on both bodies, and the odor of marijuana on both.
Marty's got more than odor. His pockets are full of cigarettes.
Oh, gee.
Yes, Miss Miller.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I found this engagement calendar.
This what?
On Martin Dale's desk, Harrington. The page for today is still here.
Yes, what about it, Miss Miller?
Well, the name seems so strange.
Huh?
Martin Dale didn't have any children, did he?
My dear Deborah, I must ask you once more to remain calm.
Calm? Now?
You're simply putting a series of circumstances together, my dear. It's what we call basic association.
What?
Basic association. For example, take one of the children. I say dog. He answers bow wow. I say snow, and he says Santa Claus. It's really most interesting.
Yeah, well, I say murder, Bob. First Aunt Martha, and now Martin Dale.
Still association. There's no reason in the world to connect us to any of it. Now, would you like to help me? I'm doing the nursery in crepe paper.
Ted,
Yes, Deborah?
what's the matter with you? You used to be so easy, so gentle.
Why, I'm the soul of gentleness, Deborah.
Then will you think? We got to get out of here, Ted, now, before things get any hotter.
I say no.
Oh, you fat-headed... No, so help me, Mother Goose, I'll make you see it. Ted,
Yes, dear?
please, can we go?
You're really very selfish, Deborah. I enjoy the nursery immensely.
I see. Okay, that does it. You won't listen to me. Maybe you'll listen to this. Just happen to have here in my purse.
I'd put away the gun if I were you. They make me extremely nervous.
I only wish they did. Now, will you get started? We're checking out.
Put it down, Deborah. You know my temper.
Who's that?
One of the mothers, I'd imagine. She'd hardly expect firearms, Deborah. Put it away.
Get rid of her, you hear me?
But I enjoy their problems. I really do. Enter.
This is the Mulberry Nursery School?
Yes, I'm Mr. Mulberry. Can I help you?
Yeah, in here, Chief.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, just gonna... Hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll be darned if it ain't Debbie Hawkins.
What?
I'm more interested in this one, Harrington. That's interesting chalk on your suit.
I beg your pardon?
Ted, you fool, they're cops.
Deborah, quickly, the gun. No, you don't. Debbie, old kid.
I'll take that.
Go on.
Keep that gun, Harrington. We'll need it. All right, both of you. This school is out for good. Let's go.
This is a United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of deadly devotion.
You have no idea how these old phonograph records take me back, Mr. St. Charles. Look, here's Dardanella, remember?
You select whatever you want to hear, Mrs. Post. The other club members will enjoy it, I know.
Well, honestly, I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, here's the two black crows. My.
You do like it here, then? I mean at the Devotion Club?
Like it? Why, Mr. St. Charles...
Harry, please.
What? Oh, thank you. Do I enjoy it? For I think what you're doing here is simply wonderful.
I hope so. People our age, people in the flush of life, you might say, have a difficult time making new friends.
We don't here, I'll say that.
I'm glad you feel that way. You especially, Laura. The moment you came into my office, Is something wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that man seems to be beckoning to you. There, that one near the door.
Near the door? Oh. Oh, yes, I see.
you know him? He doesn't look like one of the members.
What? Will you excuse me, my dear? I'll see what he wants.
Oh, don't worry about me, Harry. I'll pick out the records before the members start arriving.
You don't look glad to see me, Harry.
Nick, my boy.
Well, don't we shake hands, Harry? Back when we were cellmates, I thought we got to be pretty good friends.
Nick, you can't stay here. Look, my boy.
What do you mean, can't? I'd quite a time looking you up, pal. Yeah, you got quite a layout here. What's the gimmick?
Look, I'll give you my address. I have a house.
No kidding.
We can talk later on. Please, Nick.
The Devotion Club, huh? What do? Get a lot of old dames in here and take them?
Don't say that. Really, you must go, Nick.
Go? Come off it, pal. We're buddies, remember? Cooped in the same hatch back in Stir.
Yes, I know, my boy, but...
Go while you're flub-struck, Harry. I'm gonna stay.
Oh, I picked that information request out of the file, Chief, the one from St. Louis.
Oh, which one was that, Harrington?
A young punk named Oliver.
Oh.
Nick Oliver.
Oh, I saw that when it came through. He was released from prison out there, wasn't he?
That's right, Miss Miller. And from looking at his record, he's on his way back.
St. Louis thinks he's here in town?
That's the tip they got, Chief. With a bum like him, even when he's released, it pays to keep an eye on him.
Well, what is his record? I didn't read all the report.
Well, little Nick is quite a boy, it seems like. He's got an arrest record as long as your arm.
And there's a charge against him now?
Well, they want to talk to him about a little accident, Chief. It seems the day he got out, a pal of his turned up with a hole in his head.
What?
That's right. Then it turns out the dead guy ratted on Nick in the first place. It was his testimony that sent him up.
They didn't pick him up?
No, it happened in a little town outside of St. Louis, Chief. By the time the local boys notified the city, Nick was on his way.
And they think he's here.
Yeah, looks that way. I've been doing a little checking up on him this morning.
Oh, any luck?
No, it's a little early, Chief. They're sending us his prison record, personnel report, all that. If he's got some pals in town, chances are he'll look him up.
Well, let's hope so. The St. Louis authorities have helped us a great deal in the past. I'd like to return the favor.
Oh, I'll find him, Chief. Bums like that always go in a pattern.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, that's one way you find a guy, Miss Miller. You study his habits. Find out what kind of bars he hung around in, what kind of people.
Uh-huh.
Get a line on him. You know, what kind of dames he goes for, whether he likes sports, drives a car, his clothes, anything.
Yes, the personnel report should contain most of that.
Sure, then as soon as we know what kind of a guy he is, we pass the word along to places where he might show up.
And then wait for a tip.
Tips help.
Isn't it strange criminals are so willing to turn each other in?
Well, it really isn't strange, Miss Miller. It's part of the criminal nature. Fear.
That's right. And when he turns a pal in, he feels safer for a little while.
You'd think they'd realize that someday they all get caught.
Yes, they do. That's the basis of the fear. Take this man Harrington's trying to find.
Nick Oliver?
Yes. Wherever he is right now, he's afraid. And why? Because he knows that sooner or later we'll get him.
And we will.
Laura, my dear, I didn't realize you were here in my office.
I thought it better to wait in here, Harry.
I'm delighted. Have you been waiting long? There isn't much here to amuse you, I'm afraid.
It's quite all right. I was reading an article in this week's Collier's.
Oh?
It's most entertaining, about Mr. District Attorney. You know, the radio program.
I'll have to read it. Sit down, my dear.
No, thank you.
You seem so formal, Laura. Is anything wrong?
Yes, Harry, a great deal.
I don't understand. I thought the dance last night was most enjoyable.
Who is that man, Harry?
Man?
I think you're evading me. I mean Mr. Oliver.
Nick? Why, he's an old friend, Laura. I told you that.
He's been here a week, Harry. Have you any idea how much the club has changed in that short time?
Changed? In what way?
Good heavens, are you blind? Do you realize that man encouraged the members to gamble? Yes, and to drink.
Now, Laura.
Oh, you needn't put your arm around me, Harry. I'm disgusted. I wrote my sister about it last night.
Now, Laura, listen to me. Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps. When that nice Mrs. Webster lost $43 playing dice.
As I say, Nick is impetuous. I shouldn't have permitted him to stay.
Oh, he's a very bad young man, in spite of that smile of his. I tell you, Harry, this has changed my opinion of everything.
Including us?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't made up my mind. There's something wrong here, Harry.
Laura, my dear, wait.
No, I'm going home now. I've had my say.
Home before the dance tonight?
I won't be at the dance, Harry. I'm not sure I shall return here at all.
But the money... I mean, you decided to do so much.
I have my doubts about that, too. Goodbye, Harry.
Harry, do you think... Oh, sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Oliver. I was just leaving.
Laura, wait.
Thank you, no. Goodbye.
What's eating the old bag?
You fool, you blundering idiotic. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm the fool, not you.
What's the trouble, pal? She looked pretty steamed up.
I was crazy to let you stay crazy.
I'll wait back on that again. I told you, Harry, you ain't got much choice.
I was getting along so well.
Yeah, well, now you're doing even better. And you can stop yakking about getting rid of me, Harry. Or do I tell these old crows where you and me met?
Dice tables, liquor in the punch, shakedowns. In heaven's name, Nick, what are you trying to pull?
Oh, I need plenty, pal. This is as good as any joint to get it from.
But I don't operate that way. I told you I play it slow.
Well, that's too bad. I play it fast. What was her name?
What?
The dame in the uproar just now.
It was Mrs. Post. Laura Post.
Yeah, well, she can take the... Wait a minute. Is that the one?
The one what?
The dame you were building up for the big one. Sure it was. I remember the name.
She has $20,000 in convertible bonds.
She's got what?
I've worked on her for 3 months personally, and now it's all for nothing.
She was going to kick in 20 grand?
She was, even if I had to marry her.
Where'd she go, home?
I imagine so. She's washed up, though. You and your quick schemes scared her off.
Where does she live, Harry? Never mind, and get it from my membership.
You stay away from her. You think you could change her mind, you?
Change it?
You're why she pulled out. It's a wash-up, I tell you.
You know, you con boys give me a pain. 20 grand and you quit like a spoiled kid.
I know when a score is cold, Nick.
Yeah, well, I know when it's hot. 20 G's, Harry, my boy. That's plenty hot.
Now, where are you going?
Calling.
What?
You heard me. I'm calling on Mrs. Post.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Yeah. I didn't want to bust in, Chief.
It's quite all right.
I just thought I'd bring you up to date on Nick Oliver.
Oh, the one they want in St. Louis?
That's my boy. Oh, I got a pile of dope on him. Brother, he's something.
Yes?
Yeah, he started out when he was 13 years old. He stuck up a gas station, and when the attendant was slow with the money, little Nick hit him with a hammer.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's only the beginning, Miss Miller. The bum's record runs 6 full pages.
Any idea where he is now?
No, not yet, Chief, but I got a good lead.
Yes, what is it?
Well, a punk that looks like him hit town about a week ago. Come in by bus from over the state line.
Do you think it's Nick?
Well, maybe, but I know this, Miss Miller. When a rip and tear man like that arrives, a lot of guys know about it, and fast.
Yes, remarkably fast, usually.
That's the grapevine, Chief. And today they're saying there's a baby-faced guy like Nick in town.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, just a moment. I'll turn on the porch light.
No need for that. I could see okay.
Now, see here, just what the... Oh, it's you.
I got to talk to you, Mrs. Post. It's about something that happened at the club.
The devotion club?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear about it.
Let's sit down. How about in here?
Now, see here, I've said I don't want to discuss anything. Why, I was getting ready for bed.
Now, this is important, Mrs. Post. It's for your own good.
For my own good? Whatever do you mean?
You and Harry?
I beg your pardon?
I told you it was important. Go on. Sit right down and relax.
Come to the point, please.
That's fair enough. Harry tells me you've got $20,000 laying around.
What do you want, Mr. Oliver, isn't it?
Nick's enough. And I want to tip you off, Mrs. Post. It's just a friendly gesture.
I think perhaps you'd better leave.
I'm playing straight with you. You take the dough and put it in a big, strong bank. You understand?
I'm sorry. I think all this is, well, to say the least, Mr. Oliver, none of your concern.
Yeah, sure hard to convince. Look, will you promise me one thing?
Hardly.
Yeah, well, first thing in the morning, take the dough and put it in a bank.
I never heard of anything like this in my life.
Is that too much to ask? Put it in a bank?
Very well. Suppose I promise you. Now will you go?
Be more definite. You'll put it in tomorrow?
Yes. Now will you please leave my house?
That's funny. And Harry said I wasn't smooth. That's a laugh.
What do you mean?
Kid, you just told me the one thing I wanted to know.
What?
I had to be sure that dough's here, didn't I? I'll get it up.
Get it up?
Come on. Let's not waste time. Where do you keep it?
You get out of here.
Well, you listen to reason. I'm a busy man, baby. Get the dough.
I don't believe it. I just don't.
Look, I got no time to fool around. If I have to, I'll kick this joint upside down.
But...
Yeah, I may have to take a few belts at you. Now get smart, will you? Just hand it over, nice and easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Don't look so greedy at the phone, kid. You reach for that and I'll break your little arm.
But do you realize what you're doing, do you?
Yeah, I do. But you don't. I'm getting sore, sister, and that ain't good, you know.
I haven't got the money here.
You lie in your teeth. You just said so. Now get it up fast.
Mr. Oliver, listen
Never
to me.
mind the routine. I got one of my own.
You what?
How many rooms in this dump? 8? 9? I can go through them in an hour.
You wouldn't dare.
If I have to look for the scratch, that is. And you know something, baby? I just can't do a good job with you around bothering me.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's simple. Either you hand over the dough like a good kid, or I'll kill you.
Kill me, you...
I'd have to, if I have to search for it, at least. You see?
You've got a gun.
Oh, that's the flash of the week. Okay. Make up your mind.
Oh, please.
Where's the dough?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll be...
You shot me. Please.
Oh, you sure make it tough on yourself, sister. Yeah, and on me, too. Now I gotta tear this joint apart.
Oh, boy, there's enough reporters out in that yard to cover a World Series.
Well, I don't wonder, Harrington. Mrs. Post is very prominent in this city.
Yes, we're about ready to add up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Has Dr. Colgan finished?
Yes, just about, Chief. He fixes the time of death is between 9 and 11 last night.
That's right. Shot once at about 2 feet away.
What about the doors and windows? Did Brophy check?
Just finished, Chief. Every one of them closed and locked from the inside.
Let's see. How about inventory, Miss Miller?
Well, I've been trying to get somewhere on that. Her nearest relative is a sister, but she lives in Chicago.
Yes, well, perhaps one of the neighbors can estimate what's missing for us.
You know, Chief, there's one thing I don't like about this.
Yes, what's that?
Well, when the grocery kid discovered something was wrong this morning and called the patrolman...
Yes?
It looked like a nice, neat case of robbery.
And?
I mean, everything's just like we've seen it many times before. The house all ransacked and the dame dead.
Yes, that's the impression, at least. She probably resisted, and the burglar got panicky and shot.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, just look around, Miss Miller. There's her purse with $10 still in it. There's a gold lighter on the table. Upstairs, there's a hunk of jewelry on her dresser.
Yes, I saw that, too. Say, take a look at that purse, Miss Miller.
All right.
This was a burglary. The guy sure passed up a lot of nice items.
Yes, it is strange. Still, if he were frightened after he shot, he might have run out.
Say, Chief.
Yes?
Here's something odd.
In her purse?
Yes. Mrs. Post belonged to the Devotion Club Limited, whatever that is. Here's her membership card.
The Devotion Club?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding?
Why? Do you know anything about it, Harrington?
Well, sure I do. Well, maybe not that particular outfit, but I've heard that name.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those agencies that helps people meet other people.
Really?
Yeah, most of them are on the up and up, but sometimes they're not.
Yes, it's strange that a woman like Mrs. Post should belong to one. Put the card in your pocket, Harrington.
Right.
We may have to check that club.
I can drop around and ask a few questions.
Yes, do that. No need to arouse suspicion, however. Put a little gray on your temples, and you can drop around as a prospective member.
It's a cinch, Chief.
Well, let's hope the whole case is a cinch. Now, if you'll call Dr. Colgan, Miss Miller, we'll get to work.
hope I've made everything clear, Mr. Harrison, was it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. St. Charles.
You see, we don't take just anyone into our membership here. Only those we know to be sincere.
Oh, I'm sincere, all right. I've been wanting to meet people for a long time.
I see. You dance, do you?
No, just a little. Back home, I never had much time for it.
And that was where, did you say?
Oh, I had a cattle ranch out west.
Did you indeed?
Yeah, I had 7,000 head at one time. Then when I made my pile, well, I just quit.
Well, that was sensible, Mr. Harrison. We all work too hard in this life, wear ourselves out.
You can say that again. From now on, Mr. St. Charles, I'm just going to spend my money and enjoy myself.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, well, could I get into your little club here, do you think?
Well, ordinarily, Mr. Harrison, I interview a candidate a number of times before we accept him.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then, as I explained, we make every effort to see that you meet people of your own age and interests.
Suits me.
And you know, sir, you suit us.
I do.
You do. We'll dispense with the interviews, Mr. Harrison. You can meet the members tonight.
I've listed everything the neighbors mentioned, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
You know not one thing's been taken from this house?
Well, it's difficult to understand, Miss Miller. Unless, of course, Mrs. Post kept a great deal of money someplace here on the premises.
Yes.
The neighbors would hardly know if it were missing or not.
Well, her sister might. I've got Dorothy back at the office trying to get through to her in Chicago.
Yes, that'll help. And perhaps Harrington will have some luck, too. Is he still out?
I guess so. He hasn't called back.
Mm-hmm.
He was going over to that club to see what he could find.
That's the door.
Yes, it's the mailman, I think. Do you want me to see?
Yes, will you?
Okay. Oh, thank you. I was right, Chief. Here's a magazine and one letter.
Oh?
It's postmarked, let's see, Chicago. It's a woman's handwriting, too, Chief, probably from her sister.
Here, may I look at it?
Of course.
Well, I think I'll open it, Miss Miller. Under the circumstances, I can take the responsibility.
Oh, sure, Chief. Anything to help. I'll keep going on this inventory.
Right. Well, I'll be... Say, Miss Miller.
Yes?
This letter is remarkable. It may be just what we need.
Well, Chief, the guy's a phony from away back. I could smell it all over him.
This Mr. St. Charles, you mean?
Yeah, Miss Miller. Slick as a whistle. Even if he's got nothing to do with Mrs. Post. We'd better break up that joint of his on general principles.
Yes, we have more reason than that to break it up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Miss Miller and I had quite a day, too.
Oh, anything look good?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're attending this dance at the club tonight, you said?
That's right. Starts at 9.
Well, all right, you be there then. And if you can, get St. Charles into his office. And here's what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. Nick, I thought I told you to stay away from here.
Can an old pal drop in to say goodbye, Harry?
I don't want anything to do with you.
You know, you conboys operate funny.
We don't get mixed up in a murder.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
I read the papers.
It's funny, I was even thinking of giving you part of the stash. You know, just for old time's sake.
You mean you got the money? All of it?
I'm leaving, ain't I? That's the answer to that.
But the paper said nothing was taken.
You read too much, Harry, just like back in the cell block.
I had no idea. Why, sit down, Nick. No need to rush.
Oh, you kill me, you know. Now you're interested all of a sudden.
No, I'm not, Nick. I give you my word.
No kidding.
Look, I took in a new member today. He's loaded, Nick. Big cattleman from out west.
Take him, why don't you?
I intend to. Only you can help me, my boy. Think of it. We'll take him together.
You'll take the old dame's dough, you mean? No thanks, Harry. I'm shoving off.
Hey, do you mind if I come in, Mr. St. Charles?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison. I'm busy just now. If you'll... Mr. Harrison...
This won't take long. Come right in, Laura.
I told you I'm very busy.
You.
Good Lord.
Hello, Harry.
Love it.
For the love of...
Well, what's the matter? You fellas look like you've seen a ghost.
I think they're surprised to see me.
You don't say.
Well, I gotta get out of here.
No. Stick around, Sonny. You interest me. You know, I could swear I've seen your face before. Like on the St. Louis police posters.
Well, what's going on here?
Don't you remember? You came to my house last night.
No, I didn't.
Laura, I can't believe it. The paper said you were dead.
Perhaps. Do you think so, Nick? Look at me.
No, don't come near me. Please don't.
Nick, listen to me.
She's dead, I tell you.
Really, Nick? Look again. Closer.
No, I tell you, no. Harry, don't let her come near me.
Mr. Harrison, please take her out of here.
Do you remember now, Nick, last night?
You're dead, I tell you. I was there. I saw you die.
That's what I'm waiting to hear, pal. All right, back up, both of you. This is a very touchy gun.
Mr. Harrison.
The name is Harrington, pal. Just stand still. Okay, Chief. Better stand back, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I do feel a little faint.
Are we all set in here, Harrington?
Perfect, Chief. Nick just spilled the whole story.
Nick?
Yeah, and a little added touch, Chief. This is our St. Louis boy.
Oh.
Looks kind of pale right now.
Oh, Chief, the members are all waiting downstairs.
Yes, we'll go down and explain things to them in just a moment, Miss Miller. Right. Are you all right, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Rogers? What do you mean?
Hey, look, I don't get it.
We were very fortunate, gentlemen. I think you knew Mrs. Post had a sister in Chicago.
Sure, she said...
Well, this is Mrs. Post's sister. What you didn't know, however, is that she happens to be a twin, an identical twin.
Mr. District Attorney comes to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Sal Hepatica and Vitalis present Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Mr. District Attorney is brought to you in the public interest as part of the constant fight for a better America by Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. And tonight, the case of the money machine.
Who is it?
Let me in, Joyce. I got him with me.
Is
Is he all right? He won't get violent or anything.
Oh, of course he's all right. Sit down, Frank. Take off your coat.
Can he understand, Emil?
Take off your coat. You hear me, Frank?
I understand.
I was worried sick. I still am.
Worried?
Now, you just sit there, Frank. You don't have to talk.
Oh.
Did it go all right?
Yeah, there was nothing to it. I slipped in the back door of the asylum, got him out of his room, and here we are. Didn't take an hour.
You sure they won't miss him before morning?
Oh, look, Joyce, I told you I used to work in the joint 3 years ago. I took care of cases like him.
Oh, I know, but won't
He's
they find
just
any...
like a lump of putty or something. You set him down and he stays there.
Well, he doesn't look crazy, I'll say that for him.
No, he lives in a state, something like that. They got a lot of them like him. Always seem to be thinking about something a million miles away.
Frank?
Frank. Now leave him alone. He's all right. Give him a pan of water after a while. We'll keep him in the back room until we hook up with the carny.
A pan of water? Like a dog?
I don't want him cutting himself on any glass, kid. He's our little money machine.
I still wonder if it'll work. No carnival wants a guy working who ought to be in a hatchery.
Well, who's going to know? He'll be a sensation, I tell you. We used to turn him on all the time when I worked the hospital.
Turn him on?
Yeah, sure. The doc explained it one day. He's got a mind for figures, see? That's why I thought we'd bill the actors the lightning calculator. You like it?
Ask him something, Emil. You know, just like you were a square in the crowd.
Oh, sure. He likes it. All right, Frankie. Here's one for you. You ready? Look at the way his eyes light up.
Go on, ask him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Multiply, Frank. 3, 6, 9, 2, 1, 8. Got that?
3, 6, 9, 2, 1, 8.
Times 403. Got it?
Times 403.
All right, boy. What's the answer?
The answer is 148,794,854.
Oh, Mr. Gresham is here, Chief.
Oh.
Go right in, please, sir.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Gresham, sit down. Sit down. This is Mr. Harrington.
Hi, Mr. Gresham. Mr. Harrington?
Oh, do you want me, Chief?
Yes, stay, if you will, please, Miss Miller. You're with the state hospital, Mr. Gresham.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're familiar with the institution.
Yeah, that's for the chronic insane, isn't it?
We have the heavier load of the state's incurables, yes, Mr. Harrington. I've been in charge of protection out there for the last year.
Oh, yes, we know.
I know you're busy, so I'll make this brief. When the attendants checked roll this morning, we found one of the patients missing.
Uh-oh.
Yes, go on, Mr. Gresham.
Well, naturally, finding him again is part of my job. However, I wanted you to have a full report, too.
Yes, we'd like to have. Take this down, will you, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief.
A man or a woman, Mr. Gresham?
A man. His name is Kent. Frank Kent. I'm not a doctor, Mr. D.A., but I do know his history.
Which is what?
Well, without using technical terms, Kent is, off in another world is one way to describe him.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
He's seldom violent. In fact, you're seldom aware of him at all.
Yes, well, could he become violent, Mr. Gresham?
My answer would be yes. Most of them could, if the right things happened.
Yeah.
However, you can get more exact dope from the doctors.
You got a description of him?
Oh, I know Frank quite well. He has a unique ability, actually. Something I've never run up against before.
Unique ability, did you say, Mr. Gresham?
That's right. He has a head for figures, mathematics. He's amazing, Mr. Harrington. He can add, subtract, multiply all in his head. And all in a matter of seconds.
No matter how complicated the numbers?
Well, I've never seen him stumped yet.
Yes, there are cases on record like that. Some of them phenomenal.
Yeah, how did he escape, Mr. Gresham?
Sometime last night, his door was open from the outside.
Maybe some other patient.
No, Mr. Harrington, that's literally impossible. There are too many doors to get through.
And you have no idea where he might be now?
I know Frank's habits, Mr. D.A. I think perhaps I can trace him. Where I need your help, though,
Yes?
we want to know who opened that door.
Here he is, my friends, the mental model, the mathematical Mr. Hines. He adds, he subtracts, he multiplies, he divides any number you name. Get that, friends? Any number, no matter how large or small. And now, just to show you what he does on the inside, here's an actual demonstration before your very eyes. Miss Fulton.
Yes, Mr. Hudson.
Is the lightning calculator ready?
Quite ready, Mr. Hudson.
All right, folks, give me a number. Any number, just shout it out. You, sir. Beg pardon? All right, now, 596. Thank you, sir.
596.
And you, sir, will you supply the second number? Anything at all, sir? Beg pardon? All right. Times 384. Got that?
We're ready, Mr. Hudson.
Times 384.
The answer, please.
The answer is 228,864.
Thank you, lightning calculator. All right, folks, the show on the inside will begin immediately. Don't miss this amazing demonstration. There's plenty of room on the inside. Follow the metal master into the tent. Thank you, friends. The show is about to begin.
Come on, let's go, Harry.
Abel, who's taking tickets?
Oh, wait till I get this flap shut.
Gee, the tent's filling up.
I told you he'd be a sensation, didn't I? Now we can make real plans. Where is he?
Oh, he's all right. He's just changing into his costume. He's been doing it all week.
Well, get him out and on the platform. If we turn this crowd over fast, we can talk plans before dinner.
What do you mean, plans?
Well, you think I'm going to waste my time on a carny lot all spring?
But you just said
They
we're
could play class dates, George. Maybe even a first-rate nightclub.
What?
Metalax are big, you know that. I might even teach him some routines. Come on, help me get him going.
Well, I still say we ought to stay right...
Well, what? Who are you? My name is Gresham. I'm just sitting here in the trailer talking to Frank. Yeah? Well, look, buddy, we don't allow nobody to... Wait a minute. How'd you know his name?
Frank, who is this man?
I'll handle this, Joyce.
Mr. Gresham is my friend.
Be quiet, Frank. All right, let's have it. I'm from State Hospital. I've come to take Frank home.
In the morning, when you awaken with a dull, headachy feeling because you need a laxative, you want relief, fast relief. And you get fast relief when you take Gentle, Speedy Sal Hepatica. Sal Hepatica, taken before breakfast, brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour.
But if it's not until much later in the day that you feel miserable and logy because you need a laxative, well, then, too, you want fast relief. And for fast relief, take sparkling Sal Hepatica 1/2 hour before dinner. Get gentle, speedy relief before bedtime.
Yes, for really fast relief, anytime, morning or evening, take Sal Hepatica and avoid laxative lag. That feeling of discomfort that continues for hours until the ordinary slow-acting laxative brings relief.
What's more, because Sal Hepatica is antacid, it will also sweeten a sour stomach. Anytime you need a laxative, take Sal Hepatica and get gentle, speedy relief.
Morning or night, get feeling right with gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. We'll just use this desk here in the hospital boardroom, Harrington. Did you bring that diagram, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir, right here, Chief. I marked the location of Frank Kent's room right there.
Here we are. Here's the corner right here. Mm-hmm. Now, if you ask me, he went out through here and right in this door here.
Yes, and directly to the kitchen. Yes, from here it would be easy to get out into the yard.
Sure, if you have help.
Yes. Yes, I want to go over that with Gresham. What did his office say, Harrington?
Well, I told the guard that we're over here in this wing, Chief. Mm-hmm. He said he'd tell Gresham as soon as he comes in.
But he's not here now?
No, and he hasn't been since last night.
Well, it's my fault, actually. I should have made sure he kept in touch with us.
He'll be back, Chief. In the meantime, we can try to figure out what happened.
Yes. Well, it narrows down to this. Kent's been gone over a week.
10 days now. Mm-hmm. Gresham can't find a trace of him.
And there's nothing turned up at missing persons either. I checked again just before we left to come out here.
Well, all right, let's assume this. If a fellow patient couldn't have released Kent.
And that holds because they were all locked up, too.
Yes, exactly. Then the next guess is an employee.
Chief, you mean one of the nurses or doctors?
No, not necessarily. It might have been a guard. At least someone who knows these passageways very well.
Yeah, and knows where Frank's room was.
Yes, that's right. And finally, someone who wanted him out.
Well, it couldn't have been a relative. His record doesn't list any.
Well, nevertheless, somebody helped him, Miss Miller. Our job is to find out who and why.
Don't worry about Frank, Gresham. Joyce will bring him right back here to the trailer. As soon as the show is over? I promised you, didn't I? You don't want that audience to riot, do you?
Yeah. All right. Can't be much longer.
Well, it sure was a surprise to me, I'll tell you that. You care for a drink?
No, thanks. What was a surprise?
Finding out Frank was in a nut house. I hope you know I wouldn't have had anything to do with him if I'd known.
You'll still have to answer some questions. As I explained, there's some doubt about how Frank got out.
Well, you got me. He turned up here in the carny, and I hired him. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm. You've always been with the carnival?
Yeah, for years. What makes you ask that?
When I was standing in the crowd outside, I asked some of the other performers about you. None of them seemed to know much.
Oh? You ask at the front office?
Not yet. I imagine the district attorney will see to that.
The DA?
I told you his disappearance could have become very serious.
Oh, sure. Well, tell me, how'd the DA find him here?
He didn't. I didn't.
Oh. Then he don't know you found him yet?
Not yet. My job is to see that he gets back.
Sure. Well, you can count on me, Gresham. Like I said, he turned up and I hired him. That's about all I know.
He looks thinner than when he was at the hospital. Has he been well?
You got me. He seemed to want to be alone, so I didn't bother him much.
I see. They're taking a long time.
The crowds are crazy about him. He'll quit in a minute. Joyce handles the questions for him.
Amazing. I had a hunch I'd find him in a place like this. That's why I looked in that magazine.
Billboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me. It's hard for me to believe.
What is?
Oh, that he could, have a couple of screws missing. He's such a simple guy.
His mind isn't.
He's sure nuts about figures. You, sure you won't have a drink?
No, not now.
Just cheap whiskey. I don't usually go for drinking myself. Take a bottle like this. Simple-minded jerk. How do you like it now, huh? Come on, you're lousing up the chair.
Come on, Frank. We got to change him.
Hey, don't just stand there. Help me do something with him.
That's my friend.
You keep out of this, Frank. Joyce, lock the door.
What did you do to him?
I hit him with the bottle. Now, will you lock the door?
Mr. Gresham is my friend. I think if I'm
Shut
hungry...
up. I don't want to hear another word out of you. Joyce?
I'm locking it.
All right. Now put Frank in his closet.
What?
You heard me. Put him in and lock it. Go on.
Not now. I want to stay with my friend.
Go with Joyce, Frank. Go on.
Come on, Frank. In here.
Please?
Emil, I can't.
Frank, get in there. You want a belt in the teeth?
No.
In here, Frank. That's good.
And don't make any noise.
Any more orders, mastermind?
Now, don't get smart.
Smart, when you just hit him over the head.
You think I'm going to let him take Frank back after all my work?
He'll only find you again, Emil. I told you this was no good.
Oh, look, this creep was on his own. All I got to do is change my name, and Frank's too.
What happens when he comes to? You going to keep hitting him the rest of his life?
I don't have to.
Why not? Do you think he'll ever come What do you mean?
The rest of his life is over, kid. He's dead.
I'm sorry, Harrington. I I was so shocked when you told me it was Roy Gresham. I didn't get all the facts.
You know how you feel, Chief? I couldn't believe it either.
Harrington, you said he died from a blow on the head?
Yeah. Doc Hogan's got him downstairs in the morgue now.
Where was his body discovered?
In a boxcar.
What?
Yeah, in a boxcar on the railroad side, Miss Miller. Switch out about 10 miles out of town.
His death occurred there?
No, I doubt it, Chief. There weren't any signs of fight or anything. It's more like somebody killed him and then threw him in the empty car.
Yes, well, we'll know more when Dr. Colgan's through. How about his effects?
Everything was on him. Keys, identification, billfold.
How much money?
About $40. Stuff's all coming up in an envelope.
Jewelry?
Yeah, watch, ring, the usual.
I see. Well, robbery is pretty well ruled out then.
I think so.
Yes. Get the state hospital on the phone, will you, Miss Miller?
Oh, sure, right away, Chief.
I asked Gresham if Frank Kent could turn violent.
And he said if the right things happen.
Yes.
I wonder if they did.
Haven't you even got him into his tuxedo yet? He goes on in another hour.
Emil, I'm scared.
You're what? All right, shut the door. The door. Never mind, Frank. I wasn't talking to you. I said shut the door.
Yes,
Now, there's nothing to be scared about, Joyce. You saw the papers this morning. They barely mentioned that bum from the hospital.
I mean here. This isn't a carny anymore, Emil. This is a nightclub.
Hey, you're telling me. $40 a night.
The police will be looking for Frank. Don't you see that? More than ever now.
So what?
So what? When they find Frank, they'll know about that man.
Ah, you think I'm a dope? You think I ain't got that squared away? Joyce, shut up. Look, kid, who was looking for Frank? Gresham, wasn't it?
Mr. Gresham.
Shut up or I'll throw you in the closet. What if they do find him?
But
who will they think killed him? Me? Or a nut who escaped?
You mean you're going to tell them Frank killed him?
Mr. Gresham.
I'm telling nobody nothing. Chances are it'll be a long time before they find us.
But if they do, what then?
They'll assume Frank conked them. It's natural.
Mr. Gresham is dead.
We know that, Frank. You're my money machine, kid. And I'm keeping you turned on full.
Listen now to some good grooming advice.
Every Jane and Judy and Alice goes for guys who use Vitalis. They have handsome, healthy-looking hair when they give it live action care.
So be one of those well-groomed guys.
Well-groomed and Vitalis-wise. For live action care of your scalp and your hair. Get Vitalis.
Do more than just keep your hair well-groomed. Keep it neater in a natural, healthy-looking way with live-action Vitalis care. Vitalis and the 60-second workout wakes up your scalp. You actually feel the tingling difference, and she'll see the difference in your hair.
Yes, be one of those well-groomed guys. Well-groomed and Vitalis-wise. For live-action care of your scalp and your hair. Get Vitalis. Yes, get Vitalis.
When the doctor out of the hospital calls, let me know, Miss Miller, will
All
you?
right, I will, Chief.
I've asked for a full report on Kent's condition. At least if we understand his illness, we'll know what to expect.
And where to find him.
Yes, I'll get that.
Oh, all right.
Maybe the doctor. Yes?
Chief?
Harrington.
I got news.
Where are you?
About 2 miles from that railroad site.
Oh, where Gresham's body was found?
That's right. I found a carnival playing a field out there.
A carnival?
Yeah, Chief. This falls right into our lap. Remember that half-a-ticket stub we found on Gresham?
Yes. Did you trace it?
Yeah, sure, through the printer. Gresham got it when he paid admission to this carny last night.
A carnival. Of course.
Well, sure, you can just about guess the rest.
Yeah.
Frank Kent was in the sideshow here until this morning.
Yes, who with?
Oh, a guy named Emil Hudson. Oh, and a dame.
Emil Hudson.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it means plenty, Harrington. His name is on the personnel records of the hospital.
Huh?
Yes, he used to work there.
Oh, brother, this is really narrowing down.
Well, all right, let's finish it then. Can you get a lead on where they are now?
Well, see, we're stymied there.
Yes?
Looks to me like the three of them pulled out for good.
Joyce,
Sit still, Frank. Now fix your tie.
Mr. Gresham...
Don't keep mentioning him, Frank.
He's my friend.
Yeah, I know.
Mother, I want to introduce my friend.
What?
He wants me to walk to school with him, Mother. May I?
What are you talking about?
If I walk with my friend, they can't laugh at me. Not if I'm with him.
Sure. Sure. Now, hold still. You go on in half an hour.
Don't laugh at my friend, Mother. Please don't.
There. Now you look okay.
Mother?
Look, now snap out of it, will you?
You're laughing, Mother. Don't.
What?
Stop, I said.
Frank, let go of me. Frank,
Stop
no.
it. Stop
Frank,
it.
Help!
Don't laugh.
Frank, let go. What you get him all excited for? Are you nuts? Relax, I said. Relax.
Don't hurt me, Mother. Don't.
Wait a minute. Slam the door, Joyce. You want the manager to come in here? You stay where you are. Now listen to me, Frank. We go on in a minute. And you're going to do a show.
Mother?
Now think, Frank.
Think?
Numbers. Nothing but numbers. 8 times 8. Tell me.
8 times 8.
Tell me.
The answer's 64.
All right. 8, 9, 6, 5 times 4, 6, 9.
Now, if I want you, I'll call back.
Yes, thank you. The
Yeah,
district
that's
attorney
right.
will call
Yes,
you
I have
and
that.
more information.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, thank you. No, that's all we need. Right?
Chief, nothing so far.
Me neither. That's all right. We're finished.
Finished?
Yes, almost finished, Harrington. Get your things, Miss Miller. You too, Harrington.
You got what we want,
Oh,
Chief?
I'm sure of it. Now let's go.
If I may have your
Well, this is quite a change for me, Harrington.
ladies and gentlemen.
I don't get to nightclubs very often.
No, me neither, Chief. Not even on a visit like this.
Chief, he's coming out on the floor.
Oh, yes, I see.
Now,
All
with
right,
your master
Harrington.
of ceremonies
You'd better
is
take
kind
your
enough to
station over by the
explain,
wall.
we're about
Right.
to begin.
See you in a minute.
Does
hope
someone
so.
over there have a problem?
This gentleman has a problem. May I have the numbers, please? Are you ready, calculator?
Ready?
6, 7, 9, 6,
Repeat that, please. 6796
multiplied by 7, 8, 9.
times 789. The answer, please. The answer is 5,362,044. I thank you. May we have another question, please? You, sir?
Yes, I have a question.
Go right ahead, sir. The human calculator never fails. May we have it quiet, please? Go ahead, sir.
My question is, who killed Roy Gresham?
What's the question? Wait a minute.
Who killed him, Frank? Tell me quickly.
Stay put, sister. I'm right behind
Frank?
Amo killed him. Amo hit him.
Shut up!
All right, boy. Just stand where you are.
All right, just stay at your tables, ladies and gentlemen. This is all part of the show. Brophy's at the door, Miss Miller. See that he takes charge of Frank,
He's
will you?
all right, Chief. He isn't moving out of his chair.
Let go of me, you clown. What are you trying to do?
Amo, make him stop.
All right, take them out the side, Harrington. Come on, both of you. This show is over.
Well, Well, there's one good thing, Chief.
Yes?
Frank is back in the hospital.
He certainly is, and under good care once again, Miss Miller.
Yeah, so are Joyce and Emil. Under our care. Real special.
Yes. Joyce didn't stand up very well under questioning, did she, Harrington?
No, I'll say she didn't. She even handed us the bottle Emil used to kill Gresham. Complete with fingerprints.
Well, Chief, actually, you didn't need Frank's statement at all, did you?
No, Miss Miller, but it helped to unnerve both Joyce and Emil. That, and it gave them no chance to get together on their stories. And that's why she broke down so readily.
Oh, it was a cinch. After that ticket stub led us to the Carney, all we had to do was phone nightclubs until we found one that had just booked a mental act.
Yes, Emil boasted that he'd put Frank into a nightclub, Harrington, and some of the carnival people were only too glad to give us that suggestion.
Yeah, some suggestion. We find them waiting for us. Well, Frank sure got a mind, all right. I'm glad he's got a good care now and in a place where he belongs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy tonight to join the San Francisco Junior Chamber of Commerce and station KNDC in naming our first honorary Mr. District Attorney. He is 15-year-old Alvin Julian of Sequoia High School in Redwood City, California. Alvin, at great personal risk, lowered himself into a narrow drain pipe to rescue a 13-month-old baby that had fallen 10 feet into the pit. Our first honorary Mr. District Attorney, Alvin Julian. Information on how you can become an honorary Mr. District Attorney can be supplied by the station to which you are listening. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in each of us somewhere there exists fear. A clever criminal realizes this, and often he can twist that fear into tragedy. We encounter such a man in next week's highly dramatic case of Scared to Death, and I urge you to join us for it. Until then, thank you, and good night.
The next time you have a headache, take Bufferin because
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin. Here's why.
You see, no tablet, no powder can relieve pain until the pain-relieving ingredient enters your bloodstream. Bufferin, with its exclusive formula, gets into your bloodstream twice as fast as aspirin. That's why it acts twice as fast as aspirin to relieve pain.
So for fast pain relief from headaches, neuritis, neuralgia, get Bufferin at drug counters everywhere. Bufferin. Bufferin. The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller, with music by Charles Paul. The program was produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert J. Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. And remember, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Fred Utel speaking for Bristol Myers, who invites you to tune in again next week for Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Crime very often takes a customary pattern, with old performers working in familiar ways, using methods of operations that we already know about and can use in identifying the culprit and running him down. But newcomers are always moving in, mostly young people foolish enough to believe that crime is the quick way to easy money. Newcomers full of fresh ideas on how to get away with it, making it tough on your law enforcement officers, creating new patterns and new problems, such as you will hear about in the case that follows.
Better slow down. Just a few more houses now. Okay, next driveway. Kill it.
What time you got?
11 o'clock on the nose.
The plane will be over in a few seconds. Let's go.
On the lawn, Egan. On the lawn. Got the adhesive tape ready?
Right here.
Sash weight?
In my pocket. Hey, ain't that the plane?
Yeah, but take it easy up these steps.
Where do you want the tape?
Corner of the glass. Right over the lock.
Right.
Hurry up. Here comes the plane.
I am hurrying. There it is.
Give me the sash weight. Reach in and open the door. Come on.
Tom, please wake up. Tom, I think there's someone in the house. Please wake up. Tom, I swear when you escaped, it's as if you were dead. Tom. Oh, dear.
Where's that clock? I can't find it.
Leave it go. We don't want it. Did you get them 2 watches?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, that's enough then. Come on. You clumsy slob. What kind of a trick is that?
I tripped on the cord.
Let's get out of here. The flashlight. Douse it.
Stairs are straight ahead, ain't they?
Yeah.
Who is it? Who's there?
Stay out of the way, sister.
No, you're not going to rob us.
I said stay out of the way.
Oh!
Hey, she's hurt. Let's get out of here.
Well, Chief, there goes another body to the morgue. 2 kids are without a mother.
Did the medical examiner say the fall was the cause of death, Harrington?
Yeah, he's pretty sure. For my money, it was downright murder. But Lieutenant Padway figures we might have trouble tying it in with the robbery.
How about the husband? Did he hear anything?
Yeah, he didn't know a thing about it till the little boy's crying woke him up.
How old are the children?
Boy is 9, little girl is 3.
Things like these really get you.
You know, what I can't figure is how these crooks can break a window without waking up the whole block. I'd hate to try to get away with it.
How about a valuation of the loss?
Not much. Between $400 and $500.
Doesn't make much sense, does it? A woman loses her life because of a few $100s. Padway isn't around, is he?
No, he left before you got here.
Check with him, will you, Harrington? Have him fill you in on any housebreakers working in this area. I'll see you later at the office.
Hi, babe. What's good for lunch?
What difference does it make? You'll still order a hamburger and French fries.
I ain't you the one. Just for that, I'll order a hot dog.
Don't pay any attention to him, Sally.
Don't worry. Anyway, this is a high-class drive-in. We don't serve hot dogs. How'd it go last time?
Not bad. We got some nice stuff.
Come on around to my side, babe. I'll show you somewhere.
Well.
Sometimes you talk too much, Egan.
What do you mean? She's your girl, ain't she?
You get any wristwatches?
Gotta get back to work, Sally. The counter man's giving you the cold eye.
Why don't you relax, Myers? Give the kid a break. Here, babe, get a load of this watch.
Hey, that's swell.
Try it on.
Cut it out, Egan. She's gonna want to keep it.
I sure am. This watch and me were made for each other.
It's yours, babe.
Like fat it is. Now listen, Egan. We agreed to keep this stuff in freeze for 3 months till the heat's off. If you think I'm changing my mind about that, you're crazy.
She's your girl, ain't she? Is your own girl going to get us into trouble?
Somebody could see the watch on her. Cops are smart. Give them one little lead and they move in on you.
Babe, you ought to go to work on this guy. If you were my girl...
Knock it off, Egan. Or you and me ain't gonna get along.
Okay. I'm sorry, babe, but the watch is half his. You can see how it is.
I can see all right. He's turning into a real miser.
I told you how it was with this, Sally. You knew all along. And with this mouthy stoop hadn't said anything, you wouldn't even be thinking about the watch. Oh, it's not so great anyway. Give me a few more weeks, baby, and I'll give you something that really shines.
I got a better idea than that.
What?
Let me go with you on the next job.
What are you talking about?
I mean it. I could be a real help to you boys. I want to make some real money, too. I'm sick of working in this hamburger roundhouse.
Oh, forget it. Just forget it.
I think it might be a good idea, Myers.
You think? You never think at all. That's the trouble. She's not coming with us. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Bring me a hamburger, Sally, well done, with fries and coffee.
You heard the man, babe.
Yeah, I heard him.
Hi, Miss Miller. Chief in his office.
Yes, he just came in.
Hello, Harrington. What did you find out?
Well, 2 or 3 different hoods have been breaking and entering around the city, but not with the same M.O. as last night's job.
It looks as though we're dealing with newcomers.
Yeah, and that can be tough. Means no chance of getting a rundown on their identification.
Probably young ones, Harrington.
Yeah, the crazy kind. Full of phony ideas about easy money, cleaning up in a hurry.
They can be the most dangerous kind, too. Carrying weapons for the first time.
Yeah. Jumpy and ready to kill without giving it a thought.
Did you get a chance to check around the neighborhood again?
Well, I talked to the folks who live on both sides of the house. One of them was he was an old man who doesn't sleep very well. Says he heard a car stop out in front of his place about the time this must have happened.
Did he investigate?
No. He says he didn't pay much attention. But he told me one thing that could be important. He said the dead woman was like him. She wasn't a good sleeper. So maybe she heard these crooks and got up to see what was going on.
Which means she probably didn't fall down those stairs by accident.
Yeah, that's the way I figured it. Oh, and I found out something else, too.
What's that?
I checked through that neighborhood and ran into a fellow who thinks he saw the crooks. He stepped down on his porch to get a breath of air and noticed a couple of men walking up the street across from him. Then he got busy watching a big airliner go over.
We heard one of those planes this morning. They make a lot of noise.
Yeah. You had to yell at me, and I was standing right next to you. Drowns out everything.
Even the crash of breaking glass.
Huh?
That could be the M.O. of this new team, Harrington. They're using the sound of those planes to cover the noise they make when they break into a place.
I'll be a son of a gun. Chief, I'll bet you're right.
That woman was probably a very light sleeper and happened to hear them after they got in.
I got a report from the coroner's office on that woman, Mr. Garrett. I just finished typing it up as Harrington came in. Here.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Listen to this, Harrington. Huh? Bruise under left eye of victim incurred before death. Suggests she may have been struck and knocked downstairs instead of fallen.
That would make it murder, Chief.
It certainly would. Miss Miller.
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
Call the airport, find out the exact time each airliner takes off.
Yes, sir. I think I've got that number right here on this card.
You got a plan, Chief?
I've got a plan.
Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you and Myers were going out on a job tonight.
We are. Been picking him up in 15 minutes.
What are you doing here, then?
Thought maybe you still wanted to come along.
I do. But you heard what Myers said.
The Myers don't like it, so what? You show up with me, what can he do about it?
Gosh, I don't know, Ethan.
What's the matter, you scared? I'll take good care of you, babe.
I bet you will at that, Ethan.
Sure I will. You want to come along or not?
I'm working the middle shift. I'm due to be off in a few minutes anyway. Wait a second, I'll get my coat.
About time you got here. I've been... Wait a second. What is this?
Simple, Myers. A kid wants to come along. I figure she can be a help, so I let her.
I don't want her in on it. I told you that.
Why? Just tell me why.
I told you already a dozen times.
You said yourself we could use a lookout.
Not her.
Oh, come on, Myers. Let me go along.
Shut up and get out of that car.
Look, Myers, you're wasting your breath. She's going with us.
Sally, are you going to get out of that car or do I yank you out?
You stay right here, babe.
I said she gets out and I mean it.
Ow! Let me go, you big moose!
All right, get your paws off of her, Myers.
She's staying here.
Well, you've been begging for something, and here's where you get it.
Why, you...
Oh, what a punch. He's out cold.
Dim as a 10-watt bulb. Get back in the car, babe.
What about Myers?
You care?
Frankly, no.
Well, let him lay there, then. You afraid of cops, babe?
What a question.
Suppose you had a gun and a cop tried to put the pinch on you. What would you do?
What do you think?
All right, kid.
Where are we going?
We're going to take care of that job we got planned. You and me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the staircase killer, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A home had been broken into and robbed, with the crooks doing their work while the family slept. We figured that they had been able to do this under cover of sound from an airliner that passed overhead at the same time every night. The take hadn't amounted to very much, between $400 or $500 worth of jewelry. But the wife and mother of the house was dead of a broken neck. And indications were that she had lost her life by being knocked down her own staircase. Investigation had disclosed that the thieves were newcomers to the profession of burglary. It was probable that they would strike again, so Harrington and I were cruising the neighborhood waiting for them.
What time is it now, Chief?
10:45.
15 minutes before that plane takes off.
Yeah. Well, if my hunch is right, we know when. I wish we knew where.
Well, this isn't such a big neighborhood, and we know it's a couple of guys.
Turn the next corner, Harrington.
Oh, I've turned so many corners, I'm beginning to feel dizzy. The worst of it is they all look alike.
You'll just have to keep cruising.
We almost there, Egan?
Almost there. You getting eager?
I sure am. This is living.
You're all right, babe. You're all right.
We getting close?
Yeah, this is the block.
Not bad. There ought to be some good stuff on a street like this.
Sure, we'll do all right.
This one?
No, it's 5 or 6 places back, but I'll walk. No sense in stopping right in front of the joint.
Okay, let's go.
I'll go. You're staying in the car.
Oh, come on, Egan.
Nothing doing. There's people in that house. If they spot me, I want you to have this car ready to move when I come out. Now, one more thing, babe. If a prowl car comes by and gets nosy, save that toughness of yours. Tell him the battery's down. Ask him to give you a push.
Okay, Egan. Bring me back something nice.
Special order, babe. Special order.
How many more minutes for the plane, Chief?
Just a couple now. Turn here.
I'll bet that makes 50 corners I've taken. You know, driving like this gets on my nerves.
Would you rather do it on foot?
With my dogs? I'd rather do it on my hands.
Hold it, Harrington.
What's the matter?
Back up a little.
I don't get what it is you... Oh, I see.
Just thought I'd check. Waiting for someone, miss?
The man of the hour. I've been waiting for you, mister.
You what?
You couldn't have come along at a better time. My battery has just given its last dying kick. I need a push.
I see. You live around here?
No, I was just driving by, and some creep came barreling out of a driveway right in front of me. I had to stop so fast I stalled this thing. And I tried to start it with the lights on. Clunk.
Well, I guess we can get you going.
Thanks, mister.
Battery's dead. Back up a little and we'll give her a push.
Hey, listen.
The plane.
Yeah, looks like we wasted our time. If those guys are working tonight, it must be on some other street. Morning, Chief.
Morning, Harrington.
I guess you read the papers, too.
Yes, another fancy job of burglary. And on the same street where we pushed that girl's car.
Yeah, nobody got hurt this time. But I figure I goofed anyway. Well, I was so busy thinking about two men that I didn't check her license plates.
We haven't lost her, Harrington. She had on a waitress's uniform under her coat. Pale green with a yellow collar and trim.
Hey, that's a good lead.
I just hope it pays off. Make a check of the whole area. Take in every cafe, drive-in, and hamburger stand till you find out where they use that color combination.
Okay, Chief, I'll get on it right away.
Oh, it's you.
Are you going to ask me in?
Come in. All right. What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
Better make it short. I got to go to work.
Work? What are you talking about?
I'm going back to the plant.
Oh, listen, Myers, makes sense. You hate that place and you know it. You and me can still pull together.
I don't think so, Egan.
What is it, the dame? If I had a girl who left me lying on the sidewalk, I'd be glad to lose her.
I already told myself that.
So you find yourself another one. The town's full of dames.
What about you and Sally?
What about us? Kid's a real good lookout. She brushed off a prowl car while I was loading up last night.
You went through with the job?
Sure. But we could have done a lot better if you'd been with us. How about latching on again? You get your cut of what we got last night.
Well,
Come on, Myers. We figured the next job for our biggest, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Here, hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Gonna call the plant and tell them you've changed your mind.
No, just about time we called it a day, Miss Miller. It's after 5 o'clock.
Well, I guess so, Mr. Garrett. You look a little tired. I hope you get some rest tonight.
I've been expecting to hear from Harrington, but I guess he's not going to call in. I was hoping he'd be able to locate that girl, but...
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Is the chief gone yet?
No, he's right here, Harrington. Hold on.
Hello, Harrington. Where are you?
Hello, Chief. I'm in a drugstore on the corner of Bentley Street and Lake Avenue. I found out where the girl works.
Good.
It's Fat Joe's Drive-In right across the street.
Is the girl there?
Well, it's kind of fouled up. The girls have been swapping shifts with each other. She's supposed to come on at 8 and work till midnight.
You want me to question her?
Well, let's save that for a while, Harrington. Just hang around. I'll join you there later.
Well, there goes your good night's rest.
Harrington's rest, too. We'd like to crack this case if we can. It might save other people from dying violently. You ready to leave?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Chief. You must be tired.
Well, it ain't exactly been a short day.
You're going to have to take some time off.
That ought to go for you, too. See the girl?
Seems to be working like a beaver.
Yeah. She certainly doesn't act like a doll with a load of stolen loot.
It could be that we're wasting our time, Harrington.
Hey, look. Behind us. Ain't that the car we pushed last night?
I'd say it was. 2 men in it, huh?
Yeah. You think we should talk to him?
Now, let's wait. And I'd better move off to one side so she doesn't see us. Get in, Harrington.
I've been wondering if you'd come in tonight.
See who I got with me?
I see. How are you, Myers?
I'm okay.
Listen, babe, we're going through with the job tonight after all. Me and Myers. You want to make it or not?
Sure I want to make it. Wait a second, I'll tell the boss. The heck with the boss. He'll only bawl me out anyway.
Let's go. Nifty, huh?
Real nifty.
You sure there's nobody home here, Egan?
I'm positive. That's why I figured we didn't need the babe for a lookout. The three of us can get all the more loot.
Okay. Where do we start?
Upstairs. That's where they always keep the bangles, baubles, and beads. Come on.
Pretty sure themselves, aren't they? Took the girl into the house with them.
They must have known there'd be no one at home. With that many of them, we better put a ring around the place, Harrington.
Good idea. I'll hit the talk box for some help. Car 36 calling control. Car 36 calling control. Car 36 calling control.
Why don't you get the phone, Myers?
You crazy or something? You answer that and we could be in trouble.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, it's better.
Relax, babe. With this load of loot, you can have a lot of fun for a long time.
I say we get out of here.
It's okay by me. We got everything but the kitchen sink.
Going somewhere?
Think you got him, Egan?
I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know.
You're all through in there. We've got the place surrounded. That didn't do any more for you than the last ones. Better come on with your hands up.
Myers, take a look outside.
He's right, Egan. We're finished.
Not me. I'm coming through, coppers!
That's all for you, pal. You're all washed up.
That's better. Now, just get your face to the wall.
And you too. Line up there with him.
I said you weren't playing it smart, Egan. I told you.
I wasn't in on all these things, mister. Honest.
She's telling the truth, mister. She wasn't in on the first one.
You mean when you killed that woman by knocking her down the stairs?
I wasn't the one who did that. It was...
Shut your face, Myers.
It'll all come out anyway, Egan, and I didn't do it. You know that.
Killed somebody. Did they kill somebody?
Don't you ever read the papers, miss?
But sometimes I read
But
them.
you've been too busy lately, is that it? Well, you'd better read them for the next couple of days. You'll find out what kind of trouble you're in. Let's get these people outside, Harrington.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
This was the case that made the headlines. The two men we called Egan and Myers were tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Sally, the drive-in waitress, is now serving a sentence for burglary. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of our biggest problems is the crook who preys on charitable activities, particularly those of local organizations. These groups are often singled out as easy pickings by confidence men, mainly because people connected with the groups are not worried about personal security and are therefore less cautious in their dealings with outsiders. The prevention and prosecution of crime is a difficult job at best, and all too often complicated by the carelessness of honest citizens. Citizens whose lack of vigilance invites lawlessness and violence, as in the case we're about to hear.
Haven't you got that money ready yet?
I'm doing it as fast as I can.
Here, never mind the silver. Here, let me do it.
Oh, don't get so excited, Ralph.
Marty's going to get her any second. I want this stuff ready for him.
Mr. Bentley, I chased you all the way across the lawn. I just heard that we've taken in more than $3,000.
Something like that, Mrs. Pruitt. But if you don't mind, I'm pretty busy at the moment.
Well, I just came in to compliment you on your management of the most successful lawn party we've had in years. But, of course, if I'm in the way...
I'll be happy to talk to you later, Mrs. Pruitt.
Well, I must say...
That old battle axe, why don't you lock that door?
Make it look too suspicious.
But if that old cow is going to keep coming in here every other minute...
Get the money in the bag. Here comes Marty.
All set, Ralph?
All set. Where's the car?
Back of the building, like you said. Engine running.
Here's the money, Marty.
We'll meet you at the motel.
Uh-oh.
Bentley, what's going on here? Who is this man? What's he doing with our money?
I told you she caused trouble.
That money is supposed to be turned over to me. Why, I believe you were going to steal it. Ah! Oh! You You have a gun?
Yes, I have a gun. You meddling old fool.
No! Oh, no, you can't!
Are you crazy, Bentley? What'd you do that for?
Shut up and get out of here with that money. This door.
Hiya, Chief.
Miss Miller gave me your message. This is the Welfare League charity affair, isn't it?
That's right. Raising money for crippled kids.
Miss Miller said it was a woman who was killed.
That's right. Mrs. Donald Pruitt, president of the Welfare League. Bentley says the bandit did it as he ran past him.
Well, who's Bentley?
He's the promoter of this thing. He and his wife are counting the take when this hood moved in on him. All right, folks, one side, please. Let us through, huh? Thank you. The medical examiner just left. You want to take a look at it, Chief?
I suppose I'd better.
Not very pretty, is it?
Never is.
You know, Chief, lots of people kid these old dames who run around helping the community. But when they can raise $3,000 for a bunch of crippled kids, well, I figure they're doing a lot of good.
Yes, I'd say so. Put the cover back, Harrington. What was she doing here? Taking care of the money?
No. No, the Bentleys were taking care of that. I guess it's part of their job.
Do you know if Mrs. Pruitt was already here when the bandit showed up?
No. She walked in on him while he was holding up the Bentleys. I guess he just turned around and pumped bullets into her.
Too bad. Sounds like a lone gunman deal, doesn't it?
Yeah. Of course, he might have had a guy waiting outside, Chief, in a getaway car.
Yes, we'd better figure that as a possibility. You say they got all the money that was taken in?
All but a few $100 in silver.
And I imagine the crippled kids could have used it. Well, maybe we'll be able to get it back for them. Any description of the killer?
Well, there was a couple of girls claim they saw a tall, blonde guy running out the back, but the Bentleys don't agree with that.
I'd like to talk to the Bentleys.
They're out here in front. I'll go get them. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Bentley, would you come in, please? This is Mr. Garrett, folks, the district attorney.
How do you do, sir?
How do you
Hello.
do? Were you both here together when the bandit appeared?
Yes, we were. We were counting the money and talking to Mrs. Pruitt. When she saw the man had a gun, she tried to run out past him, and he shot her.
She tried to run through the front door?
Yes.
And which way did the bandit come in?
Well, he came in the front door, didn't he, Ralph?
That's right.
In this description we have of him, tall, blonde, do you agree with that?
Oh, we certainly don't. He was short and thin and dark.
And he wore colored glasses.
I see. You got that, Harrington?
Right.
Mr. Garrett, will you need us for any more questioning? That body bothers me.
I think that takes care of it for now, Mrs. Bentley. I might want to talk to you later.
Of course. Please, Ralph.
Well, we know exactly what to look for, don't we?
Oh, sure. A tall blonde who's short and dark and wears colored glasses. Oh, ought to be a cinch.
I noticed several people in the crowd had motion picture cameras. Talk to them, Harrington. See if you can get the use of their film for a viewing.
Okay, Chief.
District Attorney's Office.
Hello, Miss Miller. I'm at the Welfare League playground. There's been a holdup and a murder here. A woman victim. Some bystanders were taking motion pictures, and we figured one of the cameras might have caught an accidental shot of the killer. How about our 16-millimeter projector? Is it back from the shop yet?
Came back yesterday.
Good. I'll need it for this afternoon.
What time this afternoon, Mr. Garrett?
As soon as we get the films developed. Take care of it for me, will you? I'll check back with you later.
Are you sure this is the right motel?
Of course I'm sure. You coming in?
Yes, I'm coming in.
Come on in. Took you long enough to get here. I figured something had gone wrong.
We couldn't run away, you know. We had to stay and answer questions.
After that killing, you're lucky they let you go.
Why shouldn't they let us go? They have no record on us.
I never kill people. You were crazy to do that.
What do I have to do for you? Draw pictures? That woman knew Maida and me. She knew what we were doing. I had to kill her.
There's a lot of difference between picking up fast dough and committing murder. I just bluff with a gun. I told you that.
Who cares what you do?
The cops keep after you more when you kill somebody.
Stop yammering about it. Where's the money?
Here. A little over 2,700, I counted it.
Not bad.
That's not good either. Not when you have to leave a corpse behind to get it.
Maybe I misjudged you, Marty. Maybe you're not the one to work with us after all.
Who says so?
We can get someone else, you know. And if we were to describe you to the police...
What's that supposed to be? A threat?
It's not supposed to be. It is.
I didn't say anything about quitting, did I?
Then stop the whining. It irritates me.
All right. Let's split the dough.
That can wait till we take care of the next job.
Yeah? And when is this going to be?
3 days from now. Then you'll get your money. And you'd better move out of here right away. Find another place and let me know. Come on, Maida.
This is the last real film, Chief. If they don't recognize the crook from this one, we've wasted our time.
We'll see.
Oh, wait a minute. There he is. That was it.
Hold it, Harrington.
I'll rewind. Just tell me when to stop.
Right there. That's the man.
Are you sure, miss?
Oh, I'm positive.
Was he in this spot when you saw him?
Well, no, I was going back to our car with a couple of prizes. I heard the shots, and then I saw this man running. He got into a car and drove away.
What kind of car?
Well, some kind of a sedan, I guess. I can't say for sure.
Did you notice the license?
Oh, gosh, no. I didn't even think of that.
Well, you've been a big help to us anyway. Better rewind the film, Harrington. Then get a negative off that likeness. I want photos made up right away.
Okay, Chief.
Has Marty moved away?
No, he hasn't. He's out somewhere, that's all. Get going.
How do you know he hasn't moved?
His clothes are still there. The stupid jerk. I don't want these small-time crooks get caught. They're too moronic to take simple precautions.
Trouble is, if he gets caught, we might get picked up, too.
Now, don't start sniveling about that again. We're not going to be picked up.
Well, what are you going to do about him?
I'll come back in the morning. I'll get him into another place if I have to drag him out of here by the hair.
Good morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Garrett.
Harrington here yet?
He's in your office. He has a report on your blonde hold-up man.
Good.
Hi, Chief.
Morning, Harrington.
Seen the paper?
Yes, I looked at it.
Quite a spread on the killing.
It's the kind of thing that hits home. Makes people realize that this kind of violence could happen to anyone. Miss Miller says you have a report on the picture we took from the film.
Yeah. Suspect turns out to be one John Martin Mallory, alias Marty Manning. 5 arrests, 1 conviction.
Not exactly the type you'd call an innocent bystander.
The department's got the dragnet out. But Padway thinks the guy might have left town.
Does this Mallory usually work alone?
No. Report says he likes to work with partners, and he's never been a brain. Always did jobs planned by somebody else.
Well, that doesn't add up in this case. What else does it say?
Here, take a look at it.
Age 35, paroled August 8th, 1950. Mallory's M.O. features an unloaded gun in all operations. Submits quietly to arrest.
That don't sound like our killer, does it?
Well, not unless he's had a complete change of personality. There's something peculiar about this situation, Harrington. Yes, Miss Miller?
This is for Harrington, Mr. Garrett. A message from Lieutenant Driscoll.
Oh, yeah. It was Driscoll who got me the report on this guy, Mallory, Chief. What do you want, Miss Miller?
It was Sergeant Radin who called. He said to tell you Lieutenant Driscoll had a lead on where Marty Mallory's been staying. He's going out there and pick him up.
Driscoll is?
That's right.
Miss Miller, call Driscoll back right away. If he's already left, ask them to contact him in his car.
Yes, sir.
Something wrong?
Seems to me that Driscoll works alone most of the time.
That's right, but I just...
Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Lieutenant Driscoll left homicide about 30 minutes ago, Mr. Garrett, and he must be out of his car right now because they can't seem to contact him.
Do they know where he went?
Golden View Motel on Channel Road.
You ain't worried about trouble, are you? Now with the M.O. we got on this guy Mallory.
That's the way Driscoll's going to think. He'll be expecting an easy arrest. Come on, Harrington, let's go. Driscoll could be walking into plain murder. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the charity killer, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A charity affair had been held up. Money raised for crippled children had been stolen, and a woman had been murdered in the process of the crime. This was a case of decent people lending support to a worthy cause, suddenly finding themselves at the mercy of a crook with a gun, a criminal who killed as violently as a mad dog. By means of motion picture film exposed by people in the crowd, we had been able to establish the identity of the person who had taken the money. But because of information listed in the police report on this man, I felt sure the actual killer was still unknown. And you'll see that this was our greatest problem.
Oh, it's you. Come on in.
I thought you were going to get moved out of here.
I am.
You know what I ought to do to you?
Oh, now, don't try getting rough with me, Bentley. It'll get you nothing but trouble.
Marty, you need a lesson. And here it is. Oh!
Make it easy, will you? A guy can make a mistake, can't he?
I don't like mistakes, Marty, of any kind. On your feet. Come on.
I was going to move tonight.
You'll move this morning. Get your clothes. We're leaving right now. Who's that?
How do I know? You answer it.
Move over there.
Hello? Who are you?
Who are you looking for?
A man named Mallory. Marty Mallory.
You better try the other rooms. Nobody here by that name.
The manager said this was it.
The manager made a mistake.
I'm a police officer. Any objection to my coming in and looking for myself?
I guess not. Come ahead.
Hello, Marty.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Who's your friend, Marty?
That's Mr. Bentley.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Bentley?
What difference does that make?
You said Marty wasn't here. What made you say that?
You said something about looking for somebody. I didn't quite catch the name.
You caught it, all right. Marty, the manager of this place tells me you haven't been working lately.
Oh, I've been working here and there.
What kind of work?
Well, you know, anything I can get.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking you in, Marty.
What for?
Suspicion of armed robbery. And you'd better come with us, Bentley.
I'm going to say the same thing Marty did. What for?
We'd like to ask you a few questions. And you better get your hands out of your pockets.
I'm afraid you thought about that a little too late, Lieutenant.
You shot him. You shot a cop.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, here comes the ambulance, Chief.
Won't be much help to us, Harrington. Driscoll's heart just stopped beating.
Son of a gun. When we found him breathing, I thought there might be a chance.
Another cop dying the hard way.
Yep. And him with a couple of kids.
We'll turn him over to the ambulance, boys. Then I want to get right back to the office.
Did you find Lieutenant Driscoll?
Yeah, we found him. Dead.
Oh, no.
2 bullets in him. Somebody got him by surprise.
Well, that's the thing that's bothering me right now. That report you got on Mallory. What did it say about his prison record? Did he give any trouble?
Model prisoner. Always cooperative. That's why he was paroled.
This thing is beginning to look sticky. It just doesn't shape up as an ordinary hold-up operation. Miss Miller, would you feel like taking on an undercover job?
I'll be glad to.
I'd like you to cultivate the Bentleys. You might pose as a society reporter interested in charity affairs.
What do I try to find out?
I want to know if they're tied in with Marty Mallory. If that can be established, we'll break the case, but play it carefully. One of these people is a dangerous killer.
You don't think Mallory did the shooting?
MOs don't usually lie, Harrington. Mallory's behavior pattern just doesn't include killing. And there's something else. Bentley said Mrs. Pruitt was killed when she ran past the gunman to get out the front door of that field house. Why would she do that when there was a back door?
And the Bentleys gave us a phony description. They said Mallory was a little guy with dark hair.
We'd better figure the Bentleys as being very smart and very deadly.
Well, why don't you let me do the undercover work, then?
The Bentleys would never fall for you as a society writer.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not the type. But I'd sure like to square things for Driscoll.
You'll have your chance. Get the Daily Press on the phone, Miss Miller. I'll arrange for a reporter's credentials for you.
Okay, Chief.
Hello, darling. Did you find a place for Marty?
Yes, I found him a place. What are you fussing around for?
I'm having a caller. A reporter from the Daily Press.
Reporter? What are you talking about?
A society reporter. She's coming to get some information on the charity bazaar. She wants to do it from our angle.
You mean you told her she could come here? A reporter?
Well, I thought it'd be nice. Our names will be in the society column, and it's about time. What did you do that for?
All the stupid...
Oh!
You pull another fat-headed trick like this, and I'll give you something you really moan about. I told you I didn't want any... I suppose that's your reporter now. Get your face straightened out.
Hello. I'm Miss Miller from the Daily Press.
Yes, we've been expecting you. Come in. You'll have to excuse my wife's appearance. She's suffering from hay fever.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'll be all right.
What was it you wanted to know, miss?
Well, let's see. The charity bazaar is tomorrow, isn't it?
That's right.
I thought I'd like to join Mrs. Bentley there and just sort of stay with her. You know, to get the flavor of this sort of thing from the viewpoint of people like yourselves.
Well, we'll be pretty busy.
Oh, I promised not to get in the way. I hope you won't turn me down. My editor's expecting quite a column out of this.
It might be all right. But could you contact us again at the auditorium? We're pretty busy right now.
Well...
And Mrs. Bentley isn't feeling too well. I'm sure you understand.
Yes, of course. I'll phone you again this evening, Mrs. Bentley.
You and your publicity.
What are you going to do now?
What do you think? I'm going to call the newspaper and see if that girl really works for them.
Well, that didn't take long.
The husband was there. He wasn't very gracious.
What happened, Miss Miller?
I think he'd been pushing Mrs. Bentley around. Her face was red and she'd been crying. He said she had hay fever.
You think they were suspicious?
Not the woman. She was too nice to me over the phone, but I think he was.
How about tomorrow?
Well, I said I wanted to spend time with Mrs. Bentley, and he didn't like it, but he didn't say no.
No sign of Mallory around?
Nothing I could see.
Well, I guess all we can do is wait. Let's go, Harrington.
Oh, number 43, and I had 41.
It's too bad, Harrington. You'd have won a dresser set for your wife.
Yeah. Hey, this is quite a party. Can you still see Miss Miller?
She's near the ticket booth talking to someone. Must be a friend.
Oh? How about the Bentleys?
I can't see Mrs. Bentley. He's at the ticket booth. When he picks up the money, Miss Miller's going to give us the nod.
Ralph.
Where have you been?
Don't head for the office with that money. Come with me to the front door.
Something wrong?
Plenty.
Come on. What's the trouble?
You were right about that girl. I just heard her talking to some people she knew, and they asked her if she still worked for the district attorney.
What?
Mm-hmm. It looks like a trap, Ralph.
Mr. and Mrs. Bentley, I've been looking for you. Is there something wrong?
For you, there's plenty wrong. This thing I'm holding in my pocket's a gun. We're going out this door, and you're coming with us. You make even a squeak, and you get it. Understand?
Yes, I understand perfectly.
Let's go.
Can you still see Miss Miller, Harrington?
Well, all of a sudden, she don't seem to be around. Bentley either.
Something's gone wrong. Come on.
Get ready to move out, Marty. Get in there, you. Head for your place, Marty. Get moving. Come on, Maida. You too, sister.
What are we going to do, Ralph?
I don't know yet. We'll hole up in here till I make up my mind. Get that door open.
You don't think you can get away with this, do you?
What? Get over there and sit down.
Such a big, brave man. Just great at slapping women around.
Shut up or I'll really give you one.
Ralph, I've been figuring maybe we ought to get out of here. I kind of think we were followed.
You kind of think? Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I was watching through the mirror, and I thought maybe I shook him off, but I can't be sure.
What about her?
She stays here.
But she'll yell for the cops.
Not when I get through belting her alongside the head with this.
Better enjoy yourself while you can.
I always enjoy shutting a woman's mouth. Grab her, Marty. That's it. Now, sister, out.
Don't try to pick it up, mister.
Hold it, Marty. You too, Mrs. Bentley.
All right. I quit.
You all right, Miss Miller?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, Chief. But I wouldn't have been if you hadn't arrived.
Get your hands higher, Marty. Frisk him, Harrington.
I've got it.
You won't find no bullets in that gun. I didn't do them killings.
And you'd better tell us who did.
You open your mouth, Marty, and you'll wish you hadn't.
Take it easy, Bentley.
You don't seem to realize it, Bentley, but your days of violence are over.
Yeah, and if you think I'm keeping quiet, you're crazy. What do you want to know, D.A.?
Save it till we get downtown, Marty, and then you can tell your story to a stenographer. Let's go. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
I'm sure you read about these people. In a short trial, the man we call Ralph Bentley, his wife Maida, and his accomplice, Marty Mallory, were found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. They are now serving long sentences for their crimes. And now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Crime has many byproducts that too often do not receive the attention they should. One such underrated byproduct of crime is its shattering effect on loved ones involved. Sometimes they suffer in silence. Sometimes they try to take matters into their own hands. One who took this unwise course was Ann Scott, who has come to the warehouse of the Walper Importing Company to speak to its owner in his private office.
Yes? Come in, come in. Well, hello. Who are you?
I'm Ann Scott. You're Mr. Walper.
That's the name. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Claude Johnson work for you?
Yeah, for a long time. What about him?
That's what I thought you could tell me.
What? I'm afraid I don't get what you're driving at.
I want information, Mr. Walper. This man, Claude Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
there's something wrong, and I want to protect my sister from him.
Your sister? Well, look, I don't like to be rude, but your family troubles, I don't see how they concern me.
Then what about these papers?
Bills of lading on my letterhead. Where'd you get them?
For my sister's death?
Hmm?
They have something to do with what's going on between Barbara and Claude. And I'm going to find out even if I have to go to the police.
The police? No. Now, wait a minute. Let's take it easy. You don't want to get your sister mixed up with the police, do you? Here. Let me talk to Claude and see what I can find out.
All right. And thanks. Can I call you tomorrow?
That'll give me plenty of time.
Thanks again.
Miss Scott.
Yes?
Let's keep the police out of it. And don't say anything to anybody. Not until you hear from me.
I won't, unless I have to.
Lady, look out! Lady, that car! Hey, stop! Stop! You hit her! You hit her!
Miss Miller, has Harrington called in yet?
Oh, Mr. Garrett. No, he hasn't called yet. Maybe that's Harrington now. District Attorney's office. Oh, perfect timing, Harrington. He was just asking for you. Hold on. Do you want to take it here, Mr. Garrett?
Fine. Say, Harrington, anything new on that hit and run?
Pretty bad, Chief. Looks like a deliberate rundown. Almost went up the sidewalk to get her.
Did I understand it happened right outside the Walper Importing Company?
Yeah. In fact, the girl was just coming out of Walter's place when the car got her.
Run down that car, Harrington. I'll talk to you later.
Maybe I shouldn't say this, Mr. Garrett, but you look like a rabbit sniffing a juicy carrot.
Well, if Walper is mixed up in this somehow, I wouldn't exactly call him a carrot. I'm going over to General Hospital. I want to talk to that Scott girl. See you later, Miss Miller. Miss Scott,
Yes? Who are you?
the nurse said you could talk. I'm the district attorney.
I have nothing to say. Go away, please.
But, Miss Scott, it's our responsibility to catch the hit-and-run driver who struck you.
I won't tell you anything. Go away. Go away. Leave me alone. Go away.
Ann, dear, what's the matter?
You! Stop. Stop. Don't come near me.
Don't you know me? I'm your sister, Barbara.
Go away. Don't touch me.
Look, Barbara, Miss Scott, we better leave her alone.
I don't understand. What's happened to her?
I suggest we step outside and let her quiet down.
My own sister. Not wanting to see me.
Barbara, dear, why are you crying?
Oh, Claude, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, what happened? Is Anne...
Oh, no, she'll be all right. But this gentleman and I were in the room. It was terrible.
Your sister's overwrought. That's all, Miss Scott. Oh, by the way, my name is Garrett, district attorney.
District attorney. Oh, I'm Claude Johnson, Barbara's fiancé.
Now, how do you do?
How do you do?
Miss Scott, I came here to ask your sister a couple of questions. Perhaps you might help me.
If I can.
First, about these bills of lading.
Where did you get those?
Well, they were in your sister's purse. Can you tell me why your sister went to the Walper Importing Company this morning?
I just can't talk now.
Look, what is this, a third degree? Can't you see that Barbara's in no condition to answer your foolish questions?
When Barbara feels better, would you bring her to my office, please?
Of course. Certainly want to do what's right.
Fine. Goodbye.
Barbara, what was Anne doing with those manifests? How did she get them?
I don't know. But she's been so suspicious of us. She even warned me against you.
So that's it. Barbara, you're sure, my love, aren't you?
Of course, dear. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Sweetheart, there's only one answer. That shipment, the big one I told you about.
Oh, Claude, dear, do we have to talk about it
I
now?
got the advance word. I'm going to get my hands on every penny I can scrape together, no matter how.
Claude, I have money and I want you to use it.
I told you, I won't touch your money.
Use my money and call it a loan. What's wrong with that?
Loan? Yeah, of course. But strictly as business. As soon as the deal's through, I could pay it back. And we could get married.
Of course, dear.
Well, that's it, then. Yeah, but we have to work fast. Now, how soon could you get the money?
I'll go to the bank this afternoon.
Oh, Barbara, you're wonderful. Yeah, I better get back to work. Call you later,
Great, darling.
Oh, you going back in to see Anne?
No, I can't. I'll talk to her nurse.
Yes, let her rest. She needs lots of rest. Goodbye.
Okay, that'll do it. You're loaded. Now hightail it down to the dock. Walper talking. Look, Skipper, I told you a dozen times. Don't worry. We'll get the mermaid loaded in good time. I'm taking care of everything. Okay.
Hello, Walper.
Well, if it isn't the district attorney himself. What's the occasion for this visit?
A few questions. What do you know about a girl named Ann Scott?
Ann Scott? It's a pretty name.
Why did she come here this morning?
Maybe to get out of the sun. How should I know? What's it all supposed to be about?
I don't know yet, but I certainly intend to find out why someone tried to kill that girl with an automobile.
Oh, sure. You're playing the wrong horse asking me questions.
Hey, Chief, is everything all right?
Harrington, what brings you?
Miss Miller told me you'd be here. Figured you'd like to know. We found the hit-run car.
Good work.
Same broken headlight. And you know what, Chief? The car's registered to Barbara Scott.
Ann's sister?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the car now?
10th Street garage. I'm going to check back with the attendant who was on duty when it was brought in.
Well, get right on it. Call me with anything new.
Right, Chief. Where'll you be?
Having a talk with Barbara Scott. This time she'll answer questions, shock or no shock.
Okay. See you later.
Well, DA, I guess you won't need me anymore. Got some work to do.
All right, Walper. But I might turn up with a few more questions for you later.
If you say so. I'm afraid it's the wrong horse again, DA, but keep punching.
I will, Walper. I will.
Walper.
Walper,
is he gone?
Claude, what's the idea hiding behind those cases?
Look, I'm in a jam. I need some help.
Sounds like it. What's this all about? First the girl and now the DA. You behind all this?
Well, in a way, I guess so.
You guess?
Why, you stupid crummer. Stop it. Let me go.
Okay. It ought to kill you. The DA would give his right arm to sock it to me, and you got him nosing around.
Don't worry. You give me a little cooperation, everything will be okay.
Cut the double talk. Let's have it. What's the story?
Well, I saw a chance for some easy money. Barbara thinks a lot of me. Thinks I'm going to marry her. So I figured out a deal.
Using my manifest.
Just window trimming. I told her I had an inside track on the market. Then I cinched it by borrowing a couple $100 from her a couple of times, gave it back with profit. As soon as I get the money from Barbara this afternoon, I clear out of the country.
Just like that.
Well, why not? Your ship, the Mermaid, is loading up and starts for the Far East tonight, doesn't it?
Huh?
Well, you give the okay, I'll be on that ship, and nobody will find me. Do I get help?
Okay. Why not? You deserve a break. You'll ship on the Mermaid.
I thought you'd see it my way. Now, fix it with the skipper, huh?
Sure, he's expecting my call anyway. No, this is Walper. Let me talk to Skipper. Hey, Skipper. Claude Johnson's on his way down. He wants to talk to you about going with your ship tonight. Yeah, it's all okay. Take care of him. So long.
Thanks, Walter. Thanks a lot. I'll be back when things quiet down.
Glad to do it. Get down there and check with Skipper. And you might as well take down whatever you need now.
Good deal. Thanks again.
You're welcome. You're real welcome. Skipper, Walper again. What I said about Johnson goes double. Take care of him. Take care of him real good.
Get that cargo swing over here! Easy! Hold it!
Hey, up there on the Mermaid. Tell Skipper Claude Johnson's here. Johnson. Watch it, that cargo swing. Coming right at me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the hit-and-run killer, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A girl had almost been murdered by a car belonging to her sister. But with all the tangled threads I held, I could see none that pointed to a motive. Ann Scott, terrified by her narrow escape from death, refused to tell me anything. Her sister Barbara had to know some answers, including the mysterious shipment manifest from Walper's company. And the answer to the big question, why would Barbara want to kill her sister? I'll get it, Miss Miller. Hello?
Hello, Chief.
Harrington, have you found her yet?
No, not a sign. Pretty strange. She didn't show up for an appointment with a hairdresser. Now, when a dame does that, something's wrong.
And keep digging, Harrington. We've got to locate Barbara Scott.
You know me, Chief.
You think she ran out, Mr. Garrett?
It doesn't gel, Miss Miller. Still, the way that fiancé of hers, Claude Johnson, tried to prevent me from asking her questions, maybe he fits in somewhere.
Did you say Claude Johnson?
Yes. You know him?
Just a minute. That name rings a bell. Boy, here it is. Look at this, Mr. Garrett.
Well, this is the old Walper file.
Remember you told me to get it together? Well, I did. And look, this name on the payroll.
Oh, Claude Johnson. So he works for Walper.
He did a year ago. What does it mean?
It means you're a very remarkable young woman, Miss Miller. And now we're looking for two of them, Barbara and her fiancé. Let's go.
You did say we're looking, didn't you?
So I did. And so we are, right now.
Anne, it's me, Barbara. Oh, wake up, Anne, please. What? Barbara? Barbara, go away. Go away, don't kill me. What are you saying, Anne? I'll go away. I won't try to interfere. You can marry Claude. Don't kill me. Stop it. Stop it, do you hear? I'm sorry I shook you, but I can't understand you talking this way. But I saw the car before it hit me. It was your car. I know it was your car. My car? You must be delirious. I saw the car plain. I knew you were angry, that you hated me for warning you against Claude, for trying to find out about him, but I was only trying to protect you. Oh, Anne. Tell me, before my car hit you, did you see me driving it? I couldn't see. There was a reflection on the windshield. Barbara? Barbara, where are you going? There's something I have to do. You just rest, Anne, and get well. You're Mr. Walper, aren't you?
I am. We're closed for business.
Your watchman told me you were back here. I'm Barbara Scott.
Yeah? I'm in sort of a hurry.
I want to find Claude Johnson.
He's probably at his apartment.
I tried there. He hasn't been home since this afternoon.
See.
It's very important that I talk to him.
Well, matter of fact, I haven't seen him all afternoon.
But you must have. He phoned me, said you were sending him down to the waterfront on a job, and he'd call me as soon as he got back.
He did.
Something's wrong here. Good night, Mr. Walter.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
I came here to find Claude and give him one more chance to explain, but now I think I'd better go directly to the district attorney.
Think again, Miss Scott.
A gun.
That's right. And it says you'll step over to my car without any trouble. Come on.
I don't understand.
Just move it. You're going for a boat ride. A very short boat ride.
Harrington's going to be surprised to see us.
I could have called, but I figure I might take a look around Miss Scott's apartment myself.
You think Harrington might be asleep?
It's very possible. He's been staked out here waiting for Barbara for the last 2 hours.
Soft job. Oh, this is it. Number 213.
Right.
Oh, gee, Miss Miller.
Barbara didn't come home? No telephone calls?
Yeah, nothing at all. Been real quiet here.
You see that, Harrington? Your socks are showing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I took off my shoes. You know, sort of rest my feet.
Bless her in your own time. You here from downtown?
Oh, gosh, I almost forgot. Hey, that garage attendant called back. Full description on the person who brought the hit-run car into repairs. Interesting.
Oh, Harrington, don't be so mysterious.
It was a him. Perfect description of that Claude Johnson fellow.
Odd. He brought the car in alone?
Yep, all by himself.
He must have been driving Barbara's car. I just knew she couldn't be trying to kill her sister.
Perhaps. Anne was on to something and had to be stopped.
Her sister could still be in the middle of it.
Very much so. But if she isn't, she might be in a very dangerous spot. We've got to find Claude before there's another accident that winds up in murder.
But where do we find her?
I think Walper might know the answer to that one. Let's go, Harrington.
I'm with you, Chief.
I'm sorry to bring this up, Harrington, but don't you think you might need to see her?
Oh, you women. Think of everything. Go ahead, Chief. I'll catch up with you.
This is the dock.
Those lights out on the water. That must be Walper's ship, the Mermaid.
It is.
There's Walper, coming out of the cabin of that motorboat at the dock.
Now Walper and that other fellow are loading wooden cases into that dory.
Is that what you call that little boat, a dory?
That's right, Miss Miller. And I see it's made fast to his boat with a line. Walper is evidently going to tow the dory out to the big ship, the Mermaid.
Hey, Chief. They're through putting the cases in the dory. The other fellow's going. Walper's alone.
Good. I'll go talk to him. You stay here in the car, Harrington, just in case Claude is around.
Right.
Coming, Miss Miller?
Nothing I like better than a walk along the waterfront at night.
Hello there, Mr. Walper.
What? Oh, Garrett. Be with you as soon as I put this crate down on the deck. Yeah.
Your watchman said we'd find you here. Mind telling me where you're going?
Why should I mind? I'm in the importing business, remember?
I remember.
So I also export. My ship's sailing in an hour, and I'm taking out some cases of supplies to it.
I see. These cases?
Yeah. Canned stuff and some ship supplies. Want me to open one up for you?
Well, that won't be necessary. I've checked customs. They've already cleared your ship for sailing.
Don't miss a trick, do you? I'll open the case anyway. See? Canned goods, that's all.
Fair enough. And the cases in the dory are the same?
Sure. Put them in there because I'm taking the dory out. The mermaid needs another lifeboat.
Okay. Where's Claude Johnson?
Claude? Haven't seen him all afternoon.
Isn't that unusual?
What's unusual about it?
Well, on a day one of your ships is loading, I'd think all of your employees would be busy.
Oh, you got it wrong, miss. Johnson's my bookkeeper. He doesn't work the dock.
How about Barbara Scott? Any idea where she is?
You don't even know her. Now, look, D.A., this stuff you're after. What's it all got to do with me?
I have every reason to believe your man Johnson was involved in a hit and run, and I'd like your help in finding him.
I'd be glad to help if I could. Tomorrow I'll have more time.
I see. Just stay here, Miss Miller. I'll be right back.
Hey, where you going?
I'll look into your cabin.
Hold it. You got no search warrant.
And I'm not making a search, Walper. You can't keep me out of there.
I think I can. With this.
Mr. Garrett, he's got a gun.
You take one more step toward the cabin, the little lady here gets it first. Now back.
Thanks, Hankin. You just grazed me with the gun back.
Sorry, I was a little slow. But Walper won't be spotting anybody else for a while.
I see that. Where's Miss Miller?
Down here in the cabin. Barbara Scott's here.
We're coming.
You had her tied up?
Yeah, gag, too. Let me take this tape off her mouth. Yeah.
Oh, it's better. I can hardly breathe. I was so frightened. He told me he had to kill Claude and that I was next. He was going to throw my body out to sea. There, dear, now don't think about it. And you're so right about Claude. He tried to warn me. That's why he tried to kill her with my car.
That's the way it figures, all right. But, Chief, I don't get Walper's part in all this. Was he in on the con game?
No, Harrington. Walper was in on a much bigger game. The answer is in those cases in the dory.
The wooden cases?
Yes. Can you walk all right, Miss Scott?
Yes, I'll be fine now.
Give her a hand, Harrington. Let's go.
Good.
Be careful stepping on the dock here.
But, Chief, what do you mean those cases in the dory of the answer?
Come on, I'll show you. Oh, bring that crowbar, Harrington.
Hey, this dory is full of cases of supplies.
I don't think they're all supplies. I'll open this one. Now we'll just push aside some of this sawdust. There.
Wow. Look at that.
Mr. Garrett, that looks like a bar of gold, solid gold.
Exactly what it is, Miss Miller. And this little boat is loaded with those golden bars. Mr. Walper was taking them to Singapore.
But why?
For a tremendous and illegal profit. You see, gold here in the United States is pegged at $35 an ounce. But in Singapore, on the black market, Walper could sell it easily at $80 an ounce.
Yeah, a nice bit of exporting, all right. Well, what do we do now, Chief?
You stay here until we can get the harbor authorities to round up the rest of the crew. In the meantime, I think Miss Scott would like to see her sister.
Oh, I would, Mr. Garrett. More than anything in the world.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
It was not very long after that you probably read in your newspapers about the conviction of the man we called Walter on the charge of first-degree murder, along with his henchman Skipper. You may have also read of the rounding up the various members of the vicious gold smuggling gang and the federal punishments meted out to them. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the real headaches of my job is the unwary person who walks into the trap of a confidence game. If these people are lucky, they lose only their money. All too often, as you will hear in the case that follows, they also lose their lives.
This heat. I never saw such country.
It's a desert. What'd you expect?
I'll be glad to get out of it, I can tell you that.
You'll be glad to get the money, too, won't you? Now, quit bellyaching so much.
You sure she's got the money?
She said she's got it. That's good enough for me.
She's still behind us? I can't see in all that dust.
Yeah, she's still behind us.
Dan, you still think it's a good idea? Suppose somebody comes along and finds her.
Out here, this road hasn't been used for 10 years.
What are you stopping for?
This is where we're going to do it. She's coming up and stopping behind us.
Trouble, Mr. Morrow? We can all take my car if we have to.
Get out of your car, Miss Smith.
But what for? This certainly isn't the place, is it?
Are you going to get out, or do I have to yank you out?
Am I? Why, Mr. Morrow, what kind of an attitude is
Come
that?
on, get out!
Well, it's my car. I guess I can stay in it if I want to.
You'll stay out of it.
Never heard of such a thing. If I want it... Oh.
Better take it easy, Dan. You don't want to leave any marks.
I know what I'm doing. Now, shut up.
Oh. She's coming too, Dan. Better hurry.
That does it.
Did you get the money?
Right here.
Gosh, what a wad. Uh-oh, she's on her feet.
Mr. Morrow, will you please tell me why you stalled my car in sand?
Keep you from driving it, Miss Smith.
You'd like to back to town and tell them about this.
How are you going to make it back to town?
Well, I guess I can. Wait a minute. You wouldn't leave me out here. There'd be no one to help me. Person would die out here alone in this heat. Oh, please let me in the car.
Get away from that!
No! Don't leave me! I'll die! I'll die, Mr. Morrow! Mr. Morrow!
Morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Garrett. Hello, Harrington.
Hi, Miss Miller.
Anything stirring?
It certainly is. Phone was ringing as I came in the door. Did you read that thing on the front page this morning? About the woman being found dead on the desert?
Yes, I read it.
I got the paper right here. Died of thirst.
Well, this call came from the manager of her bank. He says she drew $10,000 from her account last week in small bills. Thinks it must have been the day before she went to the desert.
Well, that's interesting.
The bank manager thought so, too. He felt you should know about it.
Did he leave his name, Miss Miller?
Yes, I've got it here. Mr. Peyton.
Remind me later to drop him a letter expressing our appreciation for his alertness. Did he give you any information about the woman?
Says here in the paper she was Miss Emily Smith, 48 years old.
Mr. Peyton says she lived alone, had no relatives that he knows about.
Where did they find her, Harrington? Near a highway, wasn't it?
Yeah, not far from the general store at Buffalo Springs.
What else does it say there?
The woman's car was found on an abandoned mine road 5 miles from where her body was discovered. The car had been driven off the road and was stuck in the sand.
Lonely spinster with $10,000 in cash. What would she be doing out in the desert?
Might be worth looking into.
I think so. Well, Miss Miller, call the sheriff's station at Buffalo Springs. Tell them we'll be there inside the next couple of hours. Come on, Harrington. Is Captain Kane in?
Right here, Mr. Garrett. I've been expecting you. Oh, hello, Harrington.
Hiya, Pete. Hey, you guys really get it hot up here, don't you?
Oh, dry heat. It's good for you.
Yeah, it wasn't so good for that woman you found yesterday.
No, it sure wasn't. That why you came up?
Oh, that's right, Kane. What do you have on the case?
Not too much. Think there's something funny about it?
Well, did she have any money on her?
Some silver in her purse, couple of bucks.
Anyone see her alive?
Yeah, she went into the store. Bought some bottles of pop to take along with her. Storekeeper says she told him she was heading for some kind of an outer space shrine. He said she seemed pretty sensible, though.
Shrine? Do you have anything out here like that?
Not that I know about.
Sounds like one of those phony religious setups, Chief.
Yeah.
Coroner's wagon hasn't come up for the body yet, Mr. Garrett. Like to take a look at her?
Well, might as well, I guess.
Our morgue is right across the hall here.
Was there any evidence of anyone being with her, Captain?
Storekeeper says no one he knows about. Oh, this is it. Second table here.
Wow. I never saw anything like that before.
It's dehydration.
48? She looks like 148.
As soon as we get back to town, I'd like you to do a checkup on this woman, Harrington. Her habits, friends, everything. Okay, Captain. Cover her up.
Hey, it's cold in here.
It's got to be.
Darn it.
What's the matter?
Line's busy.
Who you calling?
Newspaper? Tell them to cancel our ad. I ordered the phone taken out this morning and the electricity turned off.
What are you talking about?
Well, we don't want to keep paying for them if we're going to take a trip, do we?
You just can't wait to start living up that money, can you?
I'm sick of waiting.
Well, you're going to wait. And you get on that phone and cancel those stop orders.
I won't do it. You promised me that trip and I'm going to have it.
Here, give me that phone.
No.
Give me that.
You try it, Dan. You try calling those people and I'll scratch your baggy eyes out.
Don't start anything, Connie. I'm warning you. Keep your claws off me.
Put that phone down then.
Get away from me, Connie.
I'll show you.
Get away from me!
Ow! Why, you...
I hope I broke your jaw.
Hello, Miss Miller. Chief in yet?
Yes, he is, Harrington.
Find out anything, Harrington?
Yeah, I did, Chief. Couple of things. Number one, Miss Emily Smith has been known as a fanatic for years, hopping from one phony religion to another. Number two, she was also nuts about flying saucers. And this neighbor I talked to, well, she said she just recently joined up with some outer space cult.
And this ties in with that shrine the storekeeper mentioned. How about the name of the cult?
Well, neighbor didn't know. But she said she thought Miss Smith got next to it through an ad in the personal column.
Well, let's see if we can get anything out of that. You still have the paper you had with you this morning?
It's here, Mr. Garrett. See if you want ad section.
Well, thanks, Miss Miller. Personal column. Now, here it is. And here's one that sounds like what we're looking for. Are you aware of the realm of outer space? Are flying saucers the means to our salvation? If you would learn the great truths of our day, join the disciples of the entire universe. Call Elmwood 64245 for an appointment.
That sounds like a pip.
Miss Miller, do you think you'd be interested in joining this group?
Sounds like fun.
Good. Pick up the phone and see if they'll give you an appointment for this afternoon.
I can't wait.
This is our present meeting place, Miss Miller. But of course, it's nothing to what Mrs. Morrow and I have in mind for the future.
You see, Miss Miller, we expect to build a temple of our own.
One of the most unique edifices the world has ever seen. A shrine, Miss Miller. A shrine to which the superior beings of outer space will be drawn, summoned by the vibrations of welcome which we will project into the ether.
And where will the shrine be located, Mr. Morrow?
In the vast open reaches of the desert, but not too far from here. Well within commuting distance.
Oh, I'm fascinated. But won't this take a lot of money?
Yes, it will. Our greatest problem. And we have no one to turn to but the people who associate themselves with us.
Perhaps Miss Miller might be interested in furthering the development of the shrine.
Well, I'm sure Miss Miller would want to know a lot more about it before she has any thoughts like that.
And, of course, you'll only be too glad to take the time to tell her.
Frankly, yes, I would. There are several things she needs to know, particularly the ritual of our initiation.
I'll be happy to learn the ritual, but right now I'd better be running along. I have someone waiting for me outside.
You'll be back tomorrow?
Will that be all right?
It'll be fine.
Goodbye, Mrs. Morrow.
Goodbye, Miss Miller.
Goodbye, Mr. Morrow.
Goodbye, my dear.
Did you have any luck?
I'm expected to come back tomorrow.
Were you well received?
Very well received. I'm to be told all about a shrine in the desert. A place for flying saucers to land and bring us the superior wisdom of outer space.
Did they mention money?
Oh, yes. They need money to build the shrine.
Apparently, Miss Smith's $10,000 was only the beginning. Who are these people, Miss Miller?
Mr. and Mrs. Morrow. He's Dan and she's Connie, and I know I'm going to be asked for funds.
Well, go along with it. Let them think you're an eager prospect, but watch yourself. You're dealing with a pair of ruthless killers.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had been found dead of thirst in a desert, 5 miles from a stalled car. Apparently an accidental death. But word had come to my office that she had withdrawn $10,000 in cash from her bank account the day before her disappearance. Further investigation disclosed that the dead woman had belonged to a pseudo-religious cult featuring flying saucers in its formula, a cult supposed to be building a shrine in the desert. Miss Miller had joined the group, and as you'll see, this gave us the break we were waiting for.
Well, what are you doing here at this time of the day?
I'm waiting to meet Miss Miller.
And why can't you meet her at the apartment like you did the others? Is it because she's young and good-looking and you can't bear the thought of having me around when you're with her?
Oh, let's not start that again, Connie.
You've been seeing her for 3 days now, Dan. Is she ready to buy in yet?
Well, I don't know. All right, keep quiet. Here she comes.
Good. Since you're so reluctant to ask for the money, I'll do it for you. I'll give her the same spiel you gave Emily Smith. Listen to me, Dan. I'm pretty good at it.
Shut up. Good morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Morrow. Hello, Mrs. Morrow.
Good morning. You've come in at a rather sad moment in our lives.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, it's rather involved. You see, we have this option to buy the land for our desert shrine, but it runs out tomorrow at midnight. And unless we can put up $10,000, we're going to lose it.
Oh, but you can't lose it.
That's what we've been telling each other. But there it is.
There must be something.
Well, the other day you said you might be willing to accept a financial interest in the shrine.
Oh, yes. Stop worrying about it, Mrs. Morrow. I'll put up the money.
Wonderful. Could you meet us out there with the money tomorrow afternoon?
In the desert?
Yes. It's a little place called Buffalo Springs. We could meet in front of the general store.
Consider it settled.
Miss Miller, you're an angel. Isn't she, Dan?
Yes. Yes, she certainly is.
Oh, you're too kind, both of you. Now I'd better go and make arrangements about the money. I'll see you both tomorrow.
Hello?
It's me, Mr. Garrett. I couldn't wait to come into the office to tell you. They just made the proposition.
A trip to the desert?
I'm to meet them at Buffalo Springs tomorrow afternoon with $10,000.
Okay. We'll fix up the money for you. Better come on in now and we'll work out a plan. You did all right, Miss Miller.
Thanks, Chief. Bye for now.
There's Miss Miller's car, Chief.
Better go behind the store, Harrington, so the Morrows won't see us.
Yeah.
There's a good spot.
Right.
We can see from here, and they won't notice us.
Wow. Boy, this is hot country. Look at that thermometer. 110 degrees.
108, Harrington.
You'll never notice the difference.
Be philosophical. Remember what Captain Kane said? It's dry heat. It's good for you.
Whatever it's good for, I probably don't have. Whew, boy.
There are the Morrows.
Yeah, we aren't going to be able to follow them too closely. They'd see our dust.
We know where they're going, and that's the main thing.
There they go. We'll let them get a start and then follow them.
Okay, but let's not wait too long.
Yeah, I guess that's far enough ahead now. Let's go.
Hold it, Harrington. We might as well face it. We've lost them.
This was the right road, wasn't it?
No doubt about that. They crossed us up, went somewhere else.
Yeah, that's bad. I guess we let them get too far ahead.
Well, we've got to move fast. No use chasing them all over this desert. There's an airport at Silver Wells. Head for it.
Hey, mister, hold it, will you? Something wrong? We want to talk to you. Can't hear a word you're saying. We want to charter your plane. Wait a second. What did you say?
He's going to kill the engine, Harrington.
I hope so. I'm yelling at the top of my butt.
Oh, fine.
Okay. Now, what are you fellas all excited about?
My name's Harrington. I'm an investigator. This is the district attorney.
Oh, well, I'm Tom Mason. Am I in trouble about something?
Nothing like that. We need your help. There's a girl lost up here, and we have to have a plane to find her.
Well, I'm your man. Climb in. Now, watch where you step.
It's too bad you have to turn off the engine.
No trouble to get it going again. All set?
Let it go. Let it go!
All right, Dan. Get out and do your stuff.
Let's call it off, Connie. Let's tell her we've changed our minds.
I thought you'd come up with something like that, so I brought this gun along.
Oh.
You won't take care of her. I will. All right, sister. Where's that money?
I see you have a gun.
Where's the money?
Right here.
Thanks. Now back your car off the road.
But it'll get stopped.
The next one will come a lot closer if you don't do what I tell you. Move the car.
Yes, Mrs. Morrow. Now what am I supposed to do?
Why don't you try walking? See if it'll do you any good. All right, Dan, let's get going.
Are you going to leave me here?
Consider yourself left. Get moving, Dan.
This trip might not be so simple, Connie. We got troubles of our own.
What?
Car's heating up badly.
Can we make it to that motel near the store?
I guess we could do that.
Then do it. We can stay there till it cools off tonight and head back to the city.
I guess so.
See anything down there, Harrington?
No, not a thing. I'm beginning to get worried.
How far from the store will she be?
Could be miles.
Well, we've still got lots of time before dark, and Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Thought I saw a car down there off to the left. I'll bank around.
Hey, he's right, Chief. Look, there's a car in the sand off the road. She's standing alongside of it, waving at us.
Good girl. She was smart enough to stay with the car. Can you land there, Mason?
We're practically down. Nothing to it on that road. Here we go.
We're pretty happy to see you. Climb in.
Yeah, pretty smart. Staying by the car.
Well, I figured I could always drink the water from the radiator if I had to.
You're all right, Miss Miller.
We all set?
All set, Mason.
Here we go, then.
Say, this motel is all right. Air conditioning and everything.
Yeah. How do you think that girl feels by now?
Who cares?
Who's that?
How do I know?
Open the door.
Mrs. Morrow?
That's right.
I'm Paul Garrett, district attorney for this county. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, I can't imagine why.
Any objection to my coming in?
I think it's kind of nosy, but come on.
Thank you. I assume this is Mr. Morrow.
Yes, I'm Morrow. What's all this question stuff?
You mind telling me what you're doing out this way, Mr. Morrow?
Why should I? What are you doing out this way?
Well, I came here to investigate the death of a Miss Emily Smith.
Uh-huh. So what?
Do you happen to know a Miss Smith?
No, we didn't.
Are you sure about that, Mrs. Morrow? I have information that Miss Smith was a member of a cult or a society run by you people.
Well, yeah, I knew her slightly.
I'm sure you knew her more than slightly, Mr. Morrow. I have information that you knew her well enough to talk her into coming up here with more than $10,000 in cash.
You have all kinds of information, haven't you?
Yes, I do. I also happen to know that you arranged to meet another person up here. A young woman by the name of Miss Miller. Isn't that true, Mr. Morrow?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She came up here today. You and Mrs. Morrow took her out to an abandoned road and forced her to turn over the money she had with her. And then you left her there, with a car stuck in the sand.
You're crazy, mister. Let's see you produce this Miss Miller.
I can do that, all right. She's outside. You see, we landed an airplane on that road about a half hour ago and picked her up. And the money you took from her happens to be marked. Do you think you're going to be able to explain that?
Dan, what are we going to do?
I told you this was a bad one. You got me into this, you little... Now you, mister. Get out of my way.
You're pretty good at slugging women. Let's see you try with me.
I'm going to do just that.
Hey, I thought I heard a commotion in here.
You did. Come on in, Harrington. They're all yours. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
No doubt you remember the facts of this case. The couple we call the Morrows were tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree, also of conspiracy to commit murder and highway robbery. Both are now serving life sentences. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that the world of crime has many windows, and that only by looking through all of them may the truth be seen, because nothing is more dangerous than half-truth or half-knowledge. This case we're about to hear had its start 3 years before it came to my attention.
Harry, I beg you, please don't go.
Get out of here and let me pack, Doris.
can you do this? You're my husband. We're going to have a baby.
The kind of dough I make?
I'll go back to my job later, Harry. We'll make out.
I'm making out right now. Out of here. I'll watch out for me, you watch out for you.
You're in love with somebody else, aren't you?
I'm not in love with you.
I'll never give you a divorce, Harry.
Now, you've been saying that for months. What else is new?
Harry, I can't go through this alone. I need you. I love you, please. Please don't do this to me. You're going to be a father. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it means I'm going.
Stay. Stay until morning, please, Harry. Harry, I'm frightened when I'm alone at night. This house is so isolated.
Stop blabbering. Here, I'll leave you my gun. Do me a favor, blow your brains out.
Harry.
Get out of my way.
Harry.
Doris, put that down.
Stay, Harry.
No.
Harry. What have I done? Harry! Harry!
Get out of here. Get out of here before the police find out.
I'll call the doctor.
No, that's no good. It's my fault, Doris. Go on. Far away. Change your name.
Harry.
I was no good. Go for the baby's sake.
Harry. Harry. Hello?
Mr. Garrett, Miss Miller.
Oh, hello. I just got in from a movie.
I've been trying to reach you for a couple of hours.
Oh?
I can't find the Sanderson papers in the files.
Why, I put them on your desk. Thought you might work on them tonight.
Well, just a second. Yes. Here they are, all right. Right under my nose. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad you called.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Business as usual. Oh, well. Who's in there? Don't be frightened, Edith. I waited for a couple of hours. Then your landlady let me in. You seem to know me. Do I know you? Doris Griffin. I mean Doris Lloyd, before I was married. We went to high school together. Yes. Last I heard of you, you were modeling. Yes. And then I married Harry Griffin. Here, you'd better sit down. Now, what's the matter? Why did you come to see me?
You work for Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
Yes.
Well, I have to go to him. I'm afraid to go alone.
Have you done something?
I killed my husband.
Oh, I see. When did this happen?
3 years ago. Our baby was coming. He was going to leave me.
Where's the baby now?
I gave him out for adoption in Baltimore last week. That's where I ran to after I shot Harry. I want to face it and get it over with. I want you to take me to Mr. Garrett.
Well, he's at the office working tonight. I'll go in and talk to him, but you're in no condition to go anyplace tonight. You try to sleep and I'll be back.
Well, there's nothing in that file either, Miss Miller.
I know. Perhaps the old files in the storeroom?
3 years and unsolved? No, it should be right here. I should remember it for that matter, and I don't. You sure it happened in this county?
She said right here in the city.
Well, Harrington will be up from the record bureau in a minute. They'll be certain to have it there.
I may have misfiled it.
Oh, you don't usually.
Looks like I did this time.
Chief.
Well, you just saved us a job, Harrington. What have you got?
Sore eyes from looking.
No record?
Chief, there hasn't been anybody named Griffin murdered in this county since 1892. There's no report of any such murder in the files, and we have no wanted sheet out on any Doris Griffin.
But that's impossible, Harrington.
Nothing is impossible, Miss Miller. You've been here long enough to know that.
We get a dozen confessions a month to crimes that never happened, or from people who didn't commit crimes that did happen.
He's right, Miss Miller. Your old schoolmate seems to have all the symptoms of a psychopath.
She wasn't lying to me, Mr. Garrett.
People who are mentally sick sometimes believe that they've done something they haven't.
Miss Miller, I'd like to arrest a murderer. It's my job. But we can't arrest anybody for a murder that hasn't happened.
Unless, of course, your friend's story isn't complete.
She probably never had a husband or a baby.
Or if she did have a husband and shot him, as she says, it wasn't a case of hysteria or temporary insanity.
What makes you say that?
The simple fact that no body was found, which would indicate she didn't just run. She hid the body or stripped it of its identity first.
Oh, yes. It would have to be that way, wouldn't it?
You better get on this again, Harrington.
Well, what do you want this time, Chief?
Marriage License Bureau. Make sure there's a record of a Doris Lloyd marrying a Harry Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you're sure there was a Harry Griffin, check our records and the records of the surrounding counties for all unidentified bodies found during the probable period of the murder.
You going to wait here for it?
No, dig up what you can and bring it to Miss Miller's apartment. We'll be there. Come along, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir. She's in the bedroom.
In the state you say she was in, if she's asleep, we'd better let her rest for a while.
I'll look. Yeah, she's asleep all right.
No, she isn't. Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
Her eyes are wide open.
She looks so strange. Doris? Doris, are you all right?
Get some water, Miss Miller, right away.
What is it?
She's in a state of emotional shock. Get the water. I'll open some windows. Mrs. Griffin. Mrs. Griffin, try to talk. Hurry, Miss Miller.
I'm coming. Just the water. Smelling salts, too.
Good. Here, open your mouth, Mrs. Griffin. Try to drink some of this.
She won't touch it.
Try the salts. She's in bad shape. We'd better have her taken to the hospital. Where's your phone?
On the dressing table. Smell this, Doris. Come on, breathe deeply.
Operator, get me to the general hospital.
No, don't push it away. It'll help you.
Hello. This is Paul Garrett, the district attorney. Ambulance emergency.
I don't try to
49
get
Hooper.
out.
Apartment 4D.
Harry! Is he calling an ambulance for Harry?
Yes, now just lie back and rest until it comes. Everything's going to be all right.
Is that her purse on the chair or yours?
It's hers.
We'd better take the liberty of looking into it.
The papers are probably in the billfold.
Driver's license, Baltimore, Maryland.
That's where she went when she ran away.
Name on it is Doris Lloyd, though. Same on her Social Security card.
That was her maiden name.
Might be her only name.
She might have resumed it after the murder. What are those?
Newspaper clippings, the one ads. Help wanted and rooms to rent. Apparently she didn't come to you as soon as she arrived in town.
How do you know?
Papers dated last week. A couple of ads circled in pencil.
Help wanted. Dress manufacturers. She used to be a model.
And that whole section is circled.
How about the rentals?
Just one. Single room. $14 a week. 6611 West Homedale Avenue. She might have been living there. We'll have to check it. And that'll be Harrington. You stay with her. I'll get it.
Hi, Chief.
How did you make out?
Marriage License Bureau was another blank.
I guess we were right the first time, then.
I don't know. They might have been married in another state.
Well, that's a possibility, of course. But what makes you think so?
Well, I did find a record on a Harry Griffin.
What?
Yeah, this. Magistrate court. 5 years ago. Charge was wife beating. Wife's name was Doris.
Dismissed when she refused to press charges.
Yep. It could be other people with the same name.
No. Lists his occupation as dress designer. Hers as a model. She had a husband, all right. This kind... Hold on, Miss Miller. Grab her, Harrington.
Chief, I have to...
Well, I didn't want to hit her.
That was the only way. Carry her into the living room.
Okay.
You all right, Miss Miller?
Scratched me a little, that's all. Thought I had her calmed down. She was staring at the window, jumped up suddenly and tried to throw herself out.
She's a very sick girl.
Sounds like an ambulance coming, Chief.
Yes, I sent for it.
Did Harrington find out anything about her husband?
Yes, she was married, all right. Maybe she still is.
I don't get you, Chief.
We know there was a living Harry Griffin. The court record you found proved that.
Yeah?
We still haven't found any trace of a dead Harry Griffin. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the missing corpse, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had confessed to the 3-year-old murder of her husband, but the body had never been discovered. Our police files showed no record of such a murder. I went to talk to the landlady at an address circled in a newspaper advertisement we found in the woman's purse. An address where Doris Griffin might have rented a room.
Yeah. Stop your knocking.
I'm sorry. Your doorbell seems to be out of order.
Rooms are $14 a week and no cooking.
Well, I'm not looking for a room. I'm looking for information. Do you have a tenant named Doris Griffin?
No.
How about Doris Lloyd?
No. That one. Who are you?
My name's Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
Oh. And she's in trouble, is she? Well, I can't say it gives me any surprise. None whatsoever.
Why do you say that?
Oh, them sweet young things. They're all the same. I only lived here a week, but the men... Oh, the men, how they telephoned her.
Do you mean men or a man?
Well, I don't know for sure.
I didn't think you did. The phone is right there in the hall. You must have answered it.
Well, I did, mostly. Maybe it was one man. Had a funny voice, kind of hoarse it was, like he had a cold.
Did he ever leave his name?
No, never said. Just ask for Doris Lloyd.
Did she ever tell you who the man was?
She did not.
I see. Did the man ever come here?
Nope, she never had a visitor in the week she was here.
Did the phone call start the day she came?
No, she went job hunting that day. Started the day after. Oh, that'd be last Thursday. After they started, she didn't go looking for work. She just stayed in her room and cried.
I see. Thank you.
You'll see her rent's due again. I'll be holding her bag.
I'm sure you will. Miss Miller?
Oh, Mr. Garrett.
Is Harrington back yet?
Just came in a minute ago. He's waiting in your office.
What are you working on?
Monthly report to the mayor.
Now let it go. Go over to the general hospital and see how Doris Griffin is making out.
Yes, sir.
Tell the doctor I'd like to know as soon as she's in condition for me to talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chief. Got anything?
Yes, she rented a room all right. How about those dress manufacturers?
No, I checked the whole list. She hit them all last Wednesday, filled out job applications.
They know anything about her?
No, only that she seemed very nervous. In one place, they said they thought she was crazy.
Why?
Well, she filled out the application the secretary gave her, and she was waiting for an interview with the boss. He was out to lunch. When he came in, she took one look at him and ran out. Didn't even wait to talk to him.
Which place was that?
The Frederick Grant Company, a big new outfit.
You talked to Grant?
No, I didn't.
Well, why not?
Well, he wasn't there, Chief. Secretary said he'd been home all week, not feeling well. As a matter of fact, he went right home after this thing happened with the Griffin girl.
You get Grant's home address?
It's a big place in the Ferndale Estates district. Too swanky for house numbers.
I'll find it. I'm going out there. You meet Miss Miller at General Hospital and wait for me.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Garrett. I was dressing when the maid brought your card up. I'm Mrs. Grant.
I guess the maid misunderstood me. It was your husband I wanted to see.
Oh, well, he hasn't been feeling well. The staff has orders he isn't to be disturbed. Perhaps I can help you.
Well, possibly.
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thank you. You have a lovely home.
Thank you. Just what is it you came here about?
I wanted to get some information about a Mrs. Griffin. Mrs. Harry Griffin. That name mean anything to you?
Well, I can't say that it does.
Have you ever heard your husband mention her?
No. Should he have?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. If I could ask him directly.
Are you in here, Elizabeth?
Oh, yes, dear.
For the last time, haven't I told you... Oh, I didn't realize you had company.
Mr. Garrett, this is my husband, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant?
Hello. Elizabeth, I want to talk to you as soon as you're free. I'll be in the study.
Oh, I can step outside for a moment if you'd like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Garrett. What's the matter now, Fred?
I thought you were leaving for Acapulco tonight. Now Johnson tells me you've unpacked.
That's right.
Why?
Because I don't want to go. Mr. Garrett, perhaps you'd better excuse us after all. I'm sorry we subjected you to this.
Oh, don't apologize, Mrs. Grant. It's been very enlightening.
Now, what kind of a smart crack is that? Who are you, anyhow, and what are you doing here?
Perhaps the name escaped you. Garrett. Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
Oh.
As for what I'm doing here, I can make that very brief. Do you know a Mrs. Harry Griffin?
What is this, some kind of a riddle game?
Is that supposed to be an answer?
I never heard the name before in my life. Anything else?
No, that's all. For now. Good day.
The doc said it's okay to see her, Chief, but isn't going to do any good.
Why not?
She's under heavy sedation. Miss Miller's sitting with her, but she doesn't even recognize her. Oh, it's the next room.
If we question her while she's relaxed, half asleep, we may get something. Hello, Miss Miller.
Hello.
We've got to try to question her.
She's barely conscious.
It may help. Doris.
I mean it. I see him all the time. His face.
You shot him, Doris.
The baby. He was sleeping.
What did you do with the gun, Doris?
Threw it away. Threw it in the water.
Where? Where in the water, Doris?
Wallace Pond.
It's all right, Doris. Go to sleep. It's all right.
All right.
Take care of her, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Harrington. Now we've got something to go on.
Wallace Pond?
Yes, call for a lab squad. We're going to drag for that gun.
We may find more than the gun. We may find Harry Griffin's body.
I doubt it, Harrington. I doubt it very much. I told you to cover that end systematically. Your bare feet will find anything on the bottom. Those hooks are only stirring up mud.
Thank you. A lot of junk down here, Chief. I should have been born with fingers on my feet instead of toes.
Feel something?
Yeah. Metallic. Solid. Right under my foot. Yep. I got it. Caked with mud, but it's a gun, all right.
Bring it out. All right, men. We've got it.
Revolver. Small caliber. Only a 22.
Open the chamber. See if it's been fired.
Rusted. 3 chambers empty. Hey.
What is it?
Let me empty this cylinder. Look. The 3 shells aren't fired.
Those are blank cartridges.
Oh, sure they are. This is the wrong gun.
No, Harrington. I don't think so. Now I'm convinced that I know where to find Harry Griffith's body.
Where?
In a very luxurious home belonging to Mrs. Frederick Grant. Or maybe at the airport, waiting for a place to Acapulco. Let's go.
Hey, my shoes.
Put them on in the car.
Oh, ouch. Oh. Just a minute, mister.
Let go of me. My plane's loaded.
Your name Frederick Grant?
No, it isn't.
Well, let's go over there to the baggage room until we find out what it really is, huh?
Let go.
I said the baggage room, mister.
You're breaking my arm.
Not if you stop twisting. Just walk. In.
Hello, Mr. Grant.
I'll have you broken for this. Making me miss a plane. I've got the money and the influence to do it, too.
You mean your wife has, don't you? Your present wife.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you'll understand better if I call you by your right name. Harry Griffin.
You're crazy. That's not my name.
Easy enough to prove. Harry Griffin was arrested once on a charge of wife beating. Police have his fingerprints.
Make it easy on yourself, mister.
All right, I was married to Doris once, but it was a mistake. I wanted out. She wouldn't give me a divorce. I met another woman, Elizabeth, my wife now.
Keep talking, Griffin.
Elizabeth had money. She didn't know I was married. I told her my name was Frederick Grant. Marrying her meant a chance to build something big, a company of my own, but Doris was in the way, ready to stick me with somebody else to take care of, a baby.
Yes. And you were afraid to kill her, so you made her think she killed you.
Who told you where to find me? Elizabeth?
She didn't have to tell me. I knew she wasn't going to be using that plane ticket. I figured you wouldn't want it to go to waste.
Come on, mister. There's a nice cell waiting for you. You can turn on the water in the sink and make believe you're in Acapulco.
The other day,
You take him in, Harrington. I have to wait here for a while to meet an arriving passenger.
Who?
Doris Griffin's little boy. I called the people who were going to adopt him. They're sending him back to his mother.
Chief, she's in no condition to be...
No, but someday soon, when she knows the truth, she will be. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Harry Griffin, alias Frederick Grant, was convicted on charges of bigamy and fraud. He is serving a 10 to 20-year sentence in the state penitentiary. Doris Griffin, completely recovered, is operating a very successful school for models and raising her son in a manner that meets with the complete approval of juvenile authorities. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the most important factors in fighting lawlessness is the person who has witnessed a crime or knows something about it. Usually, these people are cooperative and helpful. But sometimes, as in the case you are about to hear, the witness tries to turn his knowledge into profit, becoming a criminal himself.
Okay, let's get him. Hold it, friend. We're going in with you.
I'm sorry, but it's only 8:30. The bank doesn't open for business until 10. I just stepped out for some breakfast.
We know why you stepped out. We know you're the manager of the joint. Now fix this door so it's unlocked and don't argue.
You mean it's a holdup?
Fix the door. If I find it locked when we leave, I'll blow your guts out.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. There.
Okay, let's go in. Straight back to the vault. Call your people out from behind the counter. Act natural.
Yes, sir. Will you please come out here, everybody? Everybody, please.
You had it right, Willie. They already got the vault open for us. You still want to tie their hands? Certainly. That's what you got the wire for.
All right, folks, against the wall. This is a holdup. Get your hands out. We're tying them up.
The things too, Willie? Everybody. Let the manager do the tying. You get in that vault and get the money.
Good idea, Willie. Mister, you finish him up.
Wait a second. Don't nobody move.
What's the matter?
You got a guard in this place. Where is he?
I don't know. In my office, maybe.
He should have stayed there. All right, Mr. Freeze. And don't get any ideas about going for that gun.
No, John. John, don't! Shot him.
And you'll get the same thing if I hear one more bleed out of you. What's with the loot?
I'm coming, Willie. I'm coming.
All right, you people. Squeeze back against the wall and stay there. We're going out of here, and I don't want to hear a move, see a move, or smell a move.
Let's get out of here, Willie. I'm loaded.
Stay right where you are, everybody. And don't try to follow us. Nobody.
Open the door for me, Willie.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hold up! Hold up!
All right, folks, let us through here. Let us through, folks, please. Hi, Sarge. Where's the... Oh, I see it. Yeah, lying in front of the vault, Chief. Yes.
The officer tells me that you're the district attorney.
I'm Harrington. This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
How do you do? I'm J.T. Barnes, manager of the bank. I went out for some breakfast this morning, and they practically kidnapped me.
Breakfast after you started work?
Oh, yes. I'm the first one here, and my hours start long before the bank opens for business.
And you first saw these men outside?
Yes, that's right. And they must have known all about the way a bank is run. They had everything down just right.
You think it was an inside job?
Oh, no. I never saw either one of them before in my life. But one of them must have worked in the bank at some time.
Well, they spent a lot of time casing this place.
Are they waiting at the door, Mr. Barnes?
That's right. They made me let them in. What could I do? They both had guns, and one of them told me he'd blow my guts out if I made the wrong move. What could I do?
Very little, Mr. Barnes. We understand that.
I only hope our Mr. Telford understands it. Mr. Telford is vice president in charge of this district. I hope he understands.
I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Barnes. It's not your job to fight gunmen.
No, not when I have a wife and family to think about. 2 children, Mr. Garrett. One 10, the other 7. Man has to think about things like that.
He certainly does.
I see the vault is still open.
Yes. Wouldn't do much good to close it now. They got just about everything in the way of cash.
How much did they get away with, Mr. Barnes?
More than $40,000. Imagine that. $40,000. And I can tell you everything they did. Everything. Poor Brady. Started to draw on them, they just pumped bullets into him.
Poor who?
That's Brady, our guard, under that sheet. He's dead.
Oh. Let's take a look, Hank.
Yeah.
Jim Brady.
You knew him?
Yes, for many years.
Yeah, both of us.
How many were there?
2 of them.
What did they look like?
Oh, nice looking, well dressed. When they first came up to me, I thought they were bank examiners.
Young?
Between 25 and 30, I'd say. And both had hats on. One of them called the other one Willie. Willie was the one that killed Brady.
Nice, friendly personality. Hand me that piece of wire at your feet, will you, Harrington?
They use that to tie up their hands.
Baling wire. A lot faster than rope.
Yes, and not many people use baling wire in the city. Get on this right away, Harrington. Check the hardware stores. See if one of them has sold any baling wire in the past few days.
Okay, Chief.
Is there a phone I can use, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, of course, right over here.
Thank you.
District Attorney's Office.
I'm at the First National Bank, Miss Miller. I'd like you to do a quick check on something for me. Find out if there's anything on a bank robber who uses Willie for a first name.
Yes, sir. I'll get on that right away. Any characteristics?
He's about 28, flashy dresser, and there's something else. He's a killer. You got that?
I've got it, Mr. Garrett.
I'll see you at the office. I'll be there in about a half hour.
You got the key?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, we made it. Better than $42,000. Of course, that was a fast count in the car, but it's pretty close.
You slophead.
What?
I spent 3 weeks warning you about pulling boners, and what do you do? Pull the biggest of all.
What are you talking about?
I told you not to use my name, didn't I?
Who used your name?
You did. Willie this, Willie that. I'd have knocked your teeth down your throat.
So I called you Willie. How did that hurt anything? There's millions of guys named Willie.
But they ain't robbing banks. Ain't gonna have the cops looking for them.
All right, so I goofed a little. They were all too scared to pay attention.
Put that bag under the bed and let's get out of here. What are you looking around at? You seen the place before?
You know, Willie, I ain't sure if the dough is going to be so safe here after all.
Well, what do you want to do with it? Carry it around in your hip pocket? This is what we rented the place for, ain't it?
Yeah, but suppose somebody comes in and starts poking around.
Who's going to poke around a garage apartment? It's all by itself, ain't it? And it'll be locked up?
Yeah, how about kids? You know how kids are.
Look, we figured this all out, didn't we? We have to have a place to keep the dough, don't we? What are the odds in somebody poking in here? What are the odds?
Well, maybe we should split the dough and each take a share and leave town.
Like I said, you're a slophead, and you keep proving it. All we have to do to get cops on our back is to leave town or start spending the dough. We stay in town. We keep working on our jobs. We leave the dough here. We're mechanics. They don't figure mechanics for bank robbers. So we stay being mechanics, understand?
All right, so I understand. You don't have to get so hot about it.
You're like a dame, always talking, always changing your mind. Knock it off. I'm warning you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get out of here. Come on, what are you dragging your feet for?
I'm coming.
Patterson?
Yeah?
Before we leave here, I want you to know something.
What?
We're going to stay together.
I know that.
Just make sure you know it good. Don't go trying to sneak back here to pick up the dough.
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
Just don't, that's all.
Try it and I'll kill you. Let's go.
Any calls, Miss Miller?
Oh, no calls, Mr. Garrett. I made that checkup you asked for. The only Willie I got to make on is a Willie Sloan, and he's in Alcatraz.
Well, so we draw a blank. That makes it tougher.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller, the chief there?
Oh, yes, he is, Harrington. Hold on.
Hello, Harrington.
I've been to 16 hardware stores, Chief.
Where are you now?
At the 17th. I'm waiting for a clerk to come back. The manager says the clerk sold some baling wire yesterday. He says he thinks the clerk knows the guy he sold it to.
Sounds like a possible lead. Call me back as soon as you find out anything.
Yeah, that might be pretty quick. Fellow just came in and went behind the counter. Must be the clerk. I'll let you know, Chief.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Oh, how are you? I think maybe you can. Are you Zimmer?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm with the district attorney's office. I understand you sold some baling wire yesterday.
Baling wire?
Yeah, that's right. Your boss said he thought maybe you knew the man you sold it to.
You from the DA's office? What's the matter? Somebody pulled something?
Do you remember who bought the baling wire?
Hey. A bank robbery this morning. They used baling wire to tie up the people. You heard about it on the radio.
Who bought the baling wire, fella?
What do you know about that?
Did you sell the wire?
Huh? Yeah, I sold it.
Did you know the guy you sold it to?
Did I know him? Well, what makes you think that?
Look, I'm asking the questions. Did you know the man or not?
Well, no. No, I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
Well, how do I know? People come in here all the time, lots of people. Wouldn't want to accuse anybody
Look,
of doing
I'm not
something.
asking you to accuse anybody of anything. I just want to know if you knew this man you sold the wire to.
Sorry, mister, but I couldn't say definitely that I did know him.
All right. Have you seen him around here at all? You know, at other times?
No. Can't say I have seen him around.
Well, do you remember what he looked like?
Look, I told you. A lot of people come in here to buy things. I can't remember all their faces.
Okay. I might come back and talk to you later.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Is he there?
Oh, just a moment, Harrington. It's for you, Mr. Garrett.
Thanks. Hello, Harrington. What did you find out?
I got nothing, Chief. But I got a funny hunch this fellow was holding out on me.
The clerk?
Yeah. He sold baling wire. He admits that. But he heard about the holdup, and I think he's covering up. He said he didn't know who it was he sold it to. But he acted funny, and, well, I think he was lying.
Where are you now?
Drugstore across from the hardware company. Corner of 10th and Trenton.
I'll meet you in front of the place as soon as I can get there.
Hi, Chief. Well, looks like we missed.
What happened?
Clake's gone. Must have ducked out while I was talking to you on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, what do you think we ought to do?
Well, hang around. This is our only lead, and somehow we've got to break the case with it. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the bank killer, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A bank had been robbed, a woman slugged, a bank guard murdered. Indications were that the gunmen were first-timers, and these are often the hardest to catch. We had one important clue, the baling wire used to tie up the bank workers. But the hardware clerk who sold it to the killer turned out to be an uncooperative witness. We had a hunch he wanted to play along with the crooks. As you'll see, we were right.
can I do for you?
I'm looking for Patterson.
No peddlers here, Bud.
I'm not a peddler. I'm a friend of his.
I'll call him.
Patterson! What? Come here.
Friend is, huh? What do you want to talk to him about?
What are you, his keeper? This is personal.
Don't get tough with me, chum. It'll get you nothing but welts.
What do you want, Willie? Oh, hello, Zimmer.
This guy says he's a friend of yours.
Yeah, I know him.
Says he's got something personal to talk about. Anything I should know?
What do you want, Zimmer?
I want to talk to you. Privately.
Come on, spill it.
I said it's personal.
It's okay, Willie. Give us a couple of minutes, huh?
Okay, couple of minutes.
Come here, kid. What's on your mind?
Fella come into the store today. Said he was from the district attorney's office.
Yeah?
Wanted to know about that baling wire I sold you.
What do you want to know about it?
Want to know who I sold it to.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell him. I brushed him off.
Good boy.
What's it good for? What's this about the DA's office?
I thought you was going to let us talk private. Ain't your word good for nothing?
Never mind my word. What's this all about?
It's okay. You don't have to worry.
All I hear is okay, okay. What's okay?
Oh, this cop comes into the hardware store to ask about the baling wire, and Zimmer brushes him off, so it's okay.
How come this guy knows about the baling wire?
I bought it from him.
You mean you bought that wire from a guy that knew you?
Listen, the kid's all right. He brushed off the cop, didn't he?
Why, you?
What'd you have to do that for?
You slophead, I ought to kick your face in.
Well, I guess I'll be going.
Wait a minute, you.
Let go of me. You're not going to push me around like that.
What'd you come here for?
Let him go, Willie. He's a pal.
He's a creep.
Let go of me. I brushed off that cop, didn't I?
So you brushed off the cop, and you come sucking around here telling us about it. You figure you're going to shake us down for a cut of the dough. I'll show you. I'll choke you. I'll choke the sneaking inside out of you.
Let me down, Willie. The boss is looking this way.
You and your pals.
You shouldn't have done that to me. You shouldn't have done it.
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You're going to be all right. Oh, Willie loses his temper once in a while. That's all.
This time he's not going to get away with it. I'm just going to ask you guys for a couple of $100. Now it's 5,000.
You hear that, Willie? You hear what you've done?
Shut up. He had it pegged for $5,000 from the start. I ought to.
You try that again, and I'll let you have it with this tire iron.
All right, kid. So we do business. Put down the iron.
I'll put it down when I walk out of here.
How much dough do you figure you have to have?
I said 5,000. I want 5,000. I want it this afternoon.
We're supposed to be working here. We don't knock off until 4 o'clock.
I'll meet you somewhere. And don't get any ideas about getting rid of me. My wife's going to be somewhere close by. Anything goes wrong and she yells for the cops.
Got everything figured, ain't you?
That's right. I got everything figured.
All right. Meet us at 4:30. 1034 Maxwell Street. It's in the back, up over the garage.
I'll be there.
You think anybody followed you here?
I know they didn't.
How about where you work? Ain't they gonna wonder why you ducked out?
That's my worry. I'll take care of it. I'll see you later.
And now you, Patterson.
Here comes the boss, Willie. I got to get back to work.
That's the guy, Chief.
Good. Let's go in and talk to him.
Zimmer.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
Aye.
Just like to ask you a few questions, Zimmer.
I already told this fellow everything I know.
I understand you sold some baling wire the other day.
That's right.
Your boss seems to think you know the man you sold it to.
Sorry, but the boss is mistaken.
You don't remember the man at all.
I already said I don't remember the man.
You've got a defiant attitude about this, Zimmer. Why?
Who's defiant? Just tired of answering a lot of questions.
I don't think you can say we've asked you a lot of questions.
You keep asking the same questions over and over. I told your cop here the same thing I'm telling you. I don't know the guy who bought the baling wire. You have a lot of people coming in here all the time. Half of them I don't even look at.
When do you usually take your lunch hours, Zimmer?
What difference does that make?
You mind answering the question?
All right. I go at 12:30.
Well, how long do you usually take?
Half an hour.
It's almost 2 o'clock. You took a pretty long one today, didn't you?
I had a couple of things I wanted to do.
You mind telling us what they were?
Yes, I mind. I haven't done anything wrong. I don't see why I have to keep answering your questions. I guess I got my rights, haven't I?
You've got your rights, Zimmer. I just hope you have the good sense to keep them. Come on, Harrington.
Well, what do you think, Chief?
He's too touchy. I'm sure your hunch is right. You stay here in front, Harrington. I'm going around to the alley. I don't want that fellow to get away from us again. It might take quite a while, but we're going to stay with him until something breaks.
Is Zimmer coming?
No sign of him yet.
And what are you doing back up here?
I sure hate to see him get that $5,000. I still think we ought to take all the dough and blow town.
We ain't blowing town, and we ain't giving up any part of the money.
What do you mean?
Made a couple of phone calls this afternoon. I found out that Zimmer ain't married. He was bluffing when he said he'd have somebody with him when he came up here.
So what are you going to do?
So, when he once gets here, he ain't going to leave.
You're going to kill him?
He's got it coming, Patterson.
Yeah, there ain't no honesty in the guy at all. But what do we do with his body?
Leave it here. We'll move somewhere else. But I want to be sure he ain't followed by cops. So you get down there and watch.
Okay, Willie.
Watch it, Harrington. He's slowing down.
Yeah, he's going to take that next corner.
Stay at least a block behind him.
Right. Hang on for the turn.
He's slowing down again, Harrington. Watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pulling up. We better stop right here. Yeah, this is it, all right. He's getting out.
Watch where he goes.
Looks like that red house.
He's going around the back. All right, Harrington. But let's take it easy.
So, you found it all right.
Yeah, I found it.
Come on in.
Good place for a hideout. This where you're keeping the money?
You really want to be in on this thing, don't you?
Hey, what's the idea of the knife?
Beauty, ain't it? 6-inch blade. Don't move.
No, wait a second.
Who's this cop you talked to?
There were two of them.
What all did they say about us?
I told you. They just want to know who you are and what you look like.
And you told them?
No. Why should I tell them when you're going to give me a cut of the money?
You told them?
No. Get that thing away from me.
How do I know they didn't follow you here?
Look, I had my car parked 3 blocks from the store. I went out the back, ducked up the alley, cut across the parking lot, and went through the market. I know they didn't follow me.
Good. Because now I'm going to do something I've been wanting to do for the last 3 hours.
Get away from me. Get away!
You didn't really think we were going to sit still for the shakedown, did you?
Wait, please wait!
I'm going to cut you, friend. I'm going to cut you, but good.
No!
Where do you think you're going?
Let go of me. Let go!
Get him in here. Good punch. How about out there in the street? Anybody around?
Don't worry, he wasn't followed. Just a couple of guys selling paint jobs for houses. Try to sell me one. Me!
Oh, what's wrong with that? You can afford it.
Willie, you're a card, a real card.
He's getting up. Grab his arms.
I got him.
Listen, you got to let me out of here. I won't say anything, I promise.
I'll say you won't say anything. I want to get his throat patted.
No!
Don't move, any of you. Cops!
Watch the gun, Harrington.
That's all for you, mister.
You too. Drop the knife.
Drop it! All right, I quit.
Get your face to the wall. Wait a minute, Zimmer. Where do you think you're going?
Home. I got things to do.
You're under arrest.
What for? I didn't do anything.
You'll find out what you did, and it's plenty.
Here's the money, Chief. And guess where they had it? Under the bed.
Just tell me one thing. Are you the two guys who were supposed to be selling paint around here?
That's right. Why?
It just proves to me why I lost out on this deal. A real slophead for a partner.
That's not why you lost out, mister. But you wouldn't believe the real reason. Your kind never does. Let's go. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
I'm sure you read about this one in your newspapers. The two men we called Willie and Patterson were convicted of bank robbery, assault with intent to kill, and with murder in the first degree. Both will spend the rest of their lives in prison. The hardware store clerk we called Zimmer was tried and sentenced on charges of being an accessory after the fact and attempted extortion. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney pays special attention to crimes committed by juveniles, no matter how petty, because the incorrigible minority of the teenagers of today will include the major criminals of tomorrow. There are even a few who don't wait until tomorrow. This case started with a gang fight at night in a public park.
Give it to him. Get those 300 for the pond.
Go.
He asked for it. High school picnic. I told him this park was closed except for my gang. You're nice boys from the high school. Look at him run.
Here comes a fight. You've got all the sticks and bottles.
Get that one, Eddie. Kick his teeth out.
Police are coming.
All right, guys, get lost. Meet at the clubhouse later. Come on.
I hope they get caught. I hope the cops catch them and put them in jail.
Shut up. Through the bushes and up the hill path.
I don't have to run. I didn't do anything.
You're my girl, and if I run, you run.
I don't want to be your girl anymore.
No, you want to go back to nice little Walter and his nice little picnic. You'll be my girl as long as I want you to. Come up the old path behind the zoo.
Don't push me.
Go on before Leave I... her alone. Who's that? Never mind. Just leave her alone.
Walter.
Well, if it ain't Brainy himself. The president of the GO. I was wondering where you run to, Yellow Belly.
I ran to call the police. That's where I ran. Your gang with baseball bats and broken bottles.
Oh, that ain't fair, is it? Maybe next time we'll bring a platform and have a debate instead.
Come on, Julie. I'll take you home.
On the trolley car? Get wise. She likes automobiles, don't you, honey?
I'm going with Walter.
Oh, no, you're not.
You haven't got your gang with you now, Jackie.
Well, isn't the little man getting brave? I don't need the gang for you, Brainy. Now, well, I got this.
Walter, it's a knife.
Jackie,
Look at him, Julie. Look at the big, brave basketball player. Look out, Walter. It's sharp. You might get cut. What's the matter, yellow belly? Afraid? Cat got your tongue? Come on, take it away from me. Because if you don't, you know what's going to happen, don't you, Brainy?
You dirty...
No! No! You killed him! You killed him!
Shut up! Shut up and get to the car. Run!
You're sure the park has been thoroughly searched, Harry?
Chief, I've even gone over it myself. I've worked with 10 different squads in the past 5 days. There's no sign of the murder weapon. Nothing.
It beats me. None of the high school kids saw it happen.
The main fight was down near the park pond. Now, whoever killed Walter Spicer got him off someplace alone up behind the zoo.
This will probably be Spizer's parents calling again. Not that I blame them. Almost a week and that boy's killer is still at large.
Yep.
Yes, Miss Miller.
There's Mr. Hagen here to see you, Mr. Garrett.
What about?
He doesn't want to tell anyone but you.
Oh, you tell him I'm busy. Ask Burton to see him.
He says it's very important, Mr. Garrett.
All right. Send him in.
Well, I guess I gotta get down.
No, stay. If he's a crank, you may be able to help me get him out.
Right in here, Mr. Hagen.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett?
He's Mr. Garrett.
Oh. My name's Jim Hagen, Mr. Garrett.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Hagen? It's all right. Mr. Harrington is a member of my staff.
Well, it's about my daughter, Julie. I'm afraid she's in some kind of trouble.
With the law?
I'm not sure. I reckon it must be. Ever since we come here to the city, she's been changing, staying out late, keeping things to herself.
Now, how old is she?
Just 16.
Can't you and your wife exert any authority over her?
Oh, my wife said that Julie needed freedom, that it wouldn't hurt her none. She used to bring her friends to the house, and then she stopped. Ruby, that's my wife, said it was because Julie was ashamed of me. Ruby says one look at me and everybody'd know I used to be a farmer.
Mr. Hagen, this seems to be a family problem. I'd like to help you, but, well, what is it you want me to do?
Oh, I thought maybe you might come to the house, talk to Julie. Might scare her a little, you being a district attorney.
Mr. Hagen, do you know that your daughter is in trouble, or do you just think so?
She's hardly taken a bite of food all week. I've been hearing her crying in her room every night. Then last night...
Go ahead.
Julie was out late. I was setting up waiting for her to come home. Must have been about 1 o'clock, I guess, when she come to the front door with a boy. I heard him talking. She's crying. He's twisting her arm or something, hurting her. Telling her to get hold of her nerves and keep her mouth shut.
About what?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, if the boy struck your daughter, you could prefer charges, but she'd have to sign the complaint. Do you know the boy's name?
She called him Jackie, that's all.
Could you identify him?
It was too dark in the hall for me to see him. Julie never brought her friends in. I'd know his voice, though.
And you have no idea what it is that he might have been telling her to keep quiet about?
No.
Well, you just said no sounded like yes. You said this crying had been going on for about a week. When did it start exactly?
No, maybe you're right. Maybe I'd better handle this myself.
Hagen, does your daughter go to Central High School?
Yes.
Did your daughter know a boy named Walter Spicer?
She went out with a boy named Walter before she took up with this Jackie I told you about.
She used to go out with Walter Spicer?
Yeah. That's why I came here. That's the night she started crying, the night Walter was killed. But she's a girl. She couldn't have had anything to do with it.
But she might know who did. It's after 3 o'clock. School is out. Will your daughter be home?
Sometimes she comes, sometimes she don't. She'll be home to eat, though, at 6 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Hagen. You can go. We'll be at your home tonight at 6 o'clock.
Ten o'clock? Where can she be?
She's run away from home. That's where she can be. I knew she would. I warned him to quit nagging the girl, Mr. Garrett. She's old enough to take care of herself, and well, now she's gone because he brought you here.
Your daughter didn't know I was going to be here, Mrs. Hagen. And a 16-year-old girl isn't as self-sufficient as you think.
That may be Miss Miller, Chief.
Well, may I take it?
Go ahead.
Hello.
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Miller.
We finally located Julie Hagen's teacher. The girl wasn't at school at all today.
I see.
You want me to stay here at the office in case there's anything else?
For a while, please. Harrington will give you a lift home later.
You could give me a ride to Central Avenue. I could take the bus from there.
Well, Harrington goes closer to your place, doesn't he?
Yes, I suppose he does. It'll be fine.
Good. We'll see you later. Your daughter never showed up at school today, Mr. Hagen.
Where can she be?
I told you where. She run away.
Did you see her during the day, Mrs. Hagen?
Ruby? No, Ruby didn't see her. Ruby was at the beauty parlor all day. She would know if Julie did come here.
I was only at the beauty parlor for 2 hours. Just 2 hours. We're not living on a farm anymore. I've been a good mother. Wasn't me who drove her away.
Better put out a missing persons report on Harrington.
Right, Chief.
Do you have a recent photograph of your daughter?
In the bedroom.
Well, would you get it, please? We can have telephotos sent to nearby states along with her description.
We'll do anything to help.
He never understood her. Any more than he ever understood me.
I'm sure he didn't, Mrs. Hagen.
Just wanted to sit around the house every night. I don't know how I lasted all these years, except for Julie. I was the one who took care of her. I was the one who saw to it that we got away from that dirty old farm so she'd have a chance in life. I wanted her to have all the things I missed. It was all for her.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mrs. Hagen.
Pete will put it on the teletype right away, Chief. Wants the photo as soon as we can get it to him.
Well, I got it right here.
We'll take it in. Well, there's not much more we can do tonight. If Julie should come home, or if you hear from her, let me know no matter what time it is.
We will, Mr. Garrett. Find her for us, please. Please find her.
We'll do all we can.
I hope you're satisfied, Jim. I hope you're satisfied now.
Oh, Ruby, leave me alone, please.
You'd better try to get some rest, Mr. Hagen. I'm sure Mrs. Hagen will take care of herself. Come on, Harrington.
Well, why don't you say it? We was better off back on the farm. Make some excuse for it.
Oh, that poor guy. She's got him in a bad way.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the daughter. Let's get this photo in as fast as we can.
There's no need for you to drive me all the way home, Harrington. You can drop me off at the subway station.
This time of night? Chief would eat me alive.
It's out of your way.
Oh, forget
Oh,
it.
please. The station's just ahead on the corner, and
Hey, it's just ahead, all right. Look.
An ambulance.
Yeah, quite a crowd this time of night. Something must have happened down there.
I wonder what it is.
It won't take long to find out. A police car there, too. Come on.
Hey, get back there. We can't go down.
The district attorney's office, officer.
Well, let's see your credentials.
Yeah, here you are. What is it?
Girl got killed under the train just as it pulled into the station.
Oh, she fall or jump?
The motorman on the train said she was pushed.
Pushed?
Well, that's what he says. Said he could see her and a boy on the platform as he came out of the tunnel. And the boy shoved her. Well, he was gone by the time the train stopped.
All right, take me down there.
Now, the lady better wait up here.
Yeah, I guess he's right, Miss Miller. You better go on back and sit in the car.
All right.
Down this way. Train was eastbound. It happened right at the beginning of the platform.
Ah. Wasn't taking any chances on the motorman getting time to slow down and stop. All right. Put it back.
No identification on her.
I know who she is.
Wonder why she was pushed.
She knew too much about that boy who was murdered in the park last night.
Well, she isn't going to be able to tell anybody about it now.
No, she isn't.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the knifing in the park, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A high school boy had been stabbed to death in the park after a gang fight. A worried father led us to believe that his daughter might know something of the murder. But the girl died violently under the wheels of a subway train before we could find her and question her. Harrington called me to the subway station. I had no choice but to send for the girl's father.
My little girl murdered. Murdered in a city. The city where people hate and kill each other, not like the farm. People live in peace on a farm.
Take it easy, Mr. Hagan. How about let me drive you home?
Home? Without Julie? Not anymore. There'd be just Ruby and me. Ruby got tired of me a long time ago. Only the girl held us together. She's all I had. Now I got nothing left. Nothing except her picture. Can I get it back?
Yes, he had some blown-up copies made. You can get the original at my office at any time.
Why don't you give him that copy of the blow-up you got in the envelope, Chief?
Oh, yes. Here, Mr. Hagan, I brought it down for identification purposes.
I only had this taken 3 weeks ago at the amusement park. First picture of her in years. Almost like I knew something was going to happen.
3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Why, Chief?
The blouse the girl was wearing tonight looks like the same one she was wearing in the photograph.
It is the same one.
Mr. Hagan, in the blow-up you have, your daughter's wearing a little pin on her blouse, just over the pocket.
Oh, yeah. She'd been wearing it all the time for a few months.
It isn't on the blouse now.
No, she stopped wearing it a couple of days ago. I got it.
With you?
Yeah.
May I see the pin? Thank you.
What is it, Chief? High school club?
No, a boys' club. See the crest and inscription?
Oh, yeah. State Street Tigers. Got a clubhouse at the foot of State Street near the river. Rented an old store, painted the windows black with a tiger head on them.
It was some sort of an organized gang that started that fight in the park.
Those State Street kids are tough, Chief.
What I want to know is, does one of the members go by the name of Jackie?
Yeah. He might have given her the pin.
He also might have pushed her off this platform if she saw him kill Walter Spicer.
Where is that club? I'll find out if he's there. I want to get my hands on him.
The law can handle this, Mr. Hagan. Officer?
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
You got a prowl car?
Yes, sir.
Drive this man home. Then go to the county building. My secretary should be back there by now.
Yes, sir.
Tell her to call Judge Macklin and get a search warrant for the clubhouse of the State Street Tigers.
Right.
After you get it, pick up a squad and meet Harrington and me at the clubhouse.
Yes, sir. Come along, Mr. Hagan.
My girl. My Julie.
I'll take my car. It's at the far exit.
What's the idea of the clubhouse search, Chief?
Well, even if there is a boy named Jackie who belongs to the club, we've got nothing but hearsay evidence against him. Circumstantial. We could never convict. His fellow members will probably swear he never knew Julie Hagan.
That pin could prove he did.
No, any member might have given it to her. She might have found it on the street. We've got to prove she knew the Tigers. Find some evidence that she'd been at the clubroom at one time or another. For a dance, perhaps.
Hey, some of those clubs keep a guest book, Chief.
No, that's a possibility. If there is such a book, we've got to find it.
Clubroom is on the next corner.
Better stop and leave the car here. What time is it?
1:30.
Probably won't be anyone around to disturb us.
Yeah. Boy, Judge Macklin will have a fit when Miss Miller gets him out of bed at this hour to sign a warrant.
She can handle him. Judge is all right.
It's a good thing I gave Miller the ride home. You'd have taken him a different way, and not that she'd have minded.
What do you mean by that?
Chief, sometimes you surprise me.
What?
Oh, here's the place. State Street Tigers.
No lights inside.
You wouldn't see them anyhow, with the windows painted over like that.
Oh, I was looking under the door jamb.
Locked. Spring lock. I could probably pick it with a nail file.
Go ahead. The warrant's coming.
I'm a little bit out of practice.
You mean you used to do things like this?
Well, when I was a kid. My mother was forever forgetting her keys. We were locked out of the house more times than we were in it before I learned this little stuff. There you are.
From now on, I want an alibi from you attached to every burglary report we get.
Come on.
You better close it again.
Yeah. I'll leave the lock off. You got any matches?
Yeah.
I should have brought a flashlight.
There's a floor lamp over there.
Yeah, that does it. Well, quite a layout. Furniture, pool table, cue racks, even a telephone on the wall.
Yes. Come here. Take a look at this.
What?
On the wall here, by the phone. Names, phone numbers, scribbled in pencil.
Yeah. Tigers seem to have a lot of girlfriends.
Rusty Denton, Paul Frenchy. Elmwood 41111. Eddie, Marcia called. Fleming 6589.
No name on this one. Elliot 0261. Bread, lettuce, tomatoes. Some kid wrote down the grocery list. You know, the things these kids...
Here. Take a look at this one, Harrington.
Jackie Wilkes. Phone Evergreen 6205. Jackie?
Yes. And Evergreen 62050 is Hagen's phone number.
Give us the kid's last name, too. Oh, what a break.
I want a photo of this. We can check the handwriting on every boy in the club and find out who wrote it. You'll have to testify that Jackie Wilkes knew Julie Hagen.
Hey, Chief. There's a car just stopped outside.
It's too soon for the squad. Kill the light.
What? Anybody in here? Dopes leaving the door unlocked. Hey.
Just stand right there, son.
Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're looking for Jackie Wilkes.
Jackie Wilkes? Never heard of him.
Well, that's strange, since his name is written on your clubhouse wall right next to the telephone.
Oh, that stuff. That was here before we rented this joint. We've been meaning to paint it over.
Oh, is that so? How long has the club been here?
Little over a year. You cops or something?
Those numbers have been there over a year?
Yeah, that's right.
That's funny. Because one of those numbers belongs to a girl who has only lived in this city a few months.
Girl named Julie Hagen. She was killed tonight, pushed off a subway platform under a train.
That's too bad.
Motorman on the train saw it happen. He got a fast look at the boy's face. Maybe just good enough to identify him if he sees him in a police lineup. You just parked a car outside, didn't you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18. I got a license.
Good, because I want to see it.
Sure, you can... What do I have to show it to you for? I didn't do anything.
You know why he wants it, boy. We want to get a look at your name.
Oh. Okay, sure. Take a look at this instead.
Put that gun away, kid.
You killed a girl tonight. Don't make it any worse.
Why would I kill Julie? She was my girl.
Because you also killed Walter Spicer, and Julie saw you do it.
And when you thought you couldn't keep her quiet any longer with your threats, you pushed her under a train.
It was an accident. She tripped.
Did she? What were you doing in a subway when you own a car?
Yeah, Jackie, you hear it? Those are police cars.
Better give yourself up, boy.
Stay back.
Gun or no gun, Junior, here I come.
No, Harrington!
Harrington!
Stay away from him.
Do what he says, Chief.
You tell him, Brainy. I'll take your gun, too. All right, mister. Now you douse that light and stay right in front of me. You're going to lead me out of here with one of these guns right in the middle of your back.
Do it, Chief. He's kill crazy.
You can kill me, Jackie, but you can't kill the law. I won't call them off. One of them will get you.
We'll see. Move. Hey, you cops out there.
Who's that?
Jackie Wilkes. And I got one of your big shots with a gun.